The sky is collapsing at the start. Reborn as Minato Namikaze, he finds himself amidst the chaos of the Ninetales rampage. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, is on the brink of death. His son Naruto is crying out for nourishment, and the village of Konoha is being ravaged by the rampaging Ninetales. The good news is that he has returned with a half-conscious Ninetales, with negative chakra and the ninja world savior system. The bad news is that if he cannot defy fate, history will repeat itself, and he and his wife will both perish. What a joke. I, Minato Namikaze, will not let go of my wife and child this time. I will protect the village as well. No one shall stand in my way. With the activation of the system, the golden flash will no longer be a sacrifice, but will transform into an immortal savior, forcefully rewriting the future of the ninja world with absolute might. Obito, Uchiha, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. In my presence, they are but mere clowns. The story begins here. Blood, the scent of rust, mixed with a sweet metallic tang, aggressively invades the nostrils. Cold rainwater mingles with warm liquid, clinging stickily to Minato's cheeks. His vision is a blur. The sound of a baby's cries fills his ears. His wife's breath comes faintly, barely perceptible, and in the distance, a monstrous roar, akin to a natural disaster, echoes. The sky is collapsing at the start. Minato Namikaze, or rather the he who occupies this body, struggles to prop himself up, consciousness merging amidst extreme chaos and pain. He is not the original fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Instead, he is a soul from a parallel universe. In that world, he was a researcher who devoted his life to exploring the origins of life and the cosmos. And now, he has been thrust into this body, named Minato Namikaze, perfectly merging with the original inhabitant. The time point is precisely during the Ninetales rampage, in the original story, the night of the couple's tragic end, and Naruto's hellish beginning. What a unique form of energy, wild and chaotic, yet brimming with astonishing vitality. His brain, on the brink of its limits, still analyzes the chakra conglomerate known as the Ninetales with a calm demeanor. For a moment, he finds himself unsure whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, he carries with him a half-conscious, negative Ninetales. One could say that he need not worry about running out of chakra. The bad news is, he has just finished battling Obito, and the Ninetales is still rampaging through Konoha, leaving the village in a state of internal and external crises. Moreover, his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, has just given birth and has had the tailed beast extracted from her. It is truly a critical situation. One must understand that even with the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality, being deprived of the tailed beast means she won't survive for long. What a predicament. Starting off with the choice of saving either my wife or child. No, it's that both my wife and child might be lost. What a truly disastrous beginning. He rubbed his temples, but soon regained his calm. After all, he cannot allow Naruto to start off by unlocking a single-parent family scenario of hellish difficulty. Can he? His body moved before his thoughts could catch up. Minato's mind raced as he calculated his strategies. What must I do to salvage everything? Firstly, the Ninetales must be sealed, otherwise the village will undoubtedly be laid to waste. This creature is the legendary strongest tailed beast, and its destructive power is not just for show. Secondly, no matter what, he must ensure the safety of his wife and child. Otherwise, what meaning would all his future endeavors in the ninja world hold? It would be better to choose a direct tragic end like before. This time, I shall not repeat the same mistakes. I will have it all. Yet, just then, he suddenly felt a surge of chakra from deep within him, a stillness akin to the deep sea, violently erupting. What is this? At first, Minato did not react. Then, he froze. It was the golden finger he had brought, the half-conscious, negative Ninetales. Instantly, the chakra surging within him filled his limbs and body. I have a way. Just as Minato felt a wave of excitement, at the same moment, a somewhat flamboyant voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected that the host is facing a catastrophic beginning worthy of being recorded in history. Such a dire predicament is the best stage for a hero to emerge. Activating the Ninja World Savior system with grandeur. The system's prompt is quite overwhelming. A strange thought flashed through Minato's mind. Emergency task issued within 5 minutes. Save your beloved wife and child, and quell the Ninetales rampage in the most perfect manner. Task reward, Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Adamantine ceiling. 5 minutes. Who do they think they are looking down upon? Feeling unprecedented power within him, Minato hesitated no longer. 1 minute from now, everything will be over. His figure flashed and vanished from his original spot in an instant. On a distant high tower, a man wearing a tiger mask admired his handiwork. It is over, teacher. For the village, you will make the sacrifice I anticipated. Sacrificing yourself and everything, he spoke to himself, his words filled with twisted delight. History will be written by him, Obito, Uchiha. Is that so? The script is not written by you. Suddenly, a calm question rang out behind him. What? The man's body was instantly covered in goosebumps, and he turned sharply, preparing to activate his space-time ninjutsu. But a golden light moved faster than him. The golden light illuminated behind him, and Minato suddenly appeared, swiftly gripping a kunai. Dark red-tailed beast, chakra enveloping it, carving an arc through the air. Thud. An arm was severed with a crisp sound, flying high into the air. How is this possible? Obito clutched his severed arm, his mind blank. My Kamui, how did he keep up? No, his chakra. What was that power just now? He didn't even perform hand seals. However, Minato showed no surprise. That hand of yours has great research value. I'll take it. He thought of something in his mind, then swiftly flicked out a scroll with his left hand. Swish. The scroll unfurled, and the technique shimmered. Before the severed arm hit the ground, it was directly consumed by the scroll, sealing complete. Almost simultaneously, the momentum of the kunai slash remained unabated, followed by a crisp, shattering sound. The eerie tiger mask cracked in half, falling to the ground. Beneath the mask lay a young and contorted face. Obito Uchiha clutched his severed arm, emitting a pained howl. He could not comprehend. Why was Minato Namikaze here? And why did he unleash such terrifying power? Moreover, his arm had been instantaneously severed and sealed. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Roar. In that instant, the rampaging Ninetales below halted its movements. Its massive body froze momentarily, and within its furious roar, there was a flicker of instinctual fear. It sensed a chakra of the same source, yet more pure and extraordinary. The Ninetales has paused. On the ground, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was evacuating the villagers, stopped in his tracks and gazed up at the colossal beast. Look, it's the fourth Hokage. An Anbu ninja exclaimed. That chakra, is it the fourth Hokage's? How can it be so immense? It feels more ominous than the Ninetales. Yet Therese no malice. Is the fourth Hokage using the tailed beast as a reserve energy source? The ninjas of Konoha were engulfed in profound shock and confusion. Did he use Kamui to escape? Minato did not cast another glance at Obito. To him, now, Obito was merely an inconsequential character. Minato's figure vanished once more, and the next instant, he appeared beside Kushina. He crouched down, checking his wife's condition. Her chakra had dwindled to the utmost limit, her body cold as ice. Minato. Kushina weakly opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Naruto, protect Naruto. She believed she was on the brink of death, trembling as she reached out one last time to touch her child. Minato grasped her icy hand. He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss upon Kushina's smooth forehead. Do not fear, Kushina. His words were clear and powerful. This time, our family of 3 shall not perish. Kushina's heart trembled, staring blankly at her husband. He was still that gentle Minato, yet something seemed to have subtly changed. Hold on. Minato placed one hand on Kushina's lower abdomen, where the 8 trigrams seal once resided. He cautiously guided the chakra of the Ninetales, slowly infusing it into Kushina's body. This was an energy closer to the essence of life itself. The moment it was directed into Kushina's body, the tenacious vitality of the Uzumaki clan seemed to ignite like dry kindling, showing signs of revival. Kushina's previously weak breaths began to stabilize with strength, and the pallor on her face regained a hint of color. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived just in time to witness this scene, his pipe slipping slowly from his lips. Kushina's chakra is recovering, using the Ninetales chakra to save the host who was drained of the Ninetales. How is that even possible? The chakra properties are fundamentally incompatible. It would directly destroy the meridians. No, Kushina's aura has stabilized. Minato, what have you done? The pallor on Kushina's face faded, and a flush of color appeared. She could feel a warm vitality flowing within her, dispelling the cold of death. She grasped Minato's hand, her voice steadying. Minato, You. Minato tightened his grip on her hand, looking down at her. I told you our family will be safe. Only when he confirmed that Kushina's breathing had completely stabilized did he slowly rise to his feet. He turned to face the agitated and roaring Ninetales. Rewards being distributed. Uzumaki clan, sealing technique, adamantine sealing. Analysis, beginning. Analysis, complete. Host has mastered it. The system's prompt sounded at just the right moment. Roar. The Ninetales seemed to sense the true threat. It abandoned its destruction of Konoha, opening its massive mouth as a high-density purple chakra sphere rapidly took shape. Not good, it's the tailed beast ball. The target was aimed directly at Minato, along with Kushina and Naruto behind him. Hiruzen's heart leaped to his throat. Was it possible that just as things were about to take a turn for the better, they were about to plummet once more? No, even if it cost him his life, he had to block this attack. Minato, get out of the way, he shouted desperately, preparing to form hand seals. However, Minato merely stood silently. He slowly raised one hand, palm facing the whistling tailed beast ball, capable of flattening a mountain. Golden symbols surged from his palm, intertwining and extending in the air. Countless runes connected to form a colossal sealing array. Adamantine sealing. In the next moment, golden chains erupted from the array. Minato lowered his hand and softly instructed Kushina behind him. Hold on, remember to cover little Naruto's ears. The purple-black chakra sphere was visibly expanding at an alarming rate. Woo! The air was compressed to its limits, emitting a painful lament as the fierce winds rolled outward from its center, lifting debris and dust. The Konoha ninjas on the ground all felt the power capable of annihilating everything, even finding it difficult to breathe. It's the tailed beast ball. Get down. An experienced Jonin shouted in despair. But everyone understood that under such a direct assault of energy, any defense would be futile. It's over at this close distance. The entire village will be flattened. Hiruzen's heart tightened. His hands had already begun forming seals, ready to risk his life for Minato, even if it meant just one more second. But Minato was right at the center of the explosion. How could he escape? Just as the Ninetales opened its massive mouth, the destructive light within shone to its utmost, preparing to unleash the deadly sphere. The golden array before Minato blazed brightly. Buzz. Dozens of golden chakra chains exploded forth like living creatures, tracing blinding golden arcs in the air. Their target was the Ninetales itself, and they quickly ensnared its massive mouth. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Left 3 circles, right 3 circles. Tightly bound, impenetrable. They forcibly blocked the impending surge of destructive energy. Everyone stood in stunned silence. A perceptive ninja's face turned pale. His voice strained. The Ninetales chakra is blocked. Right in its throat. Beside him, an elder from the sealing class trembled, murmuring to himself, "No, that is not an ordinary sealing technique. That power is the supreme secret art of the Uzumaki clan, using sealing chains to block the tailed beast ball. He must be out of his mind." No look at the 4th Hokage's expression. He is remarkably calm. This statement sparked an even greater uproar. The Uzumaki clan's secret art. How could the 4th Hokage know that? Isn't he from a common background? This defies logic. Can bloodline limits really be learned later in life? This question arose in everyone's mind, yet no one could provide an answer. They could only stare blankly at the golden figure standing before the colossal beast. Roar, wail. The Ninetales was equally bewildered. It held a deeply ingrained memory of those golden chains, a suppression from the former Jinchuriki. Kushina, Uzumaki, the shackles of its freedom. But this time, the sensation was entirely different. It struggled wildly, muscles tense, attempting to break free from its bindings. However, these chains were sturdier than imaginable. No matter how hard it exerted itself, they remained unyielding, tightening even further. Damn it, not this thing again. But why does it feel like a premium version this time? The texture of this chakra was even purer and more resilient than Kushina's. Impossible. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of all present, boom, a thunderous sound muffled to the extreme emanated from within the Ninetales. Its massive body jolted violently, 9 tails limply drooping, as if all its strength had been drained. Black smoke mixed with sparks continuously erupted from the gaps in the chains, carrying the scent of burnt meat. The tailed beast ball, capable of leveling mountains, exploded within its own mouth. Its colossal form swayed. The immense fox face filled with disarray and humiliation, emitting a painful whimper from its throat. The ninjas of Konoha first fell into a deathly silence. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then, a realization of ecstatic joy. He anticipated the timing of the tailed beast ball's release and forcefully interrupted the technique with the chain's retraction. An experienced Jonin analyzed, "No, it's more than just an interruption. He is forcing the energy back. This requires absolute confidence in the strength of sealing techniques." The voices of the sealing class ninjas trembled. "I sensed the Nine-Tails chakra violently clashing within itself. It has injured itself." The perceptive ninja muttered, "Is it really possible to fight like this?" A young Chunin stood in a daze. "I always thought sealing techniques were used to trap enemies." "You fool, in the hands of the fourth Hokage, anything can be weaponized." The relief of surviving and the admiration for Minato's extraordinary maneuver instantly engulfed the battlefield. Kushina was also stunned. Leaning against a rock, she gazed at her husband's silhouette, using the adamantine sealing chains to block the Nine-Tails' mouth, causing the tailed beast ball to explode. Such a unique application had never crossed her mind. "Minato," she gasped, suppressing her inner shock, urgently urging, "Forget about me. Quickly seal it away while you can. Seal it into Naruto. This is the only way. This is the fate of our Uzumaki clan." However, Minato did not act immediately. He turned to Kushina, revealing a warm smile. "No, Kushina." This smile caused everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. "Fate. No one can absolutely dictate our destiny." He formed hand seals. But the gesture was not the expected shiki, effet, nor any conventional sealing technique. "Minato, what are you doing?" Kushina exclaimed in shock. Hiruzen Sarutobi also sensed something was amiss. "That seal is the 8 trigrams sealing technique." "But who is he targeting?" Under the puzzled gazes of all, Minato directed his palm toward the still dazed, retching Nine-Tails. "This time, as a family, no one will have to suffer." 8 trigrams sealing technique, not merely a simple seal, but an advanced application of sealing arts. He intended to forcibly divide the Nine-Tails using sealing techniques. Has he lost his mind? Manually dividing a tailed beast. How could that even be possible? Unprecedented in history. Impossible. The chakra of a tailed beast is a whole. Forcibly dividing, it will only lead to complete chaos. The ninja's exclamations echoed in succession. A terrifying chakra storm erupted centered around the Nine-Tails. The immense chakra of the Nine-Tails, under the 8 trigrams sealing technique, was brutally torn apart. One half represented life and vitality, the yang chakra blazing like the scorching sun. The other half, representing spirit and energy, the yin chakra, resembled the profound darkness of night. Indeed, it is feasible. As a conglomerate of chakra, if a tailed beast can be created, it can also be dismantled. Minato paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment. He meticulously controlled the 2 raging energies. The scorching yang Nine-Tails chakra surged like a torrent into Kushina's body. Kushina felt a wave of warm vitality fill her entire being. Her previously cold body quickly regained warmth, and her depleted chakra began to recover. She even sensed that she was stronger than before, being extracted from the tailed beast. Meanwhile, the deeper and larger yin Nine-Tails chakra was guided by Minato, entering the body of the small infant. On the altar, the sealing technique flashed briefly in Naruto's abdomen, ultimately forming a perfect 8 trigrams pattern. "This time, I am here." Naruto will not need to adapt to the yang Nine-Tails. The power of the yin Nine-Tails shares the same origin as mine. I will personally guide him. Minato provided his explanation. His wife was no longer the complete Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, but had been reborn. His son became the new Jinchuriki, but with his father's guidance, the future was promising. This was a perfect outcome, one that no one could have imagined. With his own strength, he turned an impending disaster into a divine turnaround. No one expected that this chaos of the Nine-Tails that nearly destroyed Konoha would conclude in such a manner. In the distance, Obito, who had just escaped using Kamui, caught a glimpse of the scene that defied comprehension through the narrow slit of one eye. Damn it, damn it. He clutched his severed arm, the muscles on his face contorting in agony. The entire plan had unraveled. Minato was alive, and Kushina had also survived. "Obito, it seems we've made quite the mess." The gleeful tone of Black Zetsu echoed in his mind. It's rare to see you in such a state. You look just like a stray dog. Obito refrained from retorting. He cast one last glance at the golden figure, which resembled a deity, and without hesitation, activated his space-time ninjutsu, vanishing completely. He dared not linger for even a second, fearing that Minato might sense his presence. Crackling, with the nine tails completely sealed, the barrier that Kushina had set up dissipated as well. Hiruzen Sarutobi, accompanied by a cadre of Anbu, finally arrived by Minato's side. Minato, you. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just begun to speak when several figures wearing faceless masks silently emerged around them, isolating the ordinary ninjas. They emanated a stifling aura, causing the cheers of the crowd to abruptly cease. Minato Namikaze. The crowd parted to create a path. Danzo Shimura, leaning on his cane, stepped forward, approaching slowly, his remaining eye, like that of a hawk, locked onto Minato, and he immediately inquired, "Why did you do this? To divide the nine tails and share half of its power with a woman who was supposed to no longer be a Jinchuriki. You are diluting the village's tailed beast power, weakening Konoha's combat strength."
The words of Danzo echoed through the ruins, imbued with an air of self-evident judgment. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became still. The ninja, who had just escaped the clutches of the Nine Tails, still wore expressions of relief, only to be bewildered by this sudden internal accountability. Danzo's advisor seemed to make a valid point. But after all, Lord Fourth had saved everyone. Whispers began to circulate, and people's stances began to waver. Tsunade Koharu stepped out of the shadows, echoing, "Danzo is right, Minato. You not only split the Nine Tails in two but also sealed half of it within a newborn baby. How could he possibly control that power?" For the next several years, Konoha effectively lost half of its strongest combat force. Mito Gate Kurenai followed suit, adjusting his glasses. "Your actions were too emotionally driven. As Hokage, every decision must be made with the village's best interests as the guiding principle." In that moment, the three senior advisors of Konoha formed a united front, encircling Minato, creating an invisible pressure. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth but ultimately chose silence. He merely held his pipe in hand, unlit. Everyone assumed that, faced with the combined pressure of the three advisors, the normally mild-mannered fourth Hokage would, as usual, provide a detailed explanation and seek a compromise. After all, that was the customary political ecology of Konoha. However, Minato quietly handed Naruto, cradled in his arms, to Kushina beside him. He did not even glance at the three advisors. Weakened? Minato repeated the words. Turning around, he walked slowly toward the three figures representing the old power of Konoha. "My wife survived. My son is safe. The Nine Tails has been resealed, and the main structures of Konoha remain intact. Pray tell Elder Danzo, Advisor Koharu, and Advisor Kurenai where exactly is the so-called weakening embodied." Each of his steps resonated like a heartbeat, unhurried yet laden with tremendous force. The surrounding ninjas fell utterly silent. This was not right. Lord Fourth's reaction was entirely different from what they had anticipated. There was no explanation, no justification, only the most direct counterquestion. A flicker of astonishment passed through Danzo's single eye. He had not expected Minato to be so resolute. "You are misrepresenting the concept." Danzo's cane thudded heavily on the ground, producing a dull sound. The Nine Tails, as the strongest tailed beast, is a crucial bargaining chip for Konoha to balance the powers of the ninja world. Splitting it in two significantly reduces its power. This is the greatest weakening of Konoha. Moreover, Uzumaki Kushina is no longer a Jinchuriki. On what grounds does she still hold half of the Nine Tails chakra? This power must be reclaimed and resealed for emergencies. This is for the village. Danzo's words rang with undeniable authority, claiming the moral high ground. Several ninjas instinctively nodded, finding his argument indisputable. "For the village?" Minato echoed, then let out a very soft laugh. "Danzo, have you forgotten that I am the Hokage?" Boom! Those 5 words were more shocking than the explosion of the Nine Tails-tailed beast bomb. They struck like an invisible shockwave, instantly engulfing the hearts and minds of everyone present. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell to the ground with a clatter. Tsunade Koharu and Mito Gate Kurenai's expressions froze. The surrounding Anbu and Jounin felt as if their ears had malfunctioned. What was the fourth Hokage saying? He was directly confronting Elder Danzo. "What did you say?" Danzo nearly thought he had misheard. He stepped forward, his body trembling slightly with agitation. Minato did not repeat himself. He simply stood there quietly, his golden hair swaying gently in the night breeze. "Elder Danzo, are you questioning my decision? Or do you believe your judgment surpasses that of the Hokage?" The words were not heavy, yet each one pierced the heart. This was a blatant proclamation of power. You, Namikaze Minato. Danzo's fury was completely ignited. He pointed at Minato, his voice cracking with rage. You are far too presumptuous. Do you think that becoming Hokage grants you the right to act as you please? The village does not belong to you alone. Major decisions must be made through the joint resolution of us advisors and the Jounin Council. I am correcting your mistakes. At that moment, a somewhat exaggerated system notification sound echoed in Minato's mind. Ding. Host detected to be directly confronting the old stubbornness of Konoha, the aura of Hokage beginning to reveal its sharpness. Side quest released. Completely take control of the Dark Root. Quest description. The root is the shadow of Konoha, and a breeding ground for chaos. As the savior of the ninja world, how can such an uncontrollable organization be tolerated? Please completely bring the root under Hokage's direct control or dissolve it within 3 months. Quest reward. Perfect compatibility with Senju Hashirama cells. Hashirama cells. Minato's heart skipped a beat. This reward was enough to change the landscape of the ninja world. Hashirama cells. A forbidden power that countless sought after yet could never attain. Perfect compatibility meant he could acquire that vitality and chakra comparable to the first Hokage without any side effects. Not to mention the other benefits it could provide. Very well. This drama must enter its next phase. Correcting my mistakes? Minato seemed to have heard an amusing joke. Elder Danzo, you seem to have forgotten something very important. He surveyed the surroundings, ultimately locking his gaze on Danzo. During this Ninetales incident, the attacker precisely grasped the time and place of Kushina's delivery, even calculating the moment when the seal was weakened to its utmost. Pray tell, what was the root, responsible for Konoha's internal intelligence and vigilance, doing? Upon uttering these words, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Danzo's breath caught abruptly. This was a question he could neither evade nor answer. Minato did not give him a chance to breathe, continuing to press forward. An enemy capable of using space-time ninjutsu, able to silently infiltrate Konoha's core barrier, and intimately familiar with the sealing of Jinchuriki. And your proud root knew nothing of this, allowing disaster to unfold. Danzo, is this how you protect the village? Minato called his name directly. This was no longer a junior questioning a senior, but rather the Hokage holding his subordinate accountable. Danzo was rendered speechless by these words, cracks forming in the ground beneath his cane. Minato did not pause. Koharu? Kurinai. He turned to the other two. You both, as advisors of Konoha, enjoying the village's esteem, yet at the most critical moment, failed to provide any effective warnings or countermeasures. Now I have quelled the disaster, and yet you are the first to stand up and accuse me of weakening the village's strength. Cannot help but ask. Minato paused, each word striking like a hammer. Have you truly grown old? Perhaps it is time to lay down your burdens and rest. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly looked up. The moment Tonari Koharu and Mito Gaiden were struck by lightning, they stood frozen in place. Retire them? This was no mere defiance. It was the initiation of a bloodless coup. Minato Namikaze, how dare you? Danzo finally erupted, an immense chakra spilling uncontrollably from his being. For the sake of the village, I have dedicated my entire life. On what grounds do you demand my retirement? Very well. Minato nodded, seemingly anticipating his reaction. Since Elder Danzo still wishes to contribute to the village, I shall not refuse. Then let us begin from the roots. He shifted his tone. Given the significant intelligence failures of Root during this incident, as well as its organizational structure long operating outside the oversight of the Hokage, it poses a considerable security risk. In the name of the fourth Hokage, I hereby declare, Root is disbanded. All Root members are to have their cursed seals lifted, and they will be re-examined and reorganized by the Hokage's direct Anbu. This matter requires no further discussion. Elder Danzo, you are retired. At these words, everyone stood rooted to the spot. Disbanded. Root? Danzo was utterly frozen, as if struck by a paralysis technique. His life's greatest effort, his primary reliance to control the dark side of Konoha, his trump card for ascending to the Hokage position in the future. Minato Namikaze intended to erase it all with the most mundane of words. Crack! The hard wooden cane in Danzo's hand splintered under his immense grip, a crack spreading from where he held it down to its base. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed painfully across the desolate ruins. Danzo's lone eye fixed intently on Minato, his wrinkled face quivering with rage. Minato Namikaze, you are digging your own grave. His roar no longer concealed. It brimmed with venom. Disband Root? On what grounds? Root exists to protect Konoha's darkness. To handle all the unsightly tasks for a Hokage basking in the sunlight like you are severing your own limbs. Danzo stepped forward, and from the shadows beside him, several figures silently emerged. They wore plain white masks devoid of any patterns, exuding an aura of deathly silence. Root ninjas. The surrounding jonin all took a step back. The atmosphere suddenly tense. To openly display private soldiers before the Hokage was nothing short of a blatant coup. Minato, quickly retract your order. Tonari Koharu admonished sharply, urging him not to continue down this reckless path. The village cannot withstand internal strife. Mito Gate-en chimed in. Now is not the time for reckoning. Restoring order should be our primary task. Your actions are too extreme. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell to the ground. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but it ultimately transformed into a sigh. Minato, is this truly the decision you have made? He knew that events had spiraled into an irretrievable abyss. Minato simply gazed at them. He looked at these three advisors representing Konoha's old order, who, after he had saved the village, were the first to leap forward attempting to divide his power. Three old fools unable to find their own positions. Internal strife? Minato repeated the term. You are mistaken. This is not internal strife. This is a thorough cleansing. As his words fell, swish, 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 dozens of figures simultaneously emerged from rooftops, ruins, and shadows. They donned a variety of animal masks and wore the standard attire of the Hokage's Anbu, their ninja blades reflecting a chilling gleam under the moonlight. A surrounding circle formed in an instant, trapping Danzo and the Root ninjas at the center. Their numbers exceeded the opposition's by more than tenfold. A figure wearing a raccoon mask knelt on one knee. Lord Fourth, all Anbu are assembled and await your orders. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without a hint of delay. Everyone understood. From the moment Minato declared the disbandment of Root, he had prepared his thunderous measures. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a long-planned purge. Danzo's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. He finally realized that the golden flash before him was no longer the mild-mannered junior who would seek their opinion on everything. You have long wished to do this. Indeed. Minato acknowledged succinctly. Elder Danzo, you just asked me on what grounds. He stepped forward, moving to the outer circle of the encirclement. Now I shall answer you. On the grounds that I am the Hokage. On the grounds that Root's incompetence allowed a masked rogue ninja to act with impunity in the village. Most importantly, on the grounds that when the village faced the crisis of destruction, you thought not of how to repel the enemy, but rather how to preserve your own position. His words grew increasingly weighty, each one a dagger to the heart.
Shimura Danzo, Tonari Koharu, Mito Gate-en.
Minato pronounced their full names directly. For dereliction of duty during the Nine-Tails incident and for openly defying the Hokage's orders, inciting internal strife, I, in the name of the Fourth Hokage, hereby revoke your status as advisors, and you are to be detained immediately, awaiting further trial. At this proclamation, the entire assembly was astonished. Not only Danzo, but Koharu and Gate-en were also implicated. This was a direct assault on the upper echelons of Konoha. Minato Namikaze, how dare you? Koharu and Gate-en screamed in unison. Their previous composure shattered. Take them down. Minato uttered not another word. The Anbu ninjas sprang into action, figures transforming into afterimages as they surged toward the three. The Root ninjas attempted to resist, but what awaited them was a storm of blades far exceeding their own. Thud, thud. Almost in an instant, the battle concluded. The Root ninjas were subdued on the spot, blood staining their white masks. Danzo, Koharu, and Gate-en were bound by special chakra chains, rendered immobile. Minato Namikaze, you will not die a good death. Danzo continued to curse, but his words had lost all power. Minato paid no heed to the lamentations of the vanquished. He turned, facing the silent Konoha ninjas. From this day forth, Konoha shall have but one voice, that of the Hokage. All orders shall be based on those issued from the Hokage's office. Any dissenters may appeal through the proper channels. However, those who defy orders will be treated as traitors to the village. His words rang clearly in every ear, establishing his undeniable authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently picked up his pipe from the ground, watching the three former companions being led away, their hunched backs appearing even older. He understood that the era of Konoha had irrevocably changed. Half an hour later, though the Hokage office remained intact, it was in disarray. Minato sat behind a hastily moved desk, attending to the mountain of documents. Kushina and Naruto had been properly settled, receiving dual protection from medical ninjas and the Anbu. What he needed to do now was restore order to the village as swiftly as possible. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. A silver-haired youth entered, slender yet standing upright. It was Kakashi Hatake. He had just concluded the evacuation mission at the front line, still carrying the dust and scent of blood on him. The address of teacher Kakashi carried a hint of the detachment unique to youth. Sit down, Kakashi. Minato set aside the pen in his hand. I called you here because there is a mission I need to assign to you. An S-rank mission that must be accomplished by you. Kakashi remained silent, simply awaiting further instructions. Instead of directly revealing the details of the mission, Minato posed a seemingly unrelated question. What are your thoughts on the enemy who attacked Konoha this time, the man wearing the tiger mask? Kakashi paused for a moment. He is very strong. His space-time ninjutsu can even evade your attacks, teacher. Is that so? Minato gazed intently at his former student. What if I told you that his name is Obito Uchiha? Boom! Kakashi felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. That name pierced through the layers of rules and indifference he had cloaked himself in like a long-forgotten blade. No, it can't be. His voice was dry and filled with disbelief. Obito, he died at the Kanabi Bridge. I saw it with my own eyes. He did not die. Minato interrupted him. He survived and has acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan. I severed one of his arms, and he escaped using Kamui. Minato stated the facts, each word striking Kakashi's heart like a hammer. Hope, pain, guilt, confusion. An array of emotions surged within him. Why, Kakashi managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. I don't know what he has gone through, but I know he has been blinded by hatred. What transformed him into this was not just that war. Minato pushed a scroll towards Kakashi. On the scroll, there was a vivid red symbol of root. The village's interior had already begun to rot. Danzo's root spread like a malignant tumor. They had committed too many unspeakable deeds, possibly even related to this attack. Obito's fall might be inextricably linked to them. Kakashi suddenly looked up. Teacher, do you mean? I want you to completely eradicate this tumor. Minato's words were calm yet carried an irresistible weight. Danzo and the elder advisors have already been detained by me, but that is merely superficial. The roots are deeply intertwined, with many members lurking throughout the village. I need you to lead a team to root them all out. This is their base location and a partial list of members. Kakashi picked up the scroll, feeling its coldness. What is the mission objective? Capture or? Kakashi, Minato stood up and approached him. If you wish to pull Obito back from the darkness, you must become stronger, strong enough to confront the malice of the entire world. And this mission is the first step on your path to becoming a true strong person. My orders are. Minato paused, allowing Kakashi to clearly hear the next words. Eliminate all bases. Kill all resistors without mercy. The phrase kill without mercy echoed in Kakashi's mind, sharper than the cry of 1,000 birds. He led 3 Anbu teams through the sewage tunnels beneath Konoha. The air was damp, mingled with the sense of rust and decay. This was the inner side of Konoha, a corner where sunlight could not reach, and the perfect breeding ground for Root. Captain, it's right here. A sensory-type ninja pointed at a seemingly ordinary wall ahead. Kakashi formed hand seals with one hand. Earth release, earth flow wall. He did not use the technique for defense but instead injected chakra back into the wall. With a thunderous roar, the thick stone wall collapsed inward, revealing a deep opening. There were no alarms, no traps. This in itself was the greatest anomaly. Breach, Kakashi's voice was steady. Dozens of shadows instantly vanished into the darkness. The outbreak and conclusion of the battle occurred in the blink of an eye. The Root ninjas were formidable, each possessing strength close to that of a Jonin, striking fiercely with lethal precision. However, they faced the elite Anbu directly under the Hokage, and they were caught off guard. With a final thrust, the last Root ninja was pierced through the chest by a ninja blade, and the resistance within the base came to a complete halt. The smell of blood quickly overwhelmed the original scent of the sewer. Clean up the scene. Take the survivors to the interrogation room, Kakashi commanded. He walked deeper into the base, gazing at the enormous, featureless mask totem on the wall. Obito, is this the shinobi world you see? Is this why you feel despair towards everything? Kakashi captain, an Anbu wearing a lynx mask approached, having captured a squad leader, a member of the Yamanaka clan, for questioning. But the protective curse seal in his brain was very tricky. I'll take a look. Inside the temporary interrogation room, the atmosphere was oppressive. The Root squad leader was bound to a chair, his eyes tightly shut, remaining silent. Yamanaka Inoichi, responsible for the interrogation, was sweating profusely. No, his mental barrier is protected by an extremely malicious curse seal. If we force our way through, he will immediately suffer brain death. Yamanaka Inoichi panted. Danzo is a genius in this aspect. A genius wasted on such things. Kakashi's voice was cold. He approached the squad leader. Speak now. If you surrender, Lord Hokage will grant you a fair trial. The squad leader suddenly opened his eyes wide, a strange smile spreading across his face. For Root. He let out a silent shout, and the cursed seal on his tongue instantly flared up. A surge of violent chakra erupted from within him, his body visibly expanding at an alarming rate. No, it's a degraded version of the four-symbol seal self-detonation technique. Yamanaka Inoichi exclaimed in alarm. Retreat. The surrounding Anbu instinctively attempted to back away, but it was already too late. At this distance, everyone would be caught in the blast. Kakashi's body was already in motion, the light of Raikiri gathering in his palm. But he knew he might not make it in time. Just as the situation became dire, a flash of golden light appeared. Minato Namikaze appeared in the interrogation room without warning, placing himself between the self-destructing Root ninja and Yamanaka Inoichi. Time seemed to slow down. Minato did not look back, nor did he even glance at the bomb that was about to explode. He merely extended one hand, his index and middle fingers together, swiftly and lightning fast, touching the squad leader's forehead. Buzz, a golden technique, 100 times more complex than the Root curse seal, instantly unfolded from the tip of his fingers, enveloping the entire body of the squad leader. The impending catastrophic surge of chakra was extinguished in an instant, like flames doused with ice water. The swollen body rapidly deflated, returning to its original state. Everything had come to an end. From arrival to containment, it took less than a second. Inside the interrogation room, pin drop could be heard. All the Anbu stood frozen in place. They hadn't even seen how Minato had accomplished it. Teacher. The lightning in Kakashi's palm dissipated. How did you come here? He asked. I left the flying thunder god technique on each member of your team, and I sensed a violent surge of chakra. Minato explained calmly as he turned around. Seems I arrived just in time. His words warmed the hearts of all the Anbu present. It turned out that the fourth Hokage had been silently protecting them all along. The Root division captain on the ground lay limp as if turned to mud, his cursed seal suppressed, unable even to take his own life. He looked at Minato, his face filled with despair and resentment. Minato Namikaze, do you think you've won? Your tyranny will cause the entire Konoha to become disunited. You will become a dictator, cleansing your comrades. The will of Danzo-sama will be inherited by us. He continued to shout, attempting to sway hearts with a sense of righteousness. However, Minato merely regarded him with the expression of someone observing a clown. Is that so? Minato said, pulling out a scroll from his robe and tossing it at Kakashi's feet. Open it. Kakashi picked up the scroll, puzzled, and began to unfold it. When he saw the contents, he froze in place. The surrounding Anbu also gathered closer. The scroll contained orders written in Danzo's handwriting. Once the cleansing begins, activate the martyr plan. Command the division captains at various bases to activate their self-detonation seals when captured and interrogated by the Anbu, perishing together with the Anbu interrogators. This would create the illusion that the fourth Hokage was ruthlessly suppressing and slaughtering fellow villagers to eliminate dissent. It would incite distrust of the Hokage among the Jonin and various clans. Root would be reborn from the ashes. At the end of the scroll was Danzo Shimura's personal signature and the Root seal. Silence. Profound silence. A chilling dread surged from the feet of every Anbu member straight to the crown of their heads. This was the Danzo advisor they had once revered? This was the darkness of Konoha that he claimed was for the sake of the village? He actually intended to use the lives of his subordinates to frame the Hokage and tear apart the entire Konoha. Bastard. An Anbu ninja trembled as he spat out two words. He is not for the village at all. He is only for himself. We almost became the sacrifices of his scheme. Anger and fear spread among the crowd. The Root division captain lying on the ground also saw the contents of the scroll. His faith shattered completely at that moment. No, it can't be.
Danzo-sama.
Minato didn't spare him another glance. Kakashi, seal all the documents here and bring them back to the Hokage building. Leave no survivors at this base. Yes. This time, Kakashi's response was filled with an unprecedented determination. During the process of clearing the base, an Anbu made a new discovery. Fourth Hokage, there is a secret room here. The door to the secret room was opened, and inside was not a vault or a scroll of jutsu, but a small research room filled with the scent of potions. On the table lay a multitude of materials regarding human experimentation. Kakashi picked up one of the documents, and the content was shocking. Cell fusion, bloodline limit transplantation, forced separation of mental energy. Each item was a forbidden technique strictly prohibited by the village. At the end of the scroll, he saw an inconspicuous mark. A coiling serpent, flicking its tongue. Orochimaru. Minato took the scroll, glanced at it and uttered that name. The most favored disciple of the third Hokage. One of the legendary three of Konoha, and also a rogue S-rank criminal. All clues seemed to connect together. At the same time, in the deepest solitary cell of Konoha prison, Danzo Shimura sat cross-legged, his body suddenly shaking. He felt it. The cursed seals he had left in the minds of the core members of Root were being forcibly erased one by a more advanced and domineering power. It was not destruction but rather coverage. He lost all control over those pawns. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of foul air. In the darkness, his one good eye slowly opened. There was no rage, no loss of composure. Minato Namikaze, you have indeed surprised me. A low, mocking laughter echoed in the cell, quickly fading into silence. But Root cannot be fully eradicated. In the Hokage building, the highest conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though it could squeeze out water. The clan heads of Konoha's major ninja clans, along with representatives from the Jonin class, were all present. Their seats surrounded a large round table, but everyone's attention was focused on the three individuals standing in the center of the room. Danzo Shimura, Koharu Uchiha, and Hamura Mitokado, once the elder advisors of Konoha, now prisoners in chains. They bore no chains themselves, but the four Anbu standing around them were an invisible shackle. Minato sat in the main seat, with Hiruzen Sarutobi to his left, silently polishing his crystal ball. Everyone had arrived. Minato broke the silence. The purpose of gathering you all today is to discuss the handling of the three elder advisors during the Ninetales incident and the subsequent treatment of Root, which requires a formal resolution. As soon as these words were spoken, a subtle commotion arose in the room. Nara Shikaku, the wise head of the Nara clan, exchanged glances with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi beside him. They read the gravity of the situation from each other's expressions. A political reckoning was about to take place. Minato, you've already made your decision. Why bother with this? Koharu scoffed. Calling us here is just to humiliate us once more in front of everyone. Exactly. Hamura echoed. Winners and losers have no words to share. But to make us bow our heads and admit our mistakes?
Absolutely impossible.
Minato ignored them. His gaze fell on Danzo, who had remained silent throughout. Elder Danzo, what about you? Do you have anything to say? Danzo slowly raised his head, his single eye sweeping over everyone present before finally settling on Minato. Minato Namikaze, do you think you have one? His voice was calm but carried an icy chill. For your personal power, you have dismantled the Root, which sacrificed countless lives for Konoha in the shadows. You have imprisoned those of us who assisted the third Hokage. You are destroying your own foundation. You are leading Konoha down a perilous path of dictatorship. He turned to the clan heads present, raising his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, are you really going to watch a tyrannical Hokage completely destroy the system of checks and balances painstakingly established by the first and second Hokage? Today he can act against us. Tomorrow he will act against your clans. For the future of Konoha, we must stop him. Danzo's words were highly provocative. Many present showed signs of hesitation on their faces. Hinata Hayashi's fingers lightly tapped the table, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and set down his crystal ball. He was just about to say something when Minato raised his hand to stop him. Are you finished? Minato asked calmly. Very well. He neither refuted nor justified. Kakashi. The door to the conference room was pushed open, and Kakashi Hatake entered. He placed a stack of sealed scrolls heavily in the center of the round table. What is this? Nara Shikaku frowned. These are partial documents collected from various bases of Root. Minato gestured. Kakashi read the top one aloud for everyone. Kakashi picked up the top scroll and unfurled it in front of the assembly. Root's secret order, the Martyr Plan. His voice was flat, yet it caused every heart in the room to skip a beat. The order instructed the squad leaders at each base to activate self-detonation seals when captured and interrogated by the Anbu, perishing together with the Anbu interrogators. This was to create the illusion that the fourth Hokage was ruthlessly suppressing and slaughtering fellow village ninjas in order to eliminate dissent. Root would rise anew from the ashes. Upon finishing, Kakashi displayed the end of the scroll to everyone. There lay the handwritten signature of Danzo Shimura and the seal of Root. Boom! In the minds of all clan heads and elite jonin present, a thunderclap erupted. Is this real? To use the lives of one's subordinates to frame the Hokage. Madness! He is utterly insane. Yamamoto Kaichi trembled with rage. As the head of the interrogation department, he understood all too well what this meant. If Minato had not appeared in time, his clansmen, the Anbu of Konoha, would have become the victims of this conspiracy. This is slander. Danzo's roar reverberated throughout the conference room. These are fabricated evidences. Fabricated? Minato chuckled lightly. Clan head Kaichi, would you kindly verify in public the chakra residue on this scroll and the authenticity of the handwriting? Yamamoto Kaichi immediately stepped forward, placing his hands on the scroll, closing his eyes. Moments later, he opened them, his face a mask of uncontrollable fury. Report to you, Lord Fourth. The scroll and signature are genuine. Wham! The crowd erupted into chaos. All hesitation, all deliberation, evaporated in that moment, leaving only fear and anger at Danzo's vile scheme. Toryun Koharu and Mito Gaetan's faces turned ashen. They looked at Danzo, their lips trembling, unable to utter a word. They knew it was all over. Minato did not pause. He signaled Kakashi to open the second scroll. Orochimaru's original data on human experiments. Backup number 13. Kakashi read the title aloud. Experiment Project. Feasibility Report on the fusion of first Hokage cells and Sharingan. Source of experimental materials. Uchiha clansmen who died in battle, and kidnapped civilian orphans provided by Root. Collaborator. Danzo Shimura. If the first scroll was a bomb, this one was a tailed beast bomb capable of annihilating everything. Hyuga Hizashi suddenly stood up from his seat, causing the table to shake. Collaborating with the traitorous ninja Orochimaru to conduct human experiments on our own ninjas and civilians? His voice was icy cold. Every person present felt a chill that penetrated to the marrow. This was no longer a power struggle. This was a crime against humanity. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain silent. He roared, his aged body emanating a terrifying chakra. How could you do such a thing? He was aware that Danzo had once initiated research on Hashirama's cells, but due to the exorbitant costs, that plan should have been halted long ago. He never expected this man would secretly collaborate with Orochimaru to conduct further research, even using the ninjas and civilians of his own village for human experiments. It was utterly outrageous. Danzo's body trembled with immense rage, his shadowy aura causing the temperature of the entire conference room to drop several degrees. Facing the fury of his former comrade, his expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Hiruzen, what right do you have to accuse me? He shouted, veins bulging on his neck. If it were not for your weakness, if it were not for your indulgence of Orochimaru, would he have defected? Everything I do is to clean up the mess you made. For the village. Everything I do is for the village. You bask in the sunlight, yet you do not understand the necessity of darkness. Danzo's words were like a cornered beast, making one last desperate bite. However, this time, no one was swayed by his grand ideals. Enough. Minato's voice was not loud, yet it instantly suppressed Danzo's roar. He stood up, slowly walking to the round table, placing his hand on the scroll regarding the human experiments. Danzo, you claim to act for the village. Then tell me, what was the original intention of Lord First in establishing this village? Minato did not wait for his answer. It was to allow ninjas from different clans to set aside their hatred and live together. It was to provide a safe haven for children who have suffered through the ravages of war, where they can laugh and chase their dreams. Not a dark den that exchanges the corpses of fellow villagers for forbidden techniques with traitorous ninjas. His words rang loud and clear, echoing throughout the conference room, striking at the hearts of everyone present. What you protect is not Konoha. Minato's finger pressed heavily on the scroll. It is merely your ambition known as Hokage. Danzo's body shook violently. He opened his mouth but could not utter a single word in rebuttal. Minato's words cut through all his veils of righteousness like the sharpest knife, exposing his deepest desires in a bloody display before all. What a troublesome fellow. Nara Shikaku leaned back in his chair, speaking lazily, yet his tone was unmistakably cold. But this time you have crossed the line, Danzo. Agreed. Akimichi Choza said in a deep voice. Hyuga Hizashi sat back down, adjusting his sleeves. The Hyuga clan fully supports any decision made by Lord Fourth Hokage. His statement represented the choice of Konoha's oldest noble house. With Hizashi's declaration, other elite Jonin representatives and clan heads began to voice their support. Inazuka clan supports Lord Fourth. Yamanaka clan supports Lord Fourth. We, the elite Jonin, have no objections. The voices of support surged like a tide, one after another. Toryun Koharu and Mito Gaetan appeared ashen-faced, their heads bowed, no longer daring to look at anyone. The tide had turned. No, it had been lost the moment Minato produced that evidence. They were utterly defeated. Minato returned to his seat. Since there are no objections, I hereby declare the final resolution in the name of the Fourth Hokage. All positions and honorary titles of Danzo Shimura, Toryun Koharu, and Mito Gaetan are hereby revoked. Due to their severe crimes endangering the village's safety and subverting the core principles of Konoha, they are sentenced to life imprisonment, never to be pardoned. Execution to commence immediately. Yes. For Anbu stepped forward, seizing the arms of the three. Minato Namikaze. Escorted towards the door, Danzo suddenly halted. Without turning back, he emitted a low, chilling laughter.
He.
Do you think this is the end? His voice resonated eerily in the silent conference room. Minato did not respond. He merely gazed out the window at the village that was already beginning to rebuild under the morning light. This purge was merely a beginning. The true challenge was just beginning to unfold. Danzo's laughter faded at the door, yet his final words lingered in the air. With a heavy thud, the iron door of the cell slammed shut, cutting off the last vestige of light. In the conference room, only the clan leaders and high-ranking shinobi representatives remained. No one spoke. This meeting had devolved into a public execution of the dark side of Konohagakure, with the executioner being their fourth Hokage. Gentlemen, Minato resumed his position at the head of the table. The crimes of Danzo and his associates will be adjudicated by a specialized court. The remnants of Root will be systematically eradicated by the Anbu. Konohagakure requires a new order. His words were a proclamation for the future. Each person present understood that from this day forth, the power of the Hokage would no longer be constrained. After a long pause, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, picking up the pipe on the table, though he did not light it. Minato, there is one more matter. He broke the silence. The source of the Ninetales incident, the enemy who controlled the Ninetales. Hiruzen's words tightened everyone's nerves once more. According to intelligence, the only ones capable of controlling the Ninetales with ocular jutsu were the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Suddenly, all eyes focused on Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku's body remained motionless, but his hands, resting on his knees, had already clenched. Lord Third, what do you mean by that? His voice was steady, betraying no emotion. Fugaku, I do not mean to place blame upon you. Hiruzen's expression was grave. However, for the stability of the village, we must take precautionary measures. I suggest temporarily relocating the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village. Simultaneously, the jurisdiction of the Konohagakure police force will need to be redefined. I will propose the establishment of a new public safety department to share their responsibilities. This proposal cast an extremely delicate atmosphere over the conference room. It was a blatant act of isolation and power reduction. Shikaku Nara furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were becoming troublesome. Cornering a powerful shinobi clan was never a wise move. Everyone turned to Minato, awaiting his decision. To them, this seemed a reasonable plan, one that could appease the villagers' emotions while preemptively safeguarding against potential threats. Hiruzen's proposal represented the entrenched thinking of the higher-ups in Konohagakure. Yet, Minato merely listened in silence. Lord Third, he finally spoke. I have already formulated a preliminary plan regarding the relocation of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen was taken aback. Everyone present was stunned. They had thought this was an urgent topic needing immediate discussion. But from Minato's tone, it seemed he had already begun to address the issue. Isolating them will only exacerbate suspicion and hatred. Minato's voice, though soft, reached every ear clearly. This will not resolve the problem. It will only create a larger one. An isolated Uchiha is far more dangerous than one situated in the heart of the village. Hiruzen opened his mouth, realizing he had no counterargument. Minato's insights transcended mere precaution. He was addressing the issue at its roots. Do you mean? This matter I will handle personally. Minato did not reveal more. Today's meeting is concluded. He rose, unambiguously bringing an end to this meeting that would be etched into the annals of Konohagakure. As night deepened, the lights in the Hokage's office remained aglow. Minato sat behind his desk, not poring over reports on post-war reconstruction, but rather examining files concerning the Uchiha clan. From the village's inception, through the establishment of the police force by the second Hokage, to the Third Great Shinobi War, each document chronicled the glories and struggles of this proud family. Knock, knock, come in. The door opened to reveal Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader, who had changed out of his formal attire into simple clothes. Lord Hokage, he bowed slightly. Fugaku, it's late. What brings you here? Minato set aside the scroll he was holding. I have come regarding the matters from the meeting earlier today. Fugaku stepped forward, not looking at Minato, but rather at the files concerning the Uchiha clan on the desk. Rumors have begun to circulate in the village that the Ninetales was the work of the Uchiha. My clansmen have been forbidden from going out, and the police force's duties have been suspended. They are anxious and angry. Fugaku's account was measured. I assured them that Lord Hokage would provide a fair judgment. He lifted his gaze, meeting Minato's eyes. I need a promise, Minato. He addressed him informally, using his first name. I once defied the odds to preserve Obito SI and entrusted it to your student Kakashi. Because I believed in you. I believed you could lead Konoha into a new era, one free from prejudice. Do not let me down. Fugaku's words fell like a stone into the lake of Minato's heart. At that moment, the somewhat extravagant system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected facing the Uchiha dilemma. The crossroads of history has appeared once more. Side quest issued. The Uchiha clan's loyalty. Quest description. The Uchiha clan is one of the most powerful families in Konoha, yet also the most unstable factor. Resolve their conflict with the village and turn them into your most loyal blade. Quest reward. Ability to unlock Sharingan. Passive. Ability to unlock Sharingan. Minato paused in his actions. This reward. He looked at Fugaku, at his pair of black eyes that concealed myriad emotions. A bold and nearly insane plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Fugaku, Minato rose and approached him. Not only will I give you a promise, I will also provide you and the entire Uchiha clan with a brand new future. Fugaku trembled slightly. Minato did not elaborate further. He turned back to his desk, picked up a blank scroll and a pen. He did not write immediately but instead mulled over the name of that reward in his mind. Ability to unlock Sharingan. This might well be the sole key capable of thoroughly resolving the issue. He dipped the pen's tip into ink, hovering it above the scroll. Fugaku's breath nearly halted. He gazed at Minato, at the young face that bore the weight of the entire Konoha. He did not know what to expect. A comforting promise? A command to return the police force? Or perhaps a more subtle isolation plan akin to that of the third Hokage? The pen finally descended with a soft rustle. Minato began to write, his pace unhurried, yet each character emerged with clarity and strength. Fugaku's gaze was involuntarily drawn towards him. The first word he saw was neither police force nor resettlement. Instead, it was intelligence. Preliminary concept for the establishment of the Konoha Special Threat Response and Tactical Intelligence Department. This was the title. Fugaku's mind momentarily blanked. What is this? He continued reading. In light of the recent Ninetales incident, the existing defense system has proven severely inadequate in addressing new threats such as unknown space-time ninjutsu and high-level ocular genjutsu control. To compensate for the village's shortcomings in counterintelligence, anti-subversion, high-level genjutsu dispelling, and strategic early warning, it is proposed to establish a new department independent of the Anbu and Root, which has been disbanded. The core functions of this department are: first, to conduct intelligence analysis and tracking of high-value targets from hostile forces. Second, to decipher and counteract enemy ocular techniques and high-level genjutsu. Third, to assess and monitor potential non-physical threats within the village. Fugaku's body began to tremble slightly. The more he read, the more tumultuous his inner storm became. This was not a plan for dealing with the Uchiha clan at all. This was a blueprint to reshape the entire intelligence and defense system of Konoha. Hokage-sama, what are you? He struggled to speak, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Minato halted his writing and pushed the scroll towards him. Fugaku, which clan do you think in Konoha is best suited to lead this new department? Boom! This question struck Fugaku like a bolt of lightning, hitting him squarely on the head. He stumbled back a step, his face a mask of unrestrained horror. This is impossible, he exclaimed. To entrust the village's strategic intelligence corps to the Uchiha. The Elder Council would never agree. The other clans would never agree. This is madness. Having the Uchiha serve as police was already a compromise made by the second Hokage to push them out of the power center. Now, Minato Namikaze actually wants them to take charge of a department even more central than the Anbu? This is not trust. This is placing the entire Uchiha clan on the pyre. Why not? Minato countered. When it comes to insight, deciphering genjutsu, and tracking chakra traces, what could be more suitable than the Sharingan? It is a tremendous waste of talent to have a group of ninjas with the strongest eyes perform basic patrol and law enforcement duties. Minato stood up and walked to the window. Fugaku, do you think I am unaware of what those in the village are thinking? They fear the power of the Uchiha. So they confine you, bestowing upon you the hollow title of police chief, keeping you away from the center of power. They believe this maintains the village's stability. They are mistaken. It merely traps a fierce tiger in a cage. The cage may hold it for a time, but it will only intensify its resentment and sharpen its claws, until one day, it breaks free and tears everything apart. Minato turned back. I do not wish to see that day. Thus, I choose to open the cage and grant this fierce tiger a broader forest to hunt real enemies. rather than baring its fangs at its own comrades within the village. The office fell into a profound silence. Fugaku stood there in a daze, every word from Minato resonating deeply within him. Resentment, claws, cage. Everything the Uchiha had endured over the years was laid bare by this fourth Hokage. But what of trust? Fugaku's voice was hoarse. Even if you trust us, what about the others in the village? They will only perceive this as your compromise and bribery towards the Uchiha after the Ninetales incident. They will be even more wary of us. Indeed, Minato nodded. Therefore, this trust cannot come from me. It must be earned back by you, the Uchiha. He returned to his desk, pointing at the blank section of the scroll. This new department will not have any current members of the police force. What I want are the smartest, most loyal, and least known young blood from the Uchiha clan. They will undergo the most rigorous training and scrutiny. Their first mission is not to confront external enemies, but to assist the Anbu in identifying all village personnel associated with Danzo and Orochimaru's experiments. They must cleanse the filth from Konoha with their own hands, proving to everyone that the Uchiha's Sharingan exists to protect Konoha. Fugaku's breath quickened. This plan, intricate and interlocking, filled him with dread. First, it presented an irresistible temptation, binding the Uchiha's future to the village's safety. Then, it assigned an internal cleansing task as a token of loyalty, compelling the Uchiha to sever any ties to their dark past while simultaneously submitting a declaration of loyalty to the entire village. This was not charity. This was an opportunity, a chance for the Uchiha clan to be reborn and truly integrate into Konoha. Fugaku's mouth opened, but he found his throat dry. He recalled those clansmen in the clan land, filled with grievances due to their isolation. He thought of the young talents who, because they were Uchiha, could never enter the core of power. He thought of his son, Itachi, who bore too much, struggling between family and village. What should I do? He asked. This signified his acceptance of the mad plan. Return. Minato handed him a blank list. Secretly select 10 candidates you deem most suitable. Remember, I do not want the strongest, but those with the clearest minds and a sense of belonging to the village. This is the first step, and it is the most important step. Fugaku took the light piece of paper, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain. He bowed deeply to Minato. Yes, Hokage-sama. This time, he did not use the name Minato. As Fugaku's figure disappeared through the door, Minato slowly sat down. He gazed at the plan he had written, feeling little turmoil within. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully persuading the Uchiha clan leader, taking a crucial step towards conquering the Uchiha. The unlocking progress of the Sharingan activation ability has been raised to 10%. Please continue to strive towards becoming the Sharingan patriarch of the entire ninja world. The system's voice chimed in at an opportune moment, laced with a hint of mockery. Minato paid it no mind. His fingertips lightly tapped the desktop. The plan was flawless. Yet, there was one crucial aspect he did not disclose to Fugaku. That was how to ensure that this new department, this blade wielded by the Uchiha, would never turn against Konoha. The answer lay within the reward known as the Sharingan activation ability. He picked up his pen and inscribed the official name of the new department at the end of the scroll. Konoha Monitoring Department. The following morning, the sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting its glow upon the streets of Konohagakure, yet it failed to bring warmth. The atmosphere in the Uchiha clan's territory was more oppressive than in any other corner of the village. The emblem of the Konoha police force at the entrance, a colossal combination of shuriken and fan, was shrouded in a layer of dust. The patrolling clansmen of yore were nowhere to be seen. The streets stood desolate, with only tightly shut doors and windows. A flash of golden light appeared. The figure of Minato Namikaze materialized before the gates of the clan's domain. He was not adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, but simply wore a standard Jonin uniform. Uchiha Fugaku, who had long awaited his arrival, approached alone. Hokage-sama. He addressed him with respect, yet his tone betrayed an unmistakable distance. Take me to your study, Fugaku. Minato offered no further pleasantries. Inside the study, the air was thick with the scent of incense. Fugaku prepared tea for Minato, and they sat across from each other, a low table separating them. The Hokage's proposal from the previous night had occupied Fugaku's thoughts throughout the night. Establishing a new department to allow the Uchiha to oversee strategic intelligence was indeed an unexpected plan. Fugaku's words were measured. However, as I mentioned last night, how do we resolve the issue of trust? The village's suspicion towards the Uchiha stems from the Kyuubi incident. As long as this root cause remains unaddressed, any proposal is merely a castle in the air. Minato lifted the teacup but did not drink. You are correct. Thus, I am here today to address this root issue. Fugaku paused momentarily. Minato set the teacup back down on the low table with a soft clink. Fugaku, the masked man who attacked Konoha and controlled the Kyuubi. He is an Uchiha. Crash. The teacup in Fugaku's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces.
Absolutely impossible.
He retorted emphatically. I swear on my honor as the head of the Uchiha clan that no clansman in the village was involved in this matter. I know, Minato's words halted Fugaku's anger. Because that individual was already recorded as dead in the village's records. Minato's gaze bore into Fugaku. His name is Uchiha Obito. Boom! Uchiha Fugaku froze in place, his mind a blank slate. Obito? The boy who sacrificed himself during the battle at the Kanobi Bridge to protect his comrades? The hero who entrusted his Sharingan to Kakashi? Impossible, this cannot be true. Fugaku shouted in disbelief. Obito? He is dead. His tombstone is right beside the memorial stone. He did not die, Minato calmly interrupted. He survived and has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His spacetime ninjutsu is called Kamui. He not only controlled the Kyuubi but also extracted the tailed beast from Kushina's body. Each word struck Fugaku's heart like a heavy hammer. He wanted to argue, to vehemently deny this absurd lie, but Minato's undeniable demeanor left him speechless. Evidence. Fugaku's voice was hoarse. Do you have evidence? Yes. Minato retrieved a sealing scroll from his robe and placed it on the low table. He formed hand signs with one hand and released the seal. Bang! A cloud of white mist dissipated, revealing a severed arm atop the table. The cut of the arm was smooth, clearly severed by an exceptionally sharp ninjutsu. Yet what horrified Fugaku the most was the arm's appearance. On its pale skin grew structures resembling tree bark, with several protrusions that seemed like twisted roots. This is the arm I severed from him, Minato explained. You may have the medical ninjas of the clan examine it. The chakra and cellular tissue belong to Uchiha Obito. As for those wooden parts, Minato paused. Those are cells from the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju. Fugaku staggered back a half step, colliding with the bookshelf behind him. He finally understood why Obito could survive, why he wielded such formidable power. The ambition to obtain the first cells through human experimentation, akin to the rogue ninja Orochimaru, was not solely Tuanzo's desire. A chill coursed from Fugaku's feet to the top of his head. Why is this happening? He murmured to himself. A hero who should have perished had transformed into a demon capable of destroying the village. Uchiha genius, now grafted with the power of the Senju. The hidden truth behind this was chilling. At that moment, a faint sound of fabric brushing against the paper sliding door could be heard, barely perceptible. Fugaku's body remained motionless, as did Minato, seemingly oblivious. Why do you think Tuanzo first directed his accusations at the Uchiha during the meeting? Minato continued, his voice low, yet clear enough for anyone outside to hear. Fugaku's body trembled. You mean, Tuanzo's root has a secret collaboration with Orochimaru? If Orochimaru could obtain Hashirama cells, then Tuanzo certainly could as well. A deceased Uchiha, a Sharingan capable of controlling the Kyuubi, and all of it pinned upon the entire Uchiha clan. After the Kyuubi incident is quelled, the village will inevitably fracture due to suspicion, and the Jonin and various clans will express dissatisfaction with the Hokage's handling. At that time, who will be the greatest beneficiary? Minato refrained from uttering the name, but the answer was glaringly obvious. Shimura Danzo. He not only coveted the position of Hokage but was willing to instigate a disaster that could obliterate Konoha to pave his own path. And the Uchiha clan had been nothing more than pawns sacrificed in his scheme from the very beginning. That bastard! Fugaku's teeth ground together with a harsh clatter. He finally comprehended that this was not merely a matter of prejudice and distrust. This was a malicious conspiracy aimed squarely at the Uchiha clan. They had come perilously close to becoming the sacrificial victims of Tuanzo's ambitions, nailed to the pillar of shame in Konoha's history, forever unable to rise again. After the fury came a profound sense of dread. Had it not been for Minato's swift actions to suppress Tuanzo, had it not been for Minato revealing the truth to him at this moment, the future of the Uchiha would have been unimaginable. Now, do you still consider the establishment of the Konoha monitoring department a mad proposal? Minato inquired. Fugaku fell silent. He gazed at Minato, at this man younger than himself yet already perched atop the pinnacle of power. In that instant, all his doubts and reservations evaporated. What replaced them was a sense of relief from having survived a calamity, and hope. I understand, Fugaku took a deep breath. The monitoring department will be overseen by the Uchiha. This is our debt to the village, and it is our only chance to reclaim our honor. Excellent, Minato nodded. He rose, preparing to take his leave. Have you made any progress on the list I asked you to prepare last night? There are already several candidates, Fugaku replied, one of whom you might know. Oh, Uchiha Shursui, the boy renowned for his Shunshin technique, exceptionally talented and possessing unwavering loyalty to the village. Shursui is a commendable choice. Minato seemed to recall something. He walked to the doorway, his hand already resting on the paper sliding door. Fugaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. The power of the Sharingan is far greater and more dangerous than you can imagine. Minato did not turn back. What it brings is not merely glory, but a curse that is equal to it. I understand that curse better than you do. With that, he opened the door and his figure vanished into the courtyard. In the study, only Fugaku Uchiha remained. He stood there, lost in thought, repeatedly chewing over Minato's last words. Better than me, understand? He looked down at the blank list that Minato had given him the previous night, resting on the low table. The paper felt light, yet at that moment it bore the weight of a mountain. Father. Outside the door, a boy dressed in the Uchiha clan attire emerged from the shadows of the columns, cradling a baby who was no more than a few months old. Itachi Uchiha. He gazed in the direction Minato had departed, and in his black eyes, an unprecedented light surged. I will do whatever it takes to join that organization. Then, looking down at the child in his arms, Itachi's face broke into a slight smile. Sasuke, don't cry. It seems our clan and village have a new opportunity. Several days later, the reconstruction efforts in Konoha were progressing smoothly. Under the sunlight, new beams replaced the charred remnants of walls, and the air was filled with the mingled scent of fresh timber and earth, dispelling the bloodshed and terror left by the Nine Tails incident. An unprecedented vitality was quietly taking root in the village. After finishing the last document, Minato's fingertips lightly tapped on the desk. Ding! The perfect compatibility progress of Senju Hashirama's cells has reached 80%. System prompt. There are still roots lurking in the darkness that have not been eradicated. Please complete the 100% clearance as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Indeed, that guy Danzo would not easily fall completely. Just then, a knock sounded on the office door. Come in. The person who entered was Fugaku Uchiha. He was not wearing the uniform of the police force, nor the ceremonial attire of the clan leader, but rather a simple dark-colored outfit. Hokage-sama, regarding the previous matter, I would like to take you to a place. Minato did not ask further, simply rising to his feet. Lead the way. The two walked one after the other through the streets that were gradually regaining their liveliness. However, their destination was not the Uchiha clan's land, but rather the ancient and solemn Naka shrine at the edge of the village. Inside the shrine, there was no one. Fugaku did not linger in the main hall but walked straight to the backyard, stopping beside a dry well. He formed hand seals, and as the low chakra fluctuations resonated, a massive stone slab slowly shifted aside, revealing a deep staircase leading underground. Hokage-sama, please. The torches on either side of the staircase ignited automatically as they entered, dispelling the darkness that had lingered for 1,000 years. Below was a spacious stone chamber, at the end of which stood an enormous stone tablet. The tablet was inscribed with ancient characters, emanating an oppressive aura that made one's heart race. The sacred ground of the Uchiha clan. Here lay the most core secrets of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's voice echoed in the vast stone chamber. He turned to face Minato. The future you envision for the Uchiha is too grand, and also too unsettling. I need a final confirmation. Hokage-sama, how much do you truly understand about the Sharingan? Fugaku's words carried a hint of probing. Do you know? The endpoint of the Sharingan's evolution, the Mangekyo Sharingan, is actually a cursed power. The cost of awakening it is immense suffering, and the cost of using it is light itself. Each time it is employed, the owner's world inches closer to eternal darkness. Fugaku paused, observing Minato's reaction. This was a despairing secret that only those Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo could touch. He wanted to see how this young Hokage would react upon hearing the price that could move any strong individual. Sympathy? Trepidation? Or would he reevaluate the value of the Uchiha? However, Minato simply listened calmly. I certainly know. He spoke, his voice low, yet it made Fugaku's body tremble violently. Feeding on the death of loved ones or immense sorrow, it blossoms into even more powerful ocular prowess. Yet that power, in essence, is a rootless tree. Each use consumes the ocular power itself. Ultimately, the light fades, leaving only darkness. Minato's words accurately described all the characteristics of the Mangekyo Sharingan, even more profoundly than Fugaku himself understood. How could this be? But, Minato's tone shifted. Every curse has a way to be broken. If darkness is to swallow light, Then let it be infused with a new light that never extinguishes. Fugaku's breath caught. What do you mean by that? The purest bond of blood. Between brothers, fathers and sons, that is the new light. Minato stepped slowly toward the massive stone tablet. When a pair of Mangekyo on the verge of blindness is transplanted with its brother-S Mangekyo, the two powers will merge, giving birth to an entirely new ocular power. That will be eternal light, never to be consumed by darkness again. This is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which surpasses the Mangekyo. Boom! Fugaku's mind went blank, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Such a concept, one that existed only in myths and legends. How could Minato Namikaze know of it? This stone tablet recorded the legend of the Sage of Six Paths in the oldest of scripts, and only the Mangekyo Sharingan could decipher the part about the eternal Mangekyo. Yet Minato, he doesn't even have the Sharingan. How could you? Fugaku's voice trembled with extreme shock. I not only know this. Minato turned around. I also know that your Uchiha clan prides itself as the descendants of Indra, destined enemies of the Senju clan, the descendants of Ashura. But this stone tablet does not tell you the whole truth. It has been altered. What? Fugaku recoiled, his back slamming against the cold stone wall. The tablet has been altered? This revelation was more subversive than the secret of the eternal Mangekyo. Fugaku, are you still entangled in the fate of the past? What I offer you is the future. Minato stepped forward, locking eyes with him. The monitoring department is not a cage that binds you, but a weapon that allows you to protect yourselves. I will allocate the village's most elite medical resources to establish a specialized research institute led by you Uchiha, to study the evolution and protection of the Sharingan. I not only want you to regain glory, but I want every member of your clan who awakens the Mangekyo to have the opportunity to pursue that eternal light, rather than withering despairingly in darkness. This is the promise I make to the Uchiha as Hokage. His words shattered the last barrier in Fugaku's heart. It was not charity, nor surveillance, but a true, heartfelt recognition and support. What he offered was that which the Uchiha clan had long desired yet never attained. Respect and a future. Minato expressed, turning what should be the strongest force in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan, into a burden for the village? Second and third Hokage, were you not capable? If not, allow me, the fourth Hokage, to take charge. Fugaku's body ceased to tremble as he slowly adjusted his collar. Then, before Minato, the proud leader of the Uchiha clan gradually knelt on one knee. He lowered his head, which had never bowed to anyone else. Uchiha Fugaku, along with the entire Uchiha clan, from this day forth, wishes to offer you their unwavering loyalty. You shall be the sole will of the Uchiha. Ding! Key figures Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi have sworn allegiance. The completion of the side quest. The Uchiha clan's return of heart has significantly increased. Mission reward, Sharingan activation ability, passive, unlock progress has reached 70%. System prompt. To fully subdue the Uchiha clan, you must assist Uchiha Fugaku in gaining the recognition of the clan's elder council. The system's prompt flashed through Minato's mind. As expected, matters were not so simple. The submission of a clan was never solely the concern of the clan leader. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows at the entrance of the stone chamber. Father. A cold voice resounded. Fugaku abruptly raised his head, and upon recognizing the visitor, his face was filled with shock and a hint of anger. Itachi? What are you doing here? The newcomer was indeed Uchiha Itachi. He paid no heed to his father and instead strode directly past him to stand before Minato. He mimicked Fugaku's actions and similarly knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, I have heard your entire conversation with my father. The future you have envisioned, Itachi wishes to be a cornerstone of it. Please allow me to join your direct Anbu. Itachi lifted his head, and within his still youthful black eyes burned a fierce flame. I wish to become the sharpest blade in your hand, severing all darkness that seeks to undermine the village. In the deepest part of Konoha prison, in a dark solitary confinement cell, Shimura Danzo suddenly opened his intact eye. A shadow seeped from the corner of the wall. Kneeling on one knee, Lord Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku has completely turned to the fourth Hokage. He has handed over all core positions of the monitoring department to the Uchiha clan. Crack! The rough ceramic teacup in Danzo's hand shattered. Scalding tea mixed with shards of pottery dripped through his fingers. Minato, you dare! The suppressed roar echoed in the airtight cell. In the study, incense wafted gently. Uchiha Fugaku sat opposite Minato, the tea on the low table already lukewarm. Lord Hokage, what brings you here at this late hour? Fugaku broke the silence. Minato did not answer directly, instead pushing a scroll of intelligence across the table. News has come from the prison. Danzo is making moves. Fugaku picked up the scroll and quickly scanned it, his body instantly tensing. Prison break? How dare he? He dares indeed, Minato replied calmly. An ambitious man deprived of everything will not willingly end his life in a cell. Do you need me to send the police force to strengthen the defenses? No. Minato shook his head. I came to find you to turn the situation to our advantage. Fugaku paused in his actions. Minato continued, rather than passively guarding against him, it is better to give him a chance. To let him expose himself and eradicate this malignant tumor completely. Moreover, we can use this opportunity to accomplish something else. Minato looked at Fugaku. Something of utmost importance to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku said nothing, waiting for him to continue. Fugaku, you surely know of the Mangekyo Sharingan, correct? Yes. It is a cursed power that can only be awakened by experiencing the excruciating pain of losing a beloved. Fugaku's response mirrored Itachi's. He is still concealing his true potential. Not entirely correct, Minato countered. What it requires is not death, but the intense psychological shock brought about by the loss of such emotions. Death is merely the simplest and most brutal method. Fugaku's heart began to race, as he vaguely guessed what Minato intended to do. The entire village was aware of Danzo's greed for the Sharingan. After his escape, the most likely target would be the Uchiha. Minato's voice dropped, especially the one with the strongest genjutsu, Shursui. We can stage a performance. A play where Danzo himself acts as the villain, with Shursui playing the sacrifice, and the audience being your son, Itachi. Fugaku shot to his feet, the low table shaking from his abrupt movement, causing tea to spill. This is madness. To wager my son's psyche? This is an opportunity. Minato also stood, facing Fugaku's agitation. An opportunity for Itachi to safely awaken the Mangekyo and allow the Uchiha to gain new strength. It is also a chance for Danzo's crimes to unfold before the public eye, leaving him with no way to turn back. A script that kills two birds with one stone. At the edge of the cliff of the Nagakawa, the wind howled fiercely. Uchiha Shursui stood at the precipice, his clothes billowing in the wind. Below him flowed the turbulent river. Danzo, you actually escaped from prison. Shursui's furious roar was torn apart by the wind. From the shadows of the trees across, a figure wrapped in bandages slowly emerged. It was Shimura Danzo who had been permitted to escape. Shursui, have you come to deliver your own death? Danzo's voice rasped like sandpaper. Hidden in the distance, Itachi's heart raced violently. This was a task assigned by Lord Hokage, led by Shursui to recapture Danzo. But he was unaware that the script had quietly changed. A shadow darted past like lightning. Ah! Shursui let out a piercing scream. Itachi's pupils constricted to the extreme. He clearly saw Danzo's hand plunge deep into Shursui's right eye socket. Blood sprayed forth. Shursui clutched his bleeding face, collapsing to the ground. In Danzo's hand was a still-turning Sharingan. This eye I shall take. His figure vanished into the depths of the dense forest in an instant. Shursui. Itachi rushed to Shursui's side, attempting to help him up. Don't come near. Shursui pushed him away forcefully. He swayed as he stood, his remaining left eye burning with desperate flames. Itachi, I am of no use now. Danzo has obtained my eye. He will use it to harm the village with Koto Amitsukami. Listen, Itachi. Shursui's left hand trembled as he reached for his remaining eye. No, Shursui, don't. Itachi screamed. It was all too late. Shursui gouged out his left eye and offered it to Itachi. With my eye and my will. He staggered back to the edge of the cliff, a bloodied smile on his face, to protect the village and the name of the Uchiha. Before he could finish, he fell backward, plunging into the surging waters of the Nagakawa below. No. In that moment, Itachi's world shattered completely. Endless pain, regret, and despair surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly overwhelming all his reason. His vision plunged into darkness, and then spirals of red and black erupted in his mind. A brand new pattern, 3 rotating scythes, etched itself deep within his consciousness. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan awakened. Just as the immense power of the eyes and the weight of sorrow threatened to consume him, the entire world cracked with a sharp sound. The roaring river ceased. The biting cold wind stopped. The blood covering his hands vanished. The world before him, like a painting soaked in water, quickly faded and dissolved. When his vision regained clarity, he found himself still standing in the tranquil courtyard of the Uchiha clan. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze caressed him. His father, Fugaku, stood before him. Beside Fugaku, Shursui Uchiha stood unharmed, both eyes intact, gazing at him with a mixture of concern and relief. Itachi, are you alright? Itachi's mind was blank. He looked at Shursui, then at his own hands, and a single word escaped his dry throat. Illusion? Indeed. A calm voice responded from beside him, as Minato Namikaze emerged from the shadow of the eaves, accompanied by Kakashi. A genjutsu tailored specifically for you, to awaken the kaleidoscope. Itachi froze completely. He turned to Shursui, his mind unable to process the reality before him. That heart-wrenching pain, that despair of witnessing a dear friend perish. Was it all a fabrication? How could that be? He murmured that sense of reality. My chakra could not possibly escape. Because the chakra providing for you is not mine. Shursui smiled bitterly. It is the fourth Hokage. I am merely a transit point, transforming the vast chakra of the fourth into a genjutsu, Shursui lamented. Otherwise, to maintain such an intense genjutsu on an elite ninja with a 3-tomo Sharingan, I could not hold out for more than a few minutes. On Fugaku's face, shock and realization were evident, simulating the impact of lost emotions to forcibly awaken the kaleidoscope. He looked at Minato, his voice trembling. Hokage-sama. This method. For the Uchiha, it is a complete revolution. They will no longer need to exchange the blood and tragedy of their loved ones for that cursed power. The parties involved are merely confused, Minato replied calmly. You are too fixated on the curse of blood, forgetting that the essence of power is the combination of chakra and spirit. He regarded the 3 Uchiha before him. Now that your eyes have awakened, tell me your abilities. Fugaku, Shursui, and the newly awakened Itachi each explained the powers of their kaleidoscope. After listening, Minato turned to the ever-silent Kakashi. Kakashi, yes, can you see it? This abrupt question left the 3 Uchiha stunned. See what? Kakashi nodded slightly. In the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of the 3, Kakashi's left eye, belonging to Obito, began to change. 3 tomo spun rapidly, ultimately connecting to form an entirely new pattern. A 3-blade boomerang, identical to Obito Uchiha's kaleidoscope. This. Fugaku was rendered speechless. Copying? You can even replicate the evolution of a bloodline limit? No, this is not copying. The man named Minato Namikaze had thoroughly dissected the essence of the Sharingan. And his disciple, Kakashi Hataki's Sharingan, inherently possessed the ability to awaken the kaleidoscope. Today, he had merely returned the key to their hands. Alright, the warm-up is over. Minato clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Itachi, your first mission has arrived. His words pulled Itachi back to reality from the immense shock. Eliminate Danzo, who is attempting to flee the village. Shursui, Kakashi, assist him from the sidelines. This is your new eyes-first practical test. The 3 figures accepted their orders and instantly vanished from their location. In an abandoned root base, Danzo was preparing to set his final plan in motion. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures surrounded him tightly. Danzo. Itachi's fury nearly became tangible. When he saw Danzo's right arm, wrapped in bandages, everything became clear. Danzo slowly unraveled the bandages. On that arm, more than 10 crimson Sharingan were embedded, writhing like grotesque insect eggs. Bastard! You dare use our clan's eyes? Shursui's killing intent nearly boiled over. Children, witness true darkness. Danzo wasted no words, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. A massive compressed sphere of wind howled toward the center of the 3, aiming to obliterate them in one strike. Kakashi stepped forward, the kaleidoscope pattern in his left eye spinning rapidly. Kamui. Space visibly distorted. The wind sphere, capable of destroying everything, vanished as it touched the center of distortion, as if swallowed by an invisible maw. The residual shockwave brushed past Kakashi's sides, shattering the wall behind him. Danzo's movements faltered. Time-space ninjutsu? It's Obito's eye. He immediately altered his strategy, his figure becoming a fleeting shadow, darting toward what he believed was the strongest illusionist, Shursui. However, Shursui's kaleidoscope was also spinning. Danzo's rushing body suddenly stiffened as he felt the kunai in his hand pierce warm flesh. Looking down, he saw the kunai lodged in his own arm, embedded in one of the Sharingan. The excruciating pain snapped him out of the illusion, but that fraction of a second delay proved fatal. Amaterasu. Itachi's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. A cluster of black flames ignited on Danzo's right shoulder, spreading at a terrifying speed. That was no ordinary fire. It was the black flames of the sun, capable of incinerating everything. Damn Uchiha brats! Danzo screamed in agony as he drew another kunai with his left hand, ruthlessly slashing at his burning right arm. Thud! The entire arm was severed by his own hand, falling to the ground, quickly consumed by the black flames. Itachi, Shursui, and Kakashi all believed the battle was over. But the next second, something incredible happened. From the hollowed-out shoulder, Flesh rapidly regenerated like a writhing monster, and a brand new arm, still embedded with Sharingan, grew back. Only one of the Sharingan remained forever closed. Izanagi. He was actually using our clan's eyes to perform this forbidden technique that reverses life and death. Shirsue's voice was filled with disbelief and rage. Danzo gasped for breath, realizing he could not withstand 3 fully powered kaleidoscopes. He halted his attacks, roaring, "Foolish brats. This is their sacrifice for the village. It is their glory. You do not understand. To protect Konoha, someone must delve into the darkness. Sarutobi is too weak, and Minato is too naive. Only I." He was still attempting to sway the young people before him with that stale rhetoric of righteousness. After witnessing the strangeness and power of Izanagi firsthand, Itachi and Shisui felt a trace of barely perceptible wavering in their hearts upon hearing these words. Now is the time. A fierce light flashed in Danzo's eyes as he lunged towards Itachi, whom he deemed the weakest. He intended to use the final 4-symbol seal to drag a Uchiha genius down with him. However, his body froze mid-air. A flash of golden light appeared. Whoosh! Minato Namikaze appeared behind Danzo without warning, his flying thunder god kunai slicing cleanly through Danzo's throat. Yet, in that instant, the kunai not only took away his life. Countless dense black runes erupted from the wound, instantly crawling over Danzo's entire body. The crimson Sharingan on his arms dimmed one by one, like lanterns doused with ink. The Izanagi he had prepared to activate was forcefully cut off by this overbearing power. When did this happen? Splat. A line of blood shot out. Danzo's single eye was filled with utmost shock and confusion. Not only had he failed to see the attack, but he could not comprehend why his last trump card had failed. The sealing technique? It not only sealed my chakra flow but also rendered all my Sharingan ineffective. He fell heavily to the ground, his body still twitching, and the Sharingan on his arms forever lost their luster. Minato flicked the blood off the kunai. There was no need for words with a traitor. Danzo's body turned to ashes in the black flames. Minato flicked the blood off the flying thunder god kunai, his movements clean and decisive. There was no need for words with a traitor. Itachi, Shisui, and Kakashi stood in place, their Mangekyo Sharingan still swirling, but the battle had ended too abruptly. Kakashi. Minato did not turn back. Yes, the remaining route I leave to you. Minato issued the order, ensuring that no base or personnel would be left behind. Itachi, Shisui, you will assist him. This is the first official mission of the monitoring department and also the last cleanup operation. I want the sky of Konoha to be free of shadows lurking underground. 3 figures received their orders and instantly vanished. Minato stood in place, the chakra that belonged to Danzo, mixed with death and resentment, completely dissipated. Ding! Side quest. Eradicate the tumor has been completed. Reward granted. Perfect compatibility with Senju Hashirama cells. 100. System prompt. Congratulations, host. You can now perfectly fuse with the cells of the first Hokage, with no risk of rejection. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Perfect compatibility. This meant he would gain the legendary vast vitality and chakra capable of stabilizing a chaotic world. Sage body. Minato raised his palm, golden chakra swirling. The Nine Tails, flying thunder god, sage mode, along with the sage body. He seemed to be heading toward a path unprecedented in history. At the entrance of Konoha village, a figure staggered from the distant road. His white hair was disheveled, covered in dust and grass clippings. The red outer robe he wore had long lost its vibrant color, becoming dull and even tattered in places. Jiraiya's face was etched with undeniable fatigue. Ever since he received news of the Ninetales rampage in Konoha, he had been traveling day and night, expending a vast amount of chakra to return as quickly as possible. His mind had envisioned countless tragic scenarios. The village reduced to ruins, the populace displaced. Kushina may no longer be alive. And Minato, the disciple he was most proud of, must be bearing immense pain, single-handedly supporting the shattered village. He had even prepared himself to comfort a grieving Hokage who had lost his wife and was raising a child who was a Jinchuriki alone. However, when he truly arrived at the village gate and saw that familiar, intact large door, he was taken aback. The 2 Chunin guarding the gate straightened up upon seeing him. Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand, his brain feeling somewhat sluggish. What happened to the village? He spoke, bracing himself for the worst possible answer. A mixed expression of admiration and pride appeared on one of the Chunin's face. Report, Lord Jiraiya. Everything is well in the village. The Ninetales incident has been perfectly quelled by the 4th Hokage. Perfectly quelled? One person resolved it? Jiraiya mulled over the word, feeling it was utterly absurd. That was the Ninetales, a natural disaster capable of destroying a nation. How could it be described with the word perfect? It was as if saying a typhoon was fanned back by a butterfly. He passed through the gate, walking along the main road of the village. There were no shattered walls or ruins as he had imagined, no cries or wails. Along the streets, although some houses were being repaired, there were far more busy and vibrant figures. This spirited energy should not belong to a village that had just endured a catastrophe. This is impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Jiraiya quickened his pace, almost running towards the Hokage building. He burst through the door of the Hokage's office. Minato. Inside the office, Minato Namikaze was seated behind the desk, reviewing documents. He looked up, seeing Jiraiya, disheveled from travel, and displayed a gentle smile. Teacher Jiraiya, you have returned. Welcome back. Jiraiya stood dumbfounded at the door. Minato looked too good to be normal. He bore not a single scratch, his chakra steady and powerful, even deeper and more unfathomable than before. There was no sorrow on his face, no forced demeanor, only a sense of calm control over everything. This was not the state of a man who had just experienced the pain of losing a wife and the destruction of his village. Where is Kushina? Where is Naruto? Jiraiya rushed to the desk, slamming his hands heavily on the surface, desperately needing a reassuring answer, even if it was bad news. They are both well. Minato put down his pen. Kushina is at home taking care of Naruto. Her health has recovered quite well. Recovered quite well? Jiraiya could not comprehend. That was a Jinchuriki from whom the tailed beast had been extracted. It was a death sentence. How could it be described as having recovered quite well? Could it be that Minato had been so affected by the shock that he had lost his sanity? He looked at Minato, observing that calm demeanor, and a chill rose from the depths of his heart. This was no longer strength, but a near inhuman calmness. She was not. The tailed beast was extracted. Was it? Yes, I resealed the nine tails yang chakra back into her body. Minato explained nonchalantly. Jiraiya's mind completely crashed. To reseal the extracted tailed beast's chakra back? This was fundamentally challenging the basis of sealing techniques, violating the law of conservation of chakra. This is no longer the realm of genius. It is a feat only a divine being could accomplish. And your son. Within Naruto resides the nine tails. Minato actually tore the beast in half. Jiraiya felt his understanding of the world being thoroughly upended. Tailed beasts are pure conglomerates of chakra, indivisible entities, a fundamental law of the ninja world. Minato not only shattered this law, he obliterated it. At that moment, the office door was pushed open once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, holding his pipe. Upon seeing Jiraiya, he paused for a moment before letting out a sigh. Jiraiya, you're back. Old man. Jiraiya exclaimed, as if he had found his anchor. What on earth is going on? Minato. Hiruzen interrupted him, walking to the window to gaze at the flourishing village below. Jiraiya, many things have transpired in Konoha during your absence. His tone was calm yet imbued with a complex weariness born of experience. Minato not only quelled the Nine Tails incident, saving Kushina and Naruto, but he also uncovered the mastermind behind the Nine Tails control and, incidentally, purged Danzo's root. Purged root? Jiraiya's mind buzzed. Danzo's dark organization, which had entrenched itself in Konoha's underbelly and eluded even the third Hokage's complete grasp, was simply eliminated. This revelation was even more astonishing than hearing about Minato tearing the Nine Tails apart. Hiruzen continued, in front of all the elite jonin and clan heads. He presented irrefutable evidence of Danzo colluding with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to conduct human experiments. Tsunade and Mito's flame were also dismissed from their advisory positions for their negligence. Now all three have been sentenced to life imprisonment. Jiraiya's mouth fell slightly agape. Danzo, Tsunade, Mito, those three who had stood alongside his mentor, wielding power over Konoha for decades, were all neatly dispatched to prison by his gentle and kind-hearted student. This was not mere political struggle. This was a complete overthrow of the regime. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. As for the Uchiha, Minato established a new department, the Konoha Inspection Division, completely overseen by the Uchiha clan, responsible for internal oversight and strategic intelligence. Just a few days ago, Uchiha Fugaku swore allegiance to the fourth Hokage with his clan. Jiraiya was rendered speechless. To elevate the Uchiha clan from the fringes of power to the very core. This was the most extreme approach to resolving a long-standing ailment that had persisted for decades. Such audacity, such skill, filled him with a sense of strangeness and even fear. The image of his student, once sunny, gentle, and somewhat reluctant to refuse others, was now utterly collapsing. In its place stood a ruler of iron will, adept in strategy, decisive in action, Teacher, the times have changed. Minato rose, walked to Jiraiya's side, and patted his shoulder. Jiraiya's body stiffened. He gazed at Minato, then at the brand new Konoha outside. A preposterous thought began to take root in his mind, wild and unrestrained. The prophecy of the child of prophecy from the great sage of the six paths. The one who would bring monumental change to the ninja world. He had always believed it would be some disciple he would encounter in the future. Yet change, could there be a more profound transformation than what lay before him? Jiraiya's gaze slowly shifted to the Hokage rock outside. The youthful visage of the fourth Hokage, under the sun, seemed to radiate an unprecedented brilliance. He felt his worldview disintegrating and reshaping in an irreversible manner. Teacher, please stay. Minato's voice pulled him back from the depths of his stupor. Konoha needs you. Jiraiya opened his mouth, his throat dry. Stay? I returned to clean up the mess, to comfort my disciples, and then continue the never-ending treasure hunt for the child of prophecy. But now the prophecy, the change, stands vividly before me. Subduing the nine tails, cleansing the upper echelons, subjugating the Uchiha, each of these actions was enough to create tumultuous waves in the ninja world. In just a matter of days, Minato Namikaze accomplished them all. His journey across the 5 great nations suddenly felt like a joke. Jiraiya struggled to utter a single word. Okay. That one word seemed to drain him of all his strength. He agreed, not because of the Hokage's order, but driven by that wild thought within him. He wished to remain and witness firsthand where this disciple he had painstakingly nurtured would lead this world. Seeing Jiraiya's acquiescence, Minato merely nodded. Everything was well within grasp. Jiraiya suddenly recalled something, his demeanor turning serious. Leave Naruto's training to me. Since he could walk, I will personally guide him. Jiraiya clenched his fists. With the bloodlines of the Uzumaki clan and you, Minato Namikaze, he is destined to be a prodigy in ninjutsu. I will not allow his talents to be squandered, nor will I let him be seen as a mere underachiever. This was a promise as a mentor, and the only assistance he could offer to this disciple, who had now become utterly inscrutable to him. Minato did not refuse. Then I shall rely on you, teacher. A top-tier teacher and caretaker, all for free. Speaking of which, Jiraiya scratched his messy white hair. During my travels, I seem to have encountered some surviving members of the Uzumaki clan near the Land of Grass. They were quite cautious, living under assumed identities, and I only inadvertently sensed their unique chakra. Survivors of the Uzumaki clan? Minato noted this information carefully. After the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the scattered clansmen remained an eternal pain in Kushina's heart. If they could be reunited and rebuild their home in Konoha, it would be beneficial for both Kushina and the entire village. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Come in. Uchiha Fugaku entered, still clad in simple attire, yet his entire aura had changed drastically from just a few days prior. It exuded a steadiness and sharpness that came from shedding heavy shackles.
Hokage-sama.
He first bowed to Minato before turning his attention to Jiraiya, offering a slight nod in greeting. Jiraiya's body instinctively tensed. The leader of the Uchiha clan, this man, whose relationship with Konoha's upper echelons had been delicate in the past. Fugaku, what brings you here? Minato inquired. Hokage-sama, regarding the establishment of the inspection division. The elders in the clan have some concerns. Fugaku's report was straightforward. 3 days from now, the Uchiha will convene the highest-level elders meeting to thoroughly decide this matter. They hope you can personally attend. As Fugaku spoke these words, he found them somewhat unbelievable. Having the Hokage attend an internal Uchiha clan meeting was something that would have been unthinkable in the past. This is both a test and a gesture. They wish to see for themselves what kind of person the fourth Hokage, who has bestowed a new future upon the Uchiha, truly is. Jiraiya's heart began to race. The banquet of the Hongmen. The old stubbornness of the Uchiha would undoubtedly be difficult to deal with. How would Minato choose? To firmly reject, or to tactfully decline? Oh, the ultimate bosses of the Uchiha's novice village wish to see me? Very well, it is the perfect opportunity to present them with a PowerPoint presentation. Certainly. Minato responded without the slightest hesitation. I will attend. Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato suddenly turned to Jiraiya at his side. You should come along too. What? This time, the exclamation came from both Jiraiya and Fugaku Uchiha. To allow an outsider, especially one of the legendary 3, to attend the highest-level family meeting of the Uchiha? This was tantamount to roasting the Uchiha's face and secrets over an open flame. Fugaku's mind went blank. He could not comprehend Minato's actions at all. Jiraiya waved his hands repeatedly. Minato, this is not appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Minato interrupted him. The future of the monitoring department will be the core of Konoha, not the private militia of the Uchiha. As a senior of the village, Jiraiya-sensei has the right to attend. His words left no room for rebuttal. Fugaku opened his mouth, only to lower his head deeply in resignation. Yes, Hokage-sama. He understood. Minato was using his actions to convey to everyone in the Uchiha that henceforth, there would be no secrets. The so-called family is, first and foremost, a part of Konoha. After Fugaku left, filled with shock, Jiraiya finally regained his voice. Minato, you rascal, I really can't understand you more and more. Minato merely smiled and offered no explanation. The night was as deep as ink. The lights in the Hokage's office remained lit. Minato sat alone at his desk, resting his eyes. Ding. Side quest eradicate the tumor completed. Reward granted. Perfect compatibility with Senju Hashirama cells. 100. System notification. Congratulations, host. You can now perfectly merge with the first Hokage cells with no risk of rejection. Finally, it has arrived. Minato opened his palm, and a scroll containing a small piece of flesh appeared in his hand. It was the cellular sample of the first Hokage extracted from Obito's arm. He unsealed the scroll and pressed the piece of tissue against his chest. In the next moment, a warm current erupted from his chest, instantly sweeping through his entire body. It was not chakra, but a more primal life force. Buzz! Minato could clearly hear every single cell within him humming joyfully. They were like parched land that had not seen rain for countless years, greedily absorbing that immense vitality. Every corner of his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. His bones became denser, muscle fibers intertwined and reorganized in an entirely new manner. Even the tiniest meridians were widened and reinforced under the onslaught of this power. The chakra within him began to undergo a qualitative change as well. Once flowing like a rushing river, it now felt as though it had been imbued with the weight of mountains, becoming incredibly thick and solid. The total amount of chakra was skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. In just a few short breaths, the total amount of chakra within him surpassed the limits he had once known as a genius ninja. And it continued to climb. This was the sage body. Minato slowly rose to his feet, gently clenching his fist. Crack! The air let out a sharp sound under the strain. An unprecedented sense of power filled his limbs and bones. He felt that he could now punch through a mountain with his bare hands. This kind of strength. The increase in power was at least over 30%. And this was merely an enhancement of physical quality and chakra quantity. The immense life force derived from the first Hokage granted him an almost immortal recovery ability. More importantly, under the sage body's enhancement, the time he could enter sage mode would be infinitely shortened. He would no longer need to remain motionless to gather natural energy. It is important to note that Minato's greatest issue in sage mode had always been the duration and preparation time. However, with the power of the sage body, these would gradually cease to be problems. Ding! Congratulations to the host for preliminarily mastering the sage body. Would release Awakening Progress 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Would release? Only 1? What a pathetic drop rate for this broken game. Minato extended a finger, focusing intently on the potted plant on the desk. 1 second. 2 seconds. The potted plant remained utterly still. Damn it. The lights in the Hokage's office remained lit. Minato sat alone at his desk, attempting to channel that newfound power within him. He reached out a finger towards the potted plant, his expression focused. 1 second. 2 seconds. The potted plant remained utterly still. Damn it. Ding. Would release Awakening Progress 2? Please continue to strive. Do not give up due to a minor setback. The system's voice carried a hint of gloating. Minato retracted his finger, undeterred. The fusion of the sage body, the chakra of the nine tails, and Senju Hashirama cells made awakening would release merely a matter of time. A drop rate of 2 is certainly better than 0. A soft sensation came from behind him as a pair of arms gently wrapped around his waist. You have worked hard during these days. It was Kushina. Her chin rested lightly on Minato's shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Minato gently patted the back of Kushina's hand. This is what I should do. As Hokage, I must bear the responsibilities of a Hokage. I had prepared for this from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Kushina held him a little tighter. This man always bears too many responsibilities. From turning the tide during the Nine Tails chaos to saving her and Naruto, to swiftly reorganizing the village, cleansing the upper echelons, and reclaiming the power of Konoha back into the hands of the Hokage. Then there was the task of mediating the tense relationship between the village and the Uchiha that had been strained for decades. He had hardly taken a single day of rest. Yet, the most outstanding person in the world was right by her side. This feeling brought her immense happiness. By the way, Kushina. Minato turned his head. Today I heard a piece of news from Jiraiya-sensei. Concerns the Uzumaki clan. Kushina's body stiffened. Near the land of grass, some of our clan members have survived. Boom. This news was more impactful than any jutsu. Kushina abruptly released her grip, moved to face Minato, and pressed her hands against his shoulders. Are you serious? Minato, her voice carried a tremor of disbelief. After the destruction of the land of the whirlpools, she believed herself to be the last pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan in this world. Truly, Minato replied with certainty, having discovered it inadvertently through Jiraiya-sensei. They had been living in hiding to evade pursuit. A wave of immense joy instantly engulfed Kushina. She covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. Clan members. She still had clan members. Yet, mere seconds later, that joy was replaced by a deeper concern. She understood better than anyone what the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan meant in the world of shinobi. An extraordinary vitality, immense chakra, and top-tier sealing techniques capable of sealing tailed beasts. They were not mere survivors. They were walking treasures, targets coveted by countless ambitious individuals. Were they faring well? Not very well. Minato did not conceal the truth. Having lost the protection of the land of the whirlpools, they were like rootless duckweed, vulnerable to being swallowed at any moment. Kushina fell silent. She could envision her clan members hiding from place to place, struggling to survive amidst fear and anxiety. The pain of their blood connection twisted her heart like a knife. Minato, she lifted her head. Can we do something for them? I am prepared to bring them to Konoha. Minato stated his plan directly. Kushina was taken aback. To relocate an already extinct clan entirely to Konoha? This was no mere act of sheltering. It was to allow the Uzumaki clan to take root anew in Konoha. After a moment of shock, an endless sense of gratitude washed over her. Minato, she knew that he was doing this entirely for her. But soon, another thought crossed her mind. However, will the people in the village agree to bring them to Konoha? An outsider, a once powerful clan, suddenly merging entirely into Konoha would surely raise the vigilance and exclusion of many. Wouldn't it? I don't want to put you in a difficult position because of my connections. Her concerns were not without merit. The political ecology of Konoha was far more complex than it appeared. If mishandled, the absolute authority Minato had just established could fracture because of it. Leave it to me. Minato took her hand. Kushina, Konoha now needs a single voice. Moreover, my intention to bring them here is not solely for you. Minato stood up, moving to the window, gazing down at the village that had regained its vitality and vigor. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were the most valuable treasure in the shinobi world. Their physique also represented the finest potential among ninjas. After the Ninetales incident and the cleansing of Root, Konoha was in dire need of fresh blood. I am not offering charity. I am inviting a powerful force to join us. Any opposing voices would hold no significance in light of Konoha's future. Minato's words were calm yet carried an undeniable weight. He was not consulting anyone. He was informing all of Konoha as Hokage. Kushina stared blankly at her husband's back. Those shoulders, not particularly broad, at this moment supported a sky that granted her peace. All her worries dissipated like smoke. She stepped forward and embraced him from behind once more. This time there were no words. Ding! Triggered a new main quest. The revival of the Uzumaki. Quest description. Rebuild a home for the Uzumaki clan within Konoha village and restore their glory. Quest reward. Progress in would release mastery. System prompt. This quest is a long-term task, and rewards will be distributed in phases based on completion. First phase goal. Safely bring the surviving Uzumaki clan members back to Konoha. The system's voice echoed in her mind. Minato gently patted Kushina's hand in reassurance. Everything was proceeding as planned, whether it was the return of the Uchiha or the revival of the Uzumaki. His mission was not merely to protect this village. He aimed to weave all potential powers into a single cord, forging an unprecedented and truly powerful Konoha. 3 days later, Uchiha clan grounds. The previously solemn police force courtyard now bore an unusual weight of gravity. Along the path leading to the innermost conference hall of the clan, elite Uchiha members stood silently, forming two silent walls. All eyes were fixed at the end of the path. Two figures were approaching at a leisurely pace. Leading the way was Minato Namikaze, clad in the fourth Hokage's ceremonial robe. Following him was Jiraiya, dressed in a red outer robe, clogs on his feet, hands tucked into his sleeves. Jiraiya's steps were a bit casual, glancing left and right, and he whistled at the expressionless Uchiha members. Hey Minato, are you sure this is more interesting than arguing with Fukasaku at Myaboku Mountain? This atmosphere is far scarier than when he throws a tantrum. Minato ignored his jest. He reached the door of the conference hall and paused. The enormous Uchiha fan emblem on the door reflected a cold light in the sunlight. Behind the door sat all the elders of the Uchiha clan who held the power of discourse. It was the final judgment hall determining the future of the Uchiha clan and the last barrier to completely subdue this proud family. Uchiha Fugaku had long awaited at the door, his expression more serious than ever. He bowed deeply to Minato. Hokage-sama, the elders have been waiting for you. Creak. The heavy wooden door was pulled open from the inside. Light flooded into the dim conference hall, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Inside, several figures sat upright. Most were elderly, their faces resembling withered tree bark, and the Uchiha fan emblem symbolizing their glory appeared somewhat worn. Silence. An oppressive silence. This was the council of the Uchiha clan, the true power core of this proud family. Minato stepped inside. Jiraiya followed behind, his hands still in his sleeves, his casual demeanor utterly incongruous with the atmosphere. Hey Minato. Jiraiya lowered his voice, making a comment audible only to the two of them. The atmosphere here is worse than when the great sage Fukasaku forgets what he had for lunch. Minato did not respond. He walked directly to the main seat of the conference hall but did not sit down. Instead, he calmly surveyed each person present. Fugaku stood by, his palms already sweating.
Hokage-sama.
A voice broke the silence. The speaker was an elder seated at the far right, his hair completely white, and his face lined with deep wrinkles. Why is there an outsider present at the Uchiha clan meeting? His question carried no anger, yet it was like a knife tempered with ice, aimed squarely at Jiraiya. Here it comes. The first hurdle. Fugaku's body tensed instantly, ready to explain. Yet Minato spoke first. The Uchiha Monitoring Department is the monitoring department of Konoha. His voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly throughout the conference hall. Jiraiya-sensei is here in the capacity of Hokage advisor to observe the establishment meeting of Konoha's core departments. Elders, do any of you dissent on this matter? With a single sentence, the nature of the issue was elevated from an internal family affair to an official agenda of Konoha. You are not convening a clan meeting. You are participating in a departmental meeting of Konoha. Jiraiya is not an outsider. He represents the village in his oversight. One elder's lips quivered slightly, yet he could not utter a single word. To refute would be to publicly declare that the Uchiha intend to privatize the oversight department, placing it above the village. Such an accusation is one that no one can bear. The entire conference room fell into silence once more. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then a silent smile crept across his lips. Well done, you rascal. Fugaku quietly released a breath, his admiration for Minato deepening further. Since there are no objections, let us move on to the next issue. Another elder spoke up, his voice hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Hokage-sama, you have granted the Uchiha unprecedented power, for which we are grateful. However, the oversight department requires the finest insight, which means we need more clan members capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. He paused, his tone sharpening. But you also know that the Mangekyo Sharingan is a cursed power. Each use consumes life and light. You are asking us to exchange the futures of our most talented youths for the achievements of this department. With all due respect, how is this different from drinking poison to quench thirst? This question was even more insidious than the last, directly targeting the Uchiha's most profound fear: blindness. Fugaku's heart leaped into his throat. He knew Minato had an answer, but he was uncertain whether that answer could persuade these stubborn old men. I am well aware of that. Minato responded calmly. It begins with immense sorrow and ends in endless darkness. However, Minato's tone shifted. Every curse has a method of resolution. If darkness consumes light, then let us inject it with a new, everlasting light. He turned to Fugaku. Fugaku immediately understood, stepping forward to speak in a deep voice. Elders, Hokage-sama has found a way to break the curse of the Mangekyo. When a pair of soon-to-be blind Mangekyo is transplanted with that of a close relative, the two powers will merge. What will emerge is something that transcends the Mangekyo, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom! That word detonated in the minds of all the elders like a true-tailed beast bomb. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Is that not a legend that exists only in the records of the Sage of Six Paths? Absurd. Nonsense. Fugaku, have you been bewitched by this young Hokage? The elders erupted in a cacophony of doubt. Silence. Minato's voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable authority. The noisy conference room fell silent at once. This is not mere rhetoric. I will allocate the village's finest medical resources to establish a dedicated research institute, right within Uchiha territory, led by you Uchiha, to study the evolution and protection of the Sharingan, tackling the technical challenges of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What I seek is not a series of geniuses wilting in the dark, but the strongest force capable of facing any threat, possessing eternal light. This is my expectation for the Oversight Department and for the Uchiha. His words left all the elders momentarily stunned. This was not a mere promise. It was a commitment of funds, personnel, and resources, allowing you to realize a dream that existed only in mythology, transforming their deepest fears into a tangible hope. The impact left their minds blank. Jiraiya, standing to the side, found himself utterly speechless. He felt as though he were not merely attending a meeting, but witnessing the birth of a legend. Just how much does this kid still have hidden that could subvert the common knowledge of the ninja world? Inside the conference hall, an extended silence ensued. Finally, the eldest elder, who had remained silent throughout, slowly opened his murky eyes. His presence weighed heavier than all the others combined. Hokage-sama, your grand vision is awe-inspiring. However, I have one more question. Power is the most dangerous thing in this world. Today, you have granted the Uchiha Oversight Authority, for which we are immensely grateful. But what if the next Hokage, or the one after that, harbors a wariness towards the Uchiha, just like the second and third Hokage did? At that point, would this Oversight Department, which you have nurtured with your own hands, not become the sharpest blade hanging over the Uchiha's heads? Could this power not become the source of our clan's annihilation? This question struck the hearts of all the Uchiha like a bolt of black lightning. This was their most fundamental and unresolved concern. Trust can change. Human hearts can change. Hokages can change. When Minato Namikaze is no longer here, who will safeguard the Uchiha's future? Fugaku's expression turned grave. This question had no answer, yet Minato merely smiled. He took out a scroll from within his robes and gently placed it on the table before him. I do not believe in ephemeral promises. I only believe in written and signed regulations. He unfurled the scroll. This is the draft of the Fundamental Law Amendment of Konoha, which I, in the name of the fourth Hokage, have drafted. Among its provisions, the newly established head of the Konoha Oversight Department will automatically become a member of the Hokage's Advisory Elders Council, possessing the power to veto decisions related to the village's internal security. This position will coexist with the Uchiha Oversight Department. As long as the Oversight Department exists, the Uchiha will have a place at the core of Konoha's power. Elders, your future does not require the grace and goodwill of any Hokage to be secured. It will be enshrined in the fundamental laws of Konoha, with the entire village's system providing eternal assurance for your glory and status. The hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. If the plan for the eternal Mangekyo was a dream given to them, then this draft amendment was a promise of an indestructible guarantee, a talisman etched into the very marrow of Konoha. This was no longer mere political maneuvering. It was a reconstruction of Konoha's power structure. Jiraiya's mouth fell open, feeling as though a toad had been stuffed down his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Madness. This kid has truly lost his mind. He actually intends to weld the Uchiha, the most unstable factor in the village, directly onto the throne of power. Finally, the eldest elder who had posed the question slowly stood from his seat. His body trembled slightly. He looked at Minato, and something shattered completely within his murky eyes. He adjusted his robes, and then, under the astonished gaze of all, he knelt on one knee. Thud. He performed a deep bow to Minato. The Uchiha harbor no ill will. 1, 2 like a cascade of fallen dominoes. In the conference hall, all the elders of the Uchiha clan rose in unison, then knelt down in perfect harmony. We are willing to offer everything for Lord Hokage. Fujitaka watched the scene unfold before him, his eyes instantly moistening. He suppressed his excitement and, alongside all the clan members, knelt on one knee, bowing his proud head. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan would heed only the commands of Lord Hokage. Ding! The Uchiha Elder Council has sworn allegiance at a critical juncture. Side quest: the Uchiha clan's loyalty completion rate, 100%. Quest completed. Quest reward: ability to unlock the Sharingan, passive, has been fully unlocked. New quest unlocked. Open the first pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for the Uchiha clan. Quest reward: Mangekyo Sharingan, non-damaging version. The system's prompt resonated in Minato's mind. It was done. He gazed at the Uchiha kneeling before him, his heart calm and unperturbed. He slowly stepped forward and helped the oldest elder to his feet. From this day forth, there would be but one voice in Konoha. As Minato and Jiraiya exited the Uchiha district, the sunset painted the sky in hues of gold. Jiraiya remained silent throughout the journey, his expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. It was not until they approached the Hokage building that he finally managed to voice a thought. Minato. What you did in there today, that was not ninjutsu. Jiraiya's expression was incredibly complex. Then what was it? Minato turned his head toward the sunset, a gentle smile gracing his features. It is politics, sensei. He offered no further explanation, only silently contemplated the new task the system had just bestowed upon him. It seemed it was time to expedite the plan for mass production of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As night fell, the Hokage office was left with only Minato. He did not attend to affairs of state but quietly sat in his chair, pondering the family he had just fully subjugated. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This plan had taken shape in his mind from the very beginning. Although Orochimaru had defected, the forbidden research he left behind regarding cloning and cellular fusion was an invaluable treasure trove. By utilizing those techniques, he could clone the eyes of every Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo. Then, during the cultivation of the cloned eyes, he would infuse them with a touch of their bloodline's genes. Thus, an eye that possessed the effects of kinship yet was not truly from a brother would be born. This would be the most perfect spare part. The second Hokage could not achieve this, nor could the third. It was not that they lacked intelligence, but rather that they did not possess the absolute power to control a more formidable Uchiha. But Minato was different. In this era, he was the strongest shadow. If it was a dragon, it must be coiled. If it was a tiger, it must crouch. The Uchiha clan could only be permitted to unseal their potential by becoming the sharpest blade in his hands. As the surroundings fell into complete silence, Minato slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a circle of orange-red shadows had appeared on either side of his cheeks. Sage mode. Since his arrival in this world, he had never slackened in mastering this technique that greatly enhanced combat prowess. A vast amount of natural energy surged into his body, perfectly merging with his own chakra. At that moment, his perception expanded geometrically, covering all of Konoha and even extending to farther reaches. However, this was not the end. In his eyes, which had transformed from azure to the horizontal pupils of a toad, crimson hues resurfaced. 3 pitch-black tomo materialized and began to slowly rotate. 3 tomo Sharingan. The immense perception of Sage Mode and the ultimate insight of the Sharingan created a marvelous chemical reaction at that instant. The world was utterly reconstructed within his perception. The flow of air, the trajectory of dust, the distant sound of insects fluttering their wings. Everything slowed down infinitely and was dissected in detail. He could even see every nuance of chakra flowing through the meridians. The limits of the Flying Thunder God technique were raised once more. Just then, Minato's movements paused. At the edge of his vast, spiderweb-like perception, a few familiar chakra fluctuations emerged from the direction of the Uchiha district's back mountain. Those chakras were mixed with resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of resolve. They were rapidly distancing themselves from the village. A light chuckle echoed in the empty office. There were indeed members of the Uchiha clan who held dissenting views against the elders and were unwilling to submit. Choosing to defect, Minato stood up, perfect, a warning to the others. In the dense forest along the borders of Konoha, several shadows darted swiftly between the trees. Leading them was an elite Uchiha Jonin, his face contorted with rage. Lord Fujitaka and the elders have gone mad. They actually knelt before that blonde brat. This is the disgrace of the Uchiha clan. The young clan members trailing behind him echoed in agreement. Exactly. What monitoring department? They just want to turn us Uchiha into the Hokage's dogs. We refuse to be anyone's lackeys. Having left Konoha with our Sharingan, we are superior wherever we go. Once we awaken the Mangekyo, we will return to Konoha and show them who truly is. The young man's words were abruptly cut off. The entire group came to a sudden halt, shock written across their faces. Right in their path, on a sturdy tree trunk, stood an unexpected figure. Golden hair, a white robe adorned with red patterns. He stood there quietly, as if he had been there all along. Minato Namikaze. How could this be? We moved stealthily. How did he discover us? The leading elite Jonin's voice trembled. His 3 tomo Sharingan spun wildly, but he could not comprehend the reality unfolding before him. There were no chakra fluctuations. Nos pastel repels. How did this person appear? Fear coiled around all their hearts like a cold serpent. 4th Hokage. A young Uchiha nearly collapsed to the ground. Yet, Minato did not afford them any opportunity for explanation. Whoosh! A flash of golden light. His figure vanished from the tree trunk. The leading elite Jonin's body was instantly covered in goosebumps. Relying on his combat instincts, He leaped backward. Stay calm. We have 5 people. He is but 1. It doesn't matter. The advantage is ours. Form up. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, completely engulfing the position he had just occupied. But he did not relax for a moment, for his Sharingan still failed to capture that golden figure. Where is he? Behind you. A voice so calm it was despairing echoed in his ear. He stiffly turned his head. A face, so close it seemed within reach, came into his view. Upon that face, an orange-red eyeshadow adorned the eyes, which, instead of the expected horizontal pupils, held 3 spinning tomo that mocked him with their movement. Buzz! A rapidly rotating blue sphere of chakra expanded swiftly within his sight. The Rasengan. He had no time to utter a scream. The violent spinning force instantly tore through his armor, crushed his sternum, and reduced his innards to a mushy pulp. Thud! The body of the elite Jonin was sent flying like a broken sack of rice, crashing heavily against the trunk of a tree before slumping to the ground. No more sound. Instant kill. The surrounding lackeys were utterly stunned. Their minds went blank, their bodies seemingly nailed to the spot, unable to move. Dead? An elite Jonin, ranked among the top 10 in their clan, had perished without even receiving a single attack from his opponent. In the silent forest, only the sound of heavy breathing remained. Minato gradually descended to the ground, shaking off his hands as if merely brushing away a bit of dust. He lifted his head, his eyes, a blend of sage techniques and bloodline, swept calmly over each remaining individual. In the forest, a deathly silence prevailed. How could this be possible? That was an elite Jonin. Just like that gone? The few surviving Uchiha clan members trembled as if their legs were made of straw. They looked at Minato, then at the mangled corpse on the ground. This person was not human. He was a devil. They had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps they would be pursued by the Anbu, leading to a chase along the border. Or maybe they would be detected by Konoha's barriers, drawing a large number of ninjas to encircle them. But they could never have imagined that the plan would end in such a manner, with its very inception marking its conclusion. They hadn't even seen the village gates. The strongest leader, a battle-hardened elite Jonin, was wiped out by that man with a single move. Not even a scream. The soft thud of the body hitting the ground now felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the few remaining. They had not even glimpsed the movements of that golden figure. An extreme terror instantly gripped their throats, rendering them breathless, especially when they met Minato's gaze. Those eyes, a fusion of sage techniques and bloodline, with a crimson hue, slowly rotated the 3 tomo. They bore a 7/10 resemblance to the Sharingan of their Uchiha clan but emanated an incomprehensible, higher-dimensional sense of oppression. It was as if a deity were looking down upon mere ants. Thud! A young Uchiha could no longer hold himself up. His legs buckled, and he directly knelt upon the damp earth. This action seemed to topple the first domino. One by one, the others followed suit, kneeling as their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind. Forgive us.
Hokage-sama.
We were bewitched. It was our fault. We shall never dare again. Please have mercy. Considering the clan leader just swore allegiance. We are willing to serve you like cattle or horses. From this day forth, we shall be your most loyal supporters. The pleas for mercy and cries echoed through the quiet forest, striking a discordant note. However, Minato merely stood there calmly, with no extraneous expression on his face. It was too late to beg for mercy now. His voice was soft, yet it brought all their cries to an abrupt halt. This group had only thought of their dissatisfaction and so-called freedom, without ever considering the devastating blow their defection would deal to the Uchiha clan, which had only just begun to regain its footing. The villagers of Konoha, who had just begun to lower their guard, would be ignited once more. The trust bridge that Minato had just established between the village and the Uchiha would fracture due to their selfishness. Indeed, this could become the final straw that broke the camel's back, plunging the Uchiha into a state of isolation and suspicion once more. As Hokage, he had to nip these potential risks in the bud. Mercy for the weak would only invite greater chaos. When one does not cut off the tail, they will suffer the consequences. Minato spoke to himself. Fugaku, you would agree, wouldn't you? As his words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind a massive tree. It was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. A complex expression, difficult to articulate, adorned his face. Anger, disappointment, but more so a profound sense of shame. I apologize for troubling you, Hokage-sama. Fugaku bowed deeply before Minato. Family shame should not be aired in public. This matter, we Uchiha will handle ourselves. As he spoke, 2 young figures appeared behind him. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui. The kneeling defectors, upon seeing these 3, lost the last trace of color in their faces. Despair, complete despair. It turned out the clan leader had long anticipated everything. Fugaku indeed had foreseen it. After the elders' meeting, he guessed that there would be some ideologically extreme youths in the clan who could not accept the reality of kneeling before the Hokage. His original plan was to discreetly deal with these individuals alongside Itachi and Shisui, quietly and without leaving a trace. This way, they could clean their ranks without letting such disgraceful matters tarnish the reputation of the fourth Hokage. But he never imagined that Minato would act faster and more decisively than he. This made him feel a burning shame. Just as his side had sworn allegiance, the other side had instigated a defection, and it was caught red-handed by the Hokage himself. This was a complete embarrassment for the Uchiha clan in front of all of Konoha. Itachi and Shisui stood silently behind Fugaku. Yet, within their hearts, a tremendous storm was brewing. They had seen everything that transpired moments ago. That flash of golden light, the movement so swift that even the Sharingan could not capture it. And that seemingly ordinary blue sphere of chakra, which contained a devastating power. Clean, precise, powerful. This was the pinnacle of Konoha, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. In Itachi's heart, an idol was being reshaped. In the past, he admired the strong. But now he worshipped Minato. Not only for his unparalleled strength but also for that decisiveness capable of discarding all emotions for the sake of the village. This was the true essence of a ninja. The genuine Hokage. This was the path he had pursued his entire life. Shisui's shock came from another level. He had always taken pride in his title of Shunshin no Shisui. His body flicker technique was unmatched in Konoha, even in the entire ninja world. But after witnessing that legendary golden flash, he finally understood what true fireflies and bright moons were. His own body flicker technique before that figure probably wouldn't even be worth mentioning. That is the art of spatial time ninjutsu taken to its utmost limits. How I wish that one day I could attain such a realm. Shisui sighed within his heart. Minato gazed at the shamefaced Fugaku and the two young men behind him. Their eyes filled with admiration, and merely nodded gently. Very well. He said no more, simply turning away and leaving the stage to them. Purging the traitors is the first lesson for your inspection department. I do not wish to see another instance of this. As his words fell, his figure vanished without a trace in a flash of golden light. The forest once again fell into an eerie silence. Only a few kneeling defectors remained, along with the leader of the Uchiha clan and two of its most outstanding geniuses. Fugaku slowly raised his head. The shame on his face had faded, replaced by an unprecedented coldness. He looked at those former clansmen as if they were mere corpses. You have brought shame upon the Uchiha. You have brought shame upon the Hokage. One of the defectors, as if seizing a final lifeline, crawled towards Fugaku in desperation. Clan leader, we were wrong. We were truly wrong. Give us another chance. Fugaku paid no heed to his wails. He simply closed his eyes slowly, and when he opened them again, his pitch-black pupils spun wildly, the three tomo connecting to form a peculiar triangular pinwheel pattern. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. A surge of ominous yet potent chakra erupted with a thunderous roar. Itachi, Shisui. Fugaku's voice was devoid of any emotion. Silence them forever. In the forest, a deathly stillness prevailed. Fugaku's voice held no trace of sentiment. Silence them forever. The sound of blades piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. Itachi and Shisui did not even form hand seals. Two shadowy figures crossed paths, moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained. The kneeling defectors froze, their bodies stiffening as a line of blood slowly expanded at their necks. They did not even have the chance to utter a complete wail before the breath of life was instantaneously drawn away. Corpses fell one after another, landing on the damp earth with a dull thud. Fugaku's triangular pinwheel pattern eyes gradually returned to their inky blackness. He did not cast another glance at the bodies on the ground. Take them back. Yes. Itachi and Shisui responded in unison, each lifting two still warm corpses with movements so practiced it was as if they had done so countless times before. In the deep of night, the Uchiha clan grounds were ablaze with light, yet the atmosphere was more oppressive than on any other night. In the open space before the ancestral hall, several corpses were carelessly arranged, their lifeless faces still bearing marks of terror and resentment. All the Uchiha clansmen who received the emergency summons stood in silence, gazing at the once vibrant kin. On the steps of the hall, Fugaku stood with his hands clasped behind him, his face flickering in the firelight. Do you all see clearly now? His voice was not loud, yet it struck each heart like a heavy hammer. This is the fate of betraying the village, of betraying the Hokage. No one answered. Foolish, short-sighted, self-righteous. Fugaku's chest heaved violently, his anger nearly erupting. Do you think that by leaving Konoha, you could evade justice with these eyes? That you could establish yourselves as kings? Look at them. They didn't even make it out of the village gates. He pointed at the corpses on the ground, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. Do you think the Hokage is unaware? He knows everything. He merely granted us Uchiha a single opportunity, an opportunity to reintegrate into Konoha and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us. Yet, it is these rats that insist on dragging our entire clan into an abyss of no return. Fugaku's words caused many young clansmen to lower their heads in shame. Some among them had harbored thoughts similar to those of the defectors after the Elder Council meeting during the day. Thankfully I did not go. How terrifying. The fourth Hokage personally took action. With just one move, it is said that even elite Jonin could not withstand it. Whispers spread among the crowd, fear fermenting. Fugaku took all of this to heart, gently nodding towards the shadows behind him. Itachi stepped out from the darkness, standing beside him. From this day forth, the inspection department shall be established. Itachi's voice was calm yet carried a resolve beyond his years. All Uchiha clansmen shall be under the supervision of the inspection department. If anyone harbors improper thoughts towards the Hokage, towards the village. He paused, then slowly continued. I will personally erase them before the Hokage acts. The moment his words fell, Itachi's previously dark pupils suddenly transformed. 3 Tomo appeared, spinning wildly, ultimately coalescing into a brand new pattern resembling a shuriken, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. A chilling, ominous, yet overwhelmingly powerful chakra erupted from his slender form. Buzz! All who gazed upon him felt as if their spirits were gripped by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating. What? That is the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Impossible. How old is Itachi? How could he possibly awaken the kaleidoscope? The crowd erupted in shock. Everyone completely staggered by the scene before them. Uchiha Itachi, this genius heralded once in a century, had already reached this point. Yet the astonishment was not over. Stepping forward from the other side, Ji Shuei did the same. He said nothing, simply silently activated his own kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the unique four-cornered pinwheel pattern radiating with an equally powerful wave. Another one. In an instant, Ji Shuei also awakened his kaleidoscope. If Itachi's awakening was unexpected, then Ji Shuei's was within reason. But when 2 young geniuses simultaneously possessed such power, the impact was exponentially greater. Finally, there was Fugaku. He slowly turned around, the triangular pinwheel pattern of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan once again manifesting. 3 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. 3 immensely powerful chakras converged before the Uchiha Ancestral Hall, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that sent shivers through all. Silence reigned across the entire clan grounds. All Uchiha clansmen, whether hot-blooded youths or venerable elders, found their minds blank at this moment. They knew the clan leader possessed the kaleidoscope, but they could never have imagined that Itachi and Ji Shuei, these 2 excessively young descendants, not only awakened the kaleidoscope, but that their ocular power, their chakra quality, was clearly beyond that of mere novices. 3 kaleidoscope bearers. In this moment, the Uchiha clan displayed a terrifying power capable of overturning any ninja village. Yet this power was not for a coup, nor for seizing authority. It was a pledge of loyalty to the Hokage. This realization utterly shattered the last remnants of hope and discontent in everyone's hearts. Fugaku seized this opportunity. I declare that, starting tomorrow, all shops and enterprises under the Uchiha name shall allocate half of their income as a special tax, to be directly submitted to the Hokage, who shall have full authority over its distribution. He surveyed everyone around him, his voice leaving no room for dissent. This is the sincerity of the Uchiha. Is there anyone who opposes this? No one dared to speak. Oppose? With what? To confront those 3 pairs of ominous kaleidoscopes with their own Sharingan. One day later, in the Hokage's office, Minato looked at the report presented by the Anbu and the property transfer agreement, personally signed by Fugaku Uchiha. Momentarily caught between laughter and tears. Half of the income. The Uchiha clan had operated in Konoha for decades, their enterprises spanning various industries. That half of the income was an astronomical figure that would make any feudal lord envious. I just wanted to give these proud individuals a little nudge, and perhaps serve as a warning to others. Yet, instead of running away, this monkey brought the entire flower fruit mountain as tribute. This maneuver is truly beyond comprehension. However, the money is undeniably enticing. With this substantial sum, the already strained finances of Konoha, which had been affected by the Ninetales incident and subsequent reconstruction, suddenly became extraordinarily ample. Expanding the Ninja Academy, increasing educational investments, raising mission rewards and improving ninja welfare. increasing funding for medical and research departments, paving the way for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan project. Furthermore, preparations could be made for the impending arrival of the Uzumaki clan, providing them with the most generous relocation assistance. Each of these initiatives requires a vast amount of financial support. And now, Fugaku Uchiha has helped me solve this major dilemma. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon urgently, the sound imbued with evident anxiety. Come in. An Anbu ninja knelt on one knee, barely able to catch his breath. Hokage-sama. Urgent intelligence. The message previously relayed by Lord Jiraiya from the Land of Grass, after Anbu sent someone over, revealed that the surviving Uzumaki clan settlement is currently under attack by an unknown force. Attack? Minato furrowed his brow slightly. The ink on the intelligence scroll was still damp, yet the content was as sharp as a steel needle. He had just decided to bring the survivors of the Uzumaki clan back to Konoha, even drafting half of a welcoming plan. However, before he could even retrieve them, he was met with an emergency alert of an attack. It seems the ninja world always delights in playing such unamusing jokes on him. Where is Kakashi? He inquired. To be cautious, after dispatching the first wave of Anbu reconnaissance teams, he had also sent Kakashi out. The kneeling Anbu ninja quickly responded. Report, Hokage-sama. According to the latest intelligence returned, Kakashi-senpai's team is still half a day away from the target location at the fastest. Half a day. In the case of an ongoing attack, this time is more than sufficient for everything to settle. Minato lightly tapped his fingertips against the surface of the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. Which mobile team is closest to the Land of Grass? The third squad, Might Guy, Nara Shikaku, and Ebisu. The Anbu enumerated the three names. Minato's fingers paused momentarily on the desk. Gaia's team? Those individuals' youthful vigor would certainly suffice to charge through a mountain. However, when it comes to dealing with sudden events that may involve foreign ninjas and require precise rescue, it always feels somewhat off. What he needs is a scalpel, not a battering ram. Inform Kakashi and Might Guy to immediately abandon their original route and head straight towards the Uzumaki clan settlement at the border of the Land of Grass at full speed. Understood. The Anbu ninja accepted the order and prepared to leave in an instant. Wait, Minato called out to him. Rising from the Hokage's seat, he casually seized the white ceremonial robe hanging on the back of the chair. No need to notify them. He draped the robe over himself, the motion slow yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. I will go myself. The Anbu ninja was taken aback. Hokage-sama, you intend to personally intervene? For a group of refugees outside the village? Yet he saw no explanation. He only witnessed the figure of the golden-haired man disappearing into thin air, enveloped in a silent golden light. In the office, only the understated words lingered in the air. In one moment, the pungent scent of accumulated documents and ink filled the Hokage's office. In the next, a heavy stench of blood and burning would brutally invaded his nostrils. The sound of piercing cries mingled with the sharp clang of weapons and the thunderous blasts of jutsu. At the border of the Land of Grass, in a gorge surrounded by dense forests, this should have been a paradise where the survivors of the Uzumaki clan were free from worldly troubles, yet it had transformed into a hell ablaze with fire. Dozens of ninjas wearing the headbands of the grass village were grinning as they slaughtered the civilians within the settlement. Their movements were swift and decisive, clearly not their first time engaging in such dirty work. Ha 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 ha. The vitality of these red-haired bastards is truly tenacious. One of the grass ninjas kicked open a wooden door, gazing greedily at the women and children huddled together inside. Take everything valuable. Don't spare the women and children. I hear the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is quite valuable on the black market. On the other side, a tall grass ninja captain held a kunai against the neck of a young woman. The woman had the characteristic red hair of the Uzumaki clan, fiercely protecting the child behind her, her body trembling violently in fear, yet she refused to take a step back. Give up, girl. The grass ninja captain let out a nauseating laugh. Your bloodline is your original sin. Today marks the day of your clan's total extinction. With a flick of his wrist, the sharp kunai was poised to slice through that fair neck. The woman closed her eyes in despair. Thud! A faint sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. The anticipated searing pain did not come. The woman trembled as she opened her eyes and witnessed a scene that would be etched in her memory for eternity. The grass ninja captain, who had been grinning just a moment ago, stood frozen in place. His motion remained in the act of thrusting forward, yet the arm gripping the kunai had been severed at the shoulder, dropping to the ground. Blood gushed from the stump, and behind him a figure had appeared, unknown to him until now. Golden hair, a white robe with red patterns. The man stood quietly, one hand resting on the shoulder of the grass ninja captain, as if merely offering a friendly greeting. You. The grass ninja captain managed to turn his head with great difficulty, feeling no pain, his mind completely unable to process what was happening before him. Who is this person? He received no answer. In response, a blue chakra sphere, rapidly enlarging in his vision, spun violently towards him. Virum. The violent rotational force instantly tore through his armor, shattered his bones, and reduced his organs to a mushy pulp. The body of the grass ninja captain flew away like a discarded sack, crashing heavily into a burning wooden house. Silence fell once more. The entire battlefield seemed as though it had been pressed on pause. All the grass ninjas, all the members of the Uzumaki clan, stood in a daze, staring at the suddenly appearing golden figure. The captain was killed? What on earth happened? Who is that person? Instant kill? Not even a moment to react. The surviving grass ninjas found their minds blank. Their captain was a genuine elite jonin. He was a formidable character who had survived the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War. Yet, he was taken down in a single move. Don't panic. He is just one person. A small leader among the grass ninjas shouted in a voice filled with fear, attempting to steady the morale. We have dozens of us. Let us attack together. Drown him with ninjutsu. Form up. Earth style. Hazoka swamp. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Several grass ninjas, regaining their senses, immediately began to form hand seals. However, Minato merely raised his head calmly. In his azure eyes, a ring of orange-red shadow quietly emerged, and his pupils transformed into horizontal slits like a toad. Sage mode. At the same time, within those horizontal pupils, 3 pitch-black tomo appeared and began to rotate slowly. The world, in his perception, was utterly deconstructed. The flow of air, the trajectory of chakra, every minuscule twitch of his enemy's muscles, everything was laid bare. Too slow. A soft sigh escaped him. Whoosh! A flash of golden light. His figure vanished from where he stood. Where is he? Watch out behind you. Ah! Cries of horror echoed. Those grass ninjas who were forming hand seals froze abruptly, then collapsed limply to the ground. Without exception, a thin line of blood appeared on their necks. A golden light darted through the chaotic crowd, each flicker accompanied by the end of a life. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided, graceful, and efficient massacre. The surviving grass ninjas completely broke down. They could not see the enemy's movements, only catching sight of that golden trajectory resembling the scythe of death. Fear washed over them like a cold tide, drowning their reason. A demon! It's a demon! Run! We are no match for him. They discarded their weapons, crying out as they fled deeper into the forest. However, that golden light pursued each one with precision, like a maggot in the bones. In less than 10 seconds, the entire battlefield fell silent once more. Dozens of grass ninjas lay sprawled in pools of blood. Minato gently landed in the center of the settlement, shaking off the bloodied special kunai from his hand. His white ceremonial robe remained spotless. He turned around, dispelling sage mode, and the immense natural pressure dissipated with it. He walked towards the red-haired woman he had first saved, a gentle smile gracing his face. Are you all right? The woman, still holding her child, stared at him blankly, unable to utter a single word. The surrounding Uzumaki clan members wore expressions of utter disbelief. They gazed at the corpses strewn about, then at this man, who appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, feeling as though they were caught in an absurd dream. At that moment, an elderly Uzumaki elder, leaning on a cane, trembled as he approached. His lips quivered, and his murky eyes fixed intently on the ceremonial robe behind Minato. The bright red character, burning like flame. For 4th Hokage. His voice was rough and hoarse, as if sandpaper had scraped it. This title crashed like thunder in the minds of all the survivors. 4th Hokage? Which 4th Hokage? Golden hair, nearly incomprehensible body flicker technique, and that ceremonial robe. A young clan member muttered, as if recalling some legend. Could it be the Leaf Village S? Yellow flash. Boom! Everyone's minds buzzed, plunging into emptiness. The 4th Hokage of the Leaf Village? One of the peaks of the shinobi world, the legendary Yellow Flash, actually appeared in this godforsaken place? To save them, the forgotten remnants of a once great clan? How is this possible? The elder could no longer hold himself up. His legs buckled, and he knelt before Minato, performing a deep bow. I am Uzumaki Masahiko. I pay my respects to you, Lord 4th Hokage. With a rustling sound, all the Uzumaki clan members, regardless of age or gender, knelt down. Awe, gratitude, and a profound confusion born from having escaped death mingled on each of their faces. Lord Hokage, why are you here? Uzumaki Masahiko raised his head, voicing the shared curiosity of all. Minato did not answer immediately. He simply stepped forward and gently helped the elderly elder to his feet. There is no need for such formalities. His movements were light yet carried an undeniable strength that brooked no refusal. He scanned the faces of those who appeared pale and ragged, yet still retained the stubbornness of their bloodline, and a sense of emotion welled up within him. He smiled, his expression akin to the warm sun in winter. Kushina sends her regards to all of you. This single phrase left all the Uzumaki clan members stunned. Kushina? The little princess they believed had perished in the war against the land of whirlpools? Moreover, Minato paused, and his voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. I have come to take you home. Home? These two words possessed an infinite power, instantly striking at the softest and most painful parts of every Uzumaki clan member's heart. The elder named Uzumaki Masahiko trembled violently. He looked at Minato, something uncontrollable welling up in his murky old eyes. Home. Home. This word acted like a key, unlocking the long-sealed hearts of all the Uzumaki clan members. Tears streamed down Masahiko's face, his aged eyes brimming with emotion. He clutched Minato's arm as if grasping the last lifeline, his body shaking with excitement. Home, we can still have a home. Behind them, suppressed sobs began to rise, soon merging into a chorus. For these years, they had scurried about like rats, hiding from the pursuit of their enemies, sacrificing names, dignity, and everything else to prevent their bloodline from being extinguished. They thought themselves to be forgotten souls, abandoned by the world. Yet now, the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village, the pinnacle of the shinobi world, had personally descended here to tell them they could go home. This impact was enough to shatter the defenses they had built over decades of suffering. Lady Kushina, is she well? The red-haired woman, who had been saved first by Minato, asked timidly while cradling her child. She is well. Minato replied with a gentle smile. She is now a hero of the Leaf Village and my wife. He looked around at these emaciated yet inherently stubborn clan members. The Leaf will be your strongest support. There, your children can enter the finest ninja schools, and your talent in sealing techniques will receive the utmost respect and opportunity for expression. You are no longer rootless drifters. Every word he spoke was like a warm ray of light, illuminating the hearts of these battle-hardened members of the Uzumaki clan. A few bold young boys peeked out from behind their parents, gazing at Minato with a mixture of awe and admiration. Sir, are you the legendary Yellow Flash? That moment when you appeared in a flash was incredible. Will I be able to become as strong as you in the future? The children's excited chatter diluted the sorrow and bloodshed of the aftermath of battle. Minato crouched down and ruffled the hair of a red-haired boy. As long as you wish for it, you can. Just then, a gust of wind swept through the woods, carrying an exaggeratedly intense heat. Burn, youth! Boom! A green figure descended from the sky like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby clearing with an incredibly exaggerated posture, shaking the ground beneath. Evil foes, tremble before the proud azure beast of Konoha. The newcomer struck a muscle-flexing pose, his teeth glinting with confidence in the sunlight. Then he froze. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Apart from the numerous corpses scattered across the ground and a group of gaping red-haired civilians, there were no living enemies in sight. Might Guy's smile froze on his face. Huh? Where are the enemies? Lord Hokage. Several figures soon followed, leaping out from the woods, with Kakashi Hatake leading the way. He glanced at the bodies of the grass shinobi littering the ground, then shifted his gaze to Minato, standing amidst the crowd, his ceremonial robe spotless, and understood everything. Seems we arrived late, sensei. Only then did Guy notice Minato, immediately dropping his playful pose and standing at attention. Reporting to you, Lord Hokage. Team 3 of Konoha. Might Guy, here to provide support. Minato nodded in acknowledgement. Guy's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he leaned closer to Kakashi, lowering his voice. Hey, Kakashi, what's going on? I feel like my youth hasn't even started to burn before the battle ended. Kakashi ignored him, engrossed in examining a grass shinobi's corpse, and after a moment, he reached a conclusion. The fatal wound is on the neck, a single strike with a smooth incision. The sensei's special kunai. He stood up and looked at Minato's back, emotions swirling in his exposed eye. This is sensei's strength. Even a casual strike embodies precision and destructive power beyond ordinary comprehension. Wow, Kakashi, when did you become so formidable? You saw through all of this in an instant. Guy circled around Kakashi as if observing a rare animal. No way, there's something off about you. He suddenly halted, leaning in close to Kakashi, nearly pressing his face against his. Your aura has changed. That lazy, seemingly always on the verge of dozing off vibe is gone. In its place is a roaring fire of youthful passion. Kakashi pushed his face away in disdain. I just don't want to waste any more time on trivial matters. Trivial matters? Guy was taken aback. That phrase coming from Kakashi felt especially strange. Weren't you the one who loved doing trivial things the most? Kakashi fell silent for a moment. On the night of the Ninetales attack, I was powerless. I watched the village be destroyed, watched Sensei and Lady Kushina risk their lives. I realized how ridiculous my so-called genius was. He raised his head, looking at Minato, who was comforting the Uzumaki clan not far away. It was Sensei who made me understand that being weak is, in itself, a sin. So, since that day I train every day. As long as I don't die from it, I'll train until I drop. Gaia's mouth gradually dropped open. He looked at Kakashi, whose masked face revealed an unprecedented seriousness in the only eye visible. The rival he had regarded as his lifelong adversary, who always acted nonchalant as if nothing could pique his interest, had begun to genuinely put in effort. And judging by this, the intensity of his training was even more terrifying than that of this hard-working genius. A tremendous shockwave crashed into Guy's simple worldview. The next moment, tears streamed down his face like a torrential flood. Kakashi. He hugged Kakashi tightly, crying like a 300-pound child. You finally understood the true meaning of youth. I am so moved. My rival. My dear friend. You have finally embarked on this path of sweat and tears. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened. He wanted to break free but found Gaia's strength astonishingly overwhelming. You, let go of me. No, I want to use my fervent tears to bless your belated youth. Minato, hearing the commotion behind him, shook his head helplessly. Guy is still so full of energy. However, Kakashi's transformation truly brought him comfort. That piece of uncut jade, wrapped in pain and confusion, was finally beginning to shine on its own. Guy cried for a while before he sniffled, releasing the almost suffocating Kakashi. He wiped his tears and spoke to Kakashi with an envious tone, as if he were talking to the air. But you're really lucky, Kakashi, to receive personal guidance from Lord Hokage. Alas, if only I could have such an opportunity. The fire of my youth would surely burn even brighter, bright enough to illuminate the entire ninja world. He placed his hands on his hips, gazing up at the sky with a deep sigh, completely immersed in his own fantasies. The surrounding ninjas were accustomed to this, and no one took his words seriously. However, a calm voice suddenly rang in his ear. You want me to guide you? Guy's exclamation abruptly cut off. He stiffly turned his head, realizing that Minato had somehow walked up beside him, watching him calmly. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. All eyes were focused on these two individuals with strikingly different auras. Guy's brain short-circuited. The Hokage is speaking to me? He pointed at his own nose, uncertainly asking, Are you asking me? Minato nodded. Yes. His answer consisted of only a single word. Guy felt as if his heart had been grasped by an invisible hand, then released in a sudden rush. An overwhelming, unbelievable joy erupted from his chest like a volcano. He extended a trembling finger, pointing at Minato, then at himself. You mean to say, you are willing to guide me? Minato nodded again. No further explanation was offered. Just a simple, affirmative gesture. Boom! Might Guy's mind was utterly blank. He felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of golden lightning, every cell in his body rejoicing and exulting. Happiness had arrived far too suddenly. His face, flushed with overwhelming excitement, held back for several seconds. Ultimately, all his emotions coalesced into a resounding shout that echoed through the heavens, bursting with youth and vitality. You whoosh! That cry startled the birds in the forest, sending them fluttering into the air. The surrounding members of the Uzumaki clan took a step back in unison, their faces a mixture of confusion. They could not comprehend why this fellow clad in a green jumpsuit would suddenly erupt with an emotion more exuberant than the battle they had just witnessed. Kakashi silently shifted a step to the side, attempting to distance himself from this overly fired-up individual. Fool, he muttered under his breath. Minato merely smiled, not intervening in Might Guy's outburst. Taijutsu was an indispensable force for Konoha, and Might Guy possessed the potential to push the strength to its limits. Nurturing him was of paramount importance for the future combat capabilities of the village. All right, Guy. Minato spoke, interrupting Might Guy, who was still striking a victorious pose. The time for reminiscing had come to an end. He turned to Uzumaki Yashihira. Elder, please gather the clan members and account for the injured and supplies. We shall set off immediately, returning to Konoha. As Minato's words fell, a look of perplexity crossed Elder Uzumaki Yashihira's face. Lord Hokage, the journey back to Konoha is long, and with the elderly and children, I fear, he need not finish. Everyone understood that walking back would take weeks, fraught with dangers. It was simply not feasible for those among them who were old, weak, or ill. No need for such trouble. Minato smiled. Amidst the puzzled gazes of those around him, he unfurled a sealing scroll and tapped it, producing a large handful of specially made kunai. Everyone, take one and hold it tightly. Although the Uzumaki clan members were bewildered, they complied. The cold metallic texture of the trident kunai felt unfamiliar in their hands. Kakashi and Gai's team observed from the side. Their teacher had taken out all his kunai. Kakashi sensed an unusual disturbance in the air. Might Guy, however, was already lost in his fantasies. Souvenirs. Kunai personally crafted by the fourth Hokage. This is a testament to our youthful encounter. Minato paid no mind to the commotion, forming a simple hand seal with both hands. Hold tight. Buzz. A blinding golden light erupted, centered around Minato, exploding with force. The radiance did not flicker and fade, but instead formed a massive golden sphere, enveloping all the more than 100 members of the Uzumaki clan. Along with Kakashi's team, Elder Uzumaki Yashihira felt as if the world before him had turned white, a tremendous, irresistible force tugging at him. The world in his perception was torn apart and then reassembled in an instant. In the next moment, the smell of blood and charred remains vanished, replaced by fresh air and the bustling sounds of the marketplace. Beneath them was no longer slippery mud, but solid, even cobblestone streets. In the distance, the majestic Hokage rock loomed over the entire village in the sunlight. Konohagakure. They had arrived. One moment they were in a remote gorge of the land of grass, and the next they stood on one of the busiest streets of Konoha. Inconceivable. It was truly beyond belief. This. We have arrived? Oh my goodness. What kind of ninjutsu is this? All the Uzumaki clan members stood frozen, their kunai clattering to the ground. They gazed at the lively streets around them, at the villagers casting curious glances, their minds blank. The barrier team of Konoha was immediately thrown into chaos. Alarm! Alarm! A large-scale unidentified chakra response has appeared in the village center, numbering over 100, stabilizing rapidly. How is that possible? The barrier shows no signs of intrusion. Several figures appeared in an instant. They were ninjas from the Konoha Guard. Upon seeing this suddenly appeared group of red-haired men, women, and children, they immediately assumed defensive stances. Who are you? Just then, the golden light dissipated, revealing the figure at the center. Everyone stand down. Minato's voice was calm. Upon seeing the white ceremonial cloak and golden hair, all the guard ninjas froze in place. A fourth Hokage. They immediately sheathed their weapons, kneeling on one knee. The villagers also recognized their Hokage, hastily bowing in respect, though their curious glances did not cease. My heavens! That golden light just now was created by Lord Hokage? How did he do that? Transforming so many people in an instant? Who are these red-haired individuals? Murmurs of astonishment arose. Meanwhile, Might Guy's reaction was the most exaggerated. His legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground, propping himself up with his hands to avoid completely falling over. What just happened? He turned to Kakashi, his movements stiff. Weren't we in the land of grass? How did we? In the blink of an eye, Kakashi stood aside, though he feigned calmness, the shock lingering in his exposed eye. He knew of the Flying Thunder God technique, but he was unaware it could be utilized to such an extent. This was no longer merely ninjutsu. This was a miracle. This is the Flying Thunder God, Kakashi explained in a dry tone. Don't think about it. I can't even learn this. Might Guy opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. For the first time, he felt that his youth and fervor were so insignificant in the face of a power from a higher dimension. Suddenly, he was filled with unparalleled anticipation for the guidance that Minato had promised. What kind of taijutsu could a man, capable of developing the Flying Thunder God to this extent, teach him? At that moment, a man wearing glasses, appearing to be a jonin of administrative duties, hurried over with two Anbu. Lord Hokage. He first bowed, then looked at the over 100 Uzumaki clan members, his face filled with urgency and confusion. You have returned. But these people, the village's sensing barrier showed no response. This is unprecedented. In the event this large-scale group transfer is hostile. This was a question of the Hokage's actions, as well as an instinctive response from a technical officer. Minato merely cast a glance at him. I brought them back. 6 simple words, yet they carried an undeniable weight. The administrative jonin was taken aback. Why you brought them back? Using space-time ninjutsu? Over 100 people? His voice rose in pitch due to excessive shock, sounding somewhat shrill. The surrounding ninjas also overheard, all gasping in astonishment. They had heard of space-time ninjutsu, and the Flying Thunder God technique was renowned. But to use space-time ninjutsu for the group transfer of over 100 individuals? What concept was this? What a vast and terrifying reserve of chakra must be required to achieve this. It is simply astounding, akin to the first Hokage, someone murmured. No, the first Hokage created life through would release, while the fourth Hokage distorted space. These are two different kinds of monsters. Our Hokage has grown to such an extraordinary level. Awe, admiration, fervor. Various emotions fermented among the crowd. The face of that administrative jonin flushed crimson as he realized the absurdity of his earlier question. In the presence of absolute power, all rules and procedures seem utterly powerless. Yes, it was a slip of the tongue on my part. He bowed his head deeply. At that moment, a fiery red figure squeezed through the crowd. Kushina. She first noticed Minato, then her gaze crossed over him and fell upon the bewildered members of the Uzumaki clan. She saw elder Uzumaki Nagahiko, saw the aunt who had once held her as a child, saw many familiar yet strange faces. Kushina's body froze. Nagahiko, elder? She tentatively called out. Elder Uzumaki Nagahiko's cloudy old eyes widened in an instant. He looked at the striking red-haired woman before him, her face gradually aligning with his memories of the little princess. Kushina, is that you, my lady? It's me. Kushina could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to embrace the elder, tears streaming down his face. I'm back. I've brought you all home. No, it was Minato who brought us home. Kushina tightly hugged her kin, then turned and quickly walked up to Minato. She said nothing, but opened her arms and embraced her husband with great force. Thank you, Minato. Her body trembled slightly. Thank you for helping me find our people. Minato gently patted her back, feeling his wife's excitement and joy. Everything was worth it. He entrusted the subsequent arrangements to the Sarutobi clan's ninjas, allowing Kushina to accompany them, while he led Kakashi and Might Guy toward the training ground. Now, it was time to address these two problematic students. Minato looked at Might Guy, who was brimming with enthusiasm at finally receiving guidance, and then at Kakashi, who remained silent yet clearly filled with anticipation. His sage mode had exponentially increased his chakra reserves and enhanced his perception of natural energy to new heights. But that alone was not sufficient. During the Ninetales incident, Obito had displayed his Sharingan abilities, coupled with that bizarre phasing technique, which served as a wake-up call. In the future, the enemies of the ninja world would only grow stronger, potentially even posing threats at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. His Rasengan, Flying Thunder God technique, and Sage mode all had room for improvement, especially in Taijutsu. While the Frog Kata in Sage mode was powerful, it was not enough. And before him lay a ready-made, top-tier repository of Taijutsu, the Eight Gates. This forbidden technique, which sacrifices life to gain immense power in an instant, had once enabled a man named Might Guy to deliver a kick that concluded the story. Guy. Minato halted his steps. Yes.
Hokage-sama.
Might Guy immediately stood at attention. Minato gazed at him, and a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. The principle of the Eight Gates is to lift the body's restrictions on chakra, unleashing power that surpasses limits. But what if, using Sage mode, one could open the Eight Gates, utilizing an unending supply of life force and recovery ability to offset the enormous side effects of the Eight Gates? Would that be feasible? He needed to study it. He needed to personally experience the power of the Eight Gates. Your training will be arduous. Minato spoke. I am not afraid of hardship. For youth, I am willing to do anything. Might Guy responded loudly. Minato smiled. Excellent. Then before I guide you, let me see where your limits lie. Come at me with all your might. Training ground. Come at me with all your might. Minato's words were calm, yet they caused Might Guy's fiery expression to freeze in an instant.
Hokage-sama.
This. Guy hesitated. The Eight Gates is a forbidden technique. Once opened, power increases exponentially, and even he would find it difficult to control perfectly. Moreover, his opponent was the Hokage. Hurting the Hokage would be a grave sin. Are you worried about hurting me? Minato saw through his thoughts and laughed. Guy, put away your ridiculous concerns. If you cannot even make me move, then this guidance will be meaningless. Kakashi silently stepped back a few paces, creating enough space for the two. His heart was far from calm. Just how strong is the teacher's taijutsu? This question, perhaps, only a few in Konoha knew the answer to. because no enemy had ever forced the Yellow Flash to abandon his elusive spacetime ninjutsu and resolve matters with mere fists and feet. Today, perhaps he could glimpse a fraction of that iceberg. I understand. Guy's hesitation was completely dispelled by Minato's words. Yes, the opponent is the fourth Hokage, the pinnacle of the ninja world. His own worries were, in essence, a form of distrust. Then, Hokage-sama, I apologize. Guy's body suddenly sank, assuming the starting stance of the soft fist technique. 8 gates. First gate. Open. Open. Boom. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Guy's body, breaking through the first restriction. His skin took on a faint red hue, and his muscles visibly swelled. In the next moment, his figure vanished from its original spot.
So fast.
Kakashi's lone eye widened. This speed had surpassed that of most jonin. Guy's figure appeared to Minato's right, executing a powerful whip kick that tore through the air, aimed directly at Minato's head. Minato did not move. He casually raised his left hand, precisely blocking the path of the whip kick. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Guy's foot, capable of breaking large trees, was effortlessly deflected by Minato. In fact, Minato's body did not even tremble. Guy's assault did not cease. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Chakra surged once more. His speed and strength escalated to another level, transforming him into a flurry of green afterimages, launching a torrential onslaught of attacks from all directions against Minato. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, each strike was forceful and heavy. Yet, Minato simply stood in place, his hands moving like a butterfly through flowers, always able to block and deflect Guy's attacks with minimal movement and the most precise angles. Effortlessly. Could even be said that he found it somewhat tedious. Kakashi watched from the side, his palms sweating. He wondered if he were in Guy's position, attempting to remain immovable under such reckless attacks. He would be hard-pressed to last even 10 seconds. Yet, his teacher appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll. Is this all you can do, Kai? Minato spoke, a hint of palpable disappointment lacing his voice. Not enough. Completely insufficient. Your power is too scattered. Each of your attacks wastes at least 30% of your strength. Is the burning youth merely squandered like this? Every word from Minato struck Kai's heart like a heavy hammer. Ah! Kai let out a furious roar. The third gate. The opening of life. Open. The fourth gate. The opening of wounds. Open. Boom! The green chakra steam surged forth from Kai's body as if it were a tangible entity. His speed skyrocketed once more, and with a single punch, the air erupted with a resounding crack.
Lilianwa.
This time, Minato did not attempt to block Kai's fist. In the instant before Kai's punch could reach his face, his figure flickered and vanished. Kai's fist struck nothing but air, and the overwhelming force nearly caused him to lose his balance. Behind you, Minato's voice rang out. Kai's body stiffened in an instant. Ding! Detecting that the host is deeply engaging with the 8 gates, triggering a special mission. Mission name: the Mastery Training Program of Taijutsu. Mission content: during this spar, assist Might Guy in comprehending the deeper layers of the 8 gates and successfully unlock the 6th gate, the Gate of View. Mission reward: experience gain speed for understanding the 8 gates doubled. A perfect level conceptual blueprint for the Night Guy. Here it comes. Minato's heart stirred. He had purposely feigned weakness, provoking Kai with his words, waiting for this very moment. The 8 gates, this ultimate taijutsu he must obtain, especially in conjunction with his sage body. Perhaps he could create a brand new, side-effect-free sage technique of the 8 gates. Your speed is still too slow. Minato's palm gently pressed against Kai's back. And your flaws are numerous. An irresistible yet gentle force surged forth, causing Kai's chakra to momentarily stagnate, abruptly cutting off that explosive power. Kai gasped for breath, his sweat soaking through his green bodysuit. He had lost. A complete and utter defeat. From beginning to end, he hadn't even managed to make the Hokage move an inch. Why? Kai's voice was a bit hoarse. My attacks are completely ineffective, because your power has no roots. Minato withdrew his hand. You have merely brutishly opened your body's limiter, allowing chakra to flow freely, yet you have not learned how to harness it. It is like a 3-year-old wielding a divine weapon, appearing fearsome, yet easily toppled with a push. Minato's words left both Kai and Kakashi stunned. Harness? The power of the 8 gates can be harnessed? Hokage-sama, do you mean? Kai asked, puzzled. Minato did not respond directly. Continue. The 5th gate, the gate of closing. Open. Minato directly called out the command for him. What? Kai exclaimed in surprise. Hokage-sama, after the 5th gate my body will. With me here you won't die. Minato interrupted him. Open. Kai gritted his teeth, choosing to trust. The fifth gate, the gate of closing. Open. Boom. An even more terrifying chakra erupted forth, Kai's muscles bulging, every vein in his body clearly visible. He felt every cell in his body wailing. Now, feel the chakra 3 inches below your right knee. It is out of control. Control it. Pull it back. Minato's voice thundered in Kai's mind. Instinctively, Kai complied. He focused his intent and indeed felt a wild energy rampaging there. He exerted all his strength to rein that power in. Buzz! A miraculous thing occurred. As he guided the uncontrollable chakra back on track, he felt a slight increase in his control over his body. The previously tearing pain had lessened somewhat. Your left shoulder, that is where your power is fragmented. Connect it. Your waist, the core of your force. Do not let the chakra merely flow. Let it form a vortex there. While easily dodging Kai's attacks, Minato continuously provided guidance. Kakashi was utterly stunned. What is happening? A live teaching during battle? And teaching the forbidden technique of the 8 gates at that. How does he know so much about the 8 gates? This is even more outrageous than him possessing the 8 gates. Under Minato's guidance, Kai felt himself entering a profound realm. His control over his body and the application of chakra were accelerating at an astonishing pace. He felt he could become even stronger. The 6th gate, the gate of view, open. This time it was Kai himself who shouted it out. Boom! Green steam soared into the sky, forming a massive tornado that cracked the ground beneath. Kai's body was completely enveloped in a boiling layer of green energy. His aura had grown so powerful that even Kakashi felt a sense of suffocation. I did it! Kai roared with excitement, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him.
Hokage-sama.
Receive this strike. Morning Peacock. He swung a punch, unleashing countless fists of burning green flames that cascaded like a meteor shower towards Minato. Each fireball possessed power rivaling that of an A-rank fire technique. Kakashi's scalp went numb. How could one dodge such an attack? However, Minato remained standing still, showing no intention to evade. He simply raised his right hand slowly. In the instant the fiery rain was about to descend, he gently pushed forward. Disperse. Just one word. An invisible, vast natural energy radiated from his palm. There was no explosion, no roar. That fiery rain, capable of leveling the entire training ground, vanished without a sound upon contact with that energy, as if it were melting ice and snow. The entire world fell silent. Kai remained frozen in his punching stance, dumbfounded. Kakashi gaped, unable to utter a word. Minato withdrew his hand, and the immense natural pressure dissipated. He looked at the dazed Kai and smiled. Have you learned? Use your mind to harness your youth. The training ground was enveloped in silence. The fiery rain vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only a faint burnt odor lingered in the air, mingling with the fresh scent of natural energy, creating a strange balance. Might Guy still held his punching pose, the green steam enveloping him rapidly dissipating. His face, flushed from unlocking the 6th gate, was now filled with bewilderment. His strongest technique, Morning Peacock, was just gone, without even a ripple. Minato calmly regarded his 2 students as he retracted his palm. Ding! The training program for the Master of Special Taijutsu has been completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. Task reward. Permanent doubling of experience gain for the 8 gates of Duinjia. Conceptual blueprint for the perfect level taijutsu of Might Guy. A torrent of complex information surged into Minato's mind in an instant. It was not merely a simple blueprint but a pure concept. The power that ignites life to its utmost. How to condense it at a single point through specific meridian flows. To transcend the limits of speed. Even to distort space itself. A single kick and it would be the end. So that is it. This is the true endpoint of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Thud. Might Guy could no longer support himself. His legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. He gasped for breath, every muscle in his body crying out in agony. Yet he paid no heed to this. He simply stared blankly at Minato, the man who had not even stirred a corner of his clothing. Hokage-sama, what? What did you just use? Sage art? Minato provided a simple answer. He offered no further explanation, for he noticed another person who had remained silent since earlier. Kakashi Hatake. He stood there, hands in his pockets, head lowered, obscuring his expression. But Minato could sense it. He could feel the aura emanating from Kakashi had changed. It was a mix of shock, frustration, and an intense yearning, like a hungry wolf fixated on a prey that was out of reach. Minato was all too familiar with this feeling. On the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, When Kakashi lay helpless amidst the ruins, he radiated the same aura. Hatred for his own weakness. A frenzied desire for immense power. Kakashi, Minato spoke. Kakashi's body quivered imperceptibly as he slowly raised his head. You want to become stronger. Minato stated it as a fact. Kakashi did not respond, but his silence was the loudest answer. Might Guy also sensed the unusualness of his dear friend and struggled to rise. Kakashi, I can teach you. Minato interrupted Guy. He placed great importance on Kakashi, his own disciple. Otherwise, he would not have taken him along so often recently. Since Kakashi desired to grow stronger, there was no reason for him to watch his pupil fall into mediocrity. Coincidentally, after unlocking the Sharingan, he had also gained some insights into its application. Thus, a brilliant plan emerged in his mind. Kakashi suddenly looked at Minato. Sensei, your issue does not lie in talent or effort. Minato said as he stepped before him. Your issue lies in waste. Waste? Kakashi was puzzled. This eye of yours, Minato pointed to Kakashi's left eye, obscured by his forehead protector. It is like a tap that cannot be turned off, consuming your chakra at all times. Your body is not an Uchiha. You cannot activate and deactivate it at will as they can. Thus, you are always in a state of deficit. Kakashi's body stiffened. This was his greatest secret and his most significant weakness. Due to insufficient chakra, he could not use high-intensity jutsu for extended periods. Because of this he was even consuming stamina while he slept. Sensei, this was left to me by Obito. I'm not saying you should remove it, Minato chuckled. I am merely saying that I will teach you how to turn it off. Turn it off. Even Might Guy gasped in astonishment. The Sharingan can be turned off? This was entirely beyond their understanding. Theoretically, it is feasible. Minato's tone was relaxed, as if discussing what to have for dinner. The activation of the Sharingan is the result of chakra flowing through specific meridians in the eye. Since it can flow in, it can also be cut off. If your body cannot actively sever it, we will use external force. By using your most adept lightning release chakra, we will condense it into an invisible needle to precisely stimulate several key acupuncture points around the eye, temporarily blocking the supply of chakra. Minato spoke casually, but Kakashi and Guy felt their scalps tingle. Using lightning release chakra as a needle to stimulate the acupuncture points around the eyes? That was the most densely packed area of the brain and visual nerves. A tiny mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences. At best, permanent blindness. At worst, turning into a complete idiot. Sensei, this is too dangerous. Kakashi immediately retorted. Therefore, you need to practice. Minato seemed to have anticipated his reaction, pulling something from his ninja tool pouch. A plain rubber ball filled with water. What is this? Kakashi was taken aback. Your new toy. Minato tossed the water ball to him. Before you learn to perform surgery on a goldfish with lightning release chakra, practice with this. Practice? Exactly. Minato extended a finger. Your goal is to use your lightning release chakra to shape the water inside this ball into a standard pentagram, without damaging it, and maintain this shape for at least 10 minutes. Kakashi stood there, utterly stunned. Controlling the liquid shape inside a soft water ball with nature transformation lightning release chakra? This was not merely a matter of control. This was something only a genius could accomplish. Can't do it? Minato inquired. Kakashi fell silent. Then give up. Minato's voice was calm. Continue allowing that precious eye of yours to drain you. Kakashi clenched the water ball tightly. He recalled the night of the Nine-Tails rampage when he could only watch helplessly as his teacher and Kushina-sama met their demise. He remembered just moments ago, when Guy unleashed such powerful strength, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by their teacher. And what about himself? What could he, the so-called genius, do? I'll do it. The two words squeezed through Kakashi's clenched teeth. Very well. Minato nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Guy, who was still gasping on the ground. As for you, Guy. Yes. Hokage-sama. Guy sprang to his feet with a fish-like leap. Your issue lies in only knowing how to open, but not how to close. From today onward, your training task is to practice precise chakra control while in the state of opening the 8 gates. For example, embroidering while in the state of the 3rd gate. Huh? Guy's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Embroidering while in the 3rd gate? What kind of devilish training is this? When you can easily thread a needle with a piece of thread while in the 4th gate state, you will have graduated. Minato clapped his hands, no longer paying attention to his two petrified disciples. All right, my teaching time is over. The path has been laid before you. How far you can go depends on yourselves. He turned and walked towards the training ground exit. Sensei, where are you going? Kakashi instinctively inquired. Minato did not turn around, merely waving his hand. Go arrange accommodations for the family of your master. The sun stretched his shadow long, and the white ceremonial robe fluttered in the wind. On the training ground, only Kakashi and Might Guy remained, exchanging glances. After a while, Guy suddenly threw his arms around Kakashi's shoulders, tears welling in his eyes. Kakashi, my dear friend, are you also ready to ignite your youth? I am so moved. Kakashi disdainfully pushed him away. He lowered his gaze to the water balloon in his hand, his face, usually marked by laziness, now displaying an unprecedented focus. He extended his right index finger. A faint, nearly invisible arc of electricity gently leaped at the tip. Carefully, he pressed his fingertip against the surface of the rubber water balloon. Zzzt. A weak current surged through. Inside the water balloon, the calm surface of the water rippled slightly. He aimed to grow stronger, strong enough to protect everything. 3 months later, the streets of Konoha brimmed with a fresh vitality of post-war reconstruction. Especially in the newly planned residential area on the eastern side of the village, laughter and joy filled the air daily. Lord Hokage, good morning. A red-haired woman with her hair tied in a bun enthusiastically waved her basket of vegetables upon spotting Minato. You look handsome again. My son is preparing to be named Uzumaki Minato. What do you think? The smile on Minato's face froze for a moment. This was already the third member of the Uzumaki clan intending to name their child after him. Since he had brought back the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan and granted them official villager status along with the best resources for resettlement, this overwhelming enthusiasm had become part of his daily life. Lord Hokage, try our freshly made rice cakes. They are absolutely the most authentic skill from our clan. Another young redhead squeezed over, unceremoniously stuffing an oil paper package into Minato's arms. Thank you all. Minato felt he was about to be submerged in a sea of people. He fled in haste. He needed a bit of peace. The third training ground was a good place to go. Before he even approached, he heard deafening roars, occasionally mixed with vibrant shouts. Minato silently landed atop a large tree. In the center of the training ground, the scene was somewhat bizarre. Might Guy was performing a one-finger handstand in a highly contorted posture, every muscle in his body trembling. His skin flushed an abnormal red. The fourth gate, the injury gate, open, he chanted. Youth must seek exquisite brilliance amidst extreme pain. Before him lay an embroidery frame. With his other hand, he carefully threaded a fine needle, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground with a soft sound. Finally, the thread passed through the eye of the needle. Yush! Guy let out a thunderous cheer, nearly losing his balance in the handstand. Meanwhile, Kakashi sat cross-legged, cradling a water balloon in his hands. His movements were focused. A thin strand of lightning chakra, like a living tentacle, delicately explored the interior of the water balloon, sculpting with care. Minato watched with great interest. Kakashi's chakra control had improved significantly compared to 3 months ago. At that moment, Kakashi's movements halted. He exhaled deeply. Inside the intact water balloon, a mass of water had been shaped into a perfect pentagram, quietly suspended in midair. He had succeeded. Kakashi slowly lowered his forehead protector, revealing a left eye with an utterly ordinary black pupil. He blinked that eye effortlessly, feeling no discomfort. In the next moment, with a thought, chakra surged once more. In that ordinary eye, 3 pitch-black tomo suddenly appeared, slowly rotating. The Sharingan had been activated. With another thought, the 3 tomo vanished, reverting to the ordinary eye. He had become the first ninja, aside from Minato, capable of freely activating and deactivating the Sharingan without relying on Uchiha blood. Teacher, Lord Hokage, Kakashi and Guy nearly simultaneously spotted Minato in the tree, immediately halting their training and standing upright. Well done. Minato leaped down from the tree, landing before the two. Thank you, teacher, Kakashi sincerely spoke. Without you, I might never have escaped that faucet. Now, he finally understood the sensation of abundant chakra. Lord Hokage, me too. Guy charged forward, his eyes brimming with tears. I can now perfectly control the 6th gate. I even feel that the 7th gate isn't so far away. He pounded his chest, brimming with confidence. Very good. Minato nodded in satisfaction. It seems my training methods have been quite effective. He flexed his wrists. However, this past 3 months, the only ones making progress were not just you two. Kakashi and Guy stared blankly. Teacher? Minato smiled, not offering an explanation. He merely sank slightly, a vast chakra beginning to awaken within him. First gate. Open. Open. Boom. A shockwave expanded from him as the center. The expressions on Kakashi and Guy's faces changed in an instant. This aura was the 8 gates. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Third gate, life gate, open. Minato's voice remained steady, as if he were merely counting. Yet, each phrase sent Kakashi and Guy's hearts racing. Teacher, you have also learned the 8 gates? And so effortlessly. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Fifth gate, dying gate, open. Green chakra steam began to rise from Minato's body. He did not even display the flushed skin or bulging veins like Guy. His body, bolstered by the powerful vitality of Senju Hashirama cells, perfectly withstood this force. Sixth gate, view gate, open. Boom! A torrent of green steam erupted skyward, almost identical to Guy's activation, but Minato's aura was far more stable and profound. Kakashi and Guy were rendered speechless. They could only stare blankly, watching their teacher reach a realm that Guy had painstakingly trained for years to attain in mere seconds. Yet, this was not the end. Minato lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his azure eyes. Seventh gate, shock gate, open. Boom! A shockwave 10 times more intense than before erupted. Terrifying blue steam, like tangible flames, surged forth from every part of Minato's body, enveloping him. The ground of the training ground cracked under the immense pressure. Kakashi and Guy were forced to retreat repeatedly, their faces filled with astonishment. The seventh gate, that was a realm that even Guy dared only to imagine, yet had never truly touched. As the shock reached its zenith, Minato, enveloped by a sea of azure steam, slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! A rapidly spinning blue sphere of chakra materialized in the palm of his hand. Rasengan. Kakashi and Guy's minds went blank in an instant. It was not mere astonishment. It was a collapse of their worldview. This was impossible. Kakashi's voice turned sharp from overwhelming horror. Guy pointed at Minato, his finger trembling like a leaf in the wind. Opening the 8 gates using ninjutsu. The 8 gates of life are a forbidden technique of pure taijutsu that consumes one's life force in exchange for transcending physical limits. Once opened, all chakra is dedicated to enhancing the body, rendering it utterly impossible to concentrate on gathering chakra and performing ninjutsu that requires meticulous control. This is the immutable rule of forbidden techniques. It is the consensus among all taijutsu practitioners. Yet now, Minato had shattered that rule. Not only had he opened the terrifying 7th gate, but he also effortlessly unleashed an A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan, while in this state. Holding the steadily rotating Rasengan, Minato felt the unending power coursing within him. The combination of Sage Mode and the 8 gates proved to be even more perfect than he had imagined. He smiled at his 2 petrified students. Chakra is meant to be used this way. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Rasengan quietly spun in Minato's palm, emitting a stable blue glow. The blue steam surrounding him was the hallmark of the 7th gate's opening, and the terrifying energy even caused a slight distortion in space. However, Minato himself remained as calm as though he were strolling in a garden. Chakra is meant to be used this way. This phrase became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Thud. Guy dropped to his knees, not from exhaustion, but from an utter mental collapse. He looked up, his face usually ablaze with fervor, now vacant. Opening the 8 gates to use ninjutsu, and the 7th gate at that. This was no longer ninjutsu. It was sage art. It was a miracle. In the next moment, a loud shout erupted from him, resonating through the heavens, even breaking into a crackle. He sprang up from the ground, sliding forward to Minato, and embraced his leg. Hokage-sama. Tears streamed down Guy's face, his voice cracking. You are the true embodiment of youth. My youth pales in comparison to the glow of fireflies before you. You are the sun, the radiant sun that illuminates the entire ninja world. Please take me as your disciple. No, allow me to follow you. I, Might Guy, am willing to dedicate everything for your magnificent youth. His words tumbled out in a fervent rush, his emotions reaching a fever pitch. The man who had lived by the creed of hard work and aimed to surpass Kakashi had found a new, unattainable deity today. Kakashi silently took a step to the side. He felt a bit lightheaded. Everything unfolding before him had completely exceeded the realm of his understanding. He knew about the 8 gates. He was familiar with the Rasengan. But when these 2 elements combined in a manner that defied all logic, the impact was catastrophic. This so-called genius of Konoha felt like a child fresh out of the ninja academy before Minato. No, he was even less than a child. At least a child still held illusions about the world. But he, Kakashi, had lost the right to even dream, because Minato had laid that impossible fantasy right before his eyes. Minato, feeling a slight headache, glanced at the green creature clinging to his leg. He had merely intended to demonstrate the feasibility of combining Sage Mode with the 8 gates, while also giving these 2 future powerhouses a lesson. He never expected Guy's reaction to be so intense. he casually dispersed the Rasengan. Whoosh! That terrifying blue steam receded back into his body like a receding tide. There were no scars on his body, nor even a hint of fatigue. This scene caused Kakashi's heart to twitch once more. The seventh gate without side effects. A monster. A true monster. Alright, Guy, let go. Minato spoke. No, unless you promise me. Guy tightened his grip. Minato sighed. Kakashi. He turned to the other side. Yes, sensei. Kakashi immediately snapped back to attention. I have a mission for you. Minato's expression grew serious. Go to the border of the Land of Rain. Recently, intelligence has reported the emergence of a new organization there, secretly recruiting rogue ninjas from various countries. I need you to investigate their details, numbers, the identity of their leader, and their ultimate goals. Kakashi immediately accepted. Yes, Hokage-sama. I want to go too. Guy abruptly released his grip, standing at attention with a speed that left afterimages. Pursuing evil. Burning youth. This is my mission. He struck a pose to showcase his muscles, his teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Please let me accompany Kakashi. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened. An image uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. The Land of Rain, in a dark underground exchange. He and Guy surrounded by a group of rogue ninjas. The rogue ninja leader. Which village are you from? State your name. He was ready to employ a standard diplomatic response. Beside him, Guy, wearing a comically exaggerated mask with thick eyebrows and large eyes, stepped forward. No comment. Rogue ninja leader. Huh? Guy. Konoha's great whirlwind. In the next instant, the entire exchange descended into chaos. The infiltration mission a complete failure. Kakashi shivered. He immediately spoke. Sensei, this mission requires a high degree of stealth, I alone. Guy. Minato interrupted him. This time you will follow Kakashi's every command. Yes. Hokage-sama. Guy responded loudly. Minato turned back to Kakashi. One more person means one more helper, especially a helper who can turn the tables. Kakashi fell silent. He understood his teacher's intent. Guy, who possessed the 8 gates, was indeed, in a sense, a nuclear bomb capable of turning the tables. Alright, Kakashi reluctantly conceded, but you must wear an Anbu mask, and you are not allowed to speak throughout the mission. No problem. Guy gave him a thumbs up, his teeth shining with confidence. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the training ground. It was the Anbu. Hokage-sama. The Anbu knelt on one knee. What is it? Regarding the Uzumaki clan you brought back, some unfavorable remarks have emerged within the village. Minato's previously gentle aura instantly darkened. Speak. Yes. The Anbu felt an invisible pressure. Some villagers and lower-ranking ninjas were privately discussing that the Uzumaki clan was consuming too many resources from the village. They remarked that their children, upon returning, directly entered the best classes in the ninja academy, and even claimed that they had diluted the share of missions available to other ninjas. This was a typical expression of exclusionary sentiment and a problem that Minato had anticipated long ago. He was about to speak, intending to have the Anbu summon Hiruzen Sarutobi and Fugaku, when the next words from the Anbu left him momentarily stunned. However, Hokage-sama, the situation changed just half an hour ago. The Uchiha clan's monitoring department took the initiative to intervene. Kakashi and Guy exchanged surprised glances. The Uchiha? That proud and exclusive clan would take it upon themselves to deal with such trivial matters? The Anbu continued to report, his voice tinged with disbelief. Uchiha Inahiko and Uchiha Hakadai led a team straight to the taverns and training grounds where rumors were most concentrated. They did not resort to violence. They simply publicly read the fundamental regulations of Konoha village and the Hokage's decree that you personally issued. The Anbu's voice unconsciously mimicked the scene from that time. By the decree of the 4th Hokage, the Uzumaki clan are esteemed guests of Konoha and are also citizens of Konoha, enjoying equal rights and obligations with other villagers. Their clan members possess exceptional sealing techniques, making them an indispensable strategic force for Konoha's future. The monitoring department hereby reiterates that any discriminatory remarks against the Uzumaki clan may be regarded as a blatant provocation to the Hokage's political mandate. Anyone with objections regarding resource allocation should submit formal documentation to the Hokage Tower, rather than gossiping behind closed doors. The Anbu swallowed hard. At that moment, a drunken special jonin attempted to retort, claiming the Uchiha were meddling in affairs that did not concern them. In response, Uchiha Inahiko simply asked him calmly, "Is your questioning our duty to maintain Hokage-sama's will? Or are you questioning Hokage-sama himself?" The special jonin sobered up immediately, bowed in apology, and hurried away. Now, all rumors had settled. The monitoring department had even dispatched personnel to patrol the perimeter of the Uzumaki clan's residential area, 24 hours a day. The training ground was enveloped in silence. Kakashi and Guy were at a loss for how to respond to this news. The Uchiha had become the most steadfast executors and defenders of the Hokage's will. What on earth was happening in this world? Minato stood in place, silent for a long time. The surprise on his face slowly transformed into a heartfelt, comforting smile. Fugaku, well done. What he had given the Uchiha was a sword. And Fugaku not only accepted the sword but learned how to wield it as a broom to clear the dust from his master's doorstep. This was even better than he had anticipated. Kakashi, Guy. Minato spoke. Yes. The two responded immediately. The previous mission was temporarily cancelled. Huh? Kakashi was taken aback. Minato turned and walked toward the village. Plans have changed. We are going to the monitoring department. He paused and added, also, bring some care packages. The Uchiha monitoring department was situated at the core of their clan's territory, adjacent to the South He Shrine. This had once been the headquarters of the police force, but now it bore a new sign and had undergone a transformation. Upon Minato's arrival with Kakashi and Guy, the Uchiha guarding the entrance immediately noticed them. Two Uchiha ninjas stiffened, instinctively wanting to bow, but hesitated in their movements. They had become accustomed to being wary of the village's upper echelons.
Hokage-sama.
In the end, they still chose to bow. Minato paid no mind to these details, handing over the large packages he was carrying. Care packages. I heard about your actions, and they were outstanding. These are for everyone in the monitoring department. The guarding ninjas were momentarily stunned. They looked at the heavy packages, unsure if they should accept them. The Hokage personally came to deliver care packages? Just because they had read a few political decrees at the taverns? Take them. Inside are new ninja tools and medical supplies. Minato added, the work of the monitoring department is crucial. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. One of the ninjas finally reacted, hurriedly stepping forward to accept the packages. The packages were heavy, seemingly filled with a mixture of metal and medicinal materials. Yet this weight stirred an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Just then, Fugaku and Itachi quickly walked out from the main gate. Hokage-sama, why have you come in person? Fugaku's face showed a mix of anxiety and barely contained excitement. I came to see how well my sword has been sharpened, Minato replied half-jokingly. He walked past Fugaku and headed directly into the courtyard of the monitoring department. Inside the yard, dozens of Uchiha clan members clad in matching uniforms were practicing. Upon seeing Minato's figure, all their movements came to a halt. The entire courtyard fell silent. All Uchiha turned their attention toward the man clad in the ceremonial robe. Everyone. Minato surveyed the surroundings. I have heard about the Uzumaki clan situation, and you have done well. The duty of the monitoring department is not merely to supervise, but to uphold. Upholding the Hokage's decrees and maintaining the stability of Konoha. Your actions have proven that you are worthy of this trust. His words were unheavy, yet they distinctly reached every ear. In the courtyard, one Uchiha member instinctively straightened his back. Another quietly nudged his companion's arm, silently mouthing, Hokage-sama is praising us. They had grown accustomed to being suspected, to being marginalized. Never had they imagined that one day, the Hokage would personally come to their door, offering such solemn recognition for what they believed to be an ordinary matter. Fugaku stood behind Minato, feeling the shift in his clan members' emotions, and his heart brimmed with countless sentiments. He had made the right choice. Minato had given the Uchiha not just a department, not just a position, but a respect that made them feel needed and acknowledged. Fugaku. Minato turned. Distribute the items. Fugaku immediately understood, instructing his subordinates to open the large packages. Brand new, specially made shuriken glinted with cold light, along with coils of well-packaged medical bandages and soldier pills, all displayed before everyone. These supplies were not particularly significant to the Uchiha clan, yet their meaning outweighed their weight in gold. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It was unclear who started it, but the Uchiha members in the courtyard all knelt on one knee in unison. Their movements were synchronized and filled with strength. In that moment, the Uchiha clan's support for Minato reached its zenith. Minato watched the scene before him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Very well, this is precisely the effect I wanted. A blade not only needs to be sharp, but must also understand the purpose for which it is drawn. The current Uchiha is indeed a keen edge that comprehends the importance of safeguarding Konoha. At that moment, an untimely voice shattered the solemn atmosphere. Lord Hokage, I want one too. I want a consolation prize. Might Guy squeezed forward, his face alight with anticipation. Minato smiled. Your consolation prize is rather special. He produced from his pocket a neatly folded set of clothing, along with a mask. The standard equipment of the Anbu. From today onwards, you will also be under my direct command. Let us start by getting familiar with this attire. Yush! Guy's exuberance erupted once more as he snatched the clothing and dashed into an adjacent empty room with lightning speed. Moments later, a figure clad in Anbu attire and wearing a raccoon mask emerged before everyone. Beneath the mask, which was supposed to signify coldness and anonymity, a vibrant voice exclaimed, "All right," as he struck a pose to show off his muscles. Kakashi silently turned his face away. So embarrassing. Fugaku and Itachi wore expressions that were somewhat peculiar. Is this truly the new subordinate of Lord Hokage? He seems a bit too lively. Let us go, I'll take you to meet an old friend. Minato paid no heed to the crowd's reactions and led Kakashi and the raccoon-masked Anbu out of the Uchiha compound. As they stepped onto the street, they encountered a few people head-on, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurinai Yuhi. "Hey, Kakashi," Asuma greeted lazily, a still unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. His gaze lingered on the Anbu beside Kakashi. "New partner? Looks quite spirited," he commented uncertainly. Kurinai also curiously examined the raccoon mask. Just as Kakashi was about to explain, the raccoon-masked Anbu stepped forward, gave a thumbs up to Asuma and Kurinai, his teeth glinting beneath the mask. A classic gesture of a thumbs up, teeth shining. A hallmark move of the nice guy. The cigarette dropped from Asuma's mouth with a thud. Kurinai covered her mouth in shock. "Guy!" they exclaimed in unison. This iconic gesture, this damned youthful exuberance. They would recognize it anywhere. "Nonsense. I don't know any guy. I'm just an ordinary Anbu from Konoha." The voice beneath the raccoon mask attempted to sound cool, but could not conceal the fervor within. Asuma picked up his cigarette, an incredulous look on his face. "What on earth are you doing? Is this some cosplay?" "Asuma, don't say that." Kakashi sighed and took the initiative to explain. "Guy is now under Lord Hokage's direct command and is receiving personal guidance from him." "What?" Asuma and Kurinai's expressions instantly shifted from playful to astonishment. "Personal guidance? From the fourth Hokage." They looked at Guy's outfit, their envy no longer able to be concealed. That is the fourth Hokage, the pinnacle of the current ninja world. To receive even a word of advice from him is the coveted honor of countless ninjas. And Guy has actually become his direct subordinate. Is this for real? "Guy, what incredible luck you have," Asuma remarked with a hint of jealousy. "This is the recognition earned through my burning youth." Guy proudly puffed out his chest. Just as the group was joking around, whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the street without warning. It was another Anbu, wearing a crow mask and exuding a somewhat travel-worn aura. Upon his arrival, he immediately knelt on one knee before Minato. The lively atmosphere on the street instantly froze. Minato's smile vanished. "Lord Hokage, urgent intelligence has arrived from the borders. There's trouble with movements in the field. The internal consolidation of the village has just begun to take shape, and the wolves outside have already caught a whiff of it." "Speak." "Yes." The Anbu dared not lift his head. "Our spies placed in various nations have reported simultaneously. The four great ninja villages, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure, have all recently exhibited abnormal military movements. It seems that due to our recent activities in Konoha, the number of their patrols along the borders has more than doubled, and their behavior is exceedingly provocative." The Anbu paused, seemingly gathering more serious words. "Just an hour ago, our patrol unit at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth encountered a direct confrontation with Iwagakure's forces. There have already been casualties." The lively atmosphere on the street went still once more. The crow-masked Anbu knelt before Minato, emitting the scent of blood and earth. "Casualties?" Minato's tone remained flat, betraying no emotion. "Yes." The third patrol unit was ambushed by a squad from Iwagakure. Captain Nakajima was killed, and 3 of our members were severely injured. Iwagakure did not pursue but left behind the corpse of one of our ninjas in front of our outpost. An unambiguous provocation. Asuma's cigarette, which had somehow fallen again, lay forgotten on the ground, as the languor and nonchalance on his face disappeared without a trace. Kurinai's hands instinctively clenched tightly. The shadow of war arrived so swiftly. "I understand." Minato's voice remained calm. He turned to Kakashi and Guy. "You two come with me." "Yes." "We will complete the mission." The voice beneath the raccoon mask remained filled with vitality, yet the surrounding air grew even heavier. Minato ignored Asuma and Kurinai, leading the 3 away, their figures vanishing in a flash, leaving 2 old classmates with complex expressions and a crowd of perplexed passers-by behind. In the Hokage office, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a sea before a storm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, The highest decision-makers of Konoha had all gathered, and Anbu from the intelligence department was reporting more detailed information. According to analysis, the military movements of the 4 great ninja villages began almost simultaneously. Kumogakure has established 3 permanent fortifications at the borders, while Iwagakure's forces frequently cross the buffer zone. The assassination units from Kirigakure have been unusually active along the coasts of the Land of Water, and Sunagakure has sent people deep into the heart of the Land of Fire under the pretext of hunting rogue ninjas. This is not a test. Nara Shikaku, usually so languid, spoke with an unusual seriousness. This is a coordinated action. The 4 words caused the temperature in the entire office to drop. Jiraiya's expression darkened. They think that after the Ninetales incident, Konoha is weakened and ripe for the picking. How outrageous. Akimichi Choza slammed his fist on the table. Do they really think that Konoha is a soft target? Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. The Uchiha clan is ready for battle at any time. He stood tall and straight as he spoke. After the establishment of the inspection department, he represented the Uchiha clan and took the initiative to volunteer at the highest council for the first time. In an instant, the conference room was filled with fervent emotions, with voices advocating for war rising and falling in fervor. Only Minato remained silent, leaning back in the Hokage's chair throughout the discussion. He simply listened quietly. It was not until everyone had finished speaking that he slowly began to speak. Riku, here. Nara Shikaku responded immediately. If we were to go to war now, fighting on 4 fronts, what would our chances of victory be? Nara Shikaku's mind began to race, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It would be difficult. He finally uttered 2 words. Very difficult. Our forces would be severely scattered, and our logistical supply lines would stretch to their limits. The collapse of any front would trigger a chain reaction. The best outcome would be a Pyrrhic victory. However, the village could be devastated. The office fell silent once more. Only Konoha dared to speak of fighting on 4 fronts. But this was the reality. No matter how strong Konoha was, it could not simultaneously oppose the entire ninja world. Therefore, we cannot engage in battle. Minato ultimately reached a conclusion. Everyone was taken aback. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, about to say something soothing. However, Minato's next words left everyone's hearts in their throats. If they wish to test us, then I shall provide them with an answer. Minato rose and walked towards the enormous map of the ninja world, striking it with his fist. Better to strike first than to endure 100 blows. He extended his hand and gently tapped the location of Konoha. War is the continuation of politics. Sometimes, the most direct violence is the most effective form of politics. He turned to face Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi, present. You and Guy will lead the Anbu 7th squad, departing immediately for the border of the Land of Earth. He then looked at Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, who had been standing in the shadows. Itachi, Shursui, you will lead the first team of the inspection department to the border of the Land of Lightning. Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi clans, each dispatch an elite jonin to form the 3rd squad, which you, Shikaku, will personally command to the border of the Land of Wind. 3rd Hokage Jiraiya-sensei. Minato turned to the 2 elders. I leave the situation in the Land of Mist to you. A series of commands was issued, clear, decisive, and irrefutable. Everyone was bewildered by this sudden deployment. Minato, Jiraiya was the first to react. What are you planning to do? You're sending all the elite squads out. What about the village? And this is just a drop in the bucket. They are facing a large army. Who said they were going to fight? Minato smiled. He took out 4 specially crafted kunai, each marked with different symbols, from his ninja tool pouch. These are my coordinates. Within a day, I intend to pay a visit to our 4 esteemed neighbors. Buzz. In the office, everyone's minds felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer, blank and stunned. Within a day, inspecting the borders of the 4 great nations. This was no longer madness. This was a myth.
Impossible.
Nara Shikaku exclaimed in disbelief. Hokage-sama, your chakra, the consumption of the flying thunder god technique. My chakra is sufficient. Minato interrupted him. His voice was soft but carried an undeniable air of absolute confidence. I am not going to negotiate, nor am I going to battle. I am going to deliver a gift. A gift from Konoha that they shall never forget. 1 hour later, at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, in a valley covered by rocks, a dozen Iwagakure ninjas were gathered around a campfire, laughing and joking loudly. Ha ha ha. Konoha's ninjas are nothing special. That captain named Nakajima was taken out by our captain with just 1 earth release technique. The yellow flash? He is now the 4th Hokage. He must be sitting in the office signing documents all day. His body must have rusted by now. The leader, An Iwagakure Jonin with a long scar across his face snorted disdainfully. Do not let your guard down. The third Tsuchikage said this is just a warning. But if Konoha dares to retaliate, let them know what true will is. At the border of the land of fire and the land of earth in the valley. The contemptuous words of the Iwagakure Jonin echoed amidst the crackling of the campfire. Just as he finished speaking, whoosh, a barely audible sound of wind slicing through the air. A uniquely shaped kunai spun silently, embedding itself in the ground beside the campfire, the tag on its handle fluttering slightly. What is that? One Iwagakure ninja instinctively reached out to grab it. His fingertips hadn't even brushed the cold steel when a golden light suddenly burst forth, centered around that kunai. As the light faded, a man clad in the fourth Hokage's ceremonial robe stood there. His feet planted firmly on the circular ring of the kunai, his presence as stable as a mountain. The air in the valley instantly solidified. Enemy. One Iwagakure ninja barely managed to utter a word. Minato vanished from the kunai. Whoosh! He appeared behind that ninja, his elbow striking precisely at the back of the neck at an awkward angle. Crack. That ninja did not even have time to grunt before his body slumped down. Here. Another Iwagakure Chunin who had reacted quickly formed hand seals with great speed. Earth release, earth flow. Before he could finish the seals, a flash of golden light appeared. Minato's figure, like a ghost, stood before him. Too slow. A simple knife hand strike met his wrist. Pain surged through him as his chakra flow was abruptly cut off. The Chunin fell to the ground, cradling his wrist in agony. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Bastard! The scar-faced Iwagakure Jonin finally reacted, letting out a furious roar as his chakra erupted. Earth release. Hardening technique. His skin transformed into a rocky brown, and with fists clenched, he charged at Minato like a furious giant bear. However, Minato did not even glance at him. The golden light flickered again. He moved like a ghost wandering through a courtyard, appearing beside each Iwagakure ninja with every flicker. Whether palm, fist, or finger, each strike was simple, efficient, and targeted the vital points. There were no flashy jutsu, only the purest speed and strength. One Iwagakure ninja after another fell silently like cut wheat, unable to even discern the enemy's movements. They could only feel a gust of wind before consciousness slipped into darkness. The scar-faced Jonin's attack struck only air, creating large craters in the ground. He watched helplessly as his subordinates fell one by one, his anger gradually giving way to a chilling fear. He halted, staring in horror at the golden figure weaving through the crowd. That was not a battle. It was a unilateral cleansing. At last, only the scarred face remained standing in the valley. The figure of Minato flickered one last time, returning to the kunai that had initially been thrown. It was as if he had never moved at all. Who are you? The voice of the scarred face trembled with fear. Minato did not respond. He merely raised his hand slowly, withdrawing the kunai embedded in the ground. Then, he gently tossed the kunai upwards. The scarred face's pupils constricted sharply. He stared fixedly at the kunai tumbling through the air, every muscle in his body tensed. He understood that when that kunai fell, it would mark the end of his life. He could not sit idly by. Earth-style secret technique. Transformative change. He poured all his chakra into his arms, and his rock-solid arms swelled once more, preparing for one final struggle. However, as he concentrated all his attention on the falling kunai, a cold voice echoed behind him. Goodbye. The body of the scarred face instantly stiffened. He felt a chilling murderous intent surging from behind. When had it? A line of blood burst from his neck. At that very moment, the kunai that had been thrown into the air fell back into Minato's hand. Blood spurted forth like a fountain, staining the campfire red. The head of the scarred face soared high into the air. In his final moments of consciousness, he could only see that man still standing in place, the kunai in his hand completely devoid of any blood. Go back and tell Inoki. Minato's voice was like a cold wind from the netherworld, frigid and devoid of any emotion. I have already delivered the condolences from Konoha. Next time it will not be as simple as a single head. Oh, I forgot that you cannot return. With that, he cast a glance at the head still tumbling through the air. His figure transformed once again into a streak of golden light and vanished. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, at the Raikage's office in the village of Kimogakure, the fourth Raikage, was smashing his desk to pieces with a single punch. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He roared at his subordinates, just provoking them at the border and getting pushed back by a small Anbu team from Konoha. Where is Killer B? Send him. Have him take the heads of those brats from Konoha. He was in a furious rage when suddenly, bang! The The door to the office was violently slammed open. A Kumogakure Jonin rushed in, tumbling and covered in an indescribable terror. Raikage! Lord Raikage! His voice trembled with extreme fright. It's bad. He impatiently shouted. What now? The third fortress at the border. The Jonin stammered. It's gone. Gone? What do you mean gone? A's brows furrowed tightly. It's just gone. The Jonin was on the verge of tears. The entire fortress was flattened by a massive Rasengan that fell from the sky. What? A's pupils dilated instantly. Rasengan. That man's technique. Who did it? The surviving sentinels reported that they only saw a flash of golden light. Minato Namikaze. Squeezed out the name between his teeth. Just then, another ANBU burst through the window at greater speed. Lord Raikage, the second fortress just sent an urgent communication. A yellow flash has appeared there, requesting backup. Bastard. A's fury erupted completely. Blue lightning chakra surged from his body like flames, making his hair stand on end. Who does he think he is to provoke us in such a manner? Relay my orders. Assemble all forces. I will personally take his head. Raikage roared, his muscles bulging as he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, ready to charge out of the office. However, just as he was about to burst through the door, a calm, almost indifferent voice rang out in his own office. There's no need to go through all that trouble, Raikage. I have arrived. A's body suddenly stiffened. His head, wrapped in lightning, turned slowly. He saw the man who should have been thousands of miles away at the border, the man clad in the fourth Hokage's divine robe, now quietly standing in the center of his office. Minato held a cup of untouched tea taken from the side table. He even nodded slightly at A in greeting. You. A's mind went blank in an instant. An invasion. No, this was a descent. Silently and without a sound, directly arriving at the power center of one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Kumogakure. After a brief moment of blankness, volcanic rage erupted. Minato Namikaze let out a thunderous roar, his entire body surging with lightning. You're seeking death. Lightning release. Thunderclap. He pushed his speed to the limit, transforming into an indestructible battle axe, hurtling towards Minato with the force of 1,000 thunders. This strike was enough to shatter mountains. However, Minato merely gazed at him calmly. He slowly set down the cup of tea in his hand. Then, at the moment the Raikage's heavy blow was about to reach him, he raised his right hand, his index finger gently pointing forward. Buzz! A Rasengan the size of a marble, yet remarkably stable, formed quietly at his fingertip. The next second, his fingertip touched the Raikage's elbow, enveloped in violent lightning. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a soft pop. The Raikage's lightning armor, capable of splitting mountains, disintegrated upon contact with the tiny Rasengan, bursting apart like a popped balloon into a storm of electric arcs. An irresistible spiral force surged through his elbow and into his body. It felt as if he had collided with a high-speed spinning top. All his strength went haywire in an instant. His massive body flew backward at an even faster speed than before. Boom! He crashed heavily against the office wall, creating a vast human-shaped dent in the wall, which had been reinforced with special alloys. A collapse to the ground, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. He looked down at his arm, still trembling slightly. The lightning completely dissipated. His face was filled with disbelief. His greatest speed and power. His proud lightning armor. With just a single finger, he shattered it? Minato retracted his finger, causing the miniature Rasengan to dissipate. He gazed at the dazed Raikage and slowly spoke. This is my token of consolation. Next time, it will not just be your armor that shatters. Meanwhile, at the border between the land of fire and the land of water, a wetland perpetually shrouded in thick fog. The air was damp and viscous, with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. The only sound was the soft drip of water. For the Mist Ninja, this was paradise. Captain Aoki, the Konoha patrol team, is just ahead, consisting of 2 individuals. A Mist Ninja emerged like a specter from the thick fog, kneeling on one knee. The man known as Aoki was the overall commander of the 3 elite teams for this operation, carrying a needle-like ninja blade, a reserve member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. 2 individuals? Aoki hesitated for a moment. Wasn't the intel indicating a sparse military presence at the Konoha border? Was 2-person patrol meant to belittle anyone? Indeed, their chakra signatures were strong, but there were only 2. Aoki stood up, preparing to take action swiftly. The 3rd Mizukage desires a show of strength, not to sink into a quagmire. Yes. The 3 teams, nearly 30 elite Mist Ninja, quietly dispersed within the thick fog, forming a massive encirclement. They were all adept at assassinations in the mist, confident they could tear the two unfortunate Konoha ninja to shreds within 10 seconds. At the center of the encirclement, Jiraiya dug at his ear, displaying evident impatience. I say, old man, are you sure this is the place Minato mentioned? This godforsaken area doesn't even have a bird, let alone mist ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, exhaling smoke that mingled with the surrounding fog. Minato's intel is never wrong. Alright. Jiraiya stretched lazily. Let us wrap this up quickly. I still need to gather materials. With so many older sisters from the Uzumaki clan in Konoha now my inspiration. He hadn't finished his sentence. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed the pipe from his mouth, tapping it against the nearby tree trunk. Thud, they're coming. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of figures, imbued with murderous intent, sprang forth from the fog. Countless shurikens and kunai rained down like black raindrops. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Several menacing water dragons and towering waves surged from different directions, aiming to completely engulf the two figures at the center. Aoki stood at a distance, ready to witness a perfect massacre. However, in the next second, the confidence on his face froze. Facing the catastrophic onslaught, the two figures at the center did not even move. The white-haired man merely formed a hand seal. Ninja art. Needle Jizo. Boom! The white hair instantly grew wild, resembling a massive hedgehog, completely enveloping the two individuals. All the kunai, shurikens, and even the water dragons collided with the white spikes as if striking the hardest steel, crumbling away. What? Aoki's movements froze. This technique, this iconic white hair. He hadn't yet processed it when the other elder with the pipe clasped his hands together. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. Rumbling. The ground within 100 meters of the two became an inescapable quagmire. The mist ninja, who had just landed, felt their feet give way, their bodies uncontrollably sinking. Not good. It's earth release. Quickly. Use body flicker technique to escape. Panic-stricken shouts echoed. But it was too late. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a torrent of flames. Rumbling thunderously, the enormous fire dragon roared, charging towards the mist ninja, trapped in the mire and unable to move. Oh! The piercing screams instantly filled the wetland. How is this possible? The scale of this fire release. Aoki stared blankly at the scene before him. In a single confrontation, his side had lost nearly 1/3 of its forces. This was by no means an ordinary Konoha patrol team. At that moment, the cluster of white spikes protecting the two individuals slowly retracted, revealing Jiraiya's roguish grin and Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm demeanor. Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings and whistled. Wow, old man, Minato really knows how to set things up. 3 elite teams, nearly 10 jonin and special jonin. If any other team had come here today, they would never have returned. He grinned widely. We've hooked a big fish. Boom! The instant the names Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen coincided with the faces before them, all surviving mist ninja felt as though something had exploded in their minds. White hair, the toad sage Jiraiya, the pipe, the master of ninjutsu, the 3rd Hokage. This must be a trick. One mist ninja exclaimed, his voice cracking from sheer shock. Why are they here? Has Konoha gone mad? Sending the legendary Sannin and the former Hokage to patrol the borders. Aoki's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He finally understood why there were only 2 people. Because 2 individuals were more than enough. This is not a patrol. This is an execution. Run! Aoki shouted with all his might. Scatter and flee. Anyone who can escape should. Inform the Mizukage. Fear conquered all. The remaining mist ninja fled in all directions like frightened birds and beasts, disregarding everything. Want to run? Jiraiya formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom! A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and a toad the size of a small mountain crashed to the ground. Toad oil bullet. Jiraiya stood atop the toad fumida, spewing forth a huge amount of toad oil, drenching the entire area like a torrential downpour. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clones appeared in various positions, unleashing several enormous fireballs from their mouths. Oil and fire met. Boom! A sea of flames instantly engulfed the entire wetland. However, at that moment, a golden light flickered unexpectedly at the center of the inferno. The figure of Minato Namikaze appeared between Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, Lord 3rd, thank you for your hard work. His appearance momentarily stunned both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato, what are you doing here? Jiraiya asked. I resolved the issues with Iwagakure and Kumogakure, and thought I'd stop by. Minato replied calmly. as if he were merely discussing a trivial matter. Resolved? Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged a glance, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's actions. Those were the border forces of two great ninja villages. Minato did not afford them much time for contemplation. He observed the stragglers, haplessly struggling in the inferno, attempting to break free from the encirclement. Since it was a token of condolence, it must be delivered with thoroughness. He formed hand seals with both hands. Wind release, great breakthrough. A howling gale erupted from his mouth. Yet this wind did not disperse the flames. Rather, with exquisite control, it entwined Jiraiya's toad oil and Hiruzen's fire. The wind fueled the fire's ferocity, and the oil intensified its might. At that moment, the three forces harmoniously fused, creating a colossal fire tornado that connected heaven and earth. Woo! The terrifying roar of the wind resembled the wails of vengeful spirits. Wherever the fire tornado swept through, trees, rocks, and those mist ninja were instantaneously vaporized, leaving not even ashes in its wake. The sea of flames extinguished. The marshland vanished. What remained was a vast, charred, and still smoldering pit resembling glass. Jiraiya stood atop the head of Gamabunta, mouth agape, unable to close it for quite some time. Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, had forgotten to inhale. They gazed at the enormous glassy pit, then at the composed figure of the fourth Hokage beside them. This power, this control, this perfect fusion of three distinct ninjutsu attributes. Was this truly a token of condolence from Konoha? It was nothing short of divine retribution. All right, Minato dusted off his hands. It was time to head to the last location. In a flash of golden light, his figure disappeared once more, leaving Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi standing amidst the desolation, staring at each other in bewilderment. Hey, old man, Jiraiya's voice was somewhat hoarse. Did I just see things? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. He merely took a moment to relight his extinguished pipe. The hand holding the lighter trembled slightly. It was likely that after this, the name of the fourth Hokage would resound throughout the ninja world once more. At the border of the land of wind, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and the violent winds whipped up gravel, striking the rocks with a clattering sound. Unlike the tense standoffs at the other three battlefields, this place felt eerily quiet. Shikaku, I say, are we really going to wait here until nightfall? Akimichi Choza patted his belly, feeling rather bored. Nara Shikaku lounged lazily in the shadow of a massive rock, eyes closed as if napping. No rush, Choza. The fish needs some time to bite. Beside them, Yamanaka Inoichi kept his eyes shut, fingers pressed against his temples, sensing everything around him. They're coming, Inoichi suddenly spoke. 37 individuals from the northeast, moving swiftly, and they have no intention of concealing their chakra. Choza instantly straightened up, excitement lighting up his face. Finally, they were here. Shikaku leisurely opened his eyes and yawned. They arrived 10 minutes later than I anticipated. It seems the efficiency of Sunagakure is still quite frustrating. He rose to his feet, brushing off the sand from his clothes. Inoichi prepared to give them a surprise. Choza, flank them from the left and scatter their formation. Understood. Got it. The leading jonin from Sunagakure, named Maki, was a trusted confidant of the fourth Kazekage. He led a team of elite ninjas, preparing once again to extend a friendly greeting to Konoha's outpost according to their plan. Everyone, stay alert, Maki shouted to his subordinates. Last time was just a minor skirmish. This time, we must show them Sunagakure's resolve. Yes. Just as they stepped into a gorge, Maki suddenly felt his body stiffen. He looked down to see his shadow firmly tethered by a dark line. What?
Shadow imitation technique.
Nara Shikaku's voice drifted down from above the gorge. Not good. It's an ambush. Maki's heart raced. How is this possible? How could they know our route? Stay calm. Break free, his words were cut short. Mind disturbance technique. One of the Sunagakure Chunin beside him suddenly froze, then violently turned, thrusting his kunai towards a nearby comrade. Blood splattered. What are you doing? The Sunagakure formation descended into chaos. Rumble. A massive meatball, like an out-of-control war chariot, charged from the other side of the gorge, crashing forcefully into their disarrayed ranks. A meatball battle vehicle. Bodies were sent flying. Cries of despair and shock erupted into a cacophony. Maki watched helplessly, his body frozen, as terror surged within him like a raging tide. Ino, Cho, and Shika. It's the Konoha trio. Why were they here? It was as if they had dug a pit in advance, waiting for them to leap in. It's over. Shikaku's voice pronounced like a death sentence. The battle, or rather, a one-sided rout, ended after 10 minutes. When a flash of gold illuminated the battlefield, Minato Namikaze appeared, facing a scene of groaning Sunagakure ninjas and the distinct postures of the trio. Lord Hokage, the three of them bowed in unison. Well done. Minato nodded. He glanced at Maki, who was bound by shadows, his face etched with despair. It seemed Sunagakure had yet to learn its lesson. Shikaku spoke up, Lord Hokage, should we? He made a slicing motion across his throat. No, Minato shook his head. That would be too merciful. He turned to gaze deep into the land of wind. Warnings will not deter the greedy. Only when their claws are severed will they feel pain. Shikaku, Inoichi, and Chozo were taken aback. The implication from the Hokage was clear. We are going to Sunagakure. Minato announced calmly. What? Even the perceptive Nara Shikaku could not maintain his composure at this moment. Lord Hokage, are we declaring war directly?
Va?
Minato chuckled softly.
No. I am merely going to retrieve something that rightfully does not belong to them. And while I am at it, deliver a token of condolence that the fourth Kazekage will never forget. Without waiting for further inquiries from the trio, Minato extended his hands, placing them on their shoulders. Hold steady. Buzz. Golden light enveloped them. In the next moment, the four figures vanished from their location. In Sunagakure, the alarm bells from the barrier squad suddenly rang out sharply. Alarm! Alarm! There is an enormous chakra response directly above the village. How is this possible? The defensive barrier was not triggered. Quick! Inform the Kazekage. The entire sand village was suddenly stirred by the piercing sound of alarms. Countless ninjas rushed out of their homes. Looking up at the sky, they beheld four figures suspended in the air, like deities, 100 meters above the village. The foremost figure, clad in the ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage, had golden hair flowing in the wind. Yes, it was the yellow flash of Konoha. How could he be here? The Ino Shikacho. That was Konoha's Ino Shikacho. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. Whoosh! The fourth Kazekage, Raza, appeared atop the Kazekage building, accompanied by two guards. He looked up at the figures in the sky, a mix of astonishment and fury coursing through him. Minato Namikaze. His voice, infused with chakra, resonated through the heavens. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to instigate the fourth Great Ninja War? It seemed that the mark he had left during the third Great Ninja War had proven effective. Minato lowered his gaze, looking down at the village established in the desert, as well as at the blustering fourth Kazekage. He did not answer Raza's question. His perception spread out like an invisible net, instantly covering the entire village. Soon, he located his target. In a heavily guarded room, a baby wrapped in layers of seals lay ensconced. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara.
Va?
Minato finally spoke, his voice not loud yet crystal clear to every sand ninja's ears. No, Kazekage, you misunderstand. I have merely come to retrieve something. Raza paused. What is it? Your ultimate weapon. Before the words fell from his lips, Minato's figure vanished into thin air. A flash of golden light. Raza's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed a spatial disturbance appearing not far behind him, within the special building that housed the Jinchuriki. Not good. He was just about to turn around when the golden light flickered again. Minato's figure had returned to its original position, but now, he cradled a baby still swaddled in blankets. The baby had red hair, and on his small face was a ring of dark circles. It appeared that the sudden turn of events had startled him awake, and he was about to cry. Minato infused a gentle stream of chakra into the child's body, and the baby soon fell back into a peaceful slumber. The entire sand village fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. On the roof of the Kazekage building, Raza's body froze. The color drained from his face at a visible rate, turning pale. Lost. The strongest weapon of the sand village. The future guarantee, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, just like that, was taken by the enemy from the most heavily guarded place, as if retrieving a piece of luggage. Minato Namikaze. Raza's voice trembled uncontrollably with extreme anger and fear. You, give me back the child. Back to you? Minato looked down at the baby in his arms. To let him continue to be treated as a weapon under your failed fatherhood, hated by everyone, ultimately becoming a monster who knows only slaughter? Minato's voice struck Raza's heart like a hammer. How could he understand? From this day forth, this child will be raised by Konoha. Minato's voice once again echoed throughout the sand village. He will grow up alongside my son, receive the best education, learn how to control his power, and become a true ninja, not a mere weapon. You may regard him as a hostage of Konoha. Should the sand village dare to provoke Konoha again? Minato raised his head, his calm gaze making Raza feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. You will forever lose your one tail. With that, He ignored the dazed, terrified, and furious faces below. He nodded to the 3 members of Inoshikacho beside him. The supplies have been delivered. We are going home. The golden light flashed once more. The 4 figures in the sky, along with the stolen baby, completely vanished. All that remained was a sand village shrouded in immense humiliation and fear. Raza stood atop the Kazekage building, facing the howling wind, motionless, like a petrified statue. It was over. Everything was over. The golden light flashed again. The next moment, Minato Namikaze, Nara Shikaku Yamanaka Kai, and Akimichi Choza had returned from the skies above the sand village to the canyon at the borders of the wind country. On the ground, those sand ninjas subdued by the Inoshikacho, including the leading jonin, Maki, remained bound in place by the shadow binding technique. They witnessed the return of the 4, and saw the baby swaddled in Minato's arms. Maki's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks in an instant. That is
Impossible.
He wanted to scream, to question, but the shadow binding technique rendered him incapable of moving even a finger, forced to watch helplessly. Minato did not cast a glance their way. He simply placed his hand once more on the shoulders of his 3 companions. We are going home. Buzz. The golden light illuminated for the 3rd time, and the 4 figures, along with the baby, vanished completely amidst the swirling yellow sands. All that was left were the despairing sand ninjas and the dead silence of the canyon. In the Hokage office of Konoha, the light dissipated. The successive long-distance space transfers caused Akimichi Choza to stumble, nearly falling. Yamanaka Kai supported himself against the wall, his face somewhat pale. Only Nara Shikaku, although equally pale, managed to steady himself. His gaze was fixated on the man calmly examining the baby in his arms. The man clad in the ceremonial robe, Shikaku's mind, hailed as the strongest strategist of Konoha, was now left with a buzzing sound. A surprise attack on the sand village, right before the eyes of the entire village of ninjas, abducting their Jinchuriki, and then returning unscathed. This is not war. This is not a scheme. This is simply the god of ninja declaring his existence. This is a grave problem. Shikaku unconsciously uttered his catchphrase, but this time, there was no trace of laziness in his voice, only a deep-seated tremor and reverence from the depths of his soul. The office door was suddenly flung open, and Uzumaki Kushina burst in with her fiery red hair, resembling flames. Minato, the barrier team reported that the flying thunder god technique in the village was overloaded. You. Her words came to an abrupt halt upon seeing the baby in Minato's arms. That unmistakable red hair, that faint yet immensely familiar chakra, belonging to a tailed beast. As the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina understood in an instant. Anxiety and worry etched across her face were swiftly replaced by a tangle of complex emotions. There was shock, there was astonishment, but more profoundly, there was a deep-seated compassion and empathy that seemed to spring from her very bloodline. This child. A Jinchuriki. Minato's voice was calm and steady as he addressed me. He stepped forward slowly, gently placing the still-sleeping infant into Kushina's arms. From this day forth, he shall be our family. Instinctively, Kushina tightened her embrace around the child, seeking to warm him with her own body heat. Gaara seemed to sense the warm chakra emanating from his kin, his small brow unfurling as he nestled into a more peaceful slumber. Sanagekyo will go mad. Finally regaining his voice, Hanzo's tone was laced with incredulity. Let them go mad. Minato's response was nonchalant. Bang! The office door was once again flung open, as Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi rushed in almost simultaneously. Minato, the intelligence department reported that you. Jiraiya's words halted abruptly as he took in the bizarre scene before him. Minato Namikaze remained composed. The Inuzuka trio seemed as though their very souls had been siphoned away, and Kushina was cradling a red-haired infant. Jiraiya's gaze instantly locked onto the child, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. The chakra of a tailed beast. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't possibly be serious. Beside him, Hiruzen Sarutobi gasped sharply, nearly dropping his pipe to the floor. He looked to Shikaku Nara, seeking an explanation with his eyes. Shikaku could only return a powerless and bitter smile. As you can see, Lord Third, we made a trip to Sanagekyo. A trip? Jiraiya's voice rose an octave in shock. And you just brought their Jinchuriki back with you? Ha 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 ha. In the next moment, Jiraiya erupted into raucous laughter, clutching his stomach as tears streamed down his face, gasping for breath. You madman. You are truly a complete lunatic. He pointed a trembling finger at his student. But, well done. That is what a hero is. That is the kind of audacity a Hokage should possess. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi did not laugh. His expression was graver than ever before. Minato, you are being too reckless. His voice was heavy with concern. Your actions will push Konoha into opposition against the entire shinobi world. Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure will unite out of sheer terror. If that happens, it will be the fourth great ninja war, and we will be the sole enemy. Jiraiya's laughter abruptly ceased. The atmosphere that had just become lively in the office instantly plummeted to freezing point. Shikaku Nara's heart sank. This was precisely the issue he had feared most. A cornered beast will lash out recklessly. Yet Minato merely turned slowly, walking to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the prosperous and peaceful village below. Lord Third, you are mistaken. His voice was soft but remarkably firm. They will not unite. He turned around, his azure eyes reflecting an absolute confidence that seemed to comprehend everything. For fear does not breed unity. It only breeds suspicion. He began to pace slowly around the office, each word he uttered striking like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. Today I spent the entire day visiting 4 locations. At the border of the land of Earth, I annihilated Iwagakure's vanguard forces, leaving only 1 survivor. In the land of lightning, I destroyed 2 frontline fortresses of Kumogakure, and then, in the Raikage's office, I single-handedly defeated the 4th Raikage who had come at me with full force. At the border of the land of water I, alongside Jiraiya-sensei and Lord Third, erased 3 assassination squads from Kirigakure, along with that wetland, from the map. Finally, before all the shinobi of Sunagakure, I seized their treasured ultimate weapon. With every word he spoke, the air in the office thickened. The wild exuberance vanished from Jiraiya's face. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe had extinguished at some point unbeknownst to him. The Inuzuka trio felt their scalps prickle. In a single day, I traversed 4 nations and repelled 4 Kage. This is beyond human capability. What I sent was not a provocation. Minato halted his steps, surveying everyone. What I delivered was a message. This message is not that Konoha is strong. Rather, it is that I, Minato Namikaze, am omnipresent and unmatched. Currently, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, is pondering why the 4th Raikage was merely defeated while his forces were completely obliterated. The 4th Raikage is enraged as to why I only dismantled his fortresses yet left with the son of the 4th Kazekage. Meanwhile, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, is terrified of how Konoha possesses the ability to strike against all 4 great shinobi villages on the same day. They are now more fearful of who I might appear beside next rather than contemplating how to unite against Konoha. For they all understand deep down that, before my flying thunder god, any coalition would be a joke. Minato returned to his desk, slowly sitting down, his body leaning back into the expansive Hokage chair, fingers interlaced before him. The era of mutual checks and balances among the shinobi nations has come to an end. He lifted his head, calmly proclaiming, "From this day forth, there shall only be one order in the shinobi world. That is the order of Konoha." Silence. A deathly silence. Shikaku Nara's mind, a brilliant crystal capable of deducing hundreds of battle scenarios simultaneously, for the first time completely malfunctioned. He could find no loophole to counter. For Minato's logic had transcended the realms of tactics and strategy. It was founded upon a pure, unreasonable, absolute power capable of distorting the rules of the world. Jiraiya stared blankly at his student. The once sunny and cheerful boy's figure slowly merged with the absolute dominator before him, who suppressed the entire shinobi world with his own strength. The child of prophecy. Is this the way the great sage of the 6 paths foretold would bring change to the shinobi world? Not through love and understanding to enlighten the world, but through absolute force to dictate peace. Kushina gazed at her husband, then looked down at the peacefully sleeping Gaara in her arms, and suddenly understood. This is not cruelty. This is the utmost gentleness. By becoming the sole and greatest threat in this world, to ensure that no one would ever dare to threaten their home again. Just then, whoosh, a member of the Anbu, wearing a crow mask, appeared in the center of the office without warning, kneeling on one knee. He shattered the frozen silence. "Hokage-sama." The Anbu's voice trembled slightly with excitement and reverence. The 4 great shinobi villages have issued the highest level of emergency communication, nearly simultaneously. Minato leaned slightly forward. What did they say? The Anbu took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to calm their racing hearts. They requested an immediate convening of the 5 Kage Summit. They requested an immediate convening of the 5 Kage Summit. The words of the Anbu were like a boulder thrown into the still surface of a lake. The air, which had just solidified in the office, was once again stirred. Jiraiya's wild laughter froze on his face as he turned to look at Minato, as if gazing upon a monster. The pipe of Sarutobi Hiruzen clattered to the floor. Nara Shikaku's mind finally rebooted from its frozen state, He rubbed his forehead, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. The 5 Kage summit? Ridiculous. What kind of summit is this? This is clearly the lament of 4 defeated hounds, their spines thoroughly broken, begging for their master's mercy. How interesting. Minato stood up from the Hokage's seat and walked over to Kushina's side. He reached out and gently stroked Gaara's sleeping face. Agree to their request. His decision bore not a hint of hesitation. Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself and spoke up. This could be a trap. They might take this opportunity to join forces against you. Join forces? Minato turned around and retorted with what would they join forces? In the face of absolute speed, any number of alliances would be utterly meaningless. This summit is not for negotiations. Minato walked to the desk, picked up the Hokage hat, and placed it back atop his head. This is to establish new rules for them. News spread, and the entire Konoha was in an uproar. In a single day, the 4th Hokage dashed through 4 nations, repelling the 4 Kage, and even returned with their Jinchuriki from Sunagakure. Such a legendary feat made every villager of Konoha stand tall with pride. Have you heard? The border has been so quiet lately that not even a bird dares to fly over. That's not all. My relative is on the patrol team and says that those once arrogant Iwagakure and Kumogakure shinobi now avoid us Konoha shinobi like the plague. Ha ha ha. This is the deterrent power of our 4th Hokage. Within the izakaya, such excited discussions filled the air. The atmosphere in the village was unprecedentedly elevated. The panic and unease that had once arisen from the Ninetales incident were completely replaced by a sense of pride. Konoha now possessed both the Ninetales and One Tail. This was something that had once been unthinkable, but now, under the leadership of the 4th Hokage, it was no longer a threat, but rather the best testament to Konoha's formidable strength. The faces of the villagers radiated genuine smiles and a sense of security. They knew that as long as that golden figure remained, Konoha was invincible. A few days later, at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, in the rain country, this place was perpetually shrouded in rain and cold air. The makeshift meeting venue was a simple wooden hut. Inside, a large round table was set. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in midair, arms crossed, wearing an expression of displeasure. The 4th Raikage, sat in a chair, his muscles tense, exuding a volatile aura. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, had a face ashen, as if all vitality had been drained from him. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, sat quietly, his small body seemingly holding a composure that belied his age. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open. Minato Namikaze, clad in his ceremonial robe, entered alone, walking in with calm composure. He brought no guards with him. He surveyed the room, pulled out the last empty chair and sat down. Thank you for your patience. His words shattered the silence that hung in the air. Minato Namikaze. The first to voice his anger was the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki. He slammed his hand on the table. Although he floated, the table still vibrated from the force of his chakra. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you have done? You are declaring war on the entire shinobi world. Anoki's voice was filled with furious accusations, yet he made no mention of the Iwagakure forces having instigated the conflict first.
Déclare va?
Minato leaned back slightly in his chair, addressing the Tsuchikage. I don't quite understand your meaning. You don't understand. The 4th Raikage, roared back. You destroyed my fortress. You attacked me in my own office. This is blatant aggression. And me, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, suddenly stood up, trembling with agitation. You return my son to me. In an instant, the room was filled with accusations directed at Konoha and at Minato Namikaze. 3 Kage, 3 distinct forms of anger, all aimed at a single target. Minato did not argue. He simply listened quietly until they had shouted all they wanted to say. The room fell into a brief silence once more. Only then did Minato leisurely speak. Finished? He picked up the teacup before him and gently blew on the steam. Well then, it's time for me to ask a few questions. He set down the teacup and looked at Anoki. Tsuchikage, I recall that it was your village's forces that first ambushed my patrol team at the border. Correct? Anoki's movements faltered. Minato then turned toward the Raikage. Raikage, before I came to visit you, your village amassed several times the usual number of troops at the border. Were you planning to come to my land of fire as guests? S breath hitched. Finally, Minato looked at Raza. Kazekage, your elite forces, accompanied by the captain of your bodyguards, also came for a friendly visit? 3 consecutive questions. Each one struck like a resounding slap across the faces of the 3 Kage. The room fell so silent that one could hear the raindrops falling on the eaves. Inoki's old face turned a deep shade of purple. Reikage's fists crackled as he clenched them. Raza seemed to have lost his last ounce of strength and slumped back down. They knew they were in the wrong but refused to back down. I merely... Minato's voice rang out again, calm yet carrying an undeniable conclusion. I merely greeted you in a manner you could understand. It seems the effect was quite good. His words stung more than any mockery could. Humiliation, anger, resentment. A myriad of emotions churned within the hearts of the three Kage, yet they could not utter a single word, because the truth was undeniable. They had been the ones to extend their claws first, only to have their arms severed by the other side's overwhelming force. Since the greetings are done, let us discuss the matter at hand. Minato leaned forward, his hands crossed on the table. From today onward, let us restore peace. All abnormal military movements at the border must be withdrawn. No country shall engage in any form of military provocation. His words were not a suggestion but a notice. How dare you? Inoki could no longer contain himself. Do you think you can simply declare peace and it will be so? What do you take the rules of the shinobi world for? Rules? Minato smiled slightly. From this day forth, what I say shall be the rule. You. Inoki's beard trembled with rage. Very well. Minato rose to his feet. I did not come here to bicker. I have said all I needed to say. You all may take your time to consider. Of course, you may also choose to reject it. He turned and walked towards the door. However, the next time my greeting is delivered, whether it lands at the Tsuchikage's office, the Reikage's bedroom, or perhaps directly to reclaim the remaining tailed beasts, I cannot guarantee. As he reached the doorway, he paused, not looking back. By the way, Lord Kazekage, I have taken your son under my wing. He will grow up healthy in Konoha, and I will teach him how to control his power, how to become a true ninja. When Sunagakure learns what true peace is, then perhaps you may come to see him again. With that, he pushed the door open, disappearing into the relentless curtain of rain. Inside, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Inoki, Reikage, and Lo Sha, the three leaders standing at the apex of the ninja world, felt as if their throats had been constricted like chickens, unable to utter a single word. It seemed that their era had been irrevocably ended at that moment by that golden figure. In Minato's heart, a grander plan had, at that instant, officially been set into motion. The independent ninja villages would ultimately only bring about endless strife. Perhaps it was time to plan for a single voice to resonate throughout the entire ninja world. The rain continued to fall. The cold raindrops pounded against the eaves of the humble wooden house, washing away the muddy ground outside. Minato Namikaze walked alone into the unceasing downpour. Behind him, in the wooden house, for shadows remained in silence, digesting a reality that could overturn the entire structure of the ninja world. Minato did not look back. His task was already accomplished. However, just as he took his 10th step, a voice that only he could hear echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has preliminarily established absolute military deterrence over the 4 great ninja villages. The structure of the ninja world has entered a new phase. Epic mission activated. Unification of the ninja world. Mission description. End the chaotic structure that has persisted since the Warring States era, establishing a unified, peaceful, and singular new order for the ninja world. Phase 1 mission. Strike the mountain to startle the tiger. Mission objective. Conduct a thorough disciplinary overhaul of the leader of Mangekyo, Hanzo the Salamander. Mission rationale. As an ally of the Land of Fire, its leader, Hanzo, has recently displayed tendencies of defection and has shown a lack of basic respect for the Hokage's authority. Mission reward. Immunity to toxins. Minato's footsteps paused momentarily. Hanzo the Salamander? A name he had nearly forgotten, tucked away in the corners of his memory. Once a formidable rival of his teacher Jiraiya, the man who had conferred the title of the legendary 3 ninjas upon Konoha. A disciplinary overhaul. Minato repeated the term, finding it somewhat amusing. Well then, since a new order is to be established, all remnants of the unstable old era should be swept into the annals of history. Let us start with the so-called demigod. Mangekyo, Central Tower. At the top of the tower was Hanzo's exclusive space. He stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the cold, steel city standing resolutely in the rain. Bastard! Bang! He slammed his fist against the nearby steel wall, leaving a shallow dent. The 5 Kage summit. They actually chose to hold it in my Mangekyo. No notification. No announcement. Not even the slightest hint of respect. His chest heaved violently, and heavy breaths escaped from beneath the breathing mask he wore. Once upon a time, he, Hanzo the Salamander, was the sole king of this land. With his own strength, He had defeated the young legendary 3 ninjas, instilling fear throughout the ninja world, earning the title of demigod. During the Second Ninja World War, Mangekyo was the true victor. But now, the leaders of the 5 great nations casually held a meeting in his territory, discussing matters that would determine the fate of the world, treating him, the master, as if he were invisible. What a humiliation. The 5 great nations, Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Hanzo muttered these names, his fury threatening to spill out from the seams of his mask. He conceded that the yellow flash was strong. But no matter how strong, he was merely a junior. He was the student of Jiraiya, who had once fled in disgrace beneath his hands. What right did a junior have to disregard him like this? Just then, he sensed something. An extremely subtle spatial fluctuation appeared abruptly in his room. Hanzo's body tensed instantly, his battle-hardened instincts compelling him to leap back, his hand already gripping the scythe he took pride in. Who? In a flash of golden light, a figure abruptly materialized in the spot where he had just stood. The newcomer was draped in the ceremonial robe of the 4th Hokage, his golden hair shining in the dim room, as if it were the only source of light. He gazed calmly at Hanzo, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll after a meal and happened upon this place. Minato Namikaze. Hanzo's body froze. How could this be? This was the top of the central tower, the most fortified area of Mangekyo. How did he get in? Why didn't the sensing barriers spread throughout the village react at all? It was their first meeting, Lord Hanzo. Minato spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. He surveyed his surroundings. The last time he had come to Mangekyo was during the Ninja World War. Everything seemed not to have changed much. You! Hanzo forced out a word through clenched teeth, the shock in his heart surging like a tidal wave. This was not an infiltration. This was an arrival. I remember, you are Jiraiya's little brat, right? Hanzo compelled himself to regain composure, attempting to reclaim a semblance of authority with the demeanor of a senior. He scrutinized Minato from head to toe, his tone laced with deliberate disdain. Humph, you certainly possess more guts than your teacher. To dare come here alone. He thought that his words would at least cause this young man to waver slightly. However, Minato merely smiled. My teacher often speaks highly of you. He said you were one of the most respectable opponents he has encountered. This remark brought a slight satisfaction to Hanzo's vanity, and he was about to say a few pleasantries in response. Yet Minato's next words instantly froze all of his arrogance. Therefore, in the process of clearing out the remnants of the old era, I have decided to place you further down the list. Consider it a mark of respect for my teacher. You? What? Hanzo was thoroughly enraged. Garbage? Hanzo the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja world, had somehow become nothing more than refused to be discarded in the mouth of this yellow-haired brat. Seeking death, rage consumed all rational thought. Hanzo, without a shred of hesitation, wielded his sickle as if it were a venomous serpent striking from its lair. Swoosh! With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, it aimed directly at Minato's face. He was confident that at such a close distance, no one could evade a blow infused with his lifelong mastery. Yet, the tip of the sickle pierced through. It was but an afterimage. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Hanzo's mind as he instinctively prepared to activate his body flicker technique. But it was too late. A chilling sensation gently rested upon his neck. It was a seemingly ordinary, specially crafted shuriken. Yet at this moment it was more lethal than any renowned blade in the world. Minato's figure had somehow appeared behind him, like a relentless specter. Too slow. Minato's voice whispered softly in his ear. Hanzo's body went utterly rigid. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The speed he prided himself on, the martial arts that had brought him fame, seemed like mere childish play before this man. A single exchange, not even a full exchange, could be counted. He was defeated. Defeated so thoroughly, so decisively, so humiliatingly. You! Hanzo's voice trembled with sheer terror. What kind of monster are you? Minato retracted the shuriken. He walked to the window, gazing at the city shrouded in rain. I am merely someone here to inform you that the times have changed. Minato turned around. The 5 Kage summit is being convened here, and indeed you were not notified. That is my oversight. I apologize. Hanzo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this godlike man would suddenly offer an apology. Yet before he could react, Minato's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. Because in my view, informing a leader of a region about to be taken over is quite superfluous. What did you say? Taken over? From this day forth, Mangekyo shall be incorporated as the first special administrative region under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire. Minato announced calmly. All of your powers and positions will be retained. However, you will be accountable to Konoha. You are insane. Hanzo shouted in disbelief. This is an invasion. The entire ninja world will not accept this. They will. Minato approached the door. Soon, you will receive a joint statement from the other 4 great ninja villages. They will warmly welcome and wholeheartedly support Mangekyo's incorporation into the Konoha family. Now, you can choose to accept this new identity. Minato paused at the doorway. Or I can help you choose. With a flash of golden light, that golden figure completely vanished from the room, leaving Hanzo the salamander standing alone, rooted to the spot. His body still trembled uncontrollably. Demigod? This title, which he had carried with pride his entire life, appeared utterly pale and ridiculous at this moment. He finally understood. That man was not here to negotiate, nor to demonstrate power. He was merely here to deliver a notification that could not be refused. The rain outside seemed to intensify. The ninja world appeared poised for a change. Hanzo the salamander stood atop the tower, as rainwater washed over the cold steel city. The room behind him was empty. That golden figure had disappeared, yet the words left behind echoed in the room like a curse. Taken over? Special administrative region? Hanzo repeated these words softly, then let out a grunt filled with fury. He never imagined that he and Mangekyo would meet such an absurd end. Once, those from Konoha had come to him, their demeanor humble. The man named Danzo sat here, speaking with false pretenses of cooperation, while secretly plotting against him. Not long ago, he had heard that Danzo had also been killed by Minato Namikaze. This deepened his wariness towards Minato. But wariness does not equate to fear. He, Hanzo the salamander, was not a coward who would kneel and beg for mercy at a mere threat. Minato Namikaze. Bam! He slammed his fist against the nearby steel wall, leaving a clear imprint in the hard surface. You are indeed fast. Fast beyond human capability. But the title of demigod cannot be claimed solely on speed. Hanzo's body trembled slightly with anger, heavy breaths escaping from beneath the breathing mask he wore. This time, he had been caught off guard by speed. It was his carelessness. The next time they meet, he would not give the opponent a chance to close the distance. He would use the poison he took pride in to turn that blinding yellow flash into a lifeless corpse. He was confident that no matter how fast a ninja was, once they inhaled his deadly poison, they would dissolve in endless agony, leaving not even bones behind. Just as Hanzo was formulating his plan for revenge, a voice only Minato could hear echoed in his mind. Ding! Stage 1 task. Strike fear completed. Detected that the host has thoroughly disciplined the demigod Hanzo the salamander, who has developed a strong intent to kill against the host and plans to use deadly poison. Task reward granted. Poison immunity. Passive. Effect: immunity to all known and unknown toxins in the ninja world, including but not limited to neurotoxins, cellular destruction toxins, chakra disruption toxins, etc. Minato was completely unaware of this, and Hanzo knew nothing of it either. Lord Hanzo, a member of the Mangekyo Anbu, suddenly appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, a guy named Yahiko, requests an audience. Akatsuki? Hanzo was at the peak of his fury. Hearing that name only fueled his anger further. An organization that had developed right under his nose yet was beyond his control. A group of naive brats. Tell them to get lost. However, they say it concerns the future of Mangekyo and that they have very important matters to discuss with you. The Anbu hesitated to add. Future? Hanzo scoffed. The future of Mangekyo is now in the hands of that Hokage from Konoha. When did it become the turn of a bunch of kids to dictate terms? Let them in. I want to see what they have to say. Moments later, 3 youthful figures entered the top of the tower. Leading them was the orange-haired Yahiko, followed by the calm-faced Nagato and the aloof Konan. Lord Hanzo. As Yahiko stepped in, he could hardly contain his eagerness, his words brimming with idealistic fervor. We have heard about the 5 Kage summit. We also feel the pressure that our village is currently facing. We, the Akatsuki, hope to collaborate with you to bring true peace to Mangekyo and the entire ninja world through dialogue rather than war. Yahiko's voice was impassioned. However, Hanzo merely gazed at him with indifference, as if looking at a fool. Peace? Dialogue? How naive. How ludicrous. Under my rule, Mangekyo has always been peaceful. Hanzo's voice emerged from beneath his mask, devoid of warmth. On the contrary, it is you, an organization beyond my control, that poses the greatest instability in my village. The anger within him found an outlet at that moment. He could not yet act against Minato Namikaze. But these reckless youngsters before him, he could squash at any time. It seems that before discussing peace, I need to teach you a lesson, to show you what true power is, and what absolute order means. Before his words faded, A colorless, odorless gas began to silently seep from the seams of his breathing mask. Yahiko froze, feeling his breath catch, his body instantly becoming numb and weak. This is poison. He managed to utter a few words before collapsing. Yahiko! Conan exclaimed, rushing to support him, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over her as well. Damn it! Nagato was both shocked and furious, just as he was about to form hand signs. At that moment, a flash of golden light flickered in the center of the room without warning. Minato Namikaze's figure reappeared. My apologies, Lord Hanzo, I'm back again. His sudden entrance left everyone stunned. Minato scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I had just walked halfway when I suddenly remembered something. Regarding the specific defense zones for the Konoha forces stationed in Mangekyo, I forgot to mention that detail, so I came back to confirm. His relaxed tone was in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in the room. He then noticed Yahiko and Conan collapsed on the floor, as well as the faint, peculiar odor in the air. Minato wrinkled his nose. Is this the poison mist of the salamander? He stepped forward, placing a hand on Yahiko's shoulder, a gentle chakra flowing into him. Yahiko coughed violently a few times, the color returning rapidly to his face, and the numbness vanished instantly. You! Hanzo watched the scene, his entire being stiffening. He looked at the golden figure, who moved freely within what he took pride in as his poisonous mist, even able to save others with ease, and his mind went blank. Why? He shouted, his voice filled with incomprehensible shock and fear. My poison. Why does it not work on you? This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. His salamander's poison was his highest secret, the foundation of his demigod status. It was the ultimate weapon that even the 5 great nations feared. Why, in front of this man, did it seem as harmless as air? Nagato was equally stunned. He supported the now steady Yahiko, gazing at the man who had suddenly appeared and effortlessly dissolved the life-threatening situation. Is this the 4th Hokage of Konoha? The yellow flash. He can not only ignore Hanzo's poison, but can also detoxify instantly? Did I not say so? Minato turned around, calmly regarding the completely unhinged Hanzo. Times have changed. Those relics of the past should have long been discarded. He casually threw a specially crafted kunai. The kunai spun, zipping past Hanzo's ear, embedding itself into the wall behind him. Hanzo, seeing this familiar action, let out a furious roar. The same trick. Do you think it will still work on me? His chakra erupted, preparing to counter Minato's next instant attack. However, Minato's figure simply vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared at the location of the kunai, having circled around behind Hanzo. Flying Thunder God technique, second stage. What? Hanzo's reaction was a beat too slow. A surge of extreme danger washed over him from behind. He barely had time to see a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere expanding in his vision. Rasengan. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. The Rasengan struck solidly against Hanzo's back. The violent rotational force erupted instantly. The specially crafted armor on Hanzo shattered as if made of paper. Bang! He was flung like a cannonball, crashing violently into the wall opposite him. Then he slumped down, silent and motionless. The entire room fell silent in an instant. Yahiko and Conan gaped, staring at all of this in disbelief. The man who had ruled Mangekyo for decades, revered as a demigod, was just defeated in one move? Nagato looked at the golden figure who slowly retracted his hand, gazing at the fallen half-god, who lay unconscious. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. The room was deathly quiet. Only the relentless sound of rain outside bore witness to the passage of time. Yahiko and Conan remained in their dazed positions, their minds blank. The man who had dominated Mangekyo for decades, bearing the name of a demigod, Hanzo the Salamander, now resembled a pile of discarded trash embedded in the distant wall, his fate unknown. And the man responsible for all of this merely withdrew his hand slowly, as if he had just swatted away an annoying fly. Nagato, supporting the newly steadied Yahiko, trembled uncontrollably. He gazed at the golden figure, a sense of helplessness from the depths of his soul, mingled with overwhelming fear, engulfing his entire being. At that moment, a voice only Minato could hear echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completely dismantled the old ruling class of Mangekyo, clearing the obstacles for the establishment of a new order. Large epic mission. Unifying the ninja world. Phase 2 mission activated. Phase 2 mission. Change of dynasties. Mission objective. Support a pro-Konoha new regime in Mangekyo. Mission reward. The bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan. Sage body completion plan. The bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan? Minato's mind stirred. Although his sage body was formidable, it was ultimately not original. If he could obtain the bloodline endowment of the Uzumaki clan, which was also a distant relative of the Senju, perhaps it could make his sage body even more perfect. His attention shifted from the wall decorations to the three young individuals before him. Supporting a new regime? Isn't there already a ready-made candidate? The movements of Minato came to a pause as he noticed the striking red hair of Nagato. In Konohagakure, he saw such hair color every day. That red hair of yours. Minato spoke, breaking the profound silence in the room. Nagato's body stiffened suddenly. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Boom! This question detonated like a tailed beast bomb in Nagato's mind. He froze, instinctively taking a step back. How is that possible? How could he know about the Uzumaki clan? This red hair, which had brought him countless discrimination and misfortune since childhood. He had always thought was some sort of ominous curse. There's no need to be tense. Minato discerned his wariness. Your kin are all safe in Konohagakure now. I have brought all the surviving Uzumaki clan members back home. Home? Kin? These two words felt so distant and foreign to Nagato. He stared blankly at Minato, his lips trembling slightly, but he couldn't utter a single word. He recalled what Jiraiya-sensei had once said. The teacher mentioned he had two disciples. One was Minato, who inherited his heroic name. The other was himself, who embraced the ideals of peace. The teacher also said that among them, one would be the prophesied child who would bring change to the ninja world, the true savior. Nagato had always believed that person would be himself. But now, he looked at the man before him, who was of similar age yet already stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. He effortlessly killed demigods. He easily neutralized deadly poison. He quickly found his lost kin and provided them with a home. And what about himself? He had just been on the verge of being humiliated, nearly crushed by Hanzo like an ant, alongside his companions, all for the so-called ideal of peace. A savior? How utterly ridiculous. It turned out he was merely a naive fool living in a dream. The true prophesied child was never him from the very beginning. Yahiko finally regained his senses from the tremendous shock. He looked at the distraught Nagato and then at the godlike fourth Hokage. He took a deep breath, summoning all his courage.
Hokage-sama.
We of Akatsuki seek to bring true peace to this world. We hope to end this era filled with hatred and war through dialogue and understanding. He spoke passionately, with the light of idealism shining in his eyes. Minato turned his head, looking at him calmly. Peace? Minato repeated the word, then asked a question that took Yahiko by surprise. Naive. Then tell me, Yahiko, who is it that should understand whom? Is it a leaf orphan who lost his parents in war that should understand the plight of Iwagakure for waging war over resources? Or is it the common folk who have lived for generations in the land of rain, having their homeland trampled by the 5 great nations, that should understand the national interests spoken of by the great ninja? Minato took a step forward, each word falling from his lips like a cold dissection knife, precisely cutting through Yahiko's idealistic facade. The understanding you speak of is as fragile as a piece of paper soaked in rain when faced with the most basic needs for survival, when confronted with towering borders, and the blood-soaked grudges that have festered in ninja villages for centuries. Even more laughable is the notion of letting go of hatred. Hatred does not arise from thin air. Yahiko, it is not the cause. It is merely a symptom. The true cause is this distorted world of ninja villages, where mutual intrigue and the survival of the fittest reign. You do not treat the disease itself but demand the patient not to cough. Is that not absurd? It is, in itself, a form of arrogance from a height, a cruelty towards all victims. Yahiko's lips trembled as he wanted to retort, but found he couldn't squeeze out a single word from his throat. Not a single statement from Minato was incorrect. Look at that guy. Minato's finger casually pointed to the human-shaped indentation on the wall. Hanzo the salamander. He brought decades of peace to Mangekyo through fear. It is brutal, but it reveals a fact. In the face of absolute power, all differences will be forcibly suppressed. But he was wrong. His vision was too narrow. He only wanted to be the king of this small pond. Minato paced to the window, looking down at the cold, steel city standing in the rain. And what I want is to overturn the entire chessboard. His voice was not loud, yet it made the air in the room solidify. What I aim to establish is not a fragile peace maintained by elusive understanding. Rather, it is an absolute order so powerful that any nation, any village, would completely lose the option to wage war. Under this order, when slaughter and plunder are no longer means to resolve issues, when everyone lives in peace without the worry of losing their homes tomorrow, only then can your understanding have the chance to take root and blossom from the scorched earth of hatred. Minato turned, his azure pupils reflecting a near-divine indifference and compassion. My peace is the foundation, hard, cold, and even ugly. Your peace is the flower blooming atop that foundation. Without my foundation that can withstand all storms, your flowers will forever only bloom in impractical dreams. Therefore, I am not denying your ideals, Yahiko. I am telling you the only path to realize your ideals. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were utterly stunned. Minato's words were like the sharpest blade, shredding their theory of peace built on an ideal utopia into pieces. Yet upon the ruins, he reconstructed a grander, more solid, yet also more brutal blueprint. They could not refute him. For the first time, they realized that the road to paradise might indeed need to be paved by a monster in the most ruthless way. Their dialogue had resulted in Hanzo's poison gas, and Minato's power had brought about the fall of a demigod and the silence of the entire village. Then, Yahiko's lips trembled as he seemed to grasp at the last straw of hope. Then please join us in Akatsuki. Please lead us to achieve true peace. He bowed deeply to Minato. Minato's expression became somewhat peculiar. Join Akatsuki? That joke is not funny at all. No need to join. He shook his head. Yahiko's body swayed slightly, his face full of disappointment. However, Minato's tone shifted. Now that the reactionary Hanzo has been dealt with, Mangekyo is leaderless. Why not let you take on the role of the new leaders of Mangekyo? What? The three of them raised their heads simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. Let us be the leaders? Yahiko's voice trembled. Indeed, Minato affirmed. Do you not seek to achieve peace? Now, I present to you a village, and I implore you to bring it to fruition. Rest assured, resources, economy, defense, and Konoha will offer you their utmost support. We shall share our strengths and advance together. Let us transform Mangekyo into the first bastion of peace in the ninja world, a model for others to follow. A surge of immense joy instantaneously engulfed Yahiko. He had believed himself to have fallen into an abyss, yet unexpectedly, he was lifted to the clouds by the other party. I am willing. Yahiko, am willing to become the new rain shadow. He was so exhilarated he nearly leapt into the air. Minato nodded in satisfaction. The second phase of the mission appeared to be progressing smoothly. At that moment, Nagato, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He took a step forward, his Rinnegan filled with a complex array of emotions. Minato, sir. He hesitated, yet still opted for the honorific. I have heard that you are also a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei. Indeed, Minato did not deny it. Nagato's body trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, summoning all his strength to articulate the request that had lingered in his heart for so long. I want to visit Konoha. I want to see my kin. I want to visit Konoha. Nagato's voice quivered with a tremor he was not even aware of. I want to see my kin. This request rendered the atmosphere in the room, which had just begun to ease, once again delicate. Yahiko and Konan's bodies tensed. They anxiously gazed at Minato, nearly foreseeing a rejection. After all, Nagato's identity was far too sensitive. However, Minato merely displayed a look of nonchalance. Of course, the simplicity of those two words left Yahiko and Konan momentarily dumbfounded. Just like that? Yahiko could hardly believe his ears. He is a member of my wife's clan, and also family of Konoha. Minato's response was so straightforward that it left no room for rebuttal. It was entirely natural for family to wish to return home. Was it not? Yahiko was utterly at a loss for words. He had envisioned countless possibilities, such as Minato imposing conditions, or taking Nagato hostage, or at the very least, there being a period of observation. Yet he did nothing but agree. But that journey is long. I shall prepare some provisions and water for you. Yahiko, recovering from the tremendous shock, awkwardly suggested. Minato chuckled softly and shook his head. No need for such trouble. He gently placed a hand on Nagato's shoulder. Nagato's body stiffened. He could feel the immeasurable chakra, stable and gentle, contained in that hand, akin to the depth of the ocean. For me, the distance is quite short. Buzz. Before Yahiko and Nagato could react to the meaning of his words, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted in the room. The air seemed to twist and contort, emitting a slight sound of distortion. In the next moment, the brilliance faded, and the room returned to its dimness. The places where Minato and Nagato had stood were now empty. On the top floor of the tower, only Yahiko and Konan remained, staring blankly at one another. A dryness crept into Yahiko's throat. Could one really conduct space-time movement with another person? He knew the yellow flash was fast, but he did not realize that this speed had surpassed the realm of human comprehension. Such a high-caliber ninjutsu was said to consume a tremendous amount of chakra, Yet he had managed to invoke it with Nagato so effortlessly. Yahiko's body swayed, and he plopped back into the cold chair. For the first time, he felt that his grand ambition to change the world was utterly insignificant and laughable in the face of such absolute power. What kind of monster are we conversing with? After all, the sensation of dizziness lasted less than a second. One moment, Nagato was still in the cold and oppressive tower of Mangekyo. The next, a wave of warmth mixed with sunlight, the scent of earth, and delicious food enveloped him. He staggered, his legs weak, nearly unable to stand. Beneath his feet, there was no longer cold steel but warm, dry soil. The incessant sound of rain was replaced by the laughter of children and the calls of merchants, voices brimming with vibrant life. Sunshine, real, unobstructed sunshine lazily draped over him, bringing with it a strange warmth. He struggled to open his eyes, the glaring light blinding him momentarily. This was Konoha, 100 times more prosperous than he had imagined, 1,000 times more peaceful. A wave of intense bitterness surged in his heart. He gazed at the villagers on the street, their faces alight with smiles, at the clean and tidy shops, at the children frolicking joyfully in the sunlight. This place possessed everything Mangekyo lacked. This was the ideal nation that he, Yahiko, and Konan had dreamed of establishing, yet had never even glimpsed a semblance of it. A hand once again rested on his shoulder. If you are willing. Minato's calm voice flowed into his cold heart like a warm current. This shall be your second home. Home. The mere word made Nagato's heart lurch. They walked along the main road of the village. The sights along the way continuously challenged Nagato's perceptions.
Hokage-sama.
You have returned. A woman hanging laundry waved at Minato from afar, her face radiating genuine joy. Minato smiled in response. Yes, just returned. An elderly man running a dango shop also spotted them. Fourth Hokage. Who is this? The old man's gaze quickly fell upon Nagato's striking red hair. Oh, is this another member of the Uzumaki clan you brought back last time? Welcome home. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man deftly wrapped up a skewer of 3-color dango and unceremoniously shoved it into Nagato's hands. Here, child. Try our Konoha specialty. Don't be shy. Nagato froze completely. He looked down at the fragrant dango in his hand, then up at the old man's wrinkled but sincerely warm smile. His red hair. The red hair that had brought him endless calamity and discrimination. Throughout his life, it had only brought him exclusion, fear, and estrangement. Yet here it had become a passport, a reason for welcome, a mark of family. He turned to Minato. The villagers surrounded their Hokage, their faces devoid of a shred of fear, only pure admiration and trust. This was not the false peace bought with iron blood and poison like Hanzo the salamander. This was genuine. Nagato felt his worldview crumbling inch by inch. Minato, you have finally returned. A clear and vibrant female voice pierced through the crowd. Immediately following, a dazzling shade of red, brighter than flames, squeezed its way in. The newcomer was a young woman clad in an apron, her red hair more brilliant than Nagato's. On that simple apron, a whirlpool emblem was embroidered with needle and thread, a mark he had only seen among his mother's belongings. It was Kushina Uzumaki. In her arms, she held a golden-haired, blue-eyed infant, babbling and reaching out his tiny hands toward Minato. Ah! Kushina's gaze was instantly drawn to Nagato. The joy on her face was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming, incredulous surprise. Red hair. Minato, is this child also one of our kin? She hardly gave Minato a chance to respond, rushing over to stand before Nagato in just a few strides. In her violet-black eyes sparkled pure, untainted joy. Wonderful. We have found another. Welcome home. Behind Kushina followed an elder of the Uzumaki clan, also cradling an infant in her arms. This child likewise bore a head of red hair, peacefully asleep. The elder looked at Nagato, her face breaking into a kind smile. It is undoubtedly a child of the Uzumaki clan. The hair color, the aura of this child, there can be no mistake. Nagato felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, frozen in place. He was surrounded by his kin. He beheld the family crest that had only existed in his memories. He saw the wife of the Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, lovingly holding her son. He saw another Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, gently cradled by the elder, rather than being locked away like a weapon in a dark prison. Two beings that were supposed to be the most terrifying weapons in the world were, at this moment, treated as the most precious treasures. A family thought to be long extinct was here, reuniting and being embraced by the entire village. The ideology he had upheld for half his life, trading pain for peace. His pride, the Rinnegan hailed as the eyes of the gods, seemed so pale and ridiculous before this scene, so warm it bordered on cruelty. He struggled to tear his gaze away from that harmonious family and looked back at Minato. This pinnacle of the ninja world merely stood there smiling. It was he who single-handedly created this miracle. He did not speak of peace in empty words. Instead, he forged peace through absolute strength. He made no promises of returning home but directly brought all his family back. Jiraiya-sensei took in 2 disciples. One inherited the teacher's longing for peace, while the other had already grasped peace in his hands. Nagato slowly lowered his head, staring at the dango in his hand, still warm to the touch. A thought surfaced clearly amid the crumbling ruins. So this is the answer. Nagato stood there in a daze, the sweet-smelling 3-color dango in his hand becoming his sole connection to this world. His worldview was collapsing, yet before this living tableau, it was being pieced together bit by bit. This child looked so thin. He must have suffered greatly out there. Kushina Uzumaki bustled over, her apron emblazoned with the whirlpool emblem tightening Nagato's heart once more. She familiarly took Nagato's hand, the warmth emanating from her palm so real that it nearly made him cry. Minato looked quickly. This child resembles me, doesn't he? Kushina pulled Nagato beside Minato, proudly gesturing. Minato simply smiled, gently patting Kushina's head, then carefully presented the infant in his arms before Nagato. This is Naruto, he is my child. With golden hair and azure eyes, his cheeks bore faint whisker-like marks. Little Naruto gazed curiously at Nagato, stretching out his chubby hands as if to grasp his striking red hair. Nagato instinctively held his breath. This is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? He saw no pain, no coldness of being treated as a weapon. He only saw an ordinary and happy infant wrapped in the love of his parents. And then there was another child. Minato pointed to the other infant in the elder Uzumaki's arms. This child also had a head of red hair, sleeping soundly, his little face devoid of any shadow. His name is Gaara, and he is also our family. Nagato looked at the 2 children, who were meant to be the village's ultimate weapons, one cuddling in his mother's embrace, the other peacefully asleep in the arms of an elder. He swallowed hard, his throat dry and painful. He shifted his gaze from the 2 infants back to Naruto. He is truly adorable. Nagato's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of hoarseness he was not even aware of. One day he will surely become an outstanding person, just like you, Lord Hokage. Just call me Minato. Minato's response was gentle and natural. We are family, are we not? Family. That word acted like a key, unlocking the final shackles in Nagato's heart. He took a deep breath, as if making some kind of decision. Minato, sir. He stepped forward, and the surrounding villagers and Uzumaki clan members looked at him with curiosity. There is something I believe you must know. Nagato raised his hand, slowly brushing aside the bangs that obscured half his face. A series of purple ripples, centered around his pupils, were suddenly exposed to the brilliant sunlight of Konoha. The Rinnegan. At that moment, the air froze. Kushina's smile faltered. The villagers around them gasped in suppressed surprise, instinctively taking a step back. Those eyes contained a non-human, divine pressure that made it difficult to look directly at them. Nagato's heart sank. Indeed, no matter where he was, these eyes brought only fear and estrangement. However, Minato did not retreat. He even leaned forward with keen interest, closely examining those legendary eyes. So this is the Rinnegan. His reaction was calm, as if admiring a rare piece of art. The eyes of the creator god. The eye technique of the Sage of 6 Paths. Minato stroked his chin and even let out a soft sigh of admiration. To be honest, I am a bit envious. What? Nagato was thoroughly bewildered. He had anticipated countless reactions. Shock, greed, wariness, fear, but never envy? Don't you feel afraid? Nagato stammered. Why should I be afraid? Minato countered. Isn't it magnificent? Magnificent? Nagato's brain completely short-circuited. And why are you not surprised at all? That is the key question. Oh, that. Minato found a perfect excuse, one that Jiraiya-sensei had mentioned to me in the past. He said that during a mission in the Land of Rain, he encountered a war orphan with the eyes of God. At the time, I hadn't thought much of it, but now it seems that the one he spoke of was indeed you. This explanation is quite reasonable, perfectly shifting the blame onto that unreliable teacher. Minato crouched down to meet Nagato's gaze. Rather than my own perspective, I am more curious about how you perceive these eyes, Nagato. This question pierced Nagato's heart like a needle, striking at its softest core. He fell silent. After a long while, he finally replied in a barely audible voice. They have brought me endless suffering. My parents perished at the hands of Konoha's ninja. On that day, I awakened these eyes and personally killed those 2 ninjas. From that day on, it has felt like a curse. It granted me powers unattainable by others. Yet it also stripped me of the right to live like a normal person. Yahiko and Conan are the only friends willing to accept me as this monster. I believed that with these eyes, I could protect them, that we could achieve our shared ideal of peace. But what was the outcome? Nagato laughed bitterly. In the face of Hanzo's toxic mists, I could do nothing. If it weren't for your appearance, the three of us would already be cold corpses. These eyes are not the eyes of God. They are merely a more advanced tool for killing, a curse that brings destruction and misfortune. Nagato's emotions surged. The ripples in his eyes seemed to deepen with the fluctuation of chakra. Minato did not interrupt him. He listened quietly. Once Nagato had poured out all his negative emotions, he began to speak slowly. Nagato, do you think this kunai in my hand is good or bad? In Minato's hand, a specially crafted trident-shaped kunai had appeared. Nagato was taken aback, not understanding why he would ask such a question. It is merely a tool devoid of good or bad. Indeed, Minato affirmed his answer. Tools themselves possess no morality. It is the wielder who imparts meaning. I can use it to kill an enemy in an instant, or I can use it to guide my companions to safety. Minato stood up and pointed to his own head. My Flying Thunder God technique is known as the fastest spacetime ninjutsu in the ninja world. Yet, at its core, it is merely a tool for movement. I choose to use it to protect the village and establish order, which is why I am the fourth Hokage. If I chose to wield it for assassination and destruction, then I would be the most feared rogue ninja in the ninja world. He placed his hand back on Nagato's shoulder. The Rinnegan is the same, Nagato. It is not a curse. It is the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, a tool brimming with infinite possibilities. You can use it to inflict pain and wage war, just as those before you have done. Then you would become the next demigod, just another remnant of a bygone era to be discarded by time. But you can also choose to use it to protect your companions, safeguard your family, and build a new world. Minato gestured to the villagers around them, who gazed at him with trust and affection. At that moment, you would truly be the savior who inherits the will of the Sage of Six Paths. The choice lies in your hands. Minato's words shone like a light, instantly tearing apart the clouds of despair that had shrouded Nagato's heart for years. Curse? Tool? Savior? He stared blankly at his trembling hands, stirred by excitement. Yes, power itself holds no right or wrong. The wrong lies with the wielder, with the manner in which power is used. He had been blinded by the pain inflicted by these eyes, never considering that he could become their true master. He lifted his head and looked back at Minato. I understand now. The confusion and pain in Nagato's eyes were replaced by an unprecedented determination. I want to be like you. To use this power in the way you, Mr. Minato, have taught me. I will use these eyes to protect my family and safeguard this village. Watching the rekindled spirit of the youth, Minato nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Detected that Nagato, one of the children of prophecy, has established a new life goal, greatly enhancing his sense of belonging. Stage 2 task. Change of dynasty. Completion rate increased. Just at this poignant moment, an odd rustling sound suddenly emanated from a public bathhouse nearby. Minato and Nagato almost simultaneously turned their heads toward the source of the sound. They saw, by the tall wooden wall of the women's bathhouse, a sneaky figure was tiptoeing, trying to peek through a gap. That distinctive white hair, that familiar red cloak. The person was not only spying but also scribbling notes in a small notebook, occasionally emitting a series of lewd chuckles. The smile on Minato's face instantly froze. Nagato recognized that figure as well. Jiraiya-sensei. What is he doing? The warm atmosphere on the street suddenly turned stiff. Following Minato's gaze, Nagato also noticed the sneaky figure by the wall of the women's bathhouse. That iconic white hair, that familiar red cloak, and that awkward posture of tiptoeing and stretching his neck. Nagato's entire being went rigid. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's facial muscles twitched slightly. That restless teacher truly has an unusual obsession with bathhouses. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the figure's ears. The person froze, the notebook and pen clattering to the ground. He stiffly turned around, and upon seeing Minato and the large crowd beside him, an extremely unnatural smile forced its way onto his face. Oh, Minato! Jiraiya scratched the back of his head somewhat awkwardly. What a coincidence, you're out for a stroll too. As he spoke, he attempted to use his large frame to block the wall behind him, as if that would erase everything that had just occurred. Minato remained silent, simply standing there, calmly watching him. This silence bore a pressure greater than any interrogation. I was just gathering material. Yes, gathering material. Jiraiya's survival instincts kicked in, and he scratched his messy white hair with some embarrassment. You know, art comes from life, and life is filled with unintentional inspiration. I've been stuck in the village lately, and I'm running out of material for my novels. The plot has hit a dead end. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, as if he were truly engaged in some noble artistic creation. That kid Kakashi has been practically wearing a path to my doorstep. Every day he pesters me about when the next volume will be released. He says he is dying without the next chapter of Intimate Paradise. I'm doing this to satisfy the urgent demands of my loyal readers. I'm working hard to contribute to the cultural endeavors of the village. At that moment, his movements and words came to an abrupt halt. He finally noticed the boy beside Minato, distinguished by his striking red hair and gazing at him with an expression of profound complexity. Jiraiya's expression shifted from one of awkward justification to pure, incredulous astonishment in an instant. He was utterly stunned, his voice rising uncontrollably by an octave, even tinged with a slight tremor. Nagato, how could it be you? Jiraiya could hardly fathom encountering his disciple, whom he believed to be long lost, perhaps even dead amidst the chaos of war, on the bustling streets of Konoha. The boy before him had grown considerably since he last remembered, shedding his childishness. Yet, that red hair and those unique eyes were unmistakable. Nagato looked at his long-lost teacher, observing his disheveled appearance that seemed so unbefitting of the legendary Sannin. A multitude of emotions surged within him. He respectfully bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Teacher, He was about to explain how Minato had found him in Mangekyo and brought him back. However, just then, a tremendous uproar erupted from the far end of the street, sweeping through the village like a sound wave, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Extra. A Konoha Chunin responsible for delivering information rushed through the crowd like a gust of wind, his face alight with uncontainable joy and excitement, his voice hoarse from exertion. Emergency news from Mangekyo. Just moments ago, the fourth Hokage, alone at the central tower of Mangekyo, faced off against and killed the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Boom! This statement struck like a deep-water bomb dropped into a calm lake, igniting a powder keg. The entire Konoha was set ablaze with fervor. The silence lasted but a second before it was engulfed by a tsunami of cheers. What? Are you serious? Hanzo of the Salamander is dead? A woman buying vegetables excitedly grasped the arm of a nearby person. That legendary demigod? The monster who single-handedly suppressed our 3 Sannin? Killed by the 4th Hokage alone? A patrolling ninja halted, his face awash with disbelief. I knew it! The 4th Hokage is the strongest. He is the guardian of Konoha. A young genin raised his arms in fervent admiration. Ha ha ha! What demigod in the ninja world? In front of our 4th Hokage. He is nothing but a minor character. The door of an izakaya swung open, and a man with a flushed face raised his cup and shouted, garnering a wave of cheers. The villagers' cheers, shouts, and discussions coalesced into a fervent torrent. The shadow and unease brought by the Ninetales incident were completely washed away in that moment, replaced by an unprecedented pride and sense of honor that could burn. Jiraiya was utterly dumbfounded. He stood there, dazed, his mind blank, unable to even process the overwhelming impact of reuniting with Nagato. Hanzo of the Salamander. No one knew better than the 3 Sannin of Konoha how terrifying that man was. He was the one who had once forced them into a corner, bestowing upon them the title of Sannin, a true powerhouse standing atop the ninja world, looking down upon all. Even he had found him to be a formidable presence. Yet, that Hanzo had been defeated by Minato? No, not just defeated. The report stated that he had been killed. Jiraiya abruptly turned his head, grasping Minato's shoulder tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Minato, is what you said true? Did you really kill him? His actions were filled with an incomprehensible shock. Nagato stood quietly to the side, fully aware of the truth behind that information. Yet, he was more astonished by the immense reaction this news had elicited in Konoha. It turned out that slaying a demigod was such a momentous occasion for this village. Minato observed his teacher's disoriented demeanor, then glanced at the jubilant villagers around them, and smiled. Yes. He nodded calmly, as if merely discussing a trivial matter, like what to have for dinner that evening. I defeated him using the Rasengan. Jiraiya? He was completely at a loss. He understood each word, but when strung together, he could not comprehend the nonsense his genius disciple was uttering. What on earth was a Rasengan? What kind of ridiculous name was that? What did it have to do with him? Suddenly, he recalled something. It seemed there indeed had been such a thing. A few black lines appeared on Jiraiya's forehead, This ninjutsu could also be referred to as the spiraling sphere, right? Spiraling sphere. A buzzing noise filled Jiraiya's mind. That name was like a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of his memory. He remembered. It was during a sunset, on the training field, when Minato, drenched in sweat, excitedly demonstrated a rapidly spinning, yet unstable chakra sphere forming in his palm. Teacher, look, a technique without hand seals. I want to develop it into a jutsu with top-tier destructive power. Back then, Minato was just an impetuous youth. How had he responded at that time? Jiraiya's memories were somewhat hazy. It seemed he merely patted Minato on the shoulder, laughing and saying some encouraging words before turning away to ponder the plot for his next novel. He had never imagined that this technique, which could barely maintain its form back then, would one day be used to slay a demigod. Subsequently, Jiraiya's thoughts were pulled back from distant memories. His focus returned to Minato. The man before him, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, stood gracefully amidst the crowd's fervent cheers, wearing his characteristic gentle smile. His figure slowly overlapped with the boy from his memories, who had once poured sweat under the setting sun. What a genius! A flood of complex emotions, mingled with pride and astonishment, surged within Jiraiya. What had he been doing at that age? It seemed he was either being chased by Tsunade for peeking at the women's bath or fleeing in disgrace from Hanzo on the battlefield. Yet, his student had already ascended to the pinnacle of the entire ninja world, personally ending the myth of an era using the jutsu he had created. Nagato stood quietly to the side, taking in the unreserved satisfaction and pride on Jiraiya's face. A sharp pang of pain spread through his chest. As a fellow disciple of Jiraiya, Minato had become the Hokage beloved by all, the hero who ended the demigod, the guardian capable of bringing true peace to his people. And what about him? Possessing the so-called Eye of God, the Rinnegan, yet having achieved nothing, I find myself in a state of disillusionment. The organization known as Akatsuki, the concept of peace it espouses, crumbles like dust before Hanzo's toxic mist. Were it not for Minato's timely intervention, it is likely that Yahiko and Konin would have already become two lifeless corpses in the cold drainage ditches of Mangekyo, forgotten by all. Compared to Minato's accomplishments, everything I have done thus far resembles a child's play in mud. No, even that is an insult to playing in mud, for at least that would not lead to the death of comrades. Nagato bowed his head, a strand of crimson hair cascading down to obscure half of his face. Your talents are no less than my own. A gentle voice resonated in his ear. Startled, Nagato looked up to find that Minato Namikaze had somehow approached his side. Minato placed a light hand on his shoulder, an action imbued with an undeniable strength. You merely lack a stage upon which to fully express your talents. A stage? Nagato murmured. Indeed, Minato affirmed. Yahiko's aspirations are grand, but he requires time and a stable foundation. Mangekyo is in dire need of revival. He and Konin will face significant hardships. Minato's words momentarily halted Nagato's breath. Hence, I have a proposal. If you are willing, you may temporarily stay in Konoha, serving as a cornerstone and bridge for communication between Konoha and the newly emerging Mangekyo, an official liaison ambassador. What? Nagato's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. To remain in Konoha? To occupy such an important position? How could this be possible? Why does Minato place such trust in me? Am I not a monster with these eyes? Is he not afraid that I might harbor ulterior motives? Is he not concerned that I could be a spy sent from Mangekyo? Countless questions swirled in Nagato's mind, rendering him speechless. You brat, what are you hesitating for? A large hand clapped heavily on Nagato's back, the force almost making him stumble. Jiraiya approached with a look of exasperation, wrapping an arm around Nagato's neck and bellowing. Minato has paved the way for you. What more do you need to think about? Let me tell you, everything about you is great, except for your rather poor personality. You're always so gloomy. Jiraiya's arm tightened, nearly choking Nagato. If only you could possess half of Minato's cheerfulness. No, a third would suffice. With your abilities, you would have long accomplished great things. There would be no need to be in this position now. Jiraiya's teasing was loud and unabashed. The villagers around them erupted in good-natured laughter. Kushina laughed so hard she could barely stand upright, while little Naruto in her arms waved his tiny hands with delight. Nagato's face turned crimson as Jiraiya held him tightly. He attempted to break free, only to find his teacher's strength astonishing. Yet amidst the chaos and laughter, Jiraiya's rough jest pierced through the fog in Nagato's heart like a bolt of lightning. Yes, personality. He lifted his gaze toward Minato at the center of the crowd. He was powerful yet never arrogant. He wielded authority but remained gentle. He could use the most thunderous methods to intimidate adversaries yet embrace his family with the softest of gestures. This is the true essence of strength. This is the person I should aspire to become. The magnitude of one's power may not be the most crucial factor. How one wields that power, and the heart with which it is used, are what truly matter. Nagato felt the solid ice of self-doubt and confusion within him begin to melt under the warm sunlight of Konoha, amidst the hearty laughter of those around him. He ceased to struggle, allowing Jiraiya to keep his arm around his neck. His focus became unwavering. I too wish to become a ninja like Mr. Minato, one who can protect everyone and earn their trust. At the very moment Nagato made this vow in his heart, a voice only Minato could hear echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that Nagato, one of the children of prophecy, has fully returned to his true self, establishing a new life coordinate. The affinity of the Rinnegan he possesses has significantly increased towards the host. Reward obtained, a research report on the cloning of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Epic mission activated. Unifying the shinobi world, Phase 3 tasks have been triggered. Before the army moves, provisions must be secured. As the strongest ninja village, Konoha is hampered by financial constraints and requires the host to further enhance its economic independence. Reward obtained, formula for healing pills that can rapidly restore ninja injuries. The bustling streets, still echoing with the revelry following the fall of a demigod, had yet to fully subside. Just as the ice in Nagato's heart melted away, Jiraiya remained immersed in the complex emotions of reuniting with his disciple and being surpassed in every aspect by his student. At that moment, an Anbu member suddenly appeared before Minato. Kneeling on one knee, he reported, "Lord Fourth, someone from the Daimyo has arrived." The Daimyo? Minato furrowed his brow slightly. Given the timing, it was likely that the visitor bore ill intentions. Let them come. We shall deal with them as the situation demands. Without dwelling too much on it, he replied, "Very well. Let us return to the Hokage building." Soon, Minato and his group arrived at the Hokage office. There, a messenger clad in traditional samurai armor, exuding an air of authority, strode through the crowd, flanked by a cadre of guards, and entered the Hokage office without delay. The crest of the Land of Fire's daimyo emblazoned on his chest gradually silenced the surrounding cheers. An oppressive presence, alien to the village, seeped in with his arrival. The messenger wasted no time with pleasantries. In the Hokage office, before the high-ranking officials including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Nara Shikaku, he unfurled a magnificent decree. By the order of the daimyo, the messenger's voice rang out, sharp and rigid, infused with a haughty condescension. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze acts with recklessness, provoking disputes among the four nations in a single day, plunging the diplomacy of the Land of Fire into unprecedented turmoil. To quell the public's anger and demonstrate our Land of Fire's commitment to peace, henceforth, we shall reduce the budget of the Hidden Leaf Village by 70% for this fiscal year as a warning. I hope the fourth Hokage will take heed. The decree concluded. A profound silence enveloped the office. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Jiraiya's smile froze entirely. He almost thought his ears had betrayed him. Nara Shikaku instinctively placed a hand on his forehead, his mind racing to calculate the catastrophic consequences of this decision. A 70% cut, that was not merely a reduction. It was akin to cutting off the very foundation. Lacking funds, the remuneration for ninja missions could not be dispersed. The procurement and development of ninja tools would come to a standstill, and the maintenance of the village's infrastructure, the compensation for the injured, and the operation of the ninja academy, all would be paralyzed. This is a plan to suffocate Konoha. Budget cuts? The voice of Minato broke the frozen air. He repeated it, and instead of anger, a hint of amusement appeared on his face. Is he teaching me how to do things? This statement caused every heart present to skip a beat. Under the astonished gazes of all, Minato rose from the Hokage's seat and walked toward the arrogant envoy. With a gentle smile on his face, he uttered words that struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. I agree. Envoy? Jiraiya? Hiruzen Sarutobi? Everyone was stunned. The envoy's prepared speeches and counterplans were instantly blocked by those two simple words. He had anticipated Minato's fury, expected fierce opposition from Konoha's higher-ups, but he had never envisioned such a straightforward agreement. The script was all wrong. Lord Hokage is wise. The envoy forcibly suppressed his shock and managed to squeeze out a diplomatic phrase. Hurriedly collecting his orders, he fled with his guards, as if afraid that one more second would lead that golden flash to retract his words. As soon as the envoy departed and the office door closed, Jiraiya exploded. Minato, have you gone mad? He rushed in front of Minato, gripping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Do you know what 70% budget cuts mean? The village will perish. Minato, this is too impulsive. Hiruzen Sarutobi also stood up, his expression extremely grave. This is a reprimand from the daimyo. It is a concession to the pressure from the four nations. You cannot just agree to this. This is serious trouble. Nara Shikaku rubbed his aching temples. Once the finances were choked off, all our actions would be constrained, which was more terrifying than outright war. In the face of everyone's anxiety, Minato merely shrugged off Jiraiya's hands and walked to the window. He gazed down at the villagers below, who were murmuring and feeling uneasy due to the envoy's arrival. Teacher, do you think which came first, the chicken or the egg? He suddenly posed an irrelevant question. Jiraiya was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Is this the time to discuss that? No, that question is not important. Minato turned around, his azure eyes gleaming with a light that eluded everyone's understanding. What is important is that I am the owner of that chicken farm. He announced a decision that left everyone once again in a state of shock. From today on, Konoha must completely free itself from financial dependence on the daimyo. We shall establish our own economic system. Jiraiya opened his mouth, wanting to say that this was sheer lunacy. But seeing Minato's resolute expression, he swallowed his words. Minato then took out a small scroll from his pocket and unfurled it. It depicted a complex medicinal formula and the process of refinement. This is something I have recently researched. I call it the healing pill. Minato handed the scroll to Jiraiya. Its effects are quite simple. It can rapidly restore most non-lethal injuries in a short time, far surpassing the existing healing techniques. Teacher, I need you to immediately assemble an absolutely reliable team, and at the fastest speed, find Lady Tsunade. Tell her I have something that can completely revolutionize the medical system of the ninja world, as well as a way to heal her heartache. Konoha needs her strength to manage this soon-to-be burgeoning industry. Minato's words became increasingly impactful. Jiraiya stared blankly at the formula in his hands, feeling the immense weight of that thin scroll. From today on, Konoha will not only monopolize violence. Minato's voice echoed clearly in the office, sending a chill from the depths of each person's heart. We will also monopolize life. With a small pill, we shall leverage the entire economic lifeblood of the ninja world. Using our ability to save lives, we will forge a barrier more unyielding than any ninjutsu. The audacity and grandeur of this plan left both Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi feeling parched. That night, in the Hokage office, Minato secretly summoned the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Hokage. Fugaku knelt on one knee, his demeanor respectful. Rise, Fugaku. Minato gestured for him to sit down. The work of the monitoring department has been excellent. All thanks to Lord Hokage's trust. Fugaku bowed his head, not daring to take credit. Minato did not engage in further pleasantries. He placed another scroll on the table and pushed it toward Fugaku. This is something found in Danzo's most secret laboratory. It is the highest achievement of his and the rogue ninja Orochimaru's research on the forbidden techniques of the Sharingan. Minato did not hesitate to pass the blame. Did it matter whether the other party believed it? The important thing was that the information was real. What do you care where I got it? Fugaku's body trembled violently. He slowly opened the scroll, and upon seeing it, he froze. It was densely packed with records regarding the cellular activity of the Mangekyo Sharingan, ocular power transplantation, rejection reactions, and the insane concept of how to achieve ocular power regeneration and cloning through the fusion of the first Hokage's cells. This is simply... Fugaku felt as if his breath had stopped. This report nearly solved all the problems that had plagued the Uchiha clan for centuries concerning the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It was still only in the theoretical stage with many immature aspects. This points to a direction, Minato calmly stated. I need the Uchiha's top scientific talents to refine it and realize it. Lord Hokage. Fugaku's voice trembled. He could not comprehend why Minato would entrust such critical information to the Uchiha clan. This was tantamount to handing them the key to unlock the eternal Mangekyo. Minato interrupted his questions and issued a command that made even Fugaku's heart race. Research it. Then, Minato leaned slightly forward, enunciating each word. Clone me and I. In the capital of the Land of Fire, at the daimyo's mansion, within the lavish banquet hall, elegantly dressed nobles exchanged toasts, the sounds of silk and bamboo music filling the air. The daimyo of the Land of Fire held a golden cup, a smug expression on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see? His voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced the surrounding flattery. That young fourth Hokage of Konoha is ultimately too naive. The daimyo swirled the sake in his cup, savoring the attention of the crowd. Just a mere 70% budget cut, and he immediately caved in. Ha! What golden flash! What demigod terminator of the ninja world? Before true power, he is but a mere lackey begging for scraps. A corpulent nobleman immediately approached, fawningly echoing, "The Lord is indeed wise. Ultimately, ninjas are mere tools, and those who wield the tools will always be us." Indeed, the Lord downed his drink in one gulp, slamming the golden cup heavily onto the table. The more renowned Minato Namikaze became, the more he needed to understand who the true master of this country was. The era of ninjas? Ridiculous. As long as we control the resources, they will have no choice but to obey. The Lord laughed heartily, and the surrounding nobles joined in with sycophantic laughter, filling the banquet hall with a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the Konoha hospital, in a specially designated laboratory guarded by Anbu, the lights shone brightly. The air was thick with the pungent scent of disinfectants mingled with herbs. The legendary Sannin, renowned as the finest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade, stood before a stainless steel workbench. Her face was etched with incomprehension and irritation. Before her lay not a complex medical scroll but a formula. A formula so absurdly simple it was laughable.
Impossible.
Tsunade's voice brimmed with anger, as if her entire life's work was being challenged. The combination of these herbs was fundamentally toxic, and of a type that acted rapidly. Standing beside her, Shizune, holding her pet pig, was equally tense. But, Lady Tsunade, this was personally handed to us by the fourth Hokage. Even the Hokage can't turn water into fire. Tsunade interrupted her brusquely. Minato Namikaze was a genius in warfare, but he was not a medical ninja. This formula was sheer nonsense. She irritably raked her hair, yet the scene of that golden-haired youth handing her the scroll flashed in her mind. That calmness, that certainty. And the words, "Lady Tsunade, I have a method to heal your heart's troubles." Damn it, Tsunade cursed inwardly. Finally, she squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Shizune, try to concoct one pill according to the formula." "Ah!" Shizune jumped in surprise. "But, Lady Tsunade, this. Consider it a dead horse being treated as a live one," Tsunade said, turning her head. "I want to see what kind of trick that kid is playing." Half an hour later, a black pill, unremarkable in appearance and even exuding a burnt odor, was carefully placed on a plate by Shizune using tweezers. "Bring in Subject 7, Tsunade ordered. Soon a cage was pushed in. Inside was a lethargic white mouse, with a deep wound visible to the bone on its abdomen. Left from a previous ninja tool test, its vital signs rapidly fading. Tsunade picked up the pill, ground it into powder using a mortar and pestle, and mixed it with water. She used a dropper to extract the murky liquid, pried open the mouse's mouth, and poured the concoction in. After completing this, she crossed her arms, preparing to witness the conclusion of this farce, or rather, the euthanasia of the pitiful white mouse. 1 second, 2 seconds. The mouse twitched. Shizune instinctively closed her eyes. Yet, the anticipated death did not come. In the next moment, a scene that would leave both Tsunade and Shizune's minds reeling unfolded. The gaping wound on the mouse's body, that torn flesh, began to writhe at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The blood around the edges quickly coagulated. And then, pink new flesh surged forth from the depths of the wound, rapidly filling the void. The entire process took merely a few seconds. The wound, once deep enough to see bone, was now reduced to a faint pink mark. Eek! The mouse, which should have perished, suddenly emitted a sharp cry, flipping over and landing on its feet. It shook its fur and began to leap energetically within the cage, more vigorous than it had been before its injury. Crash! The clipboard in Shizune's hands fell to the ground. Tsunade stood frozen. She grabbed the cage, pulled out the lively white mouse, and her hands were instantly enveloped in green chakra. Healing jutsu. Simultaneously, she meticulously examined every cell of the mouse with her chakra. "No, it couldn't be," Tsunade mumbled, her voice filled with pure astonishment. The cellular activity had tripled compared to before the injury, and all internal organ functions were intact. No, they were enhanced. This was not healing. This was regeneration. Shizune was left utterly speechless, looking at Tsunade and then at the mouse, feeling her worldview collapsing. Bang! Tsunade slammed her fist down on the stainless steel workbench, leaving a clear imprint in the solid surface. "Monster," she growled, not in anger, but in a tremor of pride utterly crushed by a miracle. "Minato Namikaze, what kind of monster are you?" She finally understood. She finally comprehended why Minato had sought her out. She finally grasped what he meant by overturning the medical system of the ninja world. This was not merely medicine. This was a miracle that could be mass-produced. Panting heavily, Tsunade immediately made a bold decision. "Shizune, create another one." Dilute it to a potion with 1% of the dosage. Lady Tsunade, do you want to do it personally? Shut up. Hurry. Soon, a cup of light green potion was brought over. Without any hesitation, Tsunade downed it in one gulp. A gentle wave of warmth instantly spread from her stomach to every limb. The old injuries that had plagued her for years, accumulated from countless battles, groaned under the burden of that warmth, and then gradually dissipated. The chakra that had been sluggish due to her heart's troubles and excessive drinking now surged like a river breaking through a dam. This feeling, it was nearly comparable to her peak condition without using the in seal. Tsunade abruptly pushed open the laboratory door and, amidst Shizen's worried calls, dashed out without looking back. She had to see that man. She needed to ask him, what else was hidden in his mind that could change the world? In the Hokage's office, Tsunade kicked the door open, sending a gust of wind that scattered the documents on the desk. Minato looked up from his papers, and upon seeing her, revealed a knowing smile. Lady Tsunade, it seems the results have pleased you. Pleased? Tsunade stormed to the desk, leaning forward with both hands braced on the surface, shaking slightly. Grant me authority, the highest authority. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. I want personnel. All the idle medical ninjas and researchers in the village. I want them all. Give me funding. No, I want an unrestricted budget. Minato merely smiled, sliding over a prepared authorization letter. Everything you desire is here. Tsunade snatched the authorization without even glancing at it. 1 month. No, at most half a month, she declared. I want the healing pills produced in Konoha to cover the entire ninja world. I intend to make its value surpass that of gold, transforming it into a hard currency that all the great names and nobles must kneel to seek. Very well. Minato stood up and walked over to her side. The power to set the price lies with you, Lady Tsunade. After all, 30% of it will be your stake in the future. He spoke calmly, yet his words instantly turned the flame of ambition that had just ignited in Tsunade's heart into a raging inferno. But you must remember, what we are selling is not medicine. Minato gazed out at the bustling village beyond the window, articulating each word with precision. It is life. For those lofty individuals, life is priceless. Tsunade's decisive style was fully displayed after receiving Minato's complete authorization. Merely 3 days later, the emergence of the Konoha healing pills was announced to the entire village through a notice posted on the Hokage building's bulletin board. The content of the announcement was straightforward and blunt. First, any registered ninja and villager of Konoha may purchase the healing pills at an extremely low price, close to cost, upon providing identification, but only in limited quantities. Second, non-Konoha individuals must purchase them at 3 times the price. Upon the release of this news, the entire Konoha was set ablaze with excitement. 3 times the price? Isn't that a bit too steep? Steep? The Hokage is protecting us. This miraculous medicine should be our exclusive benefit in Konoha. Indeed, I heard that Captain Ueno from next door, the one whose leg was nearly crushed by an earth technique from an IWA ninja during a mission, is preparing to retire. He ate one yesterday, and this morning I saw him walking around the yard with a cane. These words silenced all the ninjas around who were still discussing the price. A mixture of ecstasy and disbelief spread across every face. A shattered bone and he can walk the next day? What kind of divine elixir is this? This is no longer mere treatment. This is a miracle. For ninjas, the greatest fear is not death, but rather a severe injury that could end their careers. And now, Minato Namikaze has assured them that this fear will no longer exist. In an instant, the entire village's admiration for the 4th Hokage reached an unprecedented peak. Minato did not allow this fervor to cool. Seizing the moment, he summoned Nara Shikaku. Before a gathering of high-ranking officials, he announced a new decision: the establishment of the Konoha Merchants Association. Shikaku was appointed as the first president, fully responsible for the external sales of the healing pills. Nara Shikaku, a man notoriously known for avoiding trouble, surprisingly stood up straight upon hearing this appointment. In just 1 minute, he absorbed the terrifying energy behind this decision, one capable of overturning the entire ninja world.
Hokage-sama.
Shikaku stepped forward. Since it is an association, there must be rules. Oh? Minato watched him with keen interest. I believe the healing pills can be divided into 3 tiers. Shikaku raised 3 fingers. The standard version, with effects as you have seen, will only be sold within the Land of Fire, priced high enough to make those noble lords wince, yet still compelling them to buy. The enhanced version, with a 30% increase in efficacy, will be sold in limited quantities to small nations that have friendly relations with us. This serves both to win them over and to showcase our strength. As for the final version, Shikaku's lips curled into a smile that was entirely inconsistent with his usual persona of avoiding trouble. The perfect version, with effects several times greater than the standard, capable of instantly healing all injuries except those that are fatal. I suggest we classify this version as a non-sale item. Oh? Minato's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Not for sale, only for exchange. Shikaku said leisurely, the association could simultaneously launch a special task list, with tasks personally assigned by you, Hokage-sama. Any ninja, regardless of their background or affiliation, who can complete tasks on the list and accumulate enough special contributions, will be able to exchange for a perfect healing pill. The office fell into a deathly silence. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Nara Shikaku with expressions akin to that of observing a monster. This plan is too ruthless. This is no longer about selling medicine. This is leveraging the lives of all ninjas to pave the way for Konoha. A rogue ninja, in order to obtain the divine medicine, might resort to assassinating high-ranking officials from enemy villages. A ninja from another country, in order to save their loved ones, might willingly provide Konoha with top-secret intelligence. This will be an irresistible overt scheme. Very well. Minato decisively declared, let it be so. The news quickly reached the other 4 great ninja villages. Initially, they scoffed at it. Healing pills? Konoha's medical ninjutsu isn't anything special. What could they possibly produce? Tsuchiki Jinoki floated in the air, his face full of disdain. Just a trick to confuse the eyes. Raikage A was even more dismissive. That brat Minato is good at fighting, but economics? What a joke. However, this arrogance was thoroughly shattered 5 days later with a resounding slap to the face. In Kumogakure, a high-ranking jonin was accidentally injured during a spar with the Eight Tails, suffering a life-threatening wound as the tailed beast chakra pierced through his chest. The village's best medical ninja was helpless, watching helplessly as his vital signs continued to weaken. Just when everyone thought he was doomed, a spy lurking in Konoha desperately delivered a standard healing pill that he had purchased at triple the price. With nothing to lose, Raikage ordered that he be administered the pill. The next second, a miracle occurred. The horrifying cavity in the jonin's chest visibly filled with fresh flesh at an astonishing speed. In less than a minute, he astonishingly sat up from his bed. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, he appeared completely revitalized. This is impossible. The medical chief of Kumogakure lost his composure on the spot, screaming in shock. Bang! The 4th Raikage smashed the table beside him into pieces with a fist. Damn it! His face shifted through shades of blue and white. He was not only stunned by the miraculous effects of the medicine but also consumed by a raging fury at being toyed with by Minato Namikaze. He finally understood why that man had been so confident at the 5 Kage summit. Absolute military might, coupled with a logistics capability to infinitely revive soldiers. How could they possibly fight against this? Damn it! Raikage's roar reverberated throughout the entire Raikage building. A similar scene unfolded in Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure in succession. Those Kage who had only recently been subdued by Minato's force now had to lower their proud heads once again. They unanimously dispatched their most trusted envoys, bearing heavy gold, to Konoha. This time it was not to declare war, nor to negotiate, but rather to seek medicine. Meanwhile, the daimyo, far away in the capital of the Land of Fire, remained blissfully unaware. He continued to enjoy the pleasure of controlling everything after cutting Konoha's budget. He believed he had seized the very throat of Konohagakure, unaware that the village had already sprouted wings. 1 month later, Hokage office. Nara Shikaku placed a thick ledger upon Minato's desk. Rubbing his temples, he bore an unmistakable weariness, mingled with a hint of incredulity. Hokage-sama, we are currently facing a rather troublesome predicament. What kind of trouble? Minato inquired. There is too much money. Shikaku gestured towards the ledger, which was overflowing with gold and jewels from various nations, rare minerals, and even an array of secret technique scrolls, nearly filling the 5 newly constructed vaults. A preliminary estimate indicated that the Merchant Association's earnings in just 1 month had surpassed the total allocation from the daimyo's estate over the past 3 years. Jiraiya sputtered his tea, coughing uncontrollably. Sarutobi Hiruzen fumbled with his pipe, which fell for the 3rd time. Minato merely smiled as he moved to the window. Gazing down at the street below, now thrice as bustling as it had been a month prior, filled with the clamor of carts and people, he remarked, Shikaku, this is merely the beginning. His tone was calm, yet carried a sharpness that made all present shiver. Next, it was time for the daimyo to feel a taste of Konohagakure's impact. Minato turned around, his azure eyes reflecting a cold resolution. It was time for those pampered individuals to understand their place. The daimyo recognized by the Hokage was the true lord of the Land of Fire. In the capital of the Land of Fire, within the daimyo's mansion, the atmosphere in the lavish banquet hall was as solid as ice. The daimyo of the Land of Fire froze, his hand holding a golden cup suspended in midair. What did you say? His voice rose an octave, laden with incredulity. Konoha has not only not declined, but they are also constructing new shinobi schools? The spy kneeling on the ground trembled, his forehead pressed to the floor. Yes, my lord. Furthermore, they have also built 3 large training grounds within the borders of the Land of Fire. It is said that even ninjas from neighboring small countries are flocking to Konoha. What? The daimyo abruptly stood, the golden cup crashing to the ground, spilling its contents. I slashed their budget by 70%. 70%. Where did they get this money? The spy's voice quaked even more. It's the healing pills. In just 1 month, the revenue of the Konoha Merchant Association has exceeded the total funding from the daimyo's estate over 3 years. Moreover, nobles from other great nations, and even some daimyo from small countries, are bypassing you to trade directly with Konoha. Boom! This statement struck the daimyo like a heavy hammer to the forehead, causing him to sway unsteadily. This is preposterous. The daimyo's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he seized the memorial on the table, hurling it to the ground. A ninja village. How dare they elevate themselves above the nation? Does Namikaze Minato truly believe himself to be a god? The surrounding nobles kept their heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound. They understood that the daimyo was genuinely enraged this time. Yet, they also recognized another truth. Konoha was no longer the ninja village that had to rely on the whims of the daimyo. The daimyo paced back and forth in the palace, his breath rapid and his chest heaving. Someone, he spun around, pointing towards the courtyard. Bring me the 12 guardian ninja. I want that blonde brat to know who the true master of this nation is. 3 days later, Konoha at the village entrance. The 12 guardian ninja, clad in matching red armor, appeared with an imposing presence at the gate. Leading ninja, Jiro, wore an unmistakable expression of arrogance. He surveyed the surrounding Konoha ninjas with a sneer. Get your Hokage out here. The daimyo has commanded that the Konoha Merchant Association must be immediately handed over to the daimyo's estate. The gatekeeping ninja's expression changed, and just as he was about to retort, he was halted by the Anbu behind him. Wait, the Anbu's voice was calm, yet contained a hint of murderous intent. The news spread quickly. The entire village was in an uproar. What? The daimyo wants to take over the Merchant Association? On what grounds? That was established by Hokage-sama himself. Exactly. The daimyo reduced our budget, and now he comes to seize our achievements. Villagers surged towards the entrance, the crowd growing larger by the moment. Their faces were filled with anger. Jiro observed the swelling crowd and felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet he maintained his proud demeanor. Everyone, step aside. This is the daimyo's command. Anyone who dares to defy it is guilty of treason. Amidst the crowd, someone could no longer contain himself. Treason? You are the traitors. Hokage-sama is fighting for the village, while you parasites hide behind, sucking our blood. That's right. Get out of Konoha. We don't need your kind of waste. The shouts rose in a crescendo, nearly erupting the village entrance. Jiro's expression grew darker. He had not expected the villagers of Konoha to defy the daimyo's authority so boldly. Just then, the crowd suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned towards the same direction. Following their gaze, Jiro's pupils constricted. A golden-haired youth, hands in his pockets, was strolling leisurely towards them. Dressed in casual attire, he wore a gentle smile, as if he were simply out for a walk. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant figure made everyone instinctively part ways to clear a path. No need, came the soft voice of Namikaze Minato, yet it reached every ear with clarity. I am right here. Jiro felt his fury surge as he observed Minato's relaxed demeanor. Namikaze Minato. He stepped forward, hand gripping the weapon at his waist. How dare you disregard the daimyo's command? You are courting death. Minato halted, tilting his head. The daimyo's command? His tone was flat, even tinged with curiosity. I do not recall the Hokage needing to heed the daimyo's commands. You! Jiro's roar exploded at the village entrance, and he tightened his grip on his weapon, channeling his strength as his form transformed into a red blur, lunging at Minato. In his eyes, the golden-haired Hokage had not even adopted a defensive stance, presenting a fatal flaw. This was the moment of glory for the 12 guardian ninja. However, in the next instant, Jiro's body came to an abrupt halt. He felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall. No, it was not a wall. A foot. clad in standard Konoha sandals, casually pressed down on his weapon-bearing wrist. When did that happen? Thud. A sound so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. It was neither the crack of bones nor the clash of metal. It resembled the sound of a ripe fruit being gently plucked. Jiro felt an inexplicable, irresistible force emanating from his wrist. The strength he prided himself on felt as fragile as paper before this deftness. The weapon slipped from his grasp. He watched helplessly as the weapon he held dear to his life traced a feeble parabola through the air, ultimately landing with a clang several dozen meters away, the hilt trembling on impact. Almost immediately, a gentle yet irresistible force pressed down upon his shoulder. The momentum of his advance was redirected by this force, transforming into a clumsy spin. The world spun around him. At last, his knee struck the ground heavily, producing a dull thud. Bang! The entire sequence unfolded with a fluidity reminiscent of a well-rehearsed play. And he, the lone jester, was the only one oblivious to the script. Time seemed to stretch and compress in that moment. To the surrounding villagers, it appeared as if the mighty Jiraiya had charged forward. And then, the Hokage merely lifted his foot. In an instant, Jiraiya was on his knees. Simple, decisive, even tinged with a hint of elegance. However, for the remaining 11 guardians, what they witnessed was a scene capable of shattering their understanding. Their visual senses captured the captain's charge, followed by a blur of golden light. Before they knew it, their captain was already kneeling on the ground. What had transpired in between? No one could discern. One guardian, poised to draw his sword, found his hand frozen on the hilt. Another, preparing to form seals, had his fingers contorted into an odd shape, halted before his chest. Asuma Sarutobi's mind came to a complete standstill. He knew Minato was powerful. He was the Yellow Flash. Yet he had never imagined strength could reach such a level. This was not a battle between ninjas. It was as effortless as an adult brushing off a speck of dust from his clothing, devoid of thought. How could this be possible? Jiraiya knelt on the ground, his body cold. He could not even feel the pain in his wrists, only an overwhelming, soul-deep fear named helplessness. He did not even possess the right to compel his opponent to use ninjutsu. Minato then slowly lowered his head to look at the man kneeling before him. He spoke calmly. Go back and tell the daimyo. The times have changed. If he cannot see clearly, I do not mind helping him acquire a new pair of eyes. Boom! These words ignited a powder keg. The entire village square erupted in fervor. The Hokage is magnificent. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is our Hokage. What guardians of the 12? Before the Hokage, they couldn't even last a second. What is the daimyo worth? The villagers' cheers were deafening. Their faces were alight with genuine pride and ecstasy. Among the 12 guardians, one man bore an exceedingly complex expression. Asuma Sarutobi. He looked at Jiraiya, who knelt on the ground, then glanced at the frenzied villagers around him. His fists clenched tightly, then slowly loosened. Old man. He murmured, his voice tinged with bitterness. You were right. Konoha no longer needs the daimyo. Jiraiya struggled to rise, but Minato's foot gently pressed down on his shoulder. The pressure was light, yet rendered him immobile. And Minato's voice rang out again. Tell the daimyo that every cent of revenue from the Konoha Commerce Association is earned with our lives. If he wants it, the corner of Minato's mouth curled into a slight arc. Then let him come and take it himself. With that, he lifted his foot and turned to leave. Jiraiya slumped to the ground, trembling all over. Not from pain but from fear. He finally understood. The man before him was not a mere tool that could be wielded at will. He was a true monster. A monster capable of overturning the entire order of the ninja world. News of the 12 guardians' humiliating retreat to the capital exploded within the daimyo's residence. Jiraiya knelt outside the hall, his forehead pressed against the cold floor. The 11 comrades behind him all bowed their heads, no one daring to utter a word. Inside the hall, the daimyo's roar echoed. What did you say? 1 second. You said you knelt in 1 second. Jiraiya trembled all over, wanting to defend himself, but the words caught in his throat. Because the truth was undeniable. He hadn't even touched the hem of his opponent's clothing before being forced to the ground. That was not a battle. It was a crushing defeat. It was how an adult treats an ant. Useless. All of you are useless. The daimyo kicked over a nearby tea table, scalding tea spilling everywhere. The surrounding nobles all shrank back, none daring to utter another word. My lord! Jiraiya suddenly raised his head, his voice laced with despair. It is not our incompetence. It is that Namikaze Minato, he is not even human. Did you not see? He just stood there, didn't he even use ninjutsu, and I couldn't even see how he moved before I was on my knees. That was not speed. That was. Jiraiya faltered, unable to articulate the terror. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the back of the crowd, biting his cigarette, silent. Yet he knew in his heart that every word Jiraiya spoke was the truth. The daimyo's expression darkened further as he listened to these words. He stood up from his seat, staggering slightly, almost falling. You say that again. What did he say? Jiraiya closed his eyes and repeated each word slowly. Go back and tell the daimyo. The times have changed. If he cannot see clearly, I do not mind helping him acquire a new pair of eyes. As the final syllable fell, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The daimyo's face turned first red, then pale. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat felt stuffed with cotton. In the next moment his legs buckled. Bang! He rolled down the steps. My lord! The attendants rushed forward, hastily helping him up. The daimyo was icy cold, collapsing in the arms of his attendants, his lips trembling. Monster, he is a monster. At this moment the highest ruler of the Fire Nation, who had lived a life of luxury for the better part of his days, finally realized one thing. He was not facing a subordinate who could be easily manipulated. He was facing a demon capable of taking his life at any moment. Someone, the daimyo suddenly screamed, take me back to my chambers. Lock the door. No one is allowed to enter. The attendants exchanged glances, yet they obeyed the command. The daimyo was carried away. The 12 guardians remained kneeling outside the hall, no one daring to move. Those nobles who usually held their heads high now bowed them low. The entire daimyo residence was shrouded in a shadow known as fear. Konoha village. Hokage's office. Minato sat at his desk, holding a piece of intelligence. Kakashi stood before him, with Guy behind him. Hokage-sama. Kakashi unfolded a map, pointing to a spot 300 miles south of the Fire Nation's capital. According to the intelligence from the Anbu, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire has a younger brother named Hama. This individual was exiled here due to a failed political struggle. It is said that he possesses considerable talent and harbors deep dissatisfaction with the current lord's incompetence. Minato did not respond immediately. He lowered his gaze to the map before him. In the office, the only sound was the rustling of papers. After a long pause, Minato raised his head. It is time to replace the Land of Fire's master with a more obedient one. This statement, though spoken lightly, sent a jolt through Kakashi's heart. Kakashi, Guy. Minato retrieved 2 kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique from his pocket and handed them to them. You two, set off immediately to find Hama. Remember, do not alert anyone. Once you find him, leave the coordinates, and I will speak with him personally. Kakashi accepted the kunai and nodded. Guy also set aside his usual fervor, his expression unusually serious. Understood. The two turned and departed. Minato pressed the bell on his desk. Within 10 seconds, the office door was pushed open. Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha entered, one after the other. Lord Hokage. The two knelt on one knee. Minato stood up and walked to them. Itachi, Shursui, I have a mission for you. Keep an eye on the Lord. From now on, if he sneezes, I want to know about it. Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances. They did not ask why, merely bowed their heads. Understood. After the two left, Minato was left alone in the office. He moved to the window, gazing at the bustling streets outside. Military and political unity. He murmured to himself, it is time for the Land of Fire to truly belong to Konoha. 3 days later, in the southern part of the Land of Fire, a desolate mansion stood. This had once been a noble's villa, but it was now in a state of disrepair. The mansion's master, Hama, was seated in a room with only half a wall remaining. Before him lay a jug of murky wine and a plate of moldy peanuts. The flickering candlelight elongated and distorted his shadow. Hama raised the wine cup, tilting his head back to drink. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, reddening his eyes. Ah! He scoffed coldly. The Lord? Merely a fool. He slammed the cup down on the table with force. Just then, a puff. The candlelight extinguished. The room was plunged into darkness. Hama sprang to his feet, his hand instinctively reaching for the short blade at his waist. Who? There was no answer. Only the wind whistled through the gaps in the crumbling walls. Hama held his breath, his heartbeat racing as if it might explode. The next moment, a beam of golden light illuminated the darkness. It was the silhouette of a person. Golden hair, a tall figure, and those bright blue eyes that shone even in the dark. Do not be alarmed, Lord Hama. The person spoke, their voice gentle yet chilling. I am not here to kill you. I am here to offer you an opportunity. An opportunity to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you. Hama's short blade was half drawn, Yet his hand froze in midair, for he recognized the visitor. The golden hair, and that face renowned throughout the ninja world. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. You are. Hama's voice trembled. Minato took a step forward, the candlelight reigniting. He seated himself across from Hama, his demeanor as calm as if he were in his own home. I have heard that you, Lord Hama, have some grievances regarding the current lord. Minato picked up the wine jug on the table and poured himself a cup. I wonder if I might have the honor of hearing your thoughts? Hama stared at him, his mind in disarray. He could not comprehend why this legendary golden flash would appear here, nor what his intentions were. You! Hama swallowed hard. What do you want? Minato took a sip of the wine, grimacing slightly. This wine is not very good. He set down his cup and raised his head. What I want is quite simple. To make the land of fire stronger, wealthier, and more stable. But the prerequisite is that the position of the Lord must be occupied by someone who understands. Hama's body trembled. He understood. You are insane. Are you plotting a coup? Minato chuckled. A coup? Lord Hama, I believe you have misunderstood something. The master of the land of fire has never been that fool sitting in the capital. It is Konoha. It is those ninjas who protect this country with their lives. Therefore, this is not a coup. I am merely... Minato paused, correcting a mistake. As Hama listened to these words, he felt his worldview shattering. Yet simultaneously, a long-suppressed ambition began to blaze within him. Why do you think I would help you? Hama glared fiercely at Minato. Minato did not respond. Instead, he produced a scroll from his robe and slid it across the table to Hama. This contains the accounts of your brother over the past 3 years. You may see how he has betrayed the interests of the state. Hama opened the scroll and, after a mere glance, was rendered speechless. The scroll was densely packed with records of the current lord colluding with foreign powers, trafficking in intelligence, and even evidence of secretly selling the land of fire's mineral resources. Hama's hands trembled. This evidence is sufficient to have your brother nailed to the pillar of shame in the land of fire. Minato stood up. I can make you the new lord, and all you need to pay is to acknowledge one established fact. The future of the land of fire is determined by Konoha. Hama raised his head, looking into those azure eyes. In those eyes, he saw absolute power and an unyielding will. He understood clearly. He had no choice. Or rather, this was not a question of choice at all. This was a transaction. Obedience in exchange for power. Hama took a deep breath, slowly rising from his seat. Then, he knelt on one knee. Hama is willing to serve Lord Hokage. Minato looked at the man kneeling before him, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Excellent. He turned and walked toward the door. Be prepared. In 3 days, the land of fire will welcome a new lord. The golden figure vanished into the darkness. Hama remained on the ground, his face a complex expression mingled with fear and ecstasy. Power was finally about to return to his hands. And the price? Merely a change of location. Outside the capital of the land of fire, the figures of Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha emerged from the shadows. Lord Hokage. Itachi's voice was steady, showing no sign of disturbance. The Lord's residence is in complete disarray. The current daimyo has locked himself in his palace, refusing to see anyone, consumed by paranoia all day long. Shursui added that the 12 guardians' hearts are scattered, and beyond the land, for individuals have already submitted intelligence to us. Minato nodded. This outcome was anticipated. Fear serves as the best catalyst. Lord Hokage, Itachi remained silent for a moment before voicing his inner doubt. Power can be overturned in a single night, but the hearts of the people and the system are intricately intertwined. A nation is far more complex than a mere ninja village. How do you plan to govern? This was a question that struck at the core. Itachi was never concerned with who sat on the throne, but rather with the order that upheld that throne and what it could bring to the people. Minato turned around, not providing a direct answer. Instead, he posed a more fundamental question. Itachi, what do you believe is the significance of our power as ninjas? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. This question felt like the first lesson in ninja school. Yet he understood that when asked by the fourth Hokage, it would not be so simple. It is to protect the village, complete missions, and uphold the will of fire. He provided the most standard and resolute answer. To protect the village, from whom? Minato pressed further, then answered himself. From the encroachments of other ninja villages. But Itachi, have you ever considered how many times the root of these encroachments stems from nobles in the capital, drawing lines on a map or from a banquet where spoils were unevenly distributed? Itachi's body stiffened imperceptibly. He had witnessed too many dirty missions in the Anbu. Too many senseless sacrifices made in the name of the so-called greater good. This is the fundamental paradox of this nation. Minato's voice was calm, yet it sliced through the bloody reality of this world with the precision of a scalpel. The daimyo and nobles, who wield the highest power to decide war and peace, never need to step onto the battlefield, and their children will not die on the front lines. Meanwhile, we, who gamble our lives to protect the nation amidst blood and fire, have no say over the switch of war. Power and responsibility have been severed. Itachi's breath unconsciously deepened. Minato continued, the daimyo of the Land of Fire can easily seat a mind to quell the anger of the Land of Lightning because what he loses is merely a string of numbers. But the leaf ninja who dies to protect that mind loses everything. Minato returned to the table, placing his hands on the map, spreading out the territory of the Land of Fire beneath him. Therefore, what I aim to do is not merely patch things up. I intend to stitch together the severed power and responsibility. I want to establish an order where decision-makers can truly feel the weight of each decision. His words were no longer empty slogans but carried a cold logic. Abolishing noble hereditary titles is not about settling scores, but about allowing those with true capability and empathy for the people's plight to rise. Tasks and achievements will be the only ladder, for they are stained with blood and sweat, understanding the value of life. Land will be nationalized, with ninjas assisting in production. Redistribution is not for wealth, but to ensure that everyone living on this land becomes the true master of the nation. People will fight fiercely for their own homeland, not for some noble relative's estate. Itachi's fingers unconsciously tightened. He understood all too clearly. This was not merely a change of power. This was about redefining the relationship between the nation, power, and ninjas. Taxes will be managed uniformly by Konoha, with accounts open to scrutiny, not for the sake of amassing wealth. Minato continued, rather, it is to sever the black hands of nobles who instigate disputes with money and nurture rogue ninjas, ensuring that every penny is spent on protection and construction. Itachi's mind buzzed. He had envisioned countless possibilities, yet he had never imagined that Minato Namikaze would embark on such a profound revolution, reshaping the structure of the nation from its very roots. He intended to bind the responsibilities of ninjas directly to the power of the nation, to make the Hokage a true guardian, wielding authority and bearing ultimate responsibility, to create a new world anchored by Konoha's iron will and the spirit of the will of fire. In that moment, all of Itachi's confusion regarding loyalty, family, and the village seemed to be illuminated by this golden light, revealing nothing could hide from it. He found his answer. His heart began to race uncontrollably. He saw a path starkly different from the cursed, conflict-ridden future. A broad road paved with absolute strength leading to true peace. I understand. Itachi bowed his head deeply. In that moment, the balance in his heart tilted entirely toward the man before him. The next day, in the daimyo's mansion in the capital of the Land of Fire. In the solemn and imposing audience hall, ministers lined both sides. The current daimyo, forcing himself to maintain composure, sat upon the high throne, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. He was listening to a minister's lengthy report, but his thoughts were entirely elsewhere. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared. 3 figures materialized in the center of the hall without warning. The golden-haired youth at the forefront, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, wore a gentle smile. Beside him stood a resolute middle-aged man and a guard in protective ninja armor, bowing respectfully. The minister's report came to an abrupt halt. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's movements froze. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The daimyo on the throne gaped in shock, his mouth forming a kamikaze shape. He stared blankly at the 3 who had suddenly appeared. Brother, it's been a long time. Kono raised his head, looking at the pale-faced man on the throne, greeting him with a smile. That address of brother acted as a key, instantly unlocking the frozen time. You 3. The daimyo abruptly sprang up from his throne, pointing at the 3 below, his voice breaking in a high-pitched scream. How dare you enter unannounced? What do you want? A rebellion? His voice was shrill, yet devoid of any authority, brimming instead with a cowardly panic. Minato paid no heed to his outburst. He simply snapped his fingers casually. Snap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the hall. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 dozens of masked Anbu ninjas appeared like phantoms in every corner of the hall. The cold wave of chakra instantly sealed off all exits. My heavens! Anbu! Konoha's people! The ministers screamed as they retreated. Some attempted to flee, only to find a masked Anbu ninja standing right behind them. Others tried to call for guards, only to discover that half of the 12 guardians remained motionless, merely bowing their heads in place as if waiting for some command. You've gone mad. The The daimyo's voice trembled. Minato Namikaze, you are declaring war on the entire land of fire. You will be left with no place to bury your body. Minato smiled lightly. He pulled out a scroll from his robe and casually tossed it at the feet of the daimyo. I suggest you take a look at this first. The daimyo bent down to pick it up, his hands trembling. As he unfurled the scroll, he froze at the sight. It was densely packed with evidence of his collusion with foreign nations over the years, selling intelligence, and even secretly trading the land of fire's mineral resources. Every transaction was documented with specific times, locations, and names. Even the accounts were clearly laid out. Rikuju. Minato spoke softly. Nara Rikuju yawned as he stepped out from behind an Anbu. He held a long scroll in his hand, his languid demeanor contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere around him. By the decree of the fourth Hokage, I hereby announce the crimes of the former daimyo of the land of fire. Rikuju's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear in the hall with clarity. Crime 1. Collusion with the Hidden Rock Village, selling the defense maps of the land of fire's borders, resulting in the annihilation of 3 squads from Konoha. Crime 2. Embezzlement of Konoha's compensation funds, pocketing a staggering 30 million ryo. Crime 3. Secretly smuggling strategic materials to the land of lightning. With each crime Rikuju read, the faces of the officials in the grand hall turned whiter. Take this. The daimyo's lips quivered. He wanted to deny it but found himself unable to utter a single word. This evidence is sufficient to have you nailed to the shame pillar of the land of fire. Minato's voice was soft yet clear to all. Of course, I do not intend to do that. It would be too troublesome. He turned to look at his side at Hamura. I am merely here to fulfill a promise. Hamura stepped forward. Taking a deep breath, he spoke aloud. By the order of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the current daimyo of the land of fire is guilty of corruption and cannot be pardoned. From this day forth, he is to be deposed from his position as daimyo. His brother, Hamura, shall succeed him as the daimyo of the land of fire. Boom! These words exploded like thunder in the grand hall. All the ministers turned pale. They finally understood what was happening. This was not a negotiation, not a threat. This was a complete coup d'état. No, impossible. The daimyo let out a sharp scream. He wanted to resist, to flee. But the moment he moved, he was pinned to the ground by 2 Anbu. Let go of me, you traitors. I am the daimyo. I am. His cries echoed in the vast hall, yet they sounded so powerless. Hamura walked to the throne but did not immediately sit down. Instead, he turned to Minato.
Hokage-sama.
He knelt on one knee. Hamura hereby swears that from now on, the future of the land of fire shall be determined by Konoha. The land of fire, in both name and reality, had completely fallen into Minato's hands. Minato and Rikuju exchanged a glance and smiled. Now we need not worry about the village's financial strain, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the epic mission. Unifying the Ninja World Stage 3, Economic Autonomy, and Political Unification. Konoha has completely taken control of the land of fire, achieving military-political integration, laying a solid foundation for the next step of the plan. Received epic reward. Coordinates map of the outer path golem, incomplete version. Wood release analysis progress, 50. Basic wood release techniques unlocked. Wood clone technique, wood wall, for pillars house technique. The series of notifications ringing in his mind caused Minato, who had just dealt with the aftermath of the coup in the land of fire, to pause momentarily. Outer path golem? Minato gazed at the line of golden text on the system panel, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. This reward came too unexpectedly. The outer path golem, the vessel of the 10 tails, is also the final connection of the Rinnegan. The system actually provided the coordinates directly. But the crucial point is the parentheses. Incomplete version. What does that imply? Is it the part sealed on the moon? Or does this world's outer path golem itself possess some inherent flaw? And would release? Has it really reached 50? Minato opened his palm and a small, flexible seedling burst forth from his hand, its emerald leaves gently swaying. The consumption of chakra was minimal. The sage body infused with Hashirama cells possessed far greater potential than he had imagined.
Hokage-sama.
A voice from outside called, belonging to Uchiha Fugaku.
Komein.
Fugaku pushed the door open and entered, his demeanor more respectful than ever. He placed a scroll on the table. Report to Hokage-sama. Using that research report combined with the body of a willing Uchiha clansman, we successfully cloned a Sharingan with basic ocular power. This success means that Minato now has the possibility of mass-producing Sharingan. Although the ocular power is not comparable to the original, it is already capable of copying ninjutsu and casting genjutsu, Fugaku added. Minato stood up and walked to the window. The streets of Konoha were bustling with people. A month ago, there was a climate of anxiety over budget cuts. Now smiles adorned every face. Very good. Minato turned back and instructed for the research to continue. Using Senju Hashirama's cells, attempt to combine the clone Sharingan with Sage body cells. I want to see if we can stimulate the birth of stronger ocular techniques. Fugaku's body stiffened momentarily. The combination of Sharingan with first Hokage cells was a realm both Danzo and the Uchiha regarded as taboo. Yet now, it sounded so natural when uttered by the fourth Hokage. Understood. Fugaku raised no objections and bowed as he withdrew. Minato resumed his seat. He opened the drawer and took out a specially made kunai. The blade was inscribed with intricate seals. Not only did it contain the coordinates for the Flying Thunder God technique, but also the patterns for sealing techniques. His thoughts drifted to another individual, Nagato, and his pair of Rinnegan, which were not born of natural descent. Those were Uchiha Madara's eyes. A being who should have perished many years ago had secretly orchestrated a monumental chess game spanning decades. And Nagato was his most important piece. This was something Nagato himself was unaware of. But Minato knew, now that he possessed the coordinates for the outer path golem. The value of Nagato's original Rinnegan had become even more significant. It was time to let this piece jump off the board. Minato found Nagato, who was at the Konoha library, studying the histories of various nations alongside Uchiha Itachi. Nagato. Minato's voice was gentle. I may have found a way for you to become even stronger, even surpassing me. But this method is dangerous and you need to be prepared. Nagato set down the scroll in his hands and looked up. He gazed at Minato, and in his purple Rinnegan shone complete trust. As long as it helps you, Mr. Minato, I fear no danger. Minato nodded in satisfaction. He extended his hand and placed it firmly on Nagato's shoulder. The grip tightened. In the next instant, a flash of golden light enveloped them, and both figures vanished from their original spot. At the border of the land of rain, an abandoned temple stood, perpetually shrouded in gloomy rain, the air thick with the scent of decay. The golden light flickered once more, and Minato and Nagato materialized at the entrance of the temple. This place is... Nagato surveyed his surroundings. The temple was vast yet in ruins. The murals on the walls had long since faded, leaving only the faintest traces of strange patterns. Boom! A massive beam overhead, weakened by rot, suddenly snapped, sending shards of stone tumbling down. Nagato was about to retreat when Minato merely raised a hand. Swish! Several sturdy wooden beams appeared out of thin air, intertwining seamlessly to form a solid support structure that securely held up the broken beam. The entire process was fluid, devoid of any violent fluctuations of chakra. Nagato's movements froze. He stared intently at the wooden beams that had appeared seemingly from nowhere, disbelief written all over his purple eyes. This is wood release. Just a small trinket. Minato nonchalantly tucked his hand back into his pocket, downplaying it as a mere byproduct of sage transformation developed to a certain extent. Nagato fell silent. The legendary power of the first Hokage that had quelled the chaos of the world was, in the mouth of this man, merely a small trinket. How much more strength did he conceal? Follow me. Minato walked ahead, following the coordinates provided by the system, making his way deeper into the temple. Nagato suppressed the shock in his heart and closely followed behind. He could sense a peculiar fluctuation of chakra in this place. It was faint yet omnipresent. Moreover, the deeper they ventured, the more intense the stirring of his Rinnegan became. The two traversed a long corridor and finally reached the innermost sanctum of the temple. It was a vast underground space. In the center of the space stood a colossal stone statue. The statue resembled a human figure, covered in sharp spikes, with its arms bound by thick chains. Most bizarrely, behind the statue were 9 enormous pillars, each inscribed with a number ranging from 1 to 9. This is... Nagato's pupils constricted suddenly. The moment he laid eyes on the statue, he felt his Rinnegan tremble violently. A yearning impulse for connection, emanating from the depths of his soul, almost overwhelmed his reason. The outer path golem. Minato's voice echoed in the vast space. The shell of the 10 tails is also the ultimate connection of the Rinnegan. Nagato abruptly turned his head. Mr. Minato, how do you know? I know many things. Minato interrupted him, stepping closer to Nagato. Nagato, do you think that your eyes are a divine gift from heaven, bestowed upon you to bring peace to the world? Nagato was taken aback. Isn't it so? Certainly not. Minato stopped in front of him, calmly dropping a bombshell. This golem and your eyes both originate from the same person. A long-dead soul, Uchiha Obito. Boom! Nagato's mind buzzed, blanking out. Uchiha Obito? The legendary ninja who was renowned alongside the first Hokage?
Impossible.
He instinctively retorted. My eyes were awakened by myself. Were they? Minato countered. Do you remember what your eyes looked like before the tragedy of your childhood? Nagato's body trembled violently. He wanted to argue, but he realized that in his memories, he had no eyes before that point. Your Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Obito. Minato's words cut through the reality that Nagato had long believed in. Just before his death, he transplanted his eyes into you, a child of the Uzumaki clan. The purpose was to one day use your body and bloodline to resurrect this outer path golem, completing his mad plan of the Eye of the Moon. Everything you have experienced, every mission you have believed in, has been a deception from the very beginning. You are not a savior, Nagato. You are merely a chosen, pitiful pawn. Nagato staggered backward, leaning against the cold stone wall, slowly sliding down. The power he took pride in, the source of his suffering, the meaning of his existence. All of it was a lie? He was just a pawn? But you are you, aren't you? Minato smiled, patting Nagato's shoulder. Yes. As long as I remain the one who wishes to follow Mr. Minato's footsteps, then what difference does it make knowing all this? Outside of Mangekyo, a man wearing a whirlpool mask stood in the rain. Suddenly, he froze. How is this possible? The Sharingan beneath the mask spun wildly, causing a slight distortion in the space around him. That was the secret link established between him and Nagato through the Rinnegan, the cornerstone of the entire Eye of the Moon plan. Now, this link was like a string of a zither severed by a sharp blade, completely losing its sensation. Obito, what's wrong? You've suddenly stopped moving. A white figure emerged from the ground, its head wrapped in pitcher plant-like leaves, curiously tilting its head. Fool. Another cold voice echoed from the other half of the white figure's body. It was Black Zetsu, who had lost his connection with Nagato. What? White Zetsu exclaimed. Then what about our plan? Shut up. Obito roared. A surge of violent chakra exploded, causing the surrounding rainwater to swirl back. He fixed his gaze on the direction of Mangekyo, his single eye beneath the mask filled with blood. The outer path golem. That was his only hope of reviving the Ten Tails and creating a world with Rin. Now, someone had taken it away from him. His mind raced through countless possibilities, finally settling on a golden figure. Minato Namikaze. There could be no other. Bastard. Bastard. Obito's body trembled with extreme rage as he grasped the neck of a regular white Zetsu that had sprouted beside him, lifting it up. Zetsu, find Nagato for me. No matter where he is. Use all your clones. I want to know what that man has done to him. For the first time, the voice of the masked man carried an unmistakable fury and a hint of fear that even he himself had not perceived. In the capital of the Land of Fire, the news of the new daimyo succeeding the former was spreading rapidly throughout the entire Land of Fire. It also reached Konoha. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, the atmosphere was more lively than ever. Have you heard? It's huge news. Our Land of Fire has a new daimyo, a newly returned Chunin exclaimed, swallowing a mouthful of noodles excitedly. Changed? How is that possible? Isn't the position of the feudal lord supposed to be passed down through generations? Who possesses such great ability? The companion beside him wore an expression of disbelief. Don't you know yet? It is Lord Fourth Hokage. He personally went to the capital. My goodness! Did the Hokage directly depose that incompetent old feudal lord? Is that true? Absolutely true. Now no one can cut our budget and pensions anymore. Long live the Hokage. The entire village, from the bustling streets to the training grounds, was engulfed in an unprecedented ecstasy and pride. They beheld a Konoha that was stronger and more dignified, a Konoha no longer shackled by decaying nobility, entirely led by the Hokage. Meanwhile, this news struck the leaders of the other 4 great ninja villages and the various feudal lords like a thunderbolt. In the Land of Lightning at the Cloud Village, a Cloud Village Jonin burst into the Raikage's office, his voice trembling. Raikage, urgent intelligence has arrived from the Land of Fire. Their feudal lord has been deposed. A startled sprang to his feet, electricity crackling around him. Deposed? By whom? It was the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. The Jonin struggled to swallow. He has supported a new feudal lord to ascend. What? It must be noted that in the history of the ninja world, such a thing has never happened before. How dare he? Bastard. Minato Namikaze. What else do you intend to do? Smashed his solid desk into pieces with a punch, his roar echoing throughout the building. In the Land of Earth at the Rock Village, Inoki, after listening to his son Kuratsuchi's report, froze. Father, the intelligence states that the feudal lord of the Land of Fire has changed. Changed? What does that mean? Inoki's voice was dry. It was forcibly changed by Minato Namikaze. Now the entire land of fire, both nominally and actually, is under the command of Konoha. How could this be possible? He is subverting the entire rules of the ninja world. Military and political power combined. That brat is simply insane. Inoki floated in midair, his body trembling slightly from shock. The various feudal lords were all filled with trepidation. A Hokage who can casually change feudal lords. They all understood what this implied. The rise of Konoha had exceeded everyone's expectations. It was no longer merely a powerful ninja village, but a rapidly expanding colossal force. On the moon, silence is the eternal theme here. In this vast, core space of ceiling, a figure as dark as spilled ink was anxiously twisting and turning. Black Zetsu. He had been plotting for a millennium. Since the era of Indra and Ashura, he had been like the most patient shadow, silently altering history, guiding the pieces, step by step, toward the endpoint of resurrecting his mother. Everything was supposed to be flawless. Nagato was the perfect vessel, and Obito Uchiha was the perfect executor. However, everything happening on that blue planet below was causing this patience, which had lasted for a millennium, to rapidly disintegrate. Minato Namikaze. A silent roar echoed in Black Zetsu's consciousness. This name pierced like a poisonous thorn into the core of his plan. Too fast. Everything is too fast. From killing Hanzo to subduing Nagato, to using an economic means, he could not comprehend to effortlessly overthrow the government of the land of fire. Every step this man took felt like a heavy hammer, smashing down on the chessboard he had meticulously arranged. The pieces were slipping out of control. Or rather, they were being taken off the board one by that man. No, I can't wait any longer. Black Zetsu's body trembled violently, revealing his extreme unease. If Minato Namikaze continued to develop like this, forget about resurrecting his mother. Even he, the hidden hand buried deep in history, would probably be dragged out like a bug by that man. His original chain of plans had completely broken. Nagato, that perfect piece possessing the Rinnegan. Now, he had become a devoted follower of Minato Namikaze, consumed by thoughts of family and protection. Obito Uchiha, that most useful tool, had vanished from sight after losing an arm in his confrontation with Minato, hiding like a frightened wild dog in the shadows, too afraid to show its face. Fool. All of them are fools. Black Zetsu's fury nearly ignited this ceiling space. He must do something. He must find Minato Namikaze a sufficiently large trouble. A colossal nuisance that would leave him overwhelmed and unable to attend to anything else. A mad thought emerged in his mind. Since the chessboard is already in disarray, let us simply overturn the entire chessboard. Since he can no longer guide from the shadows, let the whole world plunge into an uncontrollable madness. Black Zetsu's consciousness instantly connected to a lurking White Zetsu clone below ground. It is I. A cold voice echoed in White Zetsu's mind. The will of my mother. White Zetsu's body stiffened, and he immediately responded respectfully. I want you to do something. Carve a stone tablet from the oldest rock. A tablet? Yes. A tablet that records a prophecy. Black Zetsu began to dictate the contents of the tablet, each word brimming with malicious allure. He intended to proactively leak the Moon Eye plan. Of course, not completely. He excluded all truths regarding the God Tree and the infinite Tsukuyomi, leaving only the most core and greed-inducing lie. Listen carefully. When the 9 beasts return to one, the power of creation will re-emerge in the world. At that time, the Moon Eye will open in the sky, and the one who masters the cycle will become the new sage of 6 paths, ruling all things. White Zetsu memorized this passage, his body trembling slightly from the terrifying information contained within. My lord, this is to... Shut up. Black Zetsu interrupted him. You only need to carry out the order. Once it is carved, deliver it to the most suitable person. Who? The 3rd Tsuchikage of the Rock Village, Inoki. Black Zetsu let out a silent sneer. He wants everyone's attention to focus on the tailed beasts. He wants the entire ninja world to fall into a frenzied competition for the tailed beasts. And now, with both the 9 tails and the 1 tail in Konoha, with that golden shining Konoha, what will it become? The target of everyone's envy. Minato Namikaze, aren't you quite formidable? Let us see how you can contend with the greed of the entire world all by yourself. At the Rock Village, in the Tsuchikage's office, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki was floating in midair, staring at the mountain of bills piled on his desk. Each one recorded the expenses of purchasing healing pills at exorbitant prices from the Konoha Trading Company. His heart was bleeding. The intelligence report prominently stated, Hokage-sama, we are currently facing a very tricky problem. What problem? There is too much money. The intelligence from Konoha struck him like a series of resounding slaps across his aged face. Humiliation. An unprecedented disgrace. First, he was forcefully pressed to the ground by that yellow-haired brat, and now he found himself choked by money. Bastard! Inoki slammed his fist onto the table, scattering documents in disarray. He had never felt so stifled in his life. Just then, he sensed something. It seemed that an additional object had materialized in the office. Inoki slowly descended and approached his desk. At the very center of the table, an ancient stone tablet, covered in moss, had appeared silently at some unknown time. Who? Inoki spun around abruptly, his chakra surging forth menacingly, his dust release technique ready to be unleashed at any moment. There was an enemy. Several Anbu members from Iwagakure instantly materialized in the office, surrounding the desk. Lord Tsuchikage, what's going on? Inoki did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on the stone tablet. There was no trace of chakra residue, no signs of infiltration. This object seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Everyone stepped back. Inoki waved his hand. Though the Anbu were puzzled, they obeyed the command and retreated into the shadows. Inoki extended his hand, cautiously touching the tablet. The cold texture and rough surface conveyed that this was an artifact that had existed for countless ages. Inscribed upon it were ancient characters he could not decipher. Bring in someone. He summoned the village's most knowledgeable scholar of ancient texts. The scholar, wearing thick glasses, trembled with excitement upon seeing the tablet. He rushed to the desk, his hands quaking. This texture, these engravings, it cannot be mistaken. Lord Tsuchikage, this is the legendary script. It exists only in the records of the oldest scrolls, from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths. Inoki was equally astonished. Yes, it is a myth. A living myth has appeared before us. I can actually translate it myself. The scholar stammered with excitement. Half an hour later, his hands still shaking, the scholar handed a sheet of paper filled with translations to Inoki. His face bore a complex expression, a mixture of fear and fervor. Lord Tsuchikage, what is recorded on this is simply. He could find no words to describe it. Read. Inoki growled. Yes. The scholar cleared his throat and, in a trembling voice, recited the contents of the tablet. When the 9 beasts return to one, the power of creation shall reemerge in the world. At that time, the eye of the moon will open in the sky. The one who masters the cycle will become the new Sage of Six Paths, ruling over all. Boom! Each word resonated like thunder in Inoki's mind. The power of creation. A new Sage of Six Paths. In that moment his eyes, which had grown murky with age, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The office fell into a profound silence. After a long while, Inoki slowly rose to his feet. His diminutive frame now seemed to harbor the strength of a volcanic eruption. He approached the colossal map of the ninja world. His finger traced over the land of lightning, glided across the land of water, brushed over Sunagakure. And finally, it pressed heavily upon the map of the land of fire, landing squarely on the mark of Konoha, the 9 tails, and the 1 tail. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried an unsettling heat. Minato Namikaze. So this was your true intention? In the office of Iwagakure, Inoki hovered in mid-air, fixated on the thin piece of paper in his hand. This paper felt lightweight, yet in his grasp, it bore the weight capable of crushing bones. Every character on it stabbed mercilessly at his nerves. When the 9 beasts return to one, the power of creation reemerges, and the master of the cycle shall become the new god, ruling over all. Inoki's fingers twitched from excessive force, digging deeply into the paper. It was not merely age that caused his reaction, but fear, as well as the wild, burgeoning greed that lay concealed behind that fear. So that's how it is. No wonder. Inoki suddenly lifted his head, a glint of self-assured insight flashing in his eyes. All the illogical pieces of the puzzle clicked into place at that moment. Why did Minato Namikaze dare to brazenly traverse the borders of 4 countries in a single day, pressing their faces into the dirt? Why did he risk everything to directly seize the 1 tail from Sunagakure? Why did he eliminate the daimyo to turn the land of fire into an ironclad fortress? Previously, Inoki had thought of Minato as a madman seeking power. Now he understood. The vision was too narrow. Everyone had thought too small. That blonde kid wasn't aiming to become the ruler of the ninja world. He aspired to be the 2nd Sage of 6 Paths, the 9 tails, the 1 tail. Inoki's voice was hoarse, trembling at the end. 9-tailed beasts, and he already possessed 2 of the strongest, if he could gather the remaining 7. As this thought crossed his mind, Inoki felt a shiver run down his spine. If the prophecy was true, whoever possessed the 9-tailed beasts would be the sole god of this world. If Minato Namikaze could do it, why couldn't I? Inoki of Iwagakure? Fear was swiftly replaced by a fervent zeal. He absolutely could not allow him to succeed. Inoki gripped the rubbing tightly, his floating form gradually descending, his somber old face shrouded in shadows beneath the light. After fear came an uncontrollable ecstasy. He had been troubled by the lack of justification to break Konoha's economic blockade, and this stone tablet was a divine gift of righteousness. He let out a cold laugh, leisurely adjusting his collar as he pressed the button for the highest encrypted channel. Connect me to them. Tell those old geezers that if they want to survive, they need to get online immediately. In Mangekyo at the rakeage's office. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the specially crafted alloy desk was instantly reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The fourth rakeage was surging with violent lightning chakra, blue arcs of electricity crackling around him, scorching the air. Become a god. That bastard wants to become a god. The secretary huddled in the corner, clutching documents, her face filled with despair, daring not to breathe. A's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot. I said, how dare he be so arrogant? He sees us as stepping stones on his path to divinity. The humiliation of being belittled and toyed with made this volatile man completely lose his composure. Minato Namikaze, I will tear you apart. In Mangekyo, at the office of the Wind Shadow. In stark contrast to the rakeage's fury, Raza was engulfed in a chill, sweating profusely. As he listened to Inoki's near-roaring analysis over the communicator, he finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Taking Gaara. It's not for a hostage. Raza's lips trembled. It's to extract the tailed beast. He intends to turn the last trump card of Mangekyo into his offering. If the plan of Minato Namikaze were to succeed, Mangekyo would not only fail to rise again, but would likely lose its very right to exist. It is imperative to stop him. We must prevent this. In Kirigakure, amidst the ever-present mist, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, listened impassively to the communication, his doll-like face revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. Only at the end did he utter a few words, laced with an unyielding intent to kill. Agreed. Konoha has crossed the line. Half an hour later, in the Iron Country's secret conference room, holographic projection, there was no seat for Konoha this time. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. You have all seen the evidence, Inoki declared without preamble, projecting an image of the stone tablet in the center. Do not doubt its authenticity. I had it verified. It is undoubtedly a relic from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. I irritated waved his hand, lightning flashing. Old man, stop with the useless chatter. Just tell us what to do. That Minato Namikaze is holding 2 trump cards in his hands, and if we allow him to develop further, we will all perish. Fight? Rashi chuckled dryly, his voice hoarse. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Even if the 4 of us combined, could we even touch the hem of his clothing? That is Flying Thunder God. His words rendered A's impending roar stuck in his throat. He froze, the memory of being humiliated by Minato with a mere finger vividly replaying in his mind. His cheeks burning with shame. Then what do you propose? Should we package the 8 tails and the 2 tails and send them to Konoha, begging him to spare our corpses after he becomes a god? I shouted. Of course, that is not the plan. Inoki floated upward, a sinister and fervent gleam appearing on his wrinkled face. In one-on-one combat, we would indeed be sending ourselves to slaughter. But the situation has changed. He slammed his hand down on the stone tablet, raising his voice. We now have a common enemy, and we have common interests. Why should that power only belong to Konoha? As these words left his lips, the other 3's breaths noticeably halted. Indeed, who would not desire to wield that power that governs all? Inoki surveyed the gathered faces, seizing the moment. If we do not unite, we are merely sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If we join forces, not only can we survive, but we can also divide the spoils of Konoha. I propose that the 4 great ninja villages form an alliance immediately. Let us establish a ninja coalition and issue Konoha an ultimatum. Inoki presented the ultimate bait. The coalition was merely a means to an end. Once Konoha falls, we can not only divide their wealth, but also obtain the methods of godhood inscribed on this tablet. He paused, his greedy gaze sweeping over the crowd. Everyone would have their chance. Silence fell. It was the sound of hearts racing. Agreed. The previously silent Yagura suddenly spoke, a strange glimmer in his eyes. Kirigakure was quite interested in that position of divinity. Let us do it. I slammed the table, declaring that as long as it meant getting rid of that golden-haired bastard, Kumogakure would mobilize 8,000 troops. I second that. Rashi quickly followed, having no choice but to act to reclaim Gaara. Inoki smiled. Very well. It is settled. The four hands representing the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, though separated by a screen, united their wills in agreement. Our only enemy is Konoha, Minato Namikaze, thus, a farce directed by Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, featuring the four great Kage, officially commenced. At the same time, in Konoha, in the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the window, and all was serene. Minato leaned lazily in his chair, twirling a pen in his hand as he reviewed the freshly delivered financial reports, feeling quite pleased. The economic reforms in the Land of Fire were beginning to show results, and the treasury was starting to swell. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he pondered his next plan. Should he consider initiating some cross-border trade? Perhaps selling local specialties to the Land of Lightning? Just as he was contemplating how to seize opportunities, a shadow suddenly appeared before his desk, kneeling on one knee with swift, decisive movement. However, the rush of wind from the sudden entrance scattered the documents on the table, revealing the urgency of the visitor. The Anbu ninja spoke in a low, hurried voice, laced with suppressed killing intent. Hokage-sama, urgent news from the border. The four great ninja villages are simultaneously mobilizing. They have formally declared war on Konoha. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere froze, solid as ice. The masked Anbu ninja knelt on the ground, hands raised high, holding a scroll. His body trembled slightly from an uncontrollable fear. The scroll was peculiar. It bore no markings of any single ninja village, but was instead sealed with a fourfold united seal formed by four distinct yet forcibly amalgamated chakras. The heaviness of earth, the ferocity of lightning, the sharpness of wind, and the softness of water. They intertwined, exuding an unmistakable sense of oppression.
Hokage-sama.
The Anbu's voice trembled with panic. This is the highest level ultimatum we intercepted, issued jointly by the four great ninja villages of earth, lightning, wind, and water. Minato Namikaze lifted his gaze from the mountain of paperwork. He did not look at the Anbu, who seemed ready to bury his head in the ground, but instead focused on the scroll. Interesting. He stood up and walked over slowly. In the office, Jiraiya and Shikakunara, who had been summoned to work overtime, paused their tasks, their expressions turning serious. Joint ultimatum? Minato took the scroll from the Anbu's hand, weighed it, and chuckled lightly. Quite formal. Under the tense gazes of everyone present, he casually brushed his fingers over the fourfold seal on the scroll. There was no violent clash of chakra, no complex unsealing gestures. The ferocious seals containing the chakra of four Kage-level powerhouses simply dissolved, like ice melting in warm water, silently vanishing as if they had never existed. Just this effortless display of sealing technique caused Shikaku's pupils to constrict. He knew that the other party would not be so accommodating as to allow such an opening without some trickery involved. They were not the type to play nice. Only the fourth Hokage before him could open it so easily. If it had been any other ninja, they would likely have faced disaster even before the scroll was opened. Soon, Minato unfurled the scroll. In front of everyone, he began to read aloud in a tone almost mocking, like narrating a story. To the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, in light of your recent actions which have severely disrupted the balance of the ninja world, we have irrefutable evidence that you are secretly executing an evil plan, attempting to gather all nine-tailed beasts to recreate the power of creation and become the new sage of six paths, thereby enslaving the entire ninja world. As he read this, Minato couldn't help but chuckle. He continued, in order to maintain peace in the ninja world and thwart your ambitions, we, the four great ninja villages, hereby present our most solemn demands. 1. Immediately and unconditionally surrender the one-tailed Jinchuriki you have abducted. 2. Immediately surrender the nine-tails Jinchuriki possessed by Konoha. The two Jinchuriki shall be placed under the joint custody of our four nations until the threat is completely neutralized. This is the only righteous path to maintain the existence of the world. I hope you will take heed. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire Hokage office.
Bang!
Jiraiya slammed his palm onto the table. The sturdy wooden surface instantly crisscrossed with cracks. Damn it! He stood up abruptly, his face ablaze with fury. Have they gone mad? The new sage of six paths? What a ridiculous excuse. They are talking nonsense.
Hokage-sama.
A captain from the Anbu could not contain himself, his voice laced with disbelief. This was no longer a dispatch. This was a declaration of war. How dare they? Nara Shikaku remained silent, but his brow was furrowed in a tight knot. This is troublesome, he muttered softly. This excuse is too lethal. It is sufficient to incite all ninjas' greed for power and fear of the unknown. Just as everyone was ignited with fury by this dispatch, a leisurely voice broke the tension. They are not insane. Minato tossed the absurd document onto the table as if discarding a piece of scrap paper. They are not insane, he reiterated, surveying his subordinates, some of whom were furious while others wore solemn expressions. They are afraid. And yes, they are greedy. Minato walked to the vast map of the ninja world, his fingers gently tapping the surface. Think about it. Who would, at this moment, deliver such an ambiguous prophecy to the ears of the four Kages, who have just been reprimanded by me? The office fell into an immediate silence. None of them were fools. Prompted by Minato, they quickly grasped the underlying implication. Someone is stoking the flames from behind. Jiraiya's anger swiftly transformed into gravity. They intend to use the four great ninja villages to deal with us in Konoha. Exactly. Minato turned around, a hint of playful amusement gracing his features. A prophecy potent enough to drive the entire ninja world into madness happens to appear before the four who most desire to trouble us yet fear us the most. It is akin to presenting a treasure map to four starving gamblers. They know it might be a trap, yet they would wager everything they possess to take a chance. After all, if they win, they become masters of the world. If they lose, well, they are already close to starving. Could it possibly get any worse? This statement alleviated much of the tension in the office. In its place, an absurdity emerged. So, it turns out that behind that imposing joint dispatch lies such a farce. What shall we do? The former Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped from the shadows, inquiring whether he should lead a team to uncover the person pulling the strings behind the scenes. Investigate? Minato waved his hand. No need. He walked to the window, gazing down at the still thriving village below. Lord Third, they have gone to the trouble of presenting the ladder to us. How could we not climb it? Huh? Jiraiya and Shikaku were both taken aback. What does this mean? Minato turned around, his azure eyes reflecting a calm that sent chills through everyone present. Relay my orders. From this moment forth, Konoha Hidden Village shall enter the highest level of combat readiness. This declaration made everyone's hearts race. However, Minato's next words caused their minds to short-circuit. Order all departments to prepare everything. We shall greet our distant guests with the most grand of ceremonies. Greet guests? In the highest level of combat readiness? What is this operation? Hokage-sama, do you mean? Shikaku ventured cautiously. What I mean is, Minato smiled, don't they want the one tail and nine tails? Then let them come and take them themselves. I want to see if they have the capability. Boom! This statement detonated like a bomb in everyone's minds. Wild. Too wild. In response to the joint declaration of war from the four great ninja villages, this fourth Hokage's reaction was not defensive, nor was it preparatory. Instead, it was to throw open the doors and wait for the enemy to come to their demise. News of this quickly spread throughout Konoha. Initially, the villagers were shocked and furious, but when they learned of the Hokage's response, all negative emotions transformed into a near-fanatical admiration and ridicule towards the coalition of the four nations. Ha ha ha, what am I hearing? The four great ninja villages are banding together against us. Were they not sufficiently trounced by Hokage-sama last time? I recall that the Raikage's office has only just been repaired. Does he wish to open another skylight? And for Sunagakure, Hokage-sama merely carried away their Jinchuriki. They should be thanking their lucky stars that the Kazekage building remains intact. A bunch of defeated foes daring to unite? Do they think that four pieces of scrap metal tied together can stand against the new generation of the god of ninjas? The entire village was devoid of any panic regarding the impending war. Instead, a buoyant atmosphere prevailed. Their trust in Namikaze Minato had reached a level bordering on absurdity. That night, deep within the Hokage office, Minato finished processing the last document. He pressed a concealed button. A figure appeared silently before him. It was Uchiha Fugaku.
Hokage-sama.
Clan leader Fugaku. Minato did not look up, simply speaking calmly. How goes the progress of the plan to clone the Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku bowed slightly, replying, we have achieved preliminary results, but to reach the stable mass production you require will take more time. Cannot wait that long. Minato finally raised his head. Invest all resources without regard for cost. I need you to expedite the plan at the fastest possible speed. Fugaku's body stiffened imperceptibly. He sensed the undeniable will behind those words. Understood. Minato stood up, walking toward him. Fugaku, I need an army of Mangekyo Sharingan at the outset. A blade that will not go blind. He paused, speaking each word deliberately. An army capable of confronting the so-called gods with unflinching eyes. The land of iron. In the depths of the mountains, amidst wind and snow, an abandoned samurai fortress. Four figures sat around a cold stone table, the silence pressing down on the air until it nearly solidified. So we are here, staring each other down. Just to acknowledge that the four of us combined cannot deal with that blonde-haired brat? The fourth Raikage, was the first to shatter the silence. He slammed his fist onto the stone table, the hard rock instantly marred with spiderweb-like cracks. I will say it again. As long as we gather the full military strength of our four nations, I do not believe we cannot flatten a mere Konoha. And then what? The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated in midair, arms crossed, speaking in a tone that suggested he was addressing an idiot. By the time your so-called strongest Kimogakure forces reach the gates of Konoha, Namikaze Minato will already be sitting in your Raikage's office, sipping tea. Lightning flashed around A, his furious aura causing the surrounding snowflakes to evaporate instantly. Old man, are you mocking me? I am merely stating a fact that we have all encountered face to face. Inoki curled his lips in disdain. That man's flying thunder god technique has transcended the realm of conventional warfare. Numbers hold no meaning for him. Sitting across from him, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, wore an expression so grim it seemed water could drip from it. The very thought of his son, still in swaddling clothes, currently in Konoha, being raised as a trophy, twisted his heart with pain. Lord Tsuchikage speaks the truth. Raza's voice was hoarse. What we face is not an army, but a monster that cannot be pinpointed or obstructed. Unless we can find someone who can match his speed. The fortress once again fell into a deathly silence. To keep up with the yellow flash's speed? This was undoubtedly the greatest joke in the ninja world. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who had remained silent, showed no sign of emotion on his youthful face, merely sitting quietly. Just as the atmosphere of despair seemed poised to engulf everyone, a sudden, somewhat mocking voice rang out within the empty fortress. Ah, esteemed Kage, how can a meeting be held without summoning me? I am but a good child. Whoosh, the air inexplicably twisted into a vortex. A man wearing an orange, single-hold spiral mask leapt out in an extremely comical manner. Who are you? A's reaction was the swiftest. He activated his lightning-release chakra mode and transformed into a blue flash, launching a punch forward. However, his fist, capable of penetrating mountains, passed straight through the masked man's body, as if striking only an illusory shadow. A's movements froze. He maintained his punching posture, his entire being rooted in place. Inoki and Raza also sprang up abruptly, adopting combat stances. Physical attacks are ineffective. The thought flashed through Inoki's mind, sending alarm bells ringing in his heart. Oh dear. Lord Raikage is truly enthusiastic. The masked man brushed off the non-existent dust from his black robe, his tone still frivolous. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Obito, a common man who desires world peace. Stop pretending to be mysterious. A retracted his fist, glaring intensely at this bizarre individual. What is your true intention? Intention? The masked man tilted his head, then spoke in an exaggerated tone of sudden realization. My intention is the same as yours, esteemed Kage. It is to deal with that disobedient fourth Hokage of Konoha. This statement caused the three Kage to momentarily pause in their actions. You? Inoki scoffed coldly. A ghost without a corporeal form dares to speak such grandiose words? Hey! The masked man suddenly let out a low, chilling laugh. That laughter was starkly different from his previously frivolous tone, filled with an ominous chill. Alone, I am certainly incapable. However, what if an old friend were to join me? As the words left his mouth, another figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind him. The figure had pale skin, elongated golden pupils, and wore a sinister smile. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Inoki and Raza's bodies stiffened. Orochimaru ground his teeth and spat out the name. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, an S-rank rogue ninja. How could he be entangled with this mysterious masked man? Long time no see, everyone. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips. It seems you have encountered quite a troublesome situation. It's you. Raza suddenly recalled something. That stone tablet. It was your doing. Stone tablet?
Orochimaru feignait de surprise.
Raising an eyebrow. What are you talking about, Lord Kazekage? I do not comprehend. Enough. Inoki interrupted them. He glared at Orochimaru and the masked man named Obito. What exactly do you two intend to do by appearing here? Quite simple. The masked man, Obito, spread his hands wide. We have come to present you with a grand gift. A gift capable of flattening Konoha and killing Minato Namikaze. As he spoke, he suddenly formed hand seals.
Summoning technique.
Edo Tensei. Bang! Bang! Two massive coffins slowly arose from the cold ground. On the coffins were inscribed two vivid red characters. 1, 2. The moment Inoki saw these characters, his small body trembled violently. His breath nearly halted at that instant. This is impossible. and Raza also gasped in disbelief. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. These two legendary figures, the gods of ninja who brought peace to a tumultuous era. Have you lost your minds? A roared, desecrating the dead. You are challenging the very foundation of the ninja world. Foundation. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. Lord Raikage, where was the foundation when your village was trampled underfoot by Minato Namikaze alone? Where was your dignity when your ultimatum was discarded like worthless paper? S body stiffened, leaving him speechless. The Edo Tensei technique is not perfect. Orochimaru explained leisurely, like an artist showcasing his finest work. It requires living humans as sacrifices, and the resurrected strong will have their powers significantly diminished. However, he shifted his gaze to the masked man beside him. My esteemed partner has provided me with a perfect vessel. Obito snapped his fingers, a featureless, snow-white humanoid being emerged from the ground. This is. Raza felt a wave of physiological discomfort at the sight of the eerie white creature. Using such a thing as a sacrifice, the resurrected strong will not only be able to exert powers close to their living selves. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. With the addition of the first Hokage cells, their recovery abilities will even surpass those in life. They will be immortal. They are inexhaustible. They are an army of the undead, capable of wearing down Minato Namikaze. The entire fortress was so silent one could hear a pin drop. The four Kage gazed at the two coffins exuding an aura of death, their breaths becoming heavy. Reason told them this was a deal with the devil. Yet, the inner fear and greed screamed madly, urging them to accept this gift. An immortal army, the first and second Hokage, and this masked man with space-time ninjutsu, capable of countering the flying thunder god. This seemed to be their only chance to defeat Minato Namikaze. After a long while, Inoki slowly spoke, his voice as hoarse as two stones grinding against each other. How can I trust you? Quite simple. Obito extended a finger. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was the man who developed the flying thunder god technique. If there is anyone in this world who can counter Minato Namikaze's speed, it is he himself. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back.
ES tightly clenched, fist gradually relaxed.
A hint of resolution flickered across Rasha's gloomy face. Shikaku remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes of tacit consent. Good. Inoki squeezed a word through clenched teeth. We will cooperate. The deal was struck. A satisfied smile appeared on the faces of Orochimaru and Obito. None of them noticed that deep within the fortress's subterranean depths, a mass of pitch-black, sludge-like substance was silently writhing. Hee. In the consciousness of Black Zetsu, a soundless, maniacal laughter erupted. Minato Namikaze. All the pieces are now in place. Enjoy the feast prepared for you by the malice of the entire world. The secret laboratory of the Uchiha clan lay, hidden beneath the depths of the Nagakawa. The cold air was permeated with a unique scent, a blend of disinfectant and chakra. Uchiha Fugaku stood before a row of enormous glass incubation tanks, his expression grave. Lord Hokage. His voice echoed in the vast laboratory. According to the theories you provided and the materials left by Danzo, the first clone of the three-tomo Sharingan has been perfectly formed. Within the incubation tank, a crimson eyeball floated in pale green liquid. 3 jet-black tomo slowly rotated within it, exuding an ominous allure. Minato merely watched calmly. 3 tomo alone is insufficient. Fugaku's body stiffened momentarily. He understood the Hokage's implication all too well. To awaken the Mangekyo, an unimaginable level of ocular power stimulation was necessary, along with a perfect host capable of withstanding the backlash of such power. Fugaku paused, adding, this is nearly impossible. Forcing it would only result in the collapse of both the clone and the host. No. Minato retrieved a scroll from his robe, exuding an ominous aura. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed horrifying diagrams of human modifications. This was Danzo's top secret, a forbidden study on the fusion of the Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage. This is the only feasible path. Minato pushed the scroll toward Fugaku. By merging the clone with the cells of Hashirama Senju and then transplanting it into the host, the powerful vitality of the sage can neutralize the violent impact upon the awakening of the Mangekyo. Fugaku stared at the contents of the scroll, completely dumbfounded. The Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage. This was the taboo realm that both the Uchiha clan and Danzo coveted yet feared. But the risks were exceedingly high. Minato's voice remained calm. The host is likely to be consumed by the vitality of the first Hokage's cells, ultimately becoming a mere monster that only knows how to grow. The laboratory fell into a deathly silence. Fugaku gazed at the eerie eyeball, then at the maddened scroll. His hand trembled slightly. Just then, a cool voice broke the silence. "Allow me to do it." Uchiha Itachi stepped out from the shadows behind Fugaku. He calmly approached Minato and knelt on one knee. "Please allow me to be the first test subject." "Nonsense." Fugaku spun around abruptly, his voice sharp with reprimand. "Itachi, do you know what you are saying?" This was the first time he had lost composure before the Hokage. Itachi did not turn back. He merely raised his head to look at Minato. "Father." His voice was devoid of any tremor. "Who else in the clan can withstand this power but me? Who else can assure Lord Hokage that this power will forever be used for Konoha?" Fugaku found himself at a loss for words. He stared at his son's back, those not-so-broad shoulders now seemingly shouldering the fate of an entire clan. Itachi slowly stood up. He finally turned to face his father. "Father, do you not understand yet? The future of the Uchiha clan does not lie in the police force, nor in the clan grounds, and certainly not in past glories. The future of the Uchiha lies with Lord Hokage. I want to become the sharpest sword in Lord Hokage's hand, severing all threats to Konoha, be they the 4 great shinobi nations or anything else. This is the only way forward for the Uchiha." The youth's words struck Fugaku like a heavy hammer, pounding against his heart. He looked into Itachi's clear and resolute eyes. There was no greed for power, no fear of death, only a pure awareness akin to that of a martyr. Fugaku recalled the future Minato had painted for him. A Uchiha no longer distrusted, one that could truly integrate into Konoha, even becoming its core. And now, his son was ready to lay down his life as the first cornerstone towards that future. Fugaku painfully closed his eyes. He slowly nodded. This action seemed to drain all the strength from his body. Minato cast a deep glance at Itachi. This 13-year-old boy had once again made a choice that required more courage than in the original narrative. It was not a reluctant sacrifice forced by desperation, but rather an active choice made after seeing all paths, selecting the most arduous yet luminous path of thorns. He was a true idealist. "Very well." Minato spoke. "Itachi, raise your head." Itachi lifted his gaze. "From this day forth, you are the captain of my direct Anbu, the first special operations team. Your mission is singular." Minato paused, enunciating each word carefully. "Lead your team to welcome our guests from afar. I want you to use these soon-to-be-born eyes to make the entire ninja world see clearly who the true masters of this era are." Itachi bowed deeply once more, this time to his Hokage and his fate. Yes, a single word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. In the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. The laboratory fell silent once again. Fugaku stood rooted in place, his body taut like a drawn bow. He stared in the direction his son had disappeared for a long time. Finally, he slowly turned around and deeply bowed to Minato. "Lord Hokage, from this moment on, the Uchiha clan will be the sharpest knife in your hand." There was no longer a trace of struggle as clan leader in his words, only the resolute loyalty named dedication. At the border of the land of fire, flags obscured the sun, and the air was thick with the scent of battle. Over 50,000 ninjas formed a colossal army, a black tide sweeping across the entire plain. The earthy yellow of Iwagakure, the white of Kumogakure, the brown of Sunagakure, and the green of Kirigakure, 4 colors of forehead protectors converged into a terrifying force capable of making any nation tremble. The Ninja Alliance. This was the first appearance of such a large-scale multinational military alliance since the establishment of the ninja villages. On the high command platform, 4 figures stood side by side. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated in mid-air, exuding an oppressive aura from his diminutive frame. The fourth Raikage, was enveloped in crackling lightning, his violent chakra causing the very air to erupt with explosive sounds. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, had his hands hidden within his sleeves, presenting himself like the coldest of scorpions in the desert. Standing at the side, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, bore a youthful face devoid of any emotion, as serene as an exquisite doll. The time had come. Was the first to speak, his patience having worn thin. That bastard, Minato Namikaze, had not taken our ultimatum seriously at all. An hour had passed, and there was no response from Konoha. A Cloud Village Jonin approached to report, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Very well. The joints of A's body cracked ominously. There was nothing left to say. Full assault. Flatten Konoha. Wait. Inoki slowly descended, stopping the impulsive Raikage. Our target is the tailed beasts, not a life-and-death struggle with Konoha. What difference does it make? A roared. Without defeating Minato Namikaze, we won't even be able to set foot at the village entrance. Raza spoke as well, each word dripping with frost. I only want Gaara. Whoever can bring him back. The wealth of Mangekyo can fill his treasury. The four Kage harbored their own schemes. United by fear of Minato Namikaze and greed for the power of the Sage of Six Paths, their fragile alliance had already begun to show cracks before the war commenced. Ultimately, Inoki made the final decision. They would be given one last chance. He gestured to the communication team behind him. Send a final ultimatum to Konoha. They have 1 hour to surrender the Nine Tails and One-Tailed Jinchuriki. Otherwise, Inoki surveyed the vast army of ninjas below. The allied forces would flatten Konoha. The order was transmitted through a special amplification jutsu, reverberating like a thunderclap across dozens of kilometers, echoing above the hidden leaf village. Within Konoha, the streets bustled with people. The aroma of grilled meat mingled with the sweetness of dumplings, drifting through the air. Children from the ninja academy laughed and chased each other. Everything was as usual, calm and peaceful, until that voice, laced with murderous intent, descended from the sky. The allied forces will flatten Konoha. The clamor of the streets froze instantly. Housewives shopping for groceries halted their movements. The genin sweating in the training grounds stood frozen in place. Everyone looked up towards the source of the voice. What was that just now?
En alliance?
The four great ninja villages have joined forces? What a joke. What do they want? To declare war on us? After a brief silence, a wave of uproar erupted. Panic, anger, and unease began to spread through the crowd. Just then, a gentle yet remarkably clear voice, employing the same amplification jutsu, covered the entire village. Citizens of Konoha, as well as ninjas. It was the voice of the fourth Hokage. All commotion ceased instantly. Every villager held their breath, listening intently. I believe you have already heard. Indeed, a few unfriendly guests have arrived outside the village. Minato's words even carried a hint of amusement. They want us to surrender 2 of our family members as a bargaining chip for peace. This declaration ignited the villagers' fury instantly. Bastards! What do they take the Jinchuriki for? Family. The Hokage is speaking of family. On what grounds? Minato's voice rang out again, suppressing all discussions. Therefore, I have refused. Now, they are quite angry and are preparing to rush in to teach us a lesson. To this, I have only one response. Minato paused. The entire Konoha could hear a pin drop. Everyone, today is not a defense battle, nor is it an extermination battle. It is a grand celebration. Now, please prepare to enjoy a magnificent fireworks display. Boom! This statement struck like a deep water bomb thrown into a tranquil lake. The entire village erupted. Fireworks? A recently graduated genin stammered. His companion smacked him on the back of the head. Idiot! Didn't you understand? The Hokage means we don't even need to fight. Just watch the show. Ha 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 ha. A patrolling jonin leaned against a wall, laughing uncontrollably. No wonder the fourth Hokage is revered. To face the coalition of 4 countries and say he will show them fireworks. That's so audacious. I love it. Those guys, the last time they came, the Hokage single-handedly crushed 4 villages. Haven't they learned their lesson? Exactly. They dare to group up and come to their doom again? I bet a luxurious char siu set from Layla Ramen that they won't even touch the Hokage's hem. All the panic and unease evaporated in the wake of Minato's nonchalant words. What replaced it was a heartfelt, fervent admiration and absolute trust in their Hokage. War? No. To the villagers of Konoha, this was merely a grand performance, soon to be orchestrated by their strongest Hokage, at the temporary residence of the Uzumaki clan. Far from the village's clamor, it was tranquil. Nagato sat beneath a large tree, watching several children from the Uzumaki clan clumsily weave flower crowns. Their faces radiated a joy he had never witnessed in Mangekyo, a joy called happiness. There was no cold rain, no hunger, no fear here. Only warm sunshine and the presence of family. Nagato. A gentle voice sounded from behind. Nagato turned to see Minato Namikaze standing there, smiling. He immediately stood up. Mr. Minato, please sit. Minato sat beside him, also watching the frolicking children. Do you like it here? Nagato nodded. Yes. It is very warm here. Indeed. Minato smiled as well, for this was home. He patted Nagato's shoulder. Nagato, do you remember what I said? Nagato paused. Your power depends on what you wish to protect. Minato's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable strength. He took out a map from his pocket and spread it before them. On the map, at the border of the Land of Fire, a massive circle was drawn in red ink. Countless arrows representing enemies pointed from that circle toward Konoha. Now, there is an opportunity. I would like to ask you to use these eyes to protect our home once. Nagato looked at the dense arrows on the map, then raised his gaze to the smiles on the faces of the Uzumaki people nearby. He seemed to see Yahiko and Konan still in Mangekyo. He seemed to see the version of himself that could only cry helplessly in the rain. He understood more and more. The power of a god is not for judging the world, nor for bringing suffering. It is to protect. Nagato slowly stood up. He turned around to face Minato. The pair of once confused and pained purple Rinnegan eyes now radiated an unprecedented clarity and determination. Yes, Mr. Minato. At the border of the land of fire, the hourglass of the final ultimatum had run out of its last grain of sand. Time was up. On the high command platform, the atmosphere was stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. Damn it! The fourth Raikage slammed his fist against the railing before him, the solid ironwood splintering upon impact. That yellow-haired brat has completely disregarded us. He is humiliating us, humiliating the allied shinobi forces. The raging lightning chakra crackled around him, igniting the air with a sound like firecrackers. The third Tsuchikage Inoki hovered in mid-air, silent. His expression was grimmer than the dark sky above. Konoha offered no response. No plea for peace, no negotiations, not even a perfunctory reply. Such utter disregard was more painful than any malicious taunt.
Tsuchikage-sama. Raikage-sama.
A jonin from Iwagakure rushed up to the platform, his voice trembling with excitement. The time has come. Please give the order. Below, a steel torrent of 50,000 shinobi let out a suppressed roar. Their weapons were drawn, their jutsu ready to unleash. The will of all converged into a tidal wave of murderous intent, aimed squarely at Konoha. What are we waiting for? Old man. I turned around and yelled at Inoki. Are we going to give him another hour to sip tea? Inoki slowly descended to the ground. His small stature at this moment bore the expectations and pressure of the four great nations. He glanced at the grim-faced Raza beside him, then at the eerily quiet Shikamaru. Finally, he raised his head, looking out over the vast plain. Relay my orders. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly across the battlefield through the amplification jutsu. All troops, charge. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, 50,000 shinobi roared in unison, their voices merging as if to rip the sky apart. The ground began to tremble violently. The Iwagakure ninjas formed a heavy earth-style formation, advancing like an indestructible wall. The Kumogakure ninjas were enveloped in electric light, sharp as spears, vowing to pierce through any obstruction. The Sunagakure ninjas kicked up a storm of yellow sand, transforming it into a deadly wave. The Kirigakure ninjas vanished into the suddenly thick fog, like the most lethal of serpents, waiting to deliver a fatal strike. The black tide began to move, fueled by vengeful fury, greedy for power, and terrified of that golden figure. They surged towards the village that had become an evil lair in their eyes. On the command platform, A's face broke into a bloodthirsty smile. Now this is more like it. Minato Namikaze, let us see how you stop this. However, just as the allied forces reached their peak momentum, an unforeseen event occurred. Rumbling, the earth began to shake with a force more intense than a stampede of 10,000 horses. What is happening? An earthquake. The Iwagakure ninjas at the forefront suddenly felt the ground beneath them crack open with massive chasms, and in an instant, dozens fell into the abyss. The entire charge of the allied forces was forced to a halt. Everyone looked down in uncertainty. This was not an earthquake. It felt more like something immensely colossal was about to erupt from the depths below. This is... Inoki's pupils dilated suddenly. He saw it. In the open space before the allied forces stood a man wearing an orange whirlpool mask, alongside a pale-skinned man exuding an eerie aura, who had appeared there without anyone noticing. It's them. Orochimaru. Ground his teeth and growled. What does he want to do? Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, his speed so rapid it was dizzying. Upon completing the final seal, he pressed his hands heavily against the cracked earth.
Summoning technique.
Impure world reincarnation.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang!
Bang!
It was as if the death knell from hell had sounded. Hundreds of enormous wooden coffins burst forth from the earth in unison. They lined up neatly before the allied forces, each exuding a strong aura of death and foreboding. The charging ninjas recoiled in fear at this sudden turn of events. What is this? A coffin? Is it a trap from the enemy? Just as everyone was filled with doubt, creak. The lid of the first coffin slowly slid open. A figure, wrapped in bandages and resembling a mummy, emerged. The moment he appeared, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the entire area. Inoki's body froze. He stared intently at the figure, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Old teacher? The second Tsuchikage. No. Following this, the second, third, and fourth coffins. All the lids opened simultaneously. one after another, figures that existed only in legends, long buried in the dust of history, began to emerge. A man with 2 small mustaches and a frivolous demeanor looked around, seemingly intrigued by his own appearance. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu. A terrified scream erupted from the Kirigakure ninjas. A burly man, covered in gruesome scars, with a massive lightning-shaped scar on his chest, stood there as if he were an insurmountable mountain. Father. On the command platform, a let out an incredulous roar. That was once the strongest raikage of Kimogakure. The third raikage, 2 vicious-looking brothers, their faces painted and carrying enormous weapons on their backs, let out beast-like roars upon their appearance, a sinister crimson chakra rising around them. Kinanai and Jinanai, the legendary villains who had inflicted heavy damage on the second Hokage, possessing the chakra of the Nine Tails, and the third Kazekage, Hanzo of the Salamander. One by one, legendary powerhouses emerged, like undead rising from hell, standing before the allied forces. Each of them bore strange white markings. In their eyes, there was no glimmer of the living, only black scara and frenzied murderous intent. The chakra erupting from them was far more immense and violent than in their lifetimes. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. 50,000 shinobi were rendered speechless by this suddenly materialized army of the dead. Their faces were etched with fear and despair. What a joke! How can we fight these monsters? Yet, just as this despair threatened to engulf everyone, Orochimaru's hoarse, snake-like laughter echoed throughout the field. Hey hey hey. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. These are my gifts to the allied forces. An army that is absolutely loyal, immortal, and possesses an infinite supply of chakra. Although I do not know how that masked fellow managed to gather so many powerful corpses, Orochimaru is now utterly thrilled. He is eager to see how far that man, who snatched the position of the next Hokage from him through competition, can go. Boom! This statement rang like thunder in the minds of all present. Gifts? An army? Following a brief silence, an ecstatic uproar erupted. An immortal army. Good heavens! It is Lord Second Tsuchikage and Lord Third Raikage. Ha ha ha! We are bound to win. We are bound to win. What can Konoha use to fight against us? What can they use to contend with these legendary monsters? No matter how fast Minato Namikaze is, can he kill someone who will never die? Just a second ago, the Ninja Alliance was already enveloped in excitement, and at this moment, they erupted into unprecedented cheers. Their morale soared to its peak in an instant. Fear, in the face of absolute power, transformed into the most fervent worship. On the command platform, A looked at his father, then turned to gaze upon the terrifying undead army below, his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxing as a cruel smile spread across his face. In the eyes of Rashi, the flame of hope reignited. Inoki floated in midair, observing his former teacher, his heart filled with both trepidation towards this forbidden technique and elation at the impending victory. He turned around, looking toward the distant direction of Konoha, and within his diminutive frame, an unprecedented confidence erupted. Minato Namikaze, his voice, amidst the thunderous cheers, rang out with clarity. Let us see how you employ the flying thunder god technique this time. Konoha, Hokage Rock. The wind howled over the summit, billowing the ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze stood shoulder to shoulder with Nagato, gazing down at the slowly writhing black shadow on the horizon. That was a terrifying army composed of 50,000 ninjas and hundreds of legendary undead, capable of turning any nation to ashes overnight. Nagato, do you see it? Minato's voice was calm. That is the spirits of the bygone era, and the puppets driven by greed. Nagato said nothing. His Rinnegan could clearly see the fervor and murderous intent interwoven on the faces of every ninja within that army. The malice coalescing together induced a sense of physiological discomfort within him. Use your strongest Shinra Tensei against them. Minato issued the command, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Nagato's body stiffened suddenly, turning his head in astonishment that he could not conceal. No, Mr. Minato. His voice rose in urgency. Using full force Shinra Tensei here would level the entire Konoha. The people in the village, along with the clan elders and Kushina, Minato smiled. He retrieved a uniquely shaped kunai from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Nagato. The trident-shaped blade was inscribed with intricate seals. Take this. Minato offered gently, without further explanation. I ask you, Nagato, do you trust me? Nagato was taken aback. He looked into Minato's azure eyes, which seemed to contain the entire sky. There was not a hint of jest, only a reassuring, absolute conviction. He recalled the sunlight of Konoha. He remembered the carefree smiles on the faces of the Uzumaki clan. He remembered that he had finally found the home he had long sought, spoken of by Yahiko and Konan. He nodded vigorously, accepting the kunai. I trust you. Good. Minato's hand gently rested on Nagato's shoulder. Then let us begin. Let them hear the voice of the divine. Nagato closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his purple Rinnegan radiated an unprecedented brilliance. He slowly spread his arms, as if to embrace the entire world. Shinra Tensei. Birum. An invisible yet immensely terrifying repulsive force began to converge wildly around him. The air emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. The Hokage rock beneath their feet began to tremble violently, tiny fragments of stone detaching from the rock face and floating upwards. The entirety of Konoha felt this world-destroying power emanating from the highest point of the village. In Ichiraku Ramen, the noodle-making uncle paused his movements. Oh, what is this? The ninjas practicing in the training grounds halted simultaneously, looking up at Hokage Rock. Such impressive chakra. Is it the Hokage? Is a fireworks display about to begin? The villagers were not alarmed. Instead, they poured out of their homes, gathering in the streets, eagerly looking up. Their faces reflected complete trust and anticipation. However, when this power reached the Allied forces positioned dozens of kilometers away, it brought about a starkly different sensation. What is this power? On the command platform, the third Tsuchikage Inoki trembled violently in shock, struggling to maintain his flight. As the master of dust release, he could distinctly feel the essence of that power. It was pure, unreasonable, a repulsive force capable of reducing all creation to dust.
Impossible.
A repulsive force of this magnitude surpasses even my dust release. He could find no words to describe it. What on earth is that? The lightning on the fourth raikage dimmed slightly under this terrifying pressure. Even from such a distance, he could feel a tingling pain on his skin. Does Konoha hide such monsters? Standing beside him, the fourth Kazekage Rashi's complexion had turned as pale as a sheet. And Orochimaru, the man who had always manipulated everything at will, now had the sinister curve of his lips entirely frozen. His golden vertical pupils fixated on the direction of Konoha. This power rivals the tailed beast bombs, and in some aspects even surpasses them. Why does Konoha possess such a thing? On the battlefield, the 50,000 ninjas who had just been clamoring to flatten Konoha now halted in their tracks. The fervor on their faces was completely replaced by an emotion known as fear. Even those emotionless reincarnated corpses instinctively raised their heads to gaze at the source of that power. The second Tsuchikage Mu, the third Raikage, Kin and Jin. These legendary powerhouses, at this moment, felt a terror that could threaten their immortality. The repulsive force continued to rise. The entire space seemed to be compressed to its limits, emitting cracking sounds, just a thousandth of a second before that world-destroying power was about to erupt. Now, Minato exclaimed, a flash of golden light, flying thunder god technique. He and Nagato's figures instantly vanished from the summit of Hokage Rock. The terrifying pressure that had loomed over the entire Hidden Leaf village dissipated like smoke. In the next instant, at a designated point at the center of the 50,000-strong Allied forces and the hundreds of reanimated corpses, a golden light appeared out of thin air, akin to divine retribution. The figures of Minato and Nagato materialized there. Minato's hand rested gently on Nagato's shoulder, his face adorned with a warm smile. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. On the command platform, Inoki's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit a fist. For the first time, a look of despair crossed the fierce face of Raikage. Orochimaru's body trembled uncontrollably. He finally understood what Minato meant by welcoming guests. Super. Nagato's voice rang out across the dead-silent battlefield, clear and resonant to every ear. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The repulsion, charged to its utmost, detonated from the point where the two appeared, radiating outward in all directions. The entire world transformed into a dazzling pure white at that moment. There was no sound. The world was stripped of the power to produce any noise in that instant. With the support of Minato's chakra, a ring of pure white light erupted explosively from the very center of the battlefield. Its expansion speed surpassed sound, transcended the dynamic vision that all ninjas prided themselves on, and exceeded their comprehension of ninjutsu. On the command platform, the movements of the four Kage froze. The ring of light rapidly enlarged in their field of vision, engulfing the sky, consuming the earth, swallowing the iron torrent of the 50,000 ninjas before them. Then,
Destruction descended.
it was not merely an impact, it was obliteration. The earth was stripped away in massive chunks, lifted, before reaching its apex. It transformed into the most primal of dust. The tens of thousands of allied ninjas at the forefront had no time to utter a single scream. Their bodies, their armor, their weapons, evaporated, disintegrated, and vanished silently in that pure white light, as if tossed into a furnace of melting snow. Soon as Gaara, in the last moment before his consciousness was engulfed, let out a desperate roar. Golden sand surged wildly from his sleeves, attempting to form a defense. However, that absolute defense, capable of withstanding a tailed beast bomb, crumbled like dew under sunlight the instant it encountered the white ring. He, along with the other three Kage and their surrounding guards, were violently thrown away by an indescribable, unstoppable force. Their bodies tumbled through the air, their bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Inoki attempted to use earth release to disperse that force, but his chakra was completely shattered upon contact with that pure white, creating not even a ripple. A's lightning release armor held firm, but he could not remain standing. In the next second, he was completely blown away. The entire world rolled and spun in this silent annihilation. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Finally, the light dispersed. Boom! 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 The survivors, hurled several kilometers into the air, fell like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the cracked earth. Gaara used the last of his strength to control the remaining sand, barely catching most of the scattered ninjas. Inoki, A, Gaara, and Yagura were desperately shielded by their respective guards. Even so, they were left battered and disoriented. A was the first to struggle to his feet. He shook his dazed head and looked ahead. Then he froze. All the survivors behind him also struggled to rise, looking forward. Then, everyone was stunned. The entire world fell into an absolute, maddening silence. Before them, no longer was there a plain, but a colossal circular pit that surpassed the bounds of reality. The pit's diameter was estimated to exceed 10 kilometers. Its edges were smooth as if carved by a knife, and the bottom was as polished as a mirror, even reflecting the somber clouds above. It was as though an invisible hand of a deity had used an unimaginably large spoon to forcibly scoop out a chunk of this land. Where had the 50,000 ninjas gone? 50,000, 50,000. A cloud village Jonin knelt on the ground, extending his hand as if to grasp something, but ultimately only grasped at empty air in vain. His face bore no fear, no sorrow, only a pure, blank expression born of an inability to comprehend the scene before him. Gulp, a swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing, producing the only sound in this silent world. On his face, filled with brutality and arrogance, only confusion remained. Where was his strongest cloud ninja force? Where was the ninja alliance he took pride in? Gone. Nothing remained. This was not ninjutsu. Inoki floated up, his waist nearly unable to straighten from the violent impact. He stared blankly at the enormous pit, his murky eyes reflecting utter collapse. This was not ninjutsu. He repeated it as if trying to convince himself. This was divine punishment. It was the retribution from the gods upon us. Gaara sat slumped on the ground, looking at the empty pit, suddenly letting out a bizarre sound that was both a laugh and a cry. Haha, I love Gaara. Retribution, this is all retribution. Orochimaru stood at a distance, propping himself up with one arm to prevent himself from falling. He gazed at the smooth, mirror-like pit, and for the first time, the madness and inquiry that belonged to a scientist was replaced by a feeling of powerlessness. He had calculated everything. He had exploited the greed of the four Kage. He had resurrected the legendary dead. He thought himself the player. It was only now that he realized the opponent had never played chess with him. The opponent had merely approached and stepped upon the board. In the midst of this despair, potent enough to shatter anyone's spirit, a change occurred once again. At the edge of the pit, the scattered blood and flesh fragments, smaller than a fingernail, those dust particles torn to shreds by the repulsion began to move in a strange manner, gathering. Papers, rubble, grass clippings. Everything began to reconstitute under an invisible force. 1, 2, 10, 100. The second Tsuchikage, Mu. The third Reikage, Kinkaku, Ginkaku. Hanzo of the salamander. Those who should have been completely erased, the reanimated corpses, stood once again unharmed before the surviving allied forces in a matter of mere seconds. They bore not a single scar. This immortal scene did not bring hope to the survivors. Rather, it descended into a deeper layer of despair, aptly named absurdity. What purpose does it serve? To face it again only to be swept away in a single strike? Once more? Damn it! AI gazed at his father, who remained unscathed, then at the vast abyss before him, and finally shattered, unleashing a primal roar. Minato Namikaze, come out, you coward! If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. His roar echoed through the desolate expanse, sounding both ludicrous and profoundly sorrowful. He will not come out. A cold voice interrupted AI's furious outcry. It was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He stood at the forefront of all the reanimated corpses, arms crossed, his expression unchanged. He surveyed the immense pit and then raised his gaze towards the direction of Konoha. Interesting. Tobirama Senju spoke calmly. To compress a repulsion powerful enough to obliterate a nation to an extreme point. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique for ultra-long-distance pinpoint delivery and detonation. He paused, seemingly savoring the moment. My brother's cells, combined with my techniques. The fourth Hokage cultivated by that monkey has truly brought our powers to a brilliant display. At the command platform, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated in midair. His body trembled. An uncontrollable kind of tremor. His murky eyes fixated on the front. 10 kilometers. A perfectly circular pit spanning 10 kilometers. The bottom was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the overcast sky. 50,000 ninja allied forces. Gone. Hundreds of reanimated troops. Also gone. Completely erased by a single Shinra Tensei. Impossible. This cannot be. Inoki's lips moved. His voice was faint, as if he were speaking to himself. He masters dust release. He knows all too well what that level of repulsion signifies. That is no longer ninjutsu. That is something only a god can wield. At that moment, a violent surge of chakra erupted from the reanimated army. Inoki abruptly turned his head. The magnitude of that chakra was more terrifying than all the Kage present combined. It was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His body, marred with cracks, shook violently. The next second. Interesting. So very interesting. Hashirama laughed heartily, his voice resonating in the empty expanse. With a sudden burst of strength, crack. The binding techniques restraining him shattered like fragile cobwebs. Wait, Orochimaru's pupils constricted suddenly. He frantically formed hand seals, attempting to regain control. But it was too late. Boom! The earth began to tremble violently. Countless thick trees burst forth from the ground, like frenzied giant pythons, instantly entangling all the reanimated corpses around them. Wake up! Hashirama formed hand seals. Would release. Birth of the forest. In an instant, the area spanning several kilometers transformed into a dense primeval forest. All the reanimated corpses were tightly bound by the sturdy trees. Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? The control over the reanimation was supposed to be perfect. He continued to form seals, his hand movements so swift that they left afterimages. Crack! A tree branch lashed out like a long whip, striking his hand fiercely. Orochimaru's hand seals were forcibly interrupted, sending him flying backward for several dozen meters. Don't waste your effort, kid. Hashirama turned his head. A gentle smile adorned his rugged face. Your little tricks are nothing before me and Tobirama. Just as the words left his mouth, swish, the figure of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, suddenly appeared beside the first. He stood with arms crossed, his face as cold as ever. Brother, you are too slow. Tobirama glanced at the controlled reanimated corpses around him. He raised his hand. Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of silver light. Instantly, all the control techniques over the reanimated corpses were severed. Orochimaru slumped to the ground. His face was as pale as paper. His golden vertical pupils filled with unwillingness. The plan has collapsed. Completely collapsed. Damn it! Damn it! He gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palms. At that moment, the reanimated corpses that had broken free of control began to move their bodies. The second Tsuchikage sighed. Being used as a pawn by my own descendants is truly humiliating. He looked at Inoki, who was slumped at the command platform. Inoki. The tone was filled with disappointment. You fool. I told you long ago not to let power blind your eyes. Inoki's body trembled violently. Teacher. His voice choked. The third Raikage moved his neck, the joints cracking. He approached his son, AI, placing a hand on his shoulder.
Son, concédé.
AI lifted his head, his face filled with reluctance. Father, it is not shameful. The third Raikage's voice was calm. Losing to a monster like that is nothing to be ashamed of. At that moment, the cold voice of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, resonated once more. He surveyed the enormous pit, then raised his head to look towards Konoha. Interesting. Tobirama spoke calmly. To compress a repulsion powerful enough to obliterate a nation to an extreme point. He paused. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique for ultra-long-distance pinpoint delivery and detonation. This kind of tactical thinking. A faint smile curled at the corner of Tobirama's mouth. Has already surpassed me. Boom! This statement struck like a thunderclap in the minds of all present. The second Hokage, the man who developed the Flying Thunder God technique, actually admitted to being surpassed? Inoki's body trembled violently. Ai's fists fell weakly to his sides. Rashi shut his eyes. Yagura remained silent, but for the first time, a ripple of emotion appeared on his youthful face. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama Senju's hearty laughter shattered the silence. He approached Tobirama and gave his shoulder a heavy pat. Tobirama, do you see? Hashirama's face was filled with joy. This is the village we protect. This is the legacy of the will of fire. He turned to look towards Konoha, his gaze openly filled with admiration. To utilize Tobirama's techniques to such an exquisite degree, Hashirama paused, and to possess a chakra quantity not inferior to mine. This generation of Hokage. He laughed heartily. Remarkable. The four Kage, completely shattered. Kneel. A Jonin from the hidden cloud village was the first to cast aside his weapon. He knelt on both knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. I surrender. I surrender. This action was akin to the first domino falling. With a clattering sound, the remnants of the allied forces, thousands of ninjas, all discarded their weapons. They fell to the ground, emitting cries of despair. We have lost. Utterly lost. This battle is not even on the same level. On the command platform, Inoki slowly descended. He gazed at the kneeling remnants of the allied forces, then turned his attention to the Edo Tensei that had broken free from control. Finally, his gaze fell upon the distant direction of the hidden leaf village. There, a golden figure stood silently atop the Hokage rock. Inoki closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the fervor and greed in his eyes had vanished, leaving only ashes behind. He turned to the other three Kage. Everyone. His voice was dry. Let us concede. In the moonlight, deep within a concealed cave, the figure of Black Zetsu twisted in the shadows. Damn it! Damn it! Damn that Minato Namikaze! His consciousness emitted a silent roar. Even the dead were standing on his side. How could this be possible? The first and second Hokage were clearly under the control of Edo Tensei. Black Zetsu's body trembled violently. The plan has collapsed again, and more thoroughly than before. The Edo Tensei army had rebelled. The allied forces had surrendered. The deadly trap he had meticulously laid against the Leaf Village was rendered utterly fragile in the presence of that man. No, this cannot continue. The consciousness of Black Zetsu began to whirl frantically. A solution must be found. It must. Within the hidden Leaf Village, the streets were filled with people. Villagers were cheering with joy, tears of excitement brimming in their eyes. We won. We won. The Hokage is incredible. The allied forces, 50,000 strong, and those legendary formidable warriors, all defeated in a single move by the Hokage. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, the handmaid uncle was trembling with excitement. Today, he raised the soup spoon high. Today I will treat the whole village to ramen. On the training grounds, countless ninjas knelt on the ground, bowing deeply towards the Hokage rock. At the temporary encampment of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato sat slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face as pale as paper. That last desperate Shinra Tensei had nearly drained all of his chakra. Yet, an unprecedented smile adorned his face. Mr. Minato. His voice was soft. I did it. Surrounding Uzumaki clansmen gathered around him, holding food and water. Nagato, you are amazing. This is the protector of our Uzumaki clan. You are our hero. One grateful voice after another echoed in his ears. Nagato's eyes grew moist. This was the first time in his life he truly felt the warmth of being recognized. Minato withdrew his hand from Nagato's shoulder, returning to the Hokage rock. He looked at the distant kneeling remnants of the allied forces, then at the Edo Tensei that had broken free from control. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth. This performance had finally come to an end. At that moment, whoosh, a figure appeared behind him. It was Itachi Uchiha.
Hokage-sama.
Itachi knelt on one knee. His voice was calm, but there was a barely perceptible tremor. We received news from the laboratory. He paused. The fusion of the clone body and the first Hokage's cells. Itachi raised his head, looking at Minato. It succeeded. In the Hokage office of the hidden Leaf Village, the furnishings were simple, sunlight streaming through the large floor-to-ceiling windows onto the wood-colored desk. However, today, the air in this office was denser than the eternal snow and wind of the Iron Country. The four most powerful Kage of the ninja world, along with their most trusted guards, sat silently on the guest sofa. They were once the pinnacle of the ninja world, the unquestioned dictators of their respective villages. Now, they were the defeated prisoners awaiting judgment. Minato Namikaze pushed the last cup of hot tea in front of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. His movements were composed, devoid of any arrogance of a victor, as if this were merely an ordinary tea gathering. Thank you all for coming from afar. Please, try this year's new tea from the land of fire. No one moved. The chest of the fourth raikage heaved violently, the violent chakra within him suppressed with great effort. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated half a foot off the ground, his hands tucked within his sleeves. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, kept his head lowered, no one able to glimpse the face beneath his straw hat. Minato paid no mind. He poured himself a cup of tea, then retrieved 4 identical scrolls from the desk drawer. The scrolls were wrapped in the finest brocade and tied with golden threads. Since you have come all this way, you should take a memento with you. Minato pushed the 4 scrolls to the coffee table, placing them before the 4 Kage. This statement instantly tensed A's body. A memento? What an insult! A growled, about to erupt. Minato Namikaze. Inoki interjected, stopping the impulsive raikage. He reached for the scroll belonging to the Iwagakure, slowly unfurling it. Just one glance caused his hand to freeze. His eyes, clouded with age, widened in an instant. The other 3 Kage also picked up their scrolls. In the next moment,
bang!
The coffee table in front of A was smashed to pieces by his fist. Scalding tea mixed with wood splinters flew in all directions. Bastard! Are you dreaming? A suddenly stood up, pointing at Minato, his entire body trembling with extreme anger. You call this reparations? You want us to bankrupt the hidden cloud village directly. In the office, Nara Shikaku yawned, lazily picking up the scroll copy on the table and reading it aloud. War Reparations Agreement. First, the wind, lightning, earth, and water nations must make a one-time payment to the hidden leaf village, totaling all economic income of their respective ninja villages for the next 6 months. Second, the wind, lightning, earth, and water nations must provide a total of 10A rank or above ninjutsu scrolls from their secret archives. As his words fell, the entire office fell into a deathly silence. 6 months of total economic income. Inoki's lips quivered. His mind began to race with calculations. All mission rewards, mineral trade, commercial taxes. Everything would be submitted. What does this mean? It means that, for the next 6 months, Iwagakure will allocate no funds whatsoever for ninja compensation, equipment updates, and they won't even be able to issue mission subsidies for the genin. This compensation is enough to regress the national strength of Iwagakure by a full decade. Madman, you are a madman, Inoki muttered to himself. Sunagakure is already impoverished, and there is a despairing tremor in Raza's voice. Kimogakure, being affluent, might manage to barely survive. But Iwagakure is severely injured, its vitality gravely diminished. As for us in Sunagakure, we are already struggling at the brink of survival. This compensation is not merely a flesh wound. It is a direct extraction of our very spine. I refuse. A's roar nearly threatened to topple the roof of the office. We would rather fight to the last man than ever sign such a humiliating treaty. Oh, Minato finally set down the teacup in his hand. He neither refuted nor expressed anger. He simply took out a uniquely shaped kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The 3-pronged blade reflected a cold light under the sun. The blade was inscribed with dense, incomprehensible techniques. Minato casually spun the kunai on his fingertip. Refusal? I do not insist. He stood up and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the peaceful and tranquil village below. However, I suddenly have an idea. What do you all think of that pit on the battlefield just now? This statement struck the hearts of the 4 Kage like an invisible hammer. The pit, that terrifying chasm, over 10 kilometers in diameter, smooth as a mirror, as though divine punishment had descended. That strike obliterated 50,000 ninja from the allied forces. That blow became an indelible nightmare in their hearts. If Minato turned around, gently placing the Hiratian kunai on the map beside the land of Fire's territory. In each of your villages, a chasm like that could emerge, or perhaps dozens of them. The scene should be quite spectacular, wouldn't it? His face still wore a gentle arc that felt like a spring breeze. Yet the words he spoke left the 4 Kage in an icy abyss, their bodies freezing. A's fury was instantly extinguished. Inoki's scheming came to a complete halt. Raza's despair morphed into a deeper numbness. They finally understood. This is not a negotiation. This is not extortion. This is the new generation of the god of ninja informing the ants how much tribute they should pay. There is no room for bargaining. Either sign this agreement and regress the village by 10 years or refuse. And then, the village will completely vanish from the map. After a long pause, Inoki slowly descended to the ground. He staggered to his desk and picked up the pen. His hand trembled uncontrollably. Damn it. For the first time, a sense of absurd regret surged within Inoki. If only he had not trusted the words of that stone tablet. If only he had not been blinded by greed. How could Iwagakure have fallen to such depths? With all the strength he could muster, he signed his name on the agreement. He closed his eyes. He suddenly stepped forward, snatched the pen, signed his name in a flamboyant manner, and then slammed the pen onto the table. That motion was filled with unwillingness and rage. Yet it appeared so powerless. Raza, like a soulless being, stepped forward and signed his name. He seemed drained of all spirit. Finally, it was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. He had not spoken a single word from beginning to end. He simply walked forward silently, not using a pen. Instead, he bit his right index finger, drawing blood, and pressed his bloody handprint heavily on the agreement. That crimson handprint was strikingly vivid. The 4 agreements were signed. Konoha, by its own strength, successfully reduced the 4 great ninja villages to mere colonies that would work for them without compensation for the next 6 months. The 4 Kage, accompanied by their guards, prepared to leave. Their backs were filled with an unspeakable humiliation and desolation. Alright, just as they were about to exit the office, Minato's voice rang out once more from behind. Raza's footsteps halted abruptly. His body froze in place. As for the Jinchuriki of One Tail, there is no need for you to worry. Minato's voice remained gentle. Gaara will receive the best education in Konoha. We will nurture him as if he were our own child. After all, a Jinchuriki is a precious asset to the village, not a tool to be discarded at will. Right, Kazekage? Boom! Raza's mind went blank. He spun around suddenly. The face hidden beneath the straw hat was contorted with extreme anger and humiliation. He glared fiercely at Minato. Yet in the end he said nothing. He merely turned and quickened his pace, almost fleeing from the suffocating office. The 4 Kage had completely departed. The office finally returned to silence. Nara Shikaku walked to the window, watching the few figures retreating in disarray, and sighed deeply. He turned around, looking at the 4 agreements on the table that could alter the landscape of the ninja world, rubbing his throbbing temples. Hokage-sama, this is truly troublesome. Shikaku picked up one of the agreements, a bemused expression on his face. It seems that Konoha is truly about to become immensely wealthy. Having too much money is also a kind of trouble, isn't it? Not knowing where to invest. The door to the Hokage's office was ajar. Sunlight streamed in from outside, illuminating the dust floating in the air. But throughout Konoha, no one cared about the dust. Everyone was immersed in a carnival. Extra. The 4 nation allied forces have unconditionally surrendered. The 4 Kage have signed a peace agreement in the Hokage's office. A newspaper boy sprinted down the street, his voice hoarse from shouting, yet his face radiated with excitement. Ichiraku Ramen. Today they are not selling ramen. The owner has pushed all the tables together, laden with drinks and grilled meat. Cheers. To the 4th Hokage. To Konoha. Ninja just finishing their missions, teachers just out of class, and patrol units just returning. Everyone crowded in. Their forehead protectors shimmered under the lights, and smiles of genuine joy adorned every face. Have you heard? That compensation agreement. My goodness. All the income from the 4 great nations for the next 6 months. How much could that be? I've never seen so much money in my life. Not just money. There are also secret technique scrolls from each village. A full 40A rank and above ninjutsu. A middle-ranking ninja wearing glasses excitedly waved his arms. At this moment, has our Konoha not struck it rich? We are directly rolling in wealth. Ha ha ha. In the future, when undertaking missions, can we not request double rewards? What are you thinking? It is the village's benefits that are about to double. Compensation. Medical subsidies. From now on, we need no longer worry about injuries leading to retirement. The entire village, from the streets to the alleys, is immersed in an unprecedented joy known as abundance. The villagers no longer discuss when the next war will arrive. Instead, they talk about the newly opened commercial streets and which store offers the biggest discounts. The ninjas no longer debate which country's ninjas are tougher to deal with. Rather, they discuss how many new items the recently announced welfare policies will allow them to acquire for their homes. The clouds of war have been completely dispersed by the sunlight of wealth. In the Hokage office, Minato summoned all the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, Jiraiya, and the recently returned 1st and 2nd Hokage. Yes, they did not go back. After witnessing Minato's earth-shattering strike, these 2 legendary Hokage unanimously decided to remain in the village to see for themselves how this junior, whom they recognized, could elevate Konoha to new heights. Ladies and gentlemen, Minato placed a brand new plan on the table's center. We have the money. Now it is time to discuss how to spend it. Nara Shikaku picked up the plan, glanced at it, and gasped in surprise. He even forgot to smoke the cigarette in his hand. The Konoha economic boom plan? Shikaku read the title aloud, his voice tinged with disbelief. Minato nodded. The first step is a comprehensive upgrade of infrastructure. He approached the large map of Konoha, tracing his finger across it. 3 new ninja schools will be built, a general hospital and 5 large training grounds. All major roads within the village will be widened, the commercial streets will be replanned, and a unified drainage system and energy supply network for the entire village will be established. With every word Minato spoke, the heartbeats of everyone present quickened. This was no mere patch-up job. This was about tearing down and rebuilding the entire Konoha. The second step is the reform of ninja welfare. Minato's finger pointed to the roster of ninjas. All rewards for C rank and above missions will be increased by 30%. The compensation for ninjas who die in the line of duty or are disabled will be doubled. A Konoha Honor Retirement Fund will be established, allowing all ninjas who have served the village for over 20 years to enjoy the highest level of retirement benefits.
Bang!
Jiraiya dropped the half-finished book he was writing, staring blankly at his disciple. If this plan can truly be realized, Konoha will become the paradise of every ninja's dreams. No ninja will ever again be forced to take on life-threatening missions out of necessity. No hero will find their twilight years desolate after shedding blood and sweat. Minato, you... Jiraiya wanted to say something but found his throat constricted as if something was blocking it. Is this money sufficient? Uchiha Fugaku posed the most critical question. This plan is too grand. The funds required are astronomical. Not enough. Minato smiled. He turned to Nara Shikaku. Therefore, we need a third step. Shikaku, is the Konoha Merchants Association ready? Nara Shikaku extinguished his cigarette, standing up with an unprecedented seriousness on his face. Hokage-sama, we can start at any time. Very well. Minato turned to everyone. From today onward, Konoha healing pills will become the lever with which we pry open the entire ninja world's economy. The standard version will continue to be sold at high prices to the daimyos and nobles of various countries, squeezing every last coin from them. The enhanced version, as a strategic resource, will only be sold to allies we recognize. As for the perfect version, Minato paused. It will be linked to S-rank missions, becoming the highest reward obtainable only by those who have made significant contributions to Konoha. We will ensure that the resources, talents, and intelligence of the entire ninja world willingly serve us. We will make the phrase Konoha manufacturing a currency harder than gold. The office fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left stunned by Minato's words, their minds blank. They had thought that victory in war was the pinnacle. Little did they realize that, in Minato's blueprint, that was merely a beginning. What he aimed to create was not conquest through force, but a new world order centered absolutely around Konoha, established through economic means. 3 months later, Konoha village was transformed. The brand new asphalt roads were wide and smooth, with shops lining both sides in a splendid array. From the newly built ninja schools came the cheerful sounds of children reading aloud. In the beds of the general hospital lay dignitaries from other countries, waving wads of cash merely to purchase a healing pill that could prolong their lives. The wallets of Konoha's villagers were fuller than ever before. Happiness and pride beamed on every face. Meanwhile, the other 4 great ninja villages were shrouded in gloom. In Iwagakure, Inoki gazed at the empty village treasury and the letters of protest from ninjas demanding their compensation, turning gray overnight. He was forced to order the temporary cancellation of all ninja compensation and subsidies. Once the news broke, the entire Iwagakure erupted in complaints. In Kumogakure, smashed his newly replaced desk in frustration. Due to reduced military funding, their proud Kumogakure forces had not engaged in any proper combat drills for 3 months. Many young ninjas, seeing the recruitment information coming from Konoha, began to waver. In just 3 months, more than 50 ninjas from Iwagakure and Kumogakure had defected to Konoha. They brought their families and lined up at the gates of Konoha, eager to become a part of this prosperous village. In the Hokage office, Jiraiya looked at the intelligence in his hand and sighed deeply. He walked to the window, looking down at the bustling scene below, then glanced at the young and determined profile of Minato carved into the Hokage rock. This kid, Minato, Jiraiya murmured to himself. With force, he shattered the backbone of the old era, and with money he installed a heart named Konoha into the new world, capable of fighting, skilled in making money, and understanding the hearts of people. Jiraiya gave a bitter smile. This is the true Hokage. The prophecy of the Sage of the Frogs perhaps was never about whose power was greater, but rather about who could truly bring an end to this ceaseless era of conflict. Just then, Minato finished processing the last document. He stood up and walked to the other side of the office. There hung a massive, brand-new map. The map no longer displayed the traditional layout of the 5 great countries. Instead, It was a densely packed economic map, marked with minerals, resources, population, and trade routes. Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi stood before the map.
Hokage-sama, Fugaku bowed respectfully.
The Ninja Technique Research Center you ordered has completed its preliminary framework. The 40 A-rank ninjutsu collected from the 4 countries have all been categorized and archived, and are being analyzed by the clan's elite. Minato nodded. Very well. He turned to Itachi. Itachi, what do you believe is the essence of ninjutsu? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the Hokage would suddenly pose such a question. A tool for killing? He provided the most direct and brutally honest answer. No. Minato shook his head. Ninjutsu is a technology, and all technology can be optimized, replicated, and mass-produced. Minato retrieved a new proposal from his pocket. The cover of the document bore a line that sent shivers down the spines of both Fugaku and Itachi. White paper on the standardization and industrial production of ninjutsu. Konoha, Ninja Technique Research Center. This had once been the underground base of Root, now transformed into Konoha's most advanced laboratory. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, stood side by side behind Minato. On the experimental table before them lay a palm-sized scroll.
Hokage-sama.
Fugaku picked up the scroll and handed it over. According to the standardization and modularization concepts you proposed, this is our first developed product. Minato accepted the scroll and unfurled it. There were no complex ninjutsu runes, only a simple trigger-style technique. What is this? A disposable ninja tool, which we call the Fire Release Explosive Tag Modification, Fugaku explained. Any newly graduated genin can inject a trace of chakra and instantly unleash a C-rank fire release ninjutsu, the Great Fireball Technique. Hayashi added from the side, our Hyuga clan members successfully analyzed and replicated the optimized path of chakra flow in the meridians using the Byakugan, and solidified it in this scroll. The Uchiha clan was responsible for the final fine-tuning and stabilization of the technique using the Sharingan. Minato held the scroll in his hand, silent. A C-rank ninjutsu. To a jounin it was hardly noteworthy. But what if it were 1,000 or even 10,000 genin using it simultaneously? The nature of war would be completely rewritten. What is the cost? Minato inquired. Quite high, Fugaku replied. Currently, the cost of one scroll is approximately equivalent to the reward for a B-rank mission. However, as the technology matures, the cost can be reduced to 1/10. Minato nodded. He closed the report, titled Scientific Ninja Tools. Very well. I hereby approve the establishment of a new department, to be called the Scientific Ninja Tools Department. Hayashi, you will serve as the first minister. Continue the research. I need more, cheaper, and more powerful products. Fugaku and Hayashi exchanged glances, both taken aback by each other's reactions. The Scientific Ninja Tools Department. This 4th Hokage was once again creating something entirely new, something they had never envisioned. The moon. Silence was the eternal theme here. Within the vast space serving as the sealing core, a shadow, dark as spilled ink, writhed restlessly. Kaguya. He had plotted for a millennium. Since the era of Indra and Ashura, he had been like the most patient shadow, quietly altering history. However, everything occurring on that azure planet below was rapidly unraveling his patience, which had endured for 1,000 years. The economic rise of Konoha, the industrial production of ninjutsu, the humiliating submission of the 4 great ninja villages. That man named Minato Namikaze was twisting the entire world into a single rope in a way he could not comprehend, a rope with Konoha as its absolute core. Minato Namikaze. Kaguya's consciousness roared silently. That name struck like a poisoned thorn at the heart of his plans. No, could not wait any longer. If Minato Namikaze continued to develop like this, not only would he be unable to resurrect his mother, but even he, the hidden hand lurking in the depths of history, would likely be dragged out by that man as if by a worm. Confrontation was utterly meaningless. The outcome of the combined forces of the 4 countries and the reanimated army of the undead was the best proof of that. Then let us disintegrate from within. A mad thought emerged in his mind. Minato Namikaze, don't you care most about your village? Most about your family? Then let me show you what it feels like to lose your loved ones. Kaguya's consciousness instantly connected to the surface. In the rain country at a subterranean base. It was dark and damp, the air filled with a strange mixture of blood and medicinal scents. Uchiha Obito lay on a stone bed. His severed right arm had been reattached with white Zetsu cells, but the shadows left by that battle were deeply engraved in his soul. He had lost utterly. He had lost to the teacher he once revered the most. Obito. A cold voice echoed through the empty base. A mass of white substance emerged from the ground, taking on a human form, and Kaguya's half-face materialized from within. Obito did not move, nor did he open his eyes. Get lost. Still wallowing in your defeat? Kaguya let out a hoarse laugh. Do you really think you have lost? Obito finally opened his crimson eye. What do you mean? Minato Namikaze is indeed powerful. But he made a fatal mistake, Kaguya coaxed. He divided the Nine Tails into two halves. The Yang Nine Tails he used to revive Uzumaki Kushina. But the truly crucial one, the In Nine Tails, which possesses a larger and more primal chakra, was sealed within that infant. Obito's body subtly stiffened. The In Nine Tails. Indeed, Kaguya continued to entice him. That is the key core for you to launch the Moon Eye plan and create a world with Rin. What you need is not ordinary Nine Tails chakra, but the most pure In release power derived from the Ten Tails. As long as you obtain it, you can make up for this failure and even become stronger than before. A world with Rin. Those 5 words struck like a spell, instantly hitting the most vulnerable nerve within Obito. He shot up from the stone bed, a frenzied light erupting from his single eye. Rin, I will create a world with you, but first I must retrieve the Nine Tails. In Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Minato was reviewing the list of the first batch of war reparations from the 4 great ninja villages submitted by Rikuju. Treasures, rare minerals, secret technique scrolls. A mountain of wealth was continuously pouring into Konoha's warehouses from all over the world.
Hokage-sama.
A figure silently appeared at the center of the office. It was Shisui Uchiha. He knelt on one knee, his demeanor marked by an unprecedented seriousness. During a routine inspection of the village, the monitoring department had intercepted a piece of suspicious intelligence. Minato put down the report in his hands and spoke. An unidentified force is secretly probing into the whereabouts of young Master Naruto. Shisui raised his head. They have conducted a very thorough investigation, including young Master Naruto's daily routine, the shift changes of the Anbu responsible for his protection, and even the patterns of Lady Kushina's outings have been grasped by them. The air in the office instantly became tense. The smile on Minato's face vanished. He slowly stood up and walked to the window. Below lay a village still thriving. The sun was shining brightly, yet Minato felt a bone-chilling coldness. Someone had set their sights on his son. On the Jinchuriki of Konoha, Minato. Jiraiya also sensed that something was amiss. He put away his playful demeanor and approached. What's wrong? Minato did not respond. He simply turned around and spoke calmly. Shisui. Yes. Relay my orders. Minato picked up the Hokage hat from the desk and placed it on his head. From this moment on, elevate Naruto's security level to the highest. All Anbu responsible for his protection will be personally selected by you and Itachi. Any suspicious individuals attempting to approach, regardless of their identity or reason. Minato paused for a moment. He placed his hand on the solid wooden desk and pressed down gently. Crack. The sturdy wooden surface instantly became covered in a web of cracks radiating from his palm. Kill without mercy. The afternoon sun in Konoha was warm. Kushina Uzumaki was leisurely strolling along the village's tree-lined paths, pushing a specially designed double stroller. Inside, 2 exquisitely beautiful infants were soundly asleep. On the left was Naruto, who had inherited his father's golden hair, his sleeping face rosy and occasionally smacking his lips. On the right was Gaara, free from the taint of Shikaku's chakra, his pale red hair framing a soft little face, as quiet as a porcelain doll, devoid of any dark circles. Since being brought back to Konoha by Minato, this former ill-fated Jinchuriki of Sunagakure had, under Kushina's careful care, experienced what it meant to enjoy a peaceful sleep for the first time. Truly, they were 2 little angels. Kushina stopped her steps, looking at the 2 children, her face radiating a tenderness unique to motherhood. Even the villagers passing by greeted her warmly. Lady Hokage, out for a walk with the children again. Young Master Naruto and young Master Gaara look so adorable. Kushina smiled in response, savoring this hard-won peace. The shadows of war seemed to have completely dissipated, and the entire Konoha basked in the sunshine of prosperity and tranquility. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Minato Namikaze gazed out at the serene scene, yet his heart was far from tranquil. The order to kill without mercy had been given, but that was merely a passive defense. Since the enemy could target Naruto, it meant they had a way to track him. What was that method? Minato closed the economic report in his hands, his figure flickering and vanishing from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared at home. The house was quiet. Kushina and the children had not yet returned. Minato did not linger in the living room but walked directly to Naruto's nursery, lost in thought. He had to identify that potential beacon. Otherwise, Naruto would remain perpetually exposed to unknown dangers. In the evening, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance. I'm back. Kushina's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but more so, it radiated contentment. Minato immediately went to greet her, taking the stroller from her hands. You've worked hard. He bent down to pick up Naruto, who had just awakened and was looking around with his big blue eyes. At the moment he lifted his son, Minato discreetly injected a trace of senjutsu chakra into his sensory system. Sage mode. Unbeknownst to Kushina, his sensory abilities were heightened to their utmost. His consciousness sank into that little body through their contact. The golden 8 trigrams seal slowly rotated in the darkness, indestructible. The immense and violent chakra of the Nine Tails was firmly locked within, unable to move an inch. The sealing was perfect. However, Minato's perception continued to delve deeper, exploring every minute node of the sealing technique. Finally, he found it. In an inconspicuous corner of the outermost layer of the seal, there was a faint chakra fluctuation so weak it was almost negligible. It was neither the energy of the seal itself nor Naruto's. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails. Because Naruto's body was still that of an infant, his chakra system had not fully developed, unable to fully bear the immense power of the Nine Tails. While the seal operated perfectly, it naturally expelled a trace of chakra that could not be accommodated by the host in order to protect him. This trace of chakra was like a wisp of smoke in a thick fog. To ordinary ninjas, it was utterly undetectable. But for certain special beings, who were extremely sensitive to the chakra of the Nine Tails, it served as a remarkably clear tracking beacon. I see. Minato's heart understood. What's wrong? Kushina had set Gaara down and walked to Minato's side, gently stroking Naruto's little face. Noticing her husband's momentary distraction, Minato raised his head, giving her a reassuring smile before softly revealing his discovery. The seal could leak? Kushina's movements halted, her delicate brows immediately furrowing, her face instantly filled with concern. Don't worry. Minato freed one hand, gently pulling her into his embrace, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. Just a trace of insignificant chakra, but it is indeed a hidden danger. Leaning against her husband's warm embrace, Kushina felt much of her tension dissipate. She looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with trust. What should we do then? I have an idea. Minato lowered his head, observing the worried expression on his wife's face, reaching out to tuck a playful strand of her red hair behind her ear. Rather than blocking, we should optimize. With your adamantine sealing and my sage techniques, we can work together to enhance the sealing technique. Not only to seal the leak, but we can also turn it to our advantage. Minato's voice carried a hint of excitement as he proposed to convert the chakra of the Nine Tails into the purest life energy, nourishing Naruto in a timed and measured manner. This way, not only could we completely eliminate the leakage, but it would also help Naruto grow better, allowing him to adapt to the Nine Tails' power in advance. After hearing this, Kushina was momentarily stunned. Converting tailed beast chakra into a supplement to nourish the host? Such a whimsical idea could only come from him. Yet, for some reason, she believed he could achieve it. Alright. The light returned to Kushina's eyes as she eagerly grasped Minato's hand. Together, late at night, Minato and Kushina gently placed Naruto in the center of a bed covered with sealing techniques. Adamantine sealing. Kushina clasped her hands together, and several golden chakra chains extended from her back. Like the most dexterous brush, they swiftly sketched countless intricate runes in the air, embodying the essence of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Minato, with his hands pressed together, summoned a torrent of sage chakra. Like the most precise chisel, he illuminated each rune one by one, then deftly imprinted them onto Naruto's abdomen, where the 8 trigrams seal resided. Their chakra intertwined seamlessly, their movements fluid and graceful, as though they had rehearsed this 1,000 times before. An unspoken understanding flowed between them. For a full 3 hours, when the last rune was finally imprinted, the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen erupted with a soft golden glow. The previously leaking chakra node was replaced by a new, more complex cycle of sealing techniques. They had succeeded. The new seal was at least 30% stronger than the previous one. Moreover, it truly possessed the ability to convert the Nine Tails chakra into life energy. How wonderful! Kushina wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face radiating joy as she gazed at her sleeping son, then looked at her husband beside her, her heart brimming with happiness. But it was not over yet. Minato smiled as he turned his gaze to Gaara in the crib next door. Since they were at it, they might as well do it together. They exchanged a knowing smile and once again immersed themselves in the modification of Shikaku's seal. It was yet another tranquil afternoon. Kushina pushed the baby carriage out for a stroll. With the seal leakage issue resolved, the last shred of concern in her heart vanished. She even began to hum a song from her hometown. However, just as she passed by a secluded grove, her humming abruptly ceased. An indescribable chill surged up her spine. It was not the aura of killing intent. nor was it any chakra fluctuation she was familiar with. It was a cold, inorganic feeling, as if a serpent from the depths of the earth was lurking. Kushina halted her steps instinctively, pulling the baby carriage behind her, her body tense. Her intuition warned her. Something was watching them. No, it was watching Naruto in the cradle. In the shadows of the grove, an unremarkable plant's leaves formed a twisted human face. It was a clone of White Zetsu. They had found it. The nine-tails Jinchuriki was right here. The one beside him was the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Both were present. What a fortuitous opportunity. The White Zetsu clone recorded the information and slowly merged into the tree trunk, vanishing from sight. On the shaded path, Kushina abruptly turned around. There was no one behind her. That feeling of being watched had also vanished without a trace. But she knew it was not an illusion. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her instinct for danger far surpassed that of ordinary people. Kushina remained silent, continuing to push the carriage forward, feigning nonchalance. Yet her left hand had quietly reached for her wrist. There, woven into a red string bracelet, was a small, specially made flying thunder god mark crafted by Minato. Her thumb gently pressed against the cold metal mark. In the secret laboratory of the Uchiha clan, on the cold metallic operating table, Itachi Uchiha slowly opened his eyes. There was no discomfort. His vision was clearer than ever. Fugaku stood nearby, handing him a pill that emanated a rich life force. It was a healing pill specially prepared by Lady Tsunade, using the Hokage's prescription. Itachi took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it whole. A warm energy instantly flowed throughout his body, and the slight sense of rejection from the newly transplanted eyeball disappeared within minutes. He stood up and faced a specially designed target, activating his ocular techniques. Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, the skeletal form of Susanoo flickered and vanished. After a series of high-intensity ocular technique uses, his eyes experienced no pain, nor did they shed blood tears. The searing pain and darkness that had once accompanied every use of his ocular power had completely vanished. He could feel that the power of these eyes even surpassed his previous peak. These eyes were cloned from his own Mangekyo Sharingan as a sample. But they were more than mere copies. His father had granted his only and most willful request, to incorporate a bit of Sasuke's genes into the cultivation process. From now on, these eyes would also belong to Sasuke. He would see the beautiful new world that the Hokage would soon transform, as Sasuke's eyes. Though they were still not comparable to true eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes allowed him to wield at least 70% of the power of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan without any hesitation. Most importantly, there would be no risk of blindness. Itachi turned to face his father. Father. His voice was calm and resolute. I am ready. Late at night, in the temporary settlement of the Uzumaki clan, inside Minato's home. A dim yellow night light illuminated the room, creating a serene and warm atmosphere. Uzumaki Kushina sat by the cradle, softly humming an ancient lullaby that was only passed down in the land of whirlpools. Naruto and Gaara in the cradle had fallen into a deep sleep, their small faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Everything was so tranquil. Suddenly, Kushina's humming ceased. She abruptly lifted her head, looking towards the corner of the room. The space there was twisting into a vortex in a manner defying the laws of physics. A man wearing an orange mask with a single hole, along with several humanoid beings devoid of facial features, stepped slowly out of the vortex. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously with their appearance, the 4 Anbu members, stationed around the house for protection, were forcefully twisted by an invisible power and vanished into thin air without a sound. There was no fight, no noise, and not even a trace of chakra fluctuation. They simply disappeared. Long time no see. The masked man regarded the wary Kushina with a casual tone, as if catching up with an old friend. Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina did not respond. She slowly stood up, positioning herself to completely shield the cradle behind her. Beneath her loose home attire, her muscles were fully tensed. Who are you? Who I am is not important. The masked man spread his arms wide. What matters is that I have come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. He extended a finger, pointing at the cradle behind Kushina. The 9 tails I shall take back. This statement acted like a fuse, instantly igniting all of Kushina's chakra. You bastard! She shouted in fury. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of golden chakra chains erupted from her back like enraged dragons, shooting forth in an instant. Adamantine sealing. This was the Uzumaki clan's most powerful sealing technique, as well as their most terrifying means of attack. The chains, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, sealed off all of the masked man's escape routes from all directions. However, the masked man simply stood there, motionless. The golden chains passed directly through his body, as if he did not exist in this space at all, merely a phantom of nothingness. Kushina's movements froze. Damn it! The adamantine sealing chains turned out to be ineffective? It was that guy's space-time ninjutsu. Useless. The masked man let out a deep, mocking laugh. Your attack has no effect on me. Just as Kushina was momentarily stunned by shock, several white Zetsu clones made their move. They darted toward Kushina from various angles like specters. Get away. Kushina snapped back to reality, her anger completely overpowering her shock. The chakra within her erupted once more. This time, it was no longer merely golden. A ferocious, ominous crimson chakra surged forth from her body, mixing with the golden chains. The power of the nine tails. Thud, thud. Two chains entwined with tailed beast chakra pierced through the bodies of two white Zetsu clones as if they were hot iron slicing through butter. Yet more white Zetsu charged recklessly forward. They entangled Kushina's chains with their bodies and used would release to create countless vines, attempting to restrict her movements. Wah! Wah wah! In the cradle, Naruto was awakened by the tremendous commotion, letting out a loud cry. With his wails, an even larger, more primal, and more violent chakra of the nine tails, resonating with his emotions, threatened to erupt from his tiny body. The 8 trigrams seal on his abdomen flickered erratically for a moment but remained steadfast. Had it not been upgraded, he would have already faced the risk of a breakout due to the resonance. Now's the time. A glint flashed in the masked man's single eye. His target had never been Kushina from the start. It was this infant, whose emotional agitation might cause the seal to loosen. Taking advantage of the moment Kushina was entangled by the white Zetsu, he vanished and reappeared next to the cradle. Stop! Kushina let out a desperate scream. She desperately urged the chains, trying to defend herself. But it was too late. The masked man's hand had already grasped a corner of the cradle. Farewell, Kushina. The space before him began to warp once more. He intended to take the entire Jinchuriki into the Kamui space. Just then, a pitch-black blade of light silently slashed out from the shadows. The blade moved with utmost swiftness, carrying a resolute intent to sever causality, aimed directly at the masked man's arm that grasped the cradle. The masked man's body suddenly stiffened. He had no choice but to activate his intangibility to evade this deadly strike. Consequently, the hand that held the cradle was released. Itachi Uchiha's figure appeared like a specter between the cradle and Obito Uchiha, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It's you? The masked man looked at the suddenly appearing Uchiha clansman and let out a soft gasp. However, he had no time to ponder further, because, even more terrifying than Itachi's blade, something else was about to happen. Upon Naruto's wailing swaddling, an unassuming talisman sewn onto him by Kushina suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light. Buzz! An incredibly complex golden technique unfolded instantly with the talisman at its center. That technique was something the masked man would never forget in his lifetime. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. This is bad. This thought thundered in his mind. The golden light flashed. Minato appeared beside the cradle in an instant. He lifted his right leg and delivered a precise kick to the masked man's cheek. The force was accurate and swift, causing the air to tremble. Teacher Minato. Beneath that orange single-eye mask, Obito's lone eye erupted with disbelief. That name, that figure, was his deepest nightmare in the dead of night. How could he be here? How could he be so fast? Thinking, he had no time for that. Bang! A terrifying force erupted. Obito was sent flying as if struck head-on by a battering ram, soaring dozens of meters. His body lost control, tracing a clumsy arc through the air. He crashed through the wall. Debris and dust exploded, filling the entire space. The specially crafted hard mask on his face cracked open a ghastly seam from the upper right corner. His body was still in mid-air, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. The sense of impending death clung to his back like a striking snake. Rasengan. Minato's figure followed swiftly behind. He chased after Obito, and the rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere descended with a terrifying howl that could tear everything apart. The wild energy of the chakra made the surrounding air emit a mournful wail. This technique, still so fast. Alarm bells rang in Obito's mind. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Hand seals? He had no time. Thinking, even less time. The kaleidoscope pattern in his eye spun wildly, pushing his ocular power to its limit. Kamui! Buzz! The space twisted violently around him. Just 1,000th of a second before the Rasengan would crush his back. His body was forcibly pulled into the alternate space. Boom! The power of the Rasengan exploded against the wall, leaving behind an unfathomably deep pit. And as for Obito, only a half-torn black robe, shredded by the violent chakra, remained, along with his right arm that had not fully phased out, brutally torn off. The severed wound gushed with blood. Quick to react, Minato looked at the severed arm and shook his head slightly. What a pity. I couldn't seal you away completely. Kushina sat on the ground, cradling the frightened Naruto, tears of relief streaming down her cheeks. Minato, are you all right?
Iemme fine.
Minato responded gently, yet his senses remained locked onto the surrounding space. Hundreds of meters away, atop an abandoned warehouse, space distorted. Obito stumbled out of the Kamui space, kneeling on one knee and gasping for breath. His heavy breaths echoed sharply in the quiet night. That was close, too close. He covered his damaged mask. His chakra was thrown into disarray from forcibly activating Kamui. Teacher, he is still as strong as ever. He suddenly looked down at his empty right shoulder. Unwillingness and rage surged within him. The pain from the severed arm caused his single eye to begin to bleed. However, in the next moment, the fury on his face was replaced by a deeper fear. At the sight of his severed arm, a uniquely shaped three-pronged kunai was unmistakably embedded there. The technique inscribed on the blade emitted a faint glow. That radiance resembled the gaze of the Grim Reaper. This is... Obito's body suddenly stiffened. A thought that sent chills down his spine exploded within him. When did this happen? He had not even felt the moment he was struck by the kunai. Was it at the instant he was kicked away? Or when the Rasengan came crashing towards him? No, that's not right. He suddenly recalled the moment he was hit. The movement of Sensei Minato. As he kicked him, the kunai had already been thrown. The force of the kick disguised the action of the throw. Precisely, it was pinned at the spot where he was about to be struck by the Rasengan. He had calculated everything. He would use Kamui to escape. He could not completely phase out. He had foreseen all of this. The golden light flashed once more. Obito! His pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks. Minato's figure was like a parasite, appearing behind him once again in an instant, the other kunai in his hand, carrying the sharp edge that severed causality, silently swept towards his neck. The blade of the kunai glimmered with a cold light under the moon. This time, it bore a sealing technique. Just a mere touch would seal his Sharingan directly. Damn! Obito let out the most terrified scream of his life. He had never felt such close, unavoidable death. Kamui! He pushed the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to its utmost, ignoring the excruciating pain in his eyes. Just a second before the kunai's blade sliced through his skin, he pulled himself back into that void space once again. His figure shattered like a broken mirror, vanishing into the air. Minato retracted the kunai. He gazed at the empty rooftop. Did he escape? He knew that, with the space-time ninjutsu, Obito could hardly be killed if he didn't want to face a direct confrontation. But this time it was his last chance to the other party. If he dared again, Minato did not mind showing Obito his full power. At the same time, Minato sensed the chakra of white Zetsu around the room stirring, attempting to burrow underground to flee. Since they had come, Minato's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Then let them all stay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of flying thunder god kunai shot forth from his hand like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. With incredible angles, they precisely pinned around each white Zetsu clone. The golden light flickered. Minato's figure transformed into dozens of strands of golden lightning throughout the estate. Each flicker was accompanied by the despair of a white Zetsu. Rasengan. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions sounded like the final chapter of this battle. Those fearless white Zetsu clones had no time to comprehend what was happening. One Rasengan after another descended from the sky, utterly reducing them to dust. Flesh and soil mingled with leaves, splattering everywhere. In less than a few seconds, the warm-up had just begun. However, the world fell silent once more. Kushina sat on the ground, holding the still sobbing Naruto, her tears cascading down her cheeks from the survival of the ordeal. Minato, Minato. Minato walked over to his wife and child. He squatted down, gently embracing them. It's all right now, Kushina. In his embrace, Naruto seemed to sense his father's presence. His cries gradually subsided, yet he still sniffled in grievance, his small hands tightly clutching his father's clothing. Kushina's body still trembled slightly, but leaning against her husband's shoulder, the overwhelming fear that could drown everything was finally dispelled. I'm here, Minato softly reassured. He glanced down at the wall reduced to ruins and the deep pit created by the Rasengan. Obito, 3 strikes are enough. Next time, you will not have another chance to escape. Just then, a light curtain unfolded before him, visible only to himself. Ding! Detected that the host successfully protected his family and repelled an S-rank rogue ninja. Core system module upgrade completed. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards as a permanent ability enhancement for this upgrade. On the screen, 3 runes radiating different lights slowly rotated. 1. God of the Ninja Body. Each of your taijutsu attacks will carry a spatial tremor effect of 50 power. Wherever your fists and feet strike, space shatters. 2. Sage Mode Longevity. After using Sage Mode, for half an hour, your speed of channeling natural energy will increase by 100%, and the consumption of Sage Chakra will be halved. 3. Flying Thunder God Technique. Each time you use the Flying Thunder God Technique for displacement, the first ninjutsu you use within 3 seconds will have its effects doubled. Minato looked at these 3 options, falling into a brief contemplation. Sage Mode Longevity is very practical, greatly enhancing sustainability. Flying Thunder God Technique is a straightforward enhancement. Combined with Rasengan, its power is unimaginable. But these 2 are merely enhancements within the existing ability framework. As for the first one, Minato's gaze landed on the 4 characters of God of the Ninja Body. Spatial Tremor. This represents a brand new mode of attack. It is not ninjutsu, thus cannot be absorbed. It is not genjutsu, thus cannot be dispelled. It is a pure, rule-based destructive force that acts on the physical level. If he were to possess this power, Obito's proud Kamui would no longer be an impenetrable defense before him. As long as his fists are fast enough to enter the field of force before he fully phases out, that spatial tremor force would be sufficient to shake him out from between the real and the unreal. Moreover, the future of the ninja world is not solely about a singular Kaguya. There are also those Ōtsutsuki from beyond the stars who can absorb all ninjutsu. To deal with them, pure physical strikes are indeed the most effective means. I choose the God of the Ninja Body. Minato made his decision in his heart. Choice confirmed. Ability God of the Ninja Body has been loaded. Buzz. A wonderful sensation coursed through his body. Minato instinctively clenched his fist. He could feel that around his fist, a small space was resonating with an invisible, high-frequency vibration, responding to his intent, as if he could deliver a heavy punch capable of shattering space whenever he wished. Just then, Minato suddenly lifted his head, his sage senses detecting an unusual fluctuation. It was not emanating from his home, but rather from the other end of the village, the Hyuga clan's territory. A foreign chakra, laced with a hint of treachery, was moving at high speed. Within that chakra, there was an incredibly faint life force belonging to an infant. Bastards! Minato immediately reacted. The village had just endured the battle with the Four Nations Alliance, and its internal defenses were unprecedentedly tight. How dare someone infiltrate Konoha at this time, targeting the Hyuga main house? He swiftly attempted to pinpoint the intruder's location and activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn! There were no markings left for him to teleport to in that direction. Kushina, take good care of Naruto, and do not leave the house. Before Minato could finish speaking, boom! Golden chakra erupted around him like a volcanic explosion. The Ninetales chakra mode. A brilliant stream of golden light shot up into the sky from the gap in the destroyed wall, with a terrifying speed that surpassed sound. It raced toward the Hyuga clan's territory. In the forest at the edge of Konoha, 2 jounin from the hidden cloud village, cloaked by the night, were frantically maneuvering. One of them was cradling an infant still in swaddling clothes. The baby did not cry. It seemed to have been silenced by some technique, but its pure white eyes were filled with terror. It was Hinata Hyuga. Hurry! Faster! We're almost at the edge of the village. Haha! I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Konoha's defenses are nothing special. Once we bring the Hyuga princess back to the village, Lord Raikage will reward us handsomely. The 2 men exchanged excited words as they fled, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper was rapidly closing in behind them. Suddenly, the leading cloud ninja halted abruptly. Hey, did you hear that? Hear what? A very strange sound. That sound coming closer and closer. At first, it was like the sound of wind. Soon, it transformed into a piercing shriek, as if something was cutting through the air at high speed. Finally, it erupted into a terrifying roar akin to thunder. The 2 men turned around in shock. Then, they witnessed the most horrifying scene of their lives. A golden comet, seemingly composed of fragments of the sun, was streaking through the night sky, trailing a long tail. It was approaching them at a speed their dynamic vision could not possibly capture. What the hell is that? It's yellow, a yellow flash.
Impossible.
How could he be this fast? He didn't even use the Flying Thunder God. Fear instantly gripped their hearts. They wanted to dodge, to flee, to form hand seals. But their bodies could not keep up with their minds. In the face of absolute speed, all struggles were futile. The golden light was upon them in an instant. Minato's figure appeared before them. He did not even glance at the 2 cloud ninjas who were already paralyzed with fear. He simply threw a casual punch at the ninja holding Hinata.
No Rasengan.
No wind release. It looked like an ordinary straight punch. Yet it carried with it the immense sage chakra fused with the power of the Nine Tails. However, in front of Minato's fist, the space itself twisted and shattered as if a stone had been thrown into a pond.
Frog kata.
Crack. A visible, spiderweb-like white fissure flashed in the air. An invisible yet terrifying shockwave erupted. Boom! The cloud ninja holding Hinata did not even have time to scream. His body was struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer. All his bones, internal organs, and meridians were shattered in that instant by the unreasonable force of the shockwave. Hinata slipped from his grasp, her body stiffening for a moment. Minato was already there, catching the frightened infant securely, gently patting her back with one hand. Boom! It was only then that the residual waves of the spatial tremor fully dissipated. Within a radius of 50 meters from Minato, all the trees, no matter how sturdy, were instantly reduced to flying wood chips by that invisible immense force. A perfect circular clearing appeared out of thin air. The other cloud ninja was completely stunned. He collapsed to the ground, a warm dampness spreading in his pants, making incoherent gasping sounds. He looked at the golden figure standing in the center of the wood chips, one hand cradling the baby while the other remained in a punching stance. On his face, filled with terror, only one thought remained. A monster. This is not a ninja. This is a god. The surviving cloud ninja sat on the ground. What had he witnessed? He had seen nothing. He only felt that his comrade, the jounin holding the hostage, had vanished at the moment that golden figure threw a punch. Not thrown away, not turned to mist. He simply disappeared. Along with the 50-meter diameter forest behind him, it was violently erased from this world, leaving only the swirling wood chips and the smooth, mirror-like ground. This is not ninjutsu. His lips trembled, unable to form coherent words. This is not taijutsu. This is not the power a human could wield. A monster, a god. His mind shattered after witnessing that punch that transcended comprehension. Minato paid no mind to the ninja who had lost control of his bodily functions. The frightened Hinata in his arms was about to cry. Minato channeled a gentle chakra, softly patting her back, soothing her with a familiarity akin to comforting his own child. Don't cry, it's okay now. The golden figure, cradling the rosy infant, stood in the center of the flattened clearing. The scene was filled with an eerie sense of harmony. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the scene almost simultaneously. It was Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha, and Shursui Uchiha. They fell into silence upon witnessing the sight before them. Teacher. Kakashi's dead fish eye blinked, struggling to articulate a thought. Did you just give the forest a haircut? Or a buzz cut? Shursui looked at the perfect circle, then at the trees reduced to powder, feeling a chill run from his toes to the top of his head. Hokage-sama, this is taijutsu, Itachi concluded, his Mangekyo Sharingan having captured and analyzed the fleeting moment. Pure power acted upon the very fabric of space itself. Itachi added, although I cannot comprehend it, I am thoroughly shaken. Kakashi and Shursui simultaneously turned their gazes towards Itachi. Is it truly appropriate for you, a genius of the Uchiha clan, the one most likely to become the new clan leader in the future, to utter such words? Do not look at me. Itachi's expression remained unchanged. Had Lord Hokage directed that punch at my Susanoo, I might have required reforging. Kakashi. Shursui. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Hyuga Hayashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan, accompanied by a dozen elite members from both the main and branch families, finally arrived. They had just received an urgent notification from the monitoring division. The leader's daughter, Hinata Hyuga, had been abducted from their heavily guarded clan territory. This was akin to having the Hyuga clan's face ground into the dirt repeatedly. Hayashi arrived, filled with overwhelming rage and killing intent, ready to pursue personally. Then, they beheld the scene before them, and there, standing in the center of the clearing, was the 4th Hokage, cradling his daughter. Hayashi's footsteps abruptly halted. The footsteps of all the Hyuga clan members behind him came to a standstill as well. The anger on their faces instantly froze, transforming into a more complex emotion. Shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Lord Hokage? Hayashi's voice was somewhat dry. He wished to inquire what had transpired. Yet, gazing at the flattened forest, he felt that question was rather redundant. Hyuga clan leader, you are late. Minato turned to face Hayashi while holding Hinata. There are some significant gaps in the defenses of your Hyuga clan. Hayashi's face instantly flushed crimson. Being pointed out by the Hokage of Konoha regarding their inadequate defenses was more humiliating than being attacked. He quickly stepped forward, taking his daughter from Minato's hands, and after a thorough inspection confirmed she was unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Hayashi deeply bowed to Minato. All the Hyuga clan members behind him bowed in unison. "Lord Hokage, what about the scoundrel who abducted Miss Hinata?" An anxious ninja from the branch family could not help but ask. Minato pointed to the uni ninja, now collapsed on the ground, barely conscious. "And what about the other one?" Minato gestured towards the scattered fragments on the ground, nearly unrecognizable as human form. "Oh, you might need a broom and dustpan to piece him back together." All the Hyuga clan members. They stared at the clearing, and recalling Minato's words, an unacceptable conjecture surfaced in their minds. "Lord Hokage, do you mean to say that with one punch you reduced an elite jonin and this entire forest to rubble?" "Yes, that is about the gist of it," Minato replied with nonchalance. "Hiss!" The sound of gasps echoed throughout the crowd. "One punch? What kind of joke is that? How is this even possible?" Even Lady Tsunade, renowned for her taijutsu, could only shatter a mountain with all her might. This was an entire area flattened, and the control over the range was so precise. It formed a perfect circle. Is this the power of a god? The ninjas of the Hyuga clan were utterly unsettled. They regarded Minato's response as if he were a tailed beast clad in human skin. Just then, a small, wobbly figure emerged from behind Hayashi. It was a child who appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, dressed in the attire of the Hyuga clan, with no markings on his forehead yet. He was Niji Hyuga, who had just recently learned to walk. Unlike the other adults, he did not feel fear. He merely gazed with his pure white eyes, curiously observing the older brother radiating a golden glow, appearing particularly warm and handsome. "Gold, gold, gold." Niji reached out his small hand, calling out in a tender voice as he wobbled towards Minato. Hayashi's brother, Hayashi's younger brother, quickly attempted to pull him back. "Niji, come back. Do not be disrespectful to Lord Hokage. It's all right." Minato waved his hand, crouching down to look at the child approaching him. "So, this is Niji, the future genius, yet marked as a caged bird due to his branch family status, destined to live a life bound by inescapable fate." Minato's gaze swept from Niji's innocent face to his smooth forehead. Then he lifted his head to meet the anxious expression of Hayashi, Hyuga clan leader. Minato's voice was calm, as if inquiring about a trivial matter. "At what age is the caged bird usually marked?" Boom! This question struck like a bolt from the blue, harshly landing upon Hayashi and all the present Hyuga clan members. Hayashi's body stiffened abruptly. The color drained from his face in an instant. "Lord Hokage, he is asking about the caged bird." Minato Namikaze's voice remained composed. "Hyuga clan leader, at what age is the caged bird usually marked?" This question, however, felt like an invisible hammer, crashing down upon the hearts of every Hyuga clan member present. The air became thick with tension. Hayashi's grip on his daughter tightened, and the color drained from his face at a visible pace. "Lord Hokage, he is asking about the caged bird. Why would he ask that? What does he intend to do?" In an instant, countless fearful thoughts exploded in Hayashi's mind. The dozen or so Hyuga clan members behind him, whether from the main or branch families, stood frozen in place, even their breaths stilled. That uni ninja collapsed on the ground? That flattened forest? At this moment, none of those mattered anymore. All that remained in the minds of the Hyuga clan members were those 4 words. Caged bird. It was the deepest, darkest sore hidden beneath the glamorous exterior of the Hyuga clan. A curse that the branch family could never escape. An absolute iron fist wielded by the main family to maintain control. Now, this cloak of shame had been casually stripped away by the highest authority of Konoha, right before everyone's eyes. "Lord Hokage," an aged yet haughty voice shattered the silence. An elder from the main family stepped forward, leaning on his cane, attempting to lend some weight to the inquiry with his seniority. "This is a secret that has been passed down for 1,000 years in our Hyuga clan. The existence of the caged bird is to protect the Byakugan, a bloodline limit, from being seized by outsiders. It is to prevent the leakage of the village's secrets." The elder's voice grew increasingly high-pitched, as if reciting some sacred code. "By asking this, you are interfering in our clan's internal affairs." "Internal affairs?" Minato chuckled. He remained crouched, playfully teasing the curious Niji, who had reached him and was tugging at his red robe. The smile was warm, yet the words he spoke sent chills through the elder. "With me here in a few years, who would dare covet the Byakugan of Konoha?" Minato raised his head, sweeping his gaze over all the Hyuga clan members present. Still, Do you believe that the 50,000 lives of the allied shinobi forces and that 10-kilometer-wide pit are not persuasive enough? The elder's body trembled violently, and he could not utter another word. Indeed, persuasion. When a person's power is sufficient to wipe out an army of 50,000 in the blink of an eye, to reduce an entire forest to dust with a single punch, what could be more convincing than this? The might of Konoha is at its zenith. While this incident has occurred, it also presents an excellent opportunity to set an example. As long as we deliver a heavy blow to those who dare to covet the Byakugan, in the future, they won't even dare to breathe heavily, let alone attempt to seize it. The so-called protection has become a complete joke. Protection? Minato rose to his feet, taking Niji's small hand and stepping forward to stand before Hayashi Hyuga. I see it as enslavement. He calmly stated a fact. To threaten your compatriots with pain and death, forcing them to die for the main family, using their lives to safeguard your honor. Is this what you of the Hyuga clan call the will of fire? Hayashi's body swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. Behind him, Hisashi, Niji's father, displayed a severe shift in expression for the first time. His face, always marked by restraint, now showing intense turmoil. The other branch family ninjas instinctively lowered their heads, but their tightly clenched fists betrayed their inner unrest. The will of fire. Hayashi's lips trembled as he attempted to retort, only to find himself utterly incapable of doing so. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to directly compel you to abolish the caged bird, because I have prepared a better option for you. Minato did not look back at Hayashi's shame-ridden face. He released Niji's hand and took out a blank scroll from his ninja tool pouch, unfurling it before everyone. Biting his fingertip, he swiftly began to draw on the scroll with his blood. His movements were fluid and unhesitating, as if he were not creating but rather reproducing a blueprint long etched into the depths of his soul. A brand new set of runes, a structure 100 times more complex than that of the caged bird, yet imbued with an extraordinary sense of harmony, rapidly took shape beneath his fingertips. All the ninjas present, including Kakashi and Itachi, could not comprehend what it was. Yet they could feel a vast and pure sealing power coalescing upon that scroll. What is he doing? A branch family ninja could not help but exclaim. He is creating an entirely new sealing technique on the spot.
Impossible.
This is absolutely impossible. The elder of the main family, who had collapsed to the ground, suddenly lifted his head, unleashing an incredulous roar. The sealing technique is the most rigorous system within ninjutsu. Every rune's position and stroke must be flawless. How could it be created out of thin air? My Sharingan cannot decipher the composition of this technique at all. Itachi's body stiffened imperceptibly, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, attempting to replicate and comprehend the technique before him, only to find it an incomprehensible chaos. He could see the movements and structures clearly but could not grasp the profound intricacies within. This was truly the art of sealing. He was not contemplating. Hayashi Hyuga stared intently at Minato's flowing fingers. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, he understood better than anyone the difficulty of creating a sealing technique. He muttered to himself, appearing almost mad. These runes seemed to be inscribed in his soul from birth. Teacher, Kakashi gazed at that golden silhouette, feeling his understanding of genius being forcefully redefined once more. Amidst the overwhelming astonishment of the crowd, Minato completed the final stroke. Buzz! The entire scroll erupted with a soft and sacred golden light. This brand new sealing ninjutsu, I call it the mark of protection. Minato presented the drawn scroll to all present. This technique will also be inscribed upon you Hyuga clan members. It has two functions. First, at the moment of the wearer's death, the seal will automatically activate, completely obliterating the Byakugan along with the surrounding visual nerves, leaving no cellular tissue behind. Minato looked towards the elder of the main family, who was now ashen-faced. This is true protection, cutting off the roots, ending it all. Second, Minato's gaze shifted to Hisashi Hyuga and all the branch family members behind him. It has no control function. Therefore, it cannot be activated externally by anyone, cannot inflict any pain upon the wearer, and certainly cannot be used to take the wearer's life. Its sole purpose is to safeguard your final dignity after you have given your lives for the village. From now on, the Hyuga clan will be composed solely of warriors protecting Konoha, no longer slaves accompanying the main family to their graves. Boom! This statement struck like a thunderclap, resonating deep within the souls of every branch family member. Hisashi Hyuga suddenly raised his head, gazing at the scroll in Minato's hand, then at his still young son. His body trembled violently from overwhelming excitement. Freedom, this word, which they had never dared to dream of for generations, was now so easily placed before them by their fourth Hokage. No, this is impossible. The elder of the main family let out a hysterical scream. Abolishing the caged bird. How could the branch family still obey the main family's commands? The Hyuga clan will descend into chaos. Chaos? Minato finally cast a cold gaze at this obstinate old fool. What they need to obey are the orders of the Hokage, the orders of Konoha, not the commands of you, a dying old man of the main family. As for your main family, Minato turned his head to look at the pale-faced Hayashi Hyuga. From this day forth, the caged bird will be abolished. All branch family members must change to the mark of protection within 3 days. Minato's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable, absolute will. Hyuga clan leader. Minato emphasized the title, this matter will be handled by you. Or, he paused, by my Anbu. Silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Is this a choice? No, this is not a choice. This is a notification. If Hayashi Hyuga chooses to handle it himself, then the main family can retain a shred of dignity. If he refuses, then the Hokage's Anbu and the Uchiha's monitoring division will trample upon the threshold of the Hyuga main family, employing the most forceful means to execute the will of the Hokage. At that time, the 1,000-year glory of the Hyuga clan will be utterly reduced to a laughingstock of Konoha. Hayashi Hyuga painfully closed his eyes. Whether in terms of righteousness or internal family matters, once Minato opened this door, all the branch family members regained hope. He knew that he had no choice left. The rules that had been passed down through the Hinata clan for 1,000 years were utterly shattered today, in front of this man. I obey. He squeezed out those 3 words between clenched teeth. Each word seemed to drain all his strength. This is a betrayal of our ancestors. The elder of the main family still wished to make one last struggle. Ancestors? Minato looked at him as if he were a pitiful fool. The ancestors of the Hinata clan lie buried in the land of Konoha, enjoying the offerings of the village. They are first and foremost the spirits of Konoha, and only afterwards the ancestors of you Hinata. In Konoha, the will of fire surpasses all. This phrase became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The elder's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, and Hinata Hayashi, at the moment he heard those words, could no longer contain the excitement surging within him. He gazed at the golden figure, godlike, who brought light to their branch family. Then he looked at his side, at his son, who was still naive and ignorant, destined to bear the mark of humiliation in a few years. Thud. Hinata Hayashi pushed aside the clansman in front of him and strode forward. Under the astonished gazes of all, he knelt heavily before Minato Namikaze, his forehead pressed deeply against the cold ground.
Hokage-sama.
His voice trembled with excitement, yet bore an unprecedented firmness and resolve. Please, let it start with me. Thud. Hinata Hayashi's knee struck the ground with a heavy thud. He showed no hesitation, his forehead firmly pressed against the cold, woodchip-laden earth.
Hokage-sama.
His voice quivered, each word laden with suppressed excitement and determination amassed over half a lifetime. Please, let it start with me. This act of kneeling was like a massive stone thrown into a still pond, stirring up towering waves. All the ninja of the Hinata branch family shuddered violently. They looked at Hayashi's resolute figure and then at that golden figure, who seemed to bring down blessings like a deity, their hearts swelling with blood that had been repressed for countless generations. Hayashi, have you gone mad? The elder of the main family, still sprawled on the ground, let out a scream with the last of his strength. Release the caged bird. It's a death sentence. You will be backlashed by the seal's power and burned alive. Shut up. Hinata Hizashi suddenly turned around, shouting angrily at the elder. This was the first time he had reprimanded a respected elder of the clan in front of outsiders. The elder was stunned by the outburst, his face a mask of disbelief. Hizashi ignored him further. He turned back to look at his kneeling brother, then at the calm figure of the 4th Hokage, who seemed to have everything under control. His lips moved, and he finally managed to speak with great difficulty.
Hokage-sama.
The caged bird seal is connected to the life and chakra of the caster. Once inscribed, it cannot be reversed. Forcibly releasing it will only what? Minato interrupted him. He crouched down and placed the freshly drawn scroll, radiating a golden glow, before Hinata Hayashi. As long as I am here, it will not matter. This plain statement carried an absolute confidence that left the entire Hinata clan breathless. Minato no longer wasted words. He extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, as a strand of refined, golden glowing sage chakra gathered at his fingertips. He did not touch Hayashi's forehead. His fingers hovered just an inch above the turquoise seal. Then, he began to inscribe in the air. Buzz. All the Hinata clan members with their Byakugan activated witnessed an unforgettable scene. Countless golden chakra threads, thinner than hair, flowed from Minato's fingertips, rapidly intertwining in the air, forming a new three-dimensional technique that was 100 times more complex than the caged bird seal. This golden technique resembled a precision cage, entirely enveloping the caged bird seal on Hayashi's forehead from the outside. What is he doing? He is reconstructing the structure of the seal.
Impossible.
The core technique of the caged bird is dead. How can it be interfered with from the outside? Several ninjas of the main family screamed in terror, their worldview being ruthlessly shattered. It seems the Hokage is Uchiha Itachi's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan world wildly. No, he was not deciphering it, but rather using a higher, more perfect seal to cover and devour that inferior seal. Minato's fingers moved. He gently lifted them upwards. Rise. One word. A grating sound echoed. The turquoise swastika seal on Hayashi's forehead seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, being forcibly pulled out inch by inch from beneath his skin. The seal twisted violently in the air, struggling like a snake out of water. But it was firmly trapped by the golden technique's cage, unable to escape. Hayashi let out a painful groan, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire body drenched in sweat. Hayashi! Hinata Hizashi stepped forward anxiously. Don't move. Minato did not look back. He waved his other hand gently, infusing a gentle life energy obtained from purifying the Nine Tails chakra into Hayashi's body, instantly soothing the intense pain caused by the seal's removal. Do you see? Minato's voice clearly reached every Hinata clan member's ears. This is the tool you take pride in, used to control your own kin. It has its own life. It will resist, it will struggle, because from the moment it was created, it has been filled with resentment and unwillingness. Minato's fingers pressed down again. Now it's time to end this. Sealing technique. Absorption and release. The golden technique's cage suddenly contracted. The turquoise seal trapped within emitted a silent shriek. Then, under the gaze of all those with Byakugan, it was completely decomposed and purified by that pure sage chakra, ultimately transforming into specks of green light that dissipated into the air. Everything had come to an end. Hayashi's forehead was smooth and new. The mark symbolizing humiliation and servitude was no more. The entire scene fell into an absolute silence. Time seemed to stop flowing at that moment. Hinata Hayashi slowly raised his hand. His fingers trembled as they grazed his forehead. Smooth, warm, it was gone. That shackled burden that had entwined his life, causing him pain with every breath. The nightmare that had made him afraid to resist even in dreams. It was truly gone. He tried to channel his chakra. The chakra flowed smoothly through his pathways, lighter than ever before, freer than ever before. No longer was there the ever-present threat of excruciating pain that could ignite at any moment, leaving the mind scorched and blank. A suppressed sigh, so extreme that it was indistinguishable from either laughter or tears, escaped from Hinata Nichi's throat. He gazed at his own hands, now free and unbound by anything. Then, 2 streams of scalding tears cascaded from his pure white eyes, belonging to the Hinata clan, bursting forth uncontrollably. He wept. Like a child, he cried out loud, releasing decades of pent-up sorrow and despair that belonged to the entire branch family. His cries echoed through the vast forest, causing all the branch family ninjas present to redden their eyes. He cried for a long time. Suddenly, Nichi halted his weeping. Once again, he knelt heavily before Minato Namikaze. This time, he did so with even greater force and sincerity. Thud! His forehead struck the earth with a heavy impact. Hokage-sama, this kindness and grace, Hinata Nichi will never forget. From this moment forth, my life is yours. The Hinata branch family shall, for generations to come, be your sharpest spear and your strongest shield. For you, for Konoha, I would gladly face death 1,000 times. Behind him, with a rustling sound, all the ninjas of the Hinata branch family pushed aside their clan members in front of them. Without hesitation, they all knelt down in unison, one wave after another, like grains of wheat swaying in the wind. They offered their highest respect and absolute loyalty to that golden figure. Hinata Hizashi watched this scene before him, his body stiffened. He knew. From this day forth, the Hinata clan had undergone a transformation. The once lofty main family had lost its absolute control over the branch family. In its place stood the 4th Hokage, who had single-handedly overturned the millennium-old rules of the Hinata clan. He had lost so thoroughly that he could not help but feel a sense of relief. He slowly approached Minato, handing his daughter to his wife behind him. Then, he deeply bowed to Minato. The proud head of the clan lowered. Hokage-sama, the Hinata clan will henceforth fully comply with your will. He took out an ancient scroll, made of a special material, that contained all the core sealing techniques of the Hinata clan, including the highest secret technique, the caged bird. With both hands, he presented it respectfully before Minato. Standing among the crowd, Hinata Niji stared blankly at all of this. He did not understand what the caged bird was, nor did he comprehend what loyalty meant. All he saw was his father, the man who was always taciturn and wearied, now crying like a child yet smiling so joyfully. He glanced again at the man radiating with golden light, whom everyone was bowing to. That man seemed like the sun, so warm. Niji blinked his pure white eyes in confusion. He reached out his small hand, grasping his father's clothing, and asked in a babyish voice, "Daddy, are we going home?" Nichi turned his head, pulling his son into a tight embrace, his tear-streaked face adorned with an unprecedented brilliant smile. "Yes, Niji, we are going home."